Wow! Amidst the tumult of swirling dust, a remarkably handsome young man, barely 20, struggled to emerge from the chaos. My lord, none of this is reliable. The youth exclaimed, his disheveled appearance marred by dirt, though his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. Wu Tian, have you lost your mind? An elderly figure descended gracefully from the mountain, gripping Wu Tian's ear and inquiring sharply. Grandmaster, it hurts, it hurts. Wu Tian shouted in protest. Why are you detonating explosives here? The elder pressed again. Yesterday, as I strolled through this grove, I overheard old Sun speaking to Widow Wang saying, there are treasures here, come back tomorrow, but do not let anyone see you. I thought surely there must be something delightful hidden within. So I sneaked out early this morning to dig, but found not a single treasure. That I assumed they must have buried the treasures deeply. So I set some explosives in the hole, only to find it merely expanded and yielded nothing. Adults are always deceiving. Foolish child, if Widow Wang possessed treasures, would she bury them? They should be worn on her person. Come, I'll take you to see. The elder, flustered by the boy's folly, dragged Wu Tian toward Widow Wang's home. I refuse to go. Widow Wang is a fraud. Her home is as impoverished as can be. What treasures could she possibly have? Wu Tian pleaded. The master claims there are treasures, 2 grand ones in fact. If you doubt me, touch them and you shall see. The elder insisted, clearly exasperated. I will not go, not even if it costs me my life. My 7 masters have told me since childhood that women are like tigers, and one should never approach a tiger. If you do, you might end up devoured, leaving nothing but bones behind. How could I discuss such matters with a child? It seems I am truly losing my wits. This boy is mischievous and treats women as if they were cats to his mouse. What a predicament. I can only blame my 7 female disciples for instilling such fear in him. With no other choice, the elder grasped the sobbing boy and took flight toward Ziyun Peak. The mountain was high and dense with ancient trees, and the Shiyuan temple on Ziyun Mountain appeared even more enigmatic amidst the swirling mists. Little rascal, I implore you, descend the mountain tomorrow to seek your 7 masters. Let them take care of you. Grandmaster, please don't abandon me. I refuse to seek out those 7 tigers. I refuse to court death. Hearing Wu Tian mention tigers day after day, the elder, now over 90, felt his ears becoming calloused. Those are tigers you raised yourself. They won't harm their own. Trust me, grandfather wouldn't deceive you. Tomorrow you must descend the mountain. The elder's patience was wearing thin. That I shall not descend. You cannot force me to let those tigers eat me. The elder, his beard bristling in frustration, sought out a small book. Read for yourself. It states that one should not touch a tiger's rear. If you avoid that, the tiger will not harm you. The elder began to educate Wu Tian with references. The next day, at the break of dawn, the elder seized Wu Tian from his dreams. Quickly, strap on your yellow backpack and descend the mountain to find your masters. It was evident that the elder was resolute in expelling him, igniting Wu Tian's wrath. This is your doing. If you perish, do not blame me for not attending your final moments. I am not dying yet. I have 1,000 yuan in my pack, 7 marriage certificates, and the addresses of your 7 masters. You handle it. The elder, tired of the boy's complaints, seized him and flung him down the mountain. Wu Tian plummeted, flailing in the air, filled with resentment. Just as he feared a painful landing, he spotted a target and crashed into a mound of grass several meters high. Emerging from the grass, Wu Tian's heart still simmered with anger. Boy, your grandmaster forgot to mention that the 7-star divine skill passed down to you is an unparalleled art. If you fail to cultivate the violet light shield, do not shatter your body, for you will lose all your martial skills irretrievably, becoming an ordinary person. Remember this well. The elder's voice echoed from afar. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and muttered, Old fool, may you lose your head. You insolent child, should I catch up to you, I will surely break your insolent mouth. Wu Tian was alarmed. The distance from Ziyun Peak was over 4 miles. The elder appeared to possess extraordinary hearing to catch his insults. Alas, it seems this place does not welcome me. I must find refuge elsewhere. He glanced back at Ziyun Peak, his emotions conflicted, but the thought of the pursuing elder spurred him to sprint toward the mountain's edge. In the fragrant city of Furong, where beauty graced the streets, Wu Tian perceived all the exposed arms and long legs as tigers. He treaded cautiously along the bustling streets, avoiding glances that might offend a tiger, for he weighed merely over 100 pounds and could not withstand a few bites. Having spent 3 days in the city, Wu Tian rummaged through his yellow backpack, finding only 201 yuan coins remaining. After spending 3 coins on breakfast, he was relieved to have slept on a bench outside a shop last night, saving money. As he wandered aimlessly, his stomach growled audibly. Wu Tian glanced at the setting sun, realizing it was around 6 in the evening that the sweet feminine voice suddenly exclaimed, "Ouch!" followed by the sharp sound of 2 resounding slaps that left Wu Tian dazed. "You blind fool! You stepped on my foot!" The woman scolded, startled by the sudden turn of events. Wu Tian finally saw the strikingly beautiful woman before him, so captivating that he dared not lift his gaze. I'm so sorry," he stammered, uttering apologies in rapid succession. The woman, having felt pain from the unexpected step on her toes, noticed the handsome young face before her, and her anger diffused slightly. She regarded the boy, noticing his simple yet clean attire, a slightly yellowed white shirt, blue trousers, and shoes, which contrasted with the urban splendor but indicated his rustic origins. The two stood in an impasse. Onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle of a city beauty confronting a country lad. The woman, usually poised, felt a twinge of embarrassment as she realized the attention they drew. With a radiant smile, she softly said, "I apologize. It seems you did not mean it." With that, she swiftly departed. Wu Tian let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that the tiger did not unleash her wrath, allowing him to escape unscathed. It appears that the wisdom imparted by my grandfather in recent days holds true. The more beautiful the fierce woman, the more gentle she becomes if one does not provoke her, if one humbles oneself before her and wins her over. A gentle tigress will not harm anyone. How does that old fellow possess such profound insight? What do you think you're running, beautiful? A group of ruffians, their hair dyed yellow and adorned with dragon tattoos on their arms, pursued the lady relentlessly. Just as Wu Tian intended to leave, the woman seized his arm, rendering him speechless, while the crowd that had just dispersed returned to witness the unfolding spectacle. 8 thugs encircled the pair, and one tall man brandished a thick wooden stick, declaring, "Qin Shufen, you wretched woman, repaying debts is a matter of moral obligation. Will you return it in cash, or shall we weigh it by the pound?" He grinned lewdly. "It's merely a loan of 10,000 yuan. I will repay you," the woman replied, knowing she could not escape. Hastily, she retrieved her phone and transferred the amount to the tall man. With the debt settled, her courage surged, and she boldly stated, "The money has been repaid. Return my promissory note." The man contemptuously waved his hand, dismissing her request. "This is merely the principal. The interest for 10 days amounts to another 10,000. Panic gripped the woman as she pleaded, "Brother, please grant me a few more days. I assure you I will repay." The thugs laughed heartily, and the tall one added, "My dear, I do this for your own good. Extending the deadline would only harm you. The interest will multiply, and you will owe even more." Another ruffian chuckled. "As long as you serve our boss well, the interest could easily be settled with just a word from him." Seeing the thugs approach with outstretched hands, the woman, terrified, clung tightly to Wu Tian and implored, "Brother, please help me." This woman was not as fearsome as she seemed. Perhaps she was of a gentler nature. In fact, when she had fled moments earlier, I had stolen a glance at her. Her smile was quite sweet. While Wu Tian feared the woman, he was unperturbed by the man. To extricate himself from this injured tigress, he chuckled and bowed slightly, saying, "Greetings, esteemed brothers. Your humble servant pays his respects. Slap, slap." The tall man responded by delivering 2 resounding slaps to Wu Tian's face, leaving him clutching his reddened cheek. "What business do you have here, country bumpkin? Who gave you permission to speak?" The tall man growled menacingly. Rather than being intimidated, Wu Tian's defiance ignited. He broke free from the woman's grasp, yanked off his shirt, and boldly proclaimed, "If you wish to fight, I shall entertain you. Come at me all at once. Do not blame me for taking advantage of your numbers." Such bravado from a brash youth was indeed amusing. The ruffians erupted into laughter, their mirth contagious. The tall man shouted, "You think you can be a hero and save the beauty? Know your own worth. I advise you to kneel, and I may spare your life that I weigh 128 pounds. Not a pound more, not a pound less. Enough of your chatter. If you wish to fight, let's do this, for I have no time to play with you. Seeking death, are you? The tall man, infuriated, lunged forward with a fist aimed at Wu Tian's abdomen. Wu Tian deftly reached out, grasped the tall man's collar, and with a swift motion, flung him several meters away. Seeing their leader fall, the other thugs brandished their wooden sticks menacingly toward Wu Tian. Seizing the moment, Wu Tian charged, executing a sweeping kick that sent several thugs tumbling to the ground, lamenting in pain. Impressed by Wu Tian's formidable skills, the woman clutched his hand and exclaimed, "Allow me to treat you to a meal." Startled, Wu Tian quickly withdrew his hand and donned his shirt, stating, "A meal is acceptable, but please maintain your distance. Propriety must be observed between men and women." The woman stared at him, bemused, as if encountering an alien, and disregarding the fallen thugs, she snatched the promissory note from the tall man's grasp. The pair exited the gathering crowd and headed toward a nearby restaurant. Meanwhile, two middle-aged men had witnessed Wu Tian's earlier display and hastily captured a photograph of him with their phones. Stay close to those two. That young man's jade pendant bears an uncanny resemblance to the master's. Let's aim to collect a strand of his hair, remarked the older of the two. They followed closely behind Wu Tian and the woman as they entered a small eatery across the street. Chapter 3. The gentle tiger Qin Shufan treated Wu Tian to a delightful dinner, marking the beginning of their romance. As Wu Tian pedaled his tricycle, he sang a whimsical tune, "Sister, so beautiful, brother works with great vigor." Watching Wu Tian, whose brow was beaded with sweat, Qin Shufan could not help but giggle at his off-key serenade, her laughter resonating like a blooming flower. "Drive on," Wu Tian called out exuberantly, propelling his laden tricycle forward as if it were a bullock cart. From her small supermarket, Qin Shufan beamed at the sight of her young beau riding away. Filled with bliss, this handsome lad from the mountains, endowed with remarkable strength, had brought her a stroke of good fortune. Her business flourished day by day, with an ever-increasing number of orders. It seemed she would soon need to rent a larger space to accommodate the growing enterprise. With a heart brimming with joy, Wu Tian pedaled his tricycle, reflecting on how Shufan was indeed a gentle yet fierce tigress, a stunning one at that. Since she welcomed him into her life, he felt a sense of belonging. The tales of older women claiming that beautiful women are like tigresses were not as daunting as they seemed. Qin Shufan Supermarket, situated beside a vocational school in the northern part of the city, attracted numerous students, and what was once merely decent business could now be described as thriving. Wu Tian returned on his tricycle, having delivered 10 loads of goods, and it was already 10 o'clock at night. The two busied themselves in the store for a while, before Shufan picked up the money bag, locked the door, and they ascended to the second floor. As they entered the room, Wu Tian playfully seized Shufan, revealing a mischievous grin. In response, Qin Shufan exaggeratedly opened her arms and lunged at him, making a comical face that startled Wu Tian into releasing her. "Shufan, don't be so terrifying. I'm afraid," Wu Tian stammered, his voice trembling. Shufan, merely jesting, laughed heartily at his fearful expression. "I was just teasing you, silly. Look at you, all sweaty. Go wash up. I have a reward for you later." Upon hearing the promise of a reward, Wu Tian's apprehension dissipated, and he responded with an eager okay. Before heading to the bathroom, after a quick wash, he emerged, towel drying his hair, only to find Qin Shufan reclining against the headboard in a seductive nightgown, a book in hand, her large eyes sparkling as they met his gaze. His heart raced as he approached the bedside and sat gently. Shufan set her book aside, smiling warmly at him, her eyes shimmering with delight. "Tian, you worked hard today," she murmured softly, caressing his cheek before planting a gentle kiss on his lips. Emboldened by her affection, Wu Tian playfully lunged at her. The mischievous Shufan nimbly rolled away on the bed, evading his embrace. With her chin resting on her hands, she gazed at him with her enchanting eyes, a beguiling smile gracing her lips, captivating him utterly. Wu Tian gazed at the alluring beauty before him, captivated by her long, smooth legs, nearly drooling in admiration. "Come over every day, dear. I have something to tell you," the enchantress playfully remarked. Wu Tian's heart raced at the sound of her voice as he leaned down. She leaned in closer, planting a kiss on his cheek, and said, "Today, I shall reward you with 2 kisses. Put in the effort tomorrow, and I shall increase your rewards." Elated, Wu Tian patted his chest and declared, "Rest assured. Tomorrow I will strive to deliver 12 loads. May I make a request? The beauty, intrigued by his handsome face, replied, 2 kisses are not enough. What else do you desire? Wu Tian whispered, Sister, I wish for a hug. The beauty, suddenly loud, exclaimed, Stop. No way. You are no longer a child. Go back to the living room and sleep. Seeing her anger, Wu Tian obediently slipped out of the room and collapsed onto the sofa in the living room. In Chapter 4, the charming beauty flashed a captivating smile, her youthful hair cascading around her. At first glance, one might think she was posing for a photo shoot. Yet the man beside her hardly resembled a photographer, hurriedly throwing on his clothes. Wu Tian, holding a bouquet of 99 roses, sang off-key, Baby, baby, I love you. Today marked the 2nd anniversary of his acquaintance with Shufan, and he had saved diligently to buy her a small diamond ring, intending to propose. However, upon pushing open the bedroom door, Wu Tian was struck dumb, the roses slipping from his grasp. A surge of anger welled up within him as he shouted, Shufan, what is the meaning of this? Did you not say you were mine? Did you not vow to love me for a lifetime? His questions came out like rapid-fire bullets. With a disdainful smile, Shufan replied, Since you've seen for yourself, there is nothing more to say. I once loved you, believing you were my lucky star. But now I realize it has always been Lu Ge who has silently supported my business. Thus, we must part ways. I refuse to break up. Wu Tian cried out in desperation. Unbeknownst to him, Lu's son stood nearby, mocking. Who would have thought this bumpkin would willingly wear a green hat? Shufan taunted further. I am now a millionaire. In a few days, Lu will help me secure a billion-dollar deal, and my career will soar. We no longer inhabit the same world. I offer you 200,000 as a severance, a sum you could never amass in 10 years of toil. Shufan, now that you are wealthy, you abandon me. Have you forgotten that your success today is due to my efforts? Wu Tian lamented, filled with rage and sorrow. The beauty, hearing his words, burst into laughter and said, Indeed, you contributed. I recognized your hard work and tenacity, utilizing your free labor to amass wealth for myself. Yet, you have not fared poorly. Over these 2 years, I have granted you numerous benefits. The eldest son of the Lu family, brimming with self-satisfaction, proclaimed, Pay attention, young man. With that, he firmly wrapped his arms around the slender waist of a beautiful woman. Wu Tian felt his rage boiling over. To add fuel to the fire, Shufan taunted, I am now Lu Ji's woman. With that, she tossed a check for 200,000 yuan onto the ground. At that moment, Wu Tian finally glimpsed the ugly faces of this shameless couple. As a man, he possessed an inherent sense of dignity. Stepping forward, he crushed the check beneath his foot with great force, reducing it to tatters. Wu Tian left behind a parting remark, Qin Shufan, I hope you do not come to regret this. With that, he stormed out. That night, Wu Tian took a bottle of beer in hand, walking and drinking deeply. More than a dozen luxury cars sped toward him, suddenly coming to a halt upon seeing him. Leading the convoy was a vehicle bearing the auspicious number 888 from Huadu. As the cars halted, everyone disembarked. At the forefront stood a stunning woman clad in a black uniform and short skirt, flanked by 2 rows of 10 handsome male bodyguards and 10 beautiful female bodyguards. Upon spotting Wu Tian, they all knelt on one knee in unison. The woman in black gracefully announced, We welcome the young master of the Wu family back home. Having just experienced heartbreak, Wu Tian was in a foul mood and replied curtly, This is the 10th time you have come to deceive me. I am broke, although my surname is Wu. I am not the young master you seek. You are indeed the young master of the Wu family. Here is the paternity report between you and the master. Along with the identical jade pendants both you and he wear, the woman declared loudly. Having consumed 3 bottles of beer, Wu Tian felt somewhat dazed. He shouted, Your deception is well prepared, but unfortunately, I lack the funds for you to swindle me. Convince me, and it won't be difficult. Simply transfer 100 million to my card. In a moment of confusion, he handed over his bank card to the woman. She entered the card number into her phone, and after a series of operations, a notification chimed, 100 million successfully transferred. Chapter 5. I am the young master of the Wu family. In the morning, Wu Tian awoke early. Surveying the exquisitely luxurious room adorned with high-end European wooden furniture and premium appliances, he sat on a genuine leather sofa, once again picking up the paternity report between himself and the elder Wu. He also examined a photo of himself with the elder Wu, noting their remarkably similar facial features and the serpent-shaped jade pendants they both wore. Wu Tian was aware of his status as an orphan. He had been raised by his venerable grandfather and 7 aunts since the age of 4. Yet now, he found himself thrust into the world of one of the top 10 affluent families, suddenly becoming the young master of a wealthy household. This reality had been difficult for him to accept just 2 years prior. Young master, the elder is aware of your heartbreak and feels tremendous guilt. His intention was to elevate the Qin family so that they could befit you, but the outcome has backfired, causing you harm. The elder has stated that if you desire it, he can bring about the downfall of the Qin family at any time, Fu Bai, who stood nearby, remarked. Wu Tian was taken aback, astonished that his father would go to such lengths for him. Observing Wu Tian's silence, Fu Bai continued, Young master, will you be signing the 100 million yuan contract for the 5-star hotel under the Wu Group tomorrow? Wu Tian sighed and said sign. Fu Bo replied approvingly. What does a man have to fear without a wife? Wu Tian nodded and remarked, this is the last time my Wu family will help her. Fu Bo pondered and asked, is it true that there are mother tigers in this world? Do mother tigers really eat people? Wu Tian, his face flushed with confusion, inquired earnestly. Fu Bo, reflecting thoughtfully, responded, based on our observations of you over the past 2 years, you have only been close to Miss Qin, while showing a distinct aversion to other women. I do not know what transpired in your childhood when you were taken in by someone, but I can tell you unequivocally that there are indeed mother tigers who will consume people. However, it is not to say that these predators are women. They represent a certain type of woman. Wu Tian seemed to grasp this and nodded in understanding. Fu Bo smiled again and asked, do you think Miss Qin resembles a mother tiger? Wu Tian contemplated seriously before replying. Sister Qin does not resemble a mother tiger. She is very gentle. Fu Bo countered. I beg to differ. You only see the surface. She exploits you for her own gain, draining your hard-earned resources. She is merely a metaphorical mother tiger, one who will devour without hesitation. Seeing Wu Tian lost in thought and silence, Fu Bo gently touched his head, saying, Child, do not dwell on the past. Look forward and empower yourself to protect those around you. Did you not say that your ancestors raised you? You must never forget this kindness and seek to repay and honor them. Fu Bo's words awakened Wu Tian from his reverie. He sprang from the sofa, exclaiming, Fu Bo, thank you. I know what I must do now. As Wu Tian stepped out of the villa, he was followed closely by 2 stunning female bodyguards, clad in black short outfits that accentuated their slender arms, slim waists, and long legs, enhancing their fair and beautiful appearances. Do not follow too closely. Please maintain your distance. Wu Tian instructed the 2 ladies as he exited the vehicle. The bodyguards exchanged a cheeky glance with the young master and playfully stuck out their tongues in agreement. Wu Tian arrived at Qin Shufan's wholesale business and walked straight inside. What brings you back? Did we not break up yesterday? You rejected the severance fee I offered, and now you wish to return when no one is watching? You shall not receive anything from me again, she snapped. Wu Tian coldly replied, I am here to retrieve my yellow bag. He proceeded directly to a storeroom within the shop to collect his yellow cloth bag. Darling, have you been missing me? Lu Gongzi exclaimed as he entered the store, eager for attention. Shufan playfully retorted, Darling, I think about you every day. Wu Tian felt a wave of disgust upon witnessing their interaction and strode purposefully toward the exit. Stop right there. While I am not around, you 2 still maintain your connection? Do you intend to put a green hat on me? Lu Gongzi glared at them, clearly furious. No, that is not the case. This country bumpkin merely came early to retrieve that hideous yellow bag. I would never betray you, Lu Gu. Shufan hastily explained. Leave at once. Do not let me see the 2 of you together again, or I shall break your dog's legs. Wu Tian paid no heed to you. Young Master Lu and Young Master Ma. He mocked your affinity for green hats, suggesting you wear them more frequently, for he had no interest in your scandalous affair. After berating the couple, Wu Tian strode out of the shop. Naturally, Young Master Lu and Shufan, unwilling to accept such disgrace, hurriedly pursued him outside. Chapter 6. The contractual turmoil at the opulent 5-star hotel. A strikingly handsome young security guard, clad in a crisp navy uniform, smiled as he patrolled the vicinity. Rebellious disciple, have you disregarded the words of your ancestor after 2 years apart? A familiar voice pierced the air, causing Wu Tian's ears to sting as the old man grabbed them with indignation. Grandfather, what are you doing? Please loosen your grip. My ears hurt. Wu Tian protested, his voice tinged with a whimper. The elder released Wu Tian's ears, exclaiming, You have been hiding for 2 years, causing your 7 martial mothers to search the world for you. Have you found a beautiful woman and forgotten about your masters? And this old man? Wu Tian quickly shook his head. Grandfather, it's not that I've abandoned you. I just descended the mountain and fell in love, forgetting all your instructions. What? You are no longer afraid of the fierce tigress and dare to pursue romance. It seems your martial prowess has waned, and you cannot avenge your family. The elder fumed, thumping his chest in frustration. Grandfather, it's not as you imagine. We broke up. I merely exchanged a few innocent gestures, Wu Tian clarified. What? What kind of romance is that? What have you been doing these past 2 years? The elder's beard bristled with discontent. Nothing much. Just working for my ex-girlfriend for 2 years. That's commendable. You show ambition, not relying on your martial mothers. You must have earned a fair amount of money, right? Room and board were provided, but I received no wages, Wu Tian replied. Upon hearing this, the elder regarded his disciple as if he were a curiosity. With a grim expression, the elder declared, from now on, do not seek out other women. They are nothing but harmful enchantresses. Tomorrow, you shall go on blind dates with your 7 martial mothers. Choose one to marry. If none appeal to you, you shall take them all. Please, grandfather. The martial mothers would certainly object. Wu Tian exclaimed hastily. I have already arranged everything. Your 7 marriage certificates await your 7 martial mothers. Let us see who dares to refuse, and I shall break their legs. The elder concluded, handing Wu Tian a schedule for the blind dates. If you dare to disobey again, I will not let this matter rest. With that, the elder vanished into the crowd, leaving Wu Tian in a state of bewilderment. Marrying 7 martial mothers? As Wu Tian recalled the times he had been punished by them in his youth, he instantly felt deflated, like a wilted eggplant. Young master, come quickly. Before Wu Tian could respond, he was pulled into the hotel lobby by 2 young ladies in uniform. The trio ascended to the 3rd floor, where one of the ladies whispered, Young master, there will be a signing ceremony shortly, and you are responsible for maintaining order inside. Wu Tian whispered to the 2 beautiful sisters, urging them to call him Xiao Wu and to keep his identity concealed. The young lady shot him a glance, acknowledging his request with a silent nod before turning away. As Wu Tian entered the grand hall, he observed several affluent merchants gathered together, wine glasses in hand, engaged in animated discussions. Good dogs don't block the way. Move aside, he thought, just as he completed his inspection of the room. He was about to exit when he encountered Qin Shufan at the entrance. Kid, your ears are quite sharp. I heard Miss Qin is signing a contract at the Huadu Grand Hotel, and here you are, playing security. Seeing Miss Qin's worth over $1 billion. Are you hoping to make a nuisance of yourself? Lu Gongzi said arrogantly. Wu Tian coldly retorted, Are you overthinking things? This is my job. You can enter. And I can leave. Lu Gongzi, having been humiliated by Wu Tian the previous day, now sought to settle old scores. Upon witnessing Wu Tian's defiance, he swung his hand, aiming a slap at him. Wu Tian, however, had no intention of tolerating such disrespect. Just before the slap could connect, he retaliated with a powerful strike of his own. The hall echoed with a resounding ouch as Lu Gongzi clutched his swollen face, continuing to curse incessantly. Thankfully, Wu Tian had shown restraint. Otherwise, the blow might have sent Lu Gongzi sprawling to the ground. Qin Shufan, witnessing her current boyfriend being struck by her ex, transformed into a furious lioness, bellowing, Everyone, come and see. Let us judge this. This pathetic loser, who was just a mere laborer for my family yesterday, now seeks to disrupt my signing of $100 million contract after being rejected and thrown out. Today, he comes as a security guard to harm my boyfriend. He is here to ruin my event. A throng of onlooking merchants and wealthy young men, devoid of understanding the situation, began to chastise Wu Tian. Among them, a fruit merchant named Zhang shouted the loudest, pointing a finger at Wu Tian. You kid, are just a lowly security guard. Stick to guarding your door. How dare you strike someone at a signing event? The people you hit are here to support Miss Qin. Prominent figures no less. Look at yourself, a pitiful sight. Why don't you kneel and apologize to Lu Gongzi? Perhaps he might spare you. Seizing the moment to vent his frustration, Zhang then flattered Qin Shufan. Miss Qin, you truly are a remarkable woman, having built your business from the ground up. Your enterprise is flourishing, and you embody both beauty and intelligence. Congratulations on securing such a substantial contract today. I hope you'll look kindly upon my humble establishment. As more merchants joined in to criticize Wu Tian, eager to curry favor with Miss Qin, he felt a surge of anger boiling within him. Outnumbered by their accusations, he decided to break free from the crowd and make his way toward the exit. However, Qin Shufan, noticing his intent to flee, seized his security uniform, preventing him from leaving. The two parties were at an impasse when a petite beauty, clad in a black hotel uniform with a short skirt, stepped forward and requested everyone to remain silent. Wu Tian, a security guard at the Huadu Grand Hotel, had the responsibility of ensuring safety at the signing event. If anyone was dissatisfied with his performance, they could follow the hotel's standard procedures for complaints. She emphasized that continuing the endless arguments could jeopardize the signing process. Her words jolted Qin Shufen's mind, prompting her to release Wu Tian. "Qinjie, you cannot let this boy off the hook, even if you secure this 100 million contract." News of a wealthy beauty boss's boyfriend being beaten by a poor security guard while being humiliated will tarnish your reputation in Huadu's business circles, remarked the scheming Zhang boss. "Fear not. We should demand their manager to dismiss this security guard before discussing the signing. I have heard that Qin Jie's capabilities have garnered the approval of the Wu family's upper echelons, which is why she obtained this contract. A mere hotel manager would be courting disaster if they refused to sign with Qin Jie," Wang boss replied with a smirk. Huang boss and Tian boss echoed in agreement, asserting that Qin Jie's signing was a foregone conclusion and the hotel management could not afford to go back on their word and undermine their own credibility. The four of them were brimming with malice, eager to sabotage the 100 million contract, hoping to unite their enterprises and bid for the contract once more. Lu's young master, still reeling from Wu Tian's earlier slap, felt emboldened by the support of the crowd. He turned to Qin Shufen and said, "Darling, despite being just a small security guard, he holds no power. Who would take him seriously? You are the prominent figure at Huadu Grand Hotel. The manager should dismiss him immediately." Encouraged by their taunts, Qin Shufen, now in a state of confusion, dialed Manager Yang of the hotel, demanding his immediate termination of Wu Tian. Manager Yang remained silent, listening intently, and when he heard Qin Shufen's request, he quietly hung up the phone. Chapter 7. Finding a wife at 4 in the afternoon, Wu Tian, humming a tune, returned to the luxurious life of Rich's community, riding his small electric scooter to Villa number 5. It was a quaint 3-story villa with a small garden. Upon entering the hall, he casually shed his leather shoes and socks, skipping slippers altogether, and leapt onto the large sofa. Reclining on the sofa, Wu Tian retrieved a yellow cloth bag, from which he extracted 7 marriage certificates. He pulled out one, opened it, and found it was his marriage certificate with the third master's wife, signed by his late father. Extracting another, he discovered his marriage certificate with the first master's wife, again signed by the same deceased patriarch. Consulting his arranged dating schedule, he noted that the first master's wife was scheduled for every Monday at 8 p.m., the second master's wife on Tuesdays at 8 p.m., and the third master's wife on Wednesdays at 8 p.m. The subsequent arrangements were unnecessary to scrutinize, as it was clear he had a date each evening. As he lounged on the sofa, Wu Tian began to indulge in wild fantasies, struggling to recall the surnames of the first, second, and third master's wives. He only knew that the first master's wife was named Qingqing, the second master's wife was called Yiya, the third master's wife was known as Jiaojiao. The fourth sister was called Xiner, the fifth sister was named Yuer, the sixth master's wife was Xiaoxue, and the seventh master's wife was Xiangxiang. He recalled that the first master's wife ought to be quite attractive, being around 30 years of age this year. If she had gained weight and lost her looks, marrying her would indeed be akin to bringing a fierce tigress home. Thus, he decided to set her aside for the time being. The second master's wife, Yiya, should be 28 this year, and her temperament was rather unpleasant. Since childhood, she and the first master's wife had often clashed, so he also decided to leave her aside. The third master's wife seemed to be around 26 or 27 and appeared to have a more agreeable disposition. The names of all these women were appealing to men, so he thought he would meet the third master's wife first on Wednesday. With this in mind, he retrieved the matchmaking details, which indicated the rendezvous point at the Reminiscence Milk Tea Shop in Huadu City. The sound of high-heeled sandals echoed as 2 stunning beauties, clad in white mini-skirts and sheer white stockings, entered, carrying 2 large bags of takeout, which they casually placed on the coffee table. One of the beauties, named Xiaoli, exclaimed in disgust, covering her nose with her hand. The other beauty, named Xiaoyu, wore a disdainful expression and remarked, "Young master, now that we will be living together, you should pay more attention to your personal hygiene. Go wash up quickly, we'll eat together afterward." "What? We are living together?" Wu Tian asked in confusion, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the 2 beauty stockings. Isn't it a marvel that two exquisite beauties like us are sharing the same roof as you? Xiaoli retorted, stepping back slightly. Wu Tian, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, "Heavens, I crave freedom," and dashed toward the bathroom. He quickly took a cold shower and emerged wearing a tank top and loose pants. After they finished their meal, the two beauties tidied up a bit before pulling out their phones to scroll through Douyin. As Wu Tian contemplated leaving out of boredom, both beauties suddenly extended their long legs, forming a scissor-like hold on his thighs, their slender limbs resembling a pair of scissors pinching him. Startled, Wu Tian shouted, "Sisters, what is the meaning of this?" Xiaoli flicked her hair back and said, "I don't know how you became a young master. Real young masters travel in luxury cars with beautiful women, while you have patrol beauties. We are exhausted today, so you are not allowed to go anywhere tonight. You will accompany us to watch live streams." Xiaoyu, still focused on her phone, remarked, "He is quite lucky to have the surname Wu. He must be related to the Wu family, perhaps even under the protection of the esteemed Master Fu." From Xiaoli's phone, a sweet voice emerged, "Hello, handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies. Welcome to Jiao Jiao's live stream. Please give me your support, light up the sign, and join my fan club." Following this, they heard the enchanting melody of Love You for 1,000 Years. The song was incredibly sweet and oddly familiar. Wu Tian, filled with curiosity, tilted his head to glance at Xiaoli's phone screen. There, he beheld a stunningly beautiful woman, akin to a celestial being, with cascading silken hair, an exquisitely delicate face, and a pair of bright, sapphire-like eyes. Her elegant nose and inviting cherry-red lips left an indelible impression. "Isn't this Sister Jiao Jiao?" Wu Tian exclaimed. To his surprise, Xiaoli retorted, "Who would have thought that you, a mere security guard, would recognize the finest beauties of our city? Hurry up and take out your phone to give Sister Jiao Jiao a like." Quickly, Wu Tian retrieved his phone, opened Dodo, and searched for my Sister Jiao Jiao's live stream on Xiaoli's screen. The room wasn't overly crowded, yet it buzzed with excitement. Wu Tian's username on Dodo was unfettered and unrestrained. As he entered the live stream, the beauty greeted him with a smile, saying, "Welcome, handsome Wu Tian, to my room. Good evening." Seeing the lovely third master's wife speak to him, Wu Tian was overwhelmed with excitement and typed, "Good evening, my dear wife, the anchor." His initial intention was to address her as beautiful anchor, but his mind wandered to thoughts of marriage, inadvertently leading to the slip. Realizing his mistake, he hastily sent another message, "Good evening, beautiful anchor." That was an error. Is our little handsome not interested in Jiao Jiao? First calling her wife and then retracting it? Jiao Jiao teased him playfully, showing no signs of anger. However, her fans were less forgiving, particularly a top-tier fan at level 34, who typed, "Kid, wife is not a title to be thrown around lightly. Unless you shower her with gifts, you're just freeloading." The screen was flooded with comments decrying freeloading, insisting that one cannot simply call her wife without proper gifts. Xiaoyu shot Wu Tian a glance and remarked, "You truly are unfettered and unrestrained, speaking recklessly. Quickly send some small gifts to Sister Jiao Jiao." "Fine, if the top-tier fan has sent 1,000 gold coins, I shall send Jiao Jiao 10,000, Wu Tian declared. He opened the gift section and spotted a magnificent, resplendent supreme villa priced at 10,000 points each. Without hesitation, he pressed the button. The live stream erupted in cheers as Jiao Jiao clasped her cheeks in delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Wu Tian, for the supreme villa." An impressive visual effect of the supreme villa shimmered on the screen for several seconds, showcasing 100 of the same stunning images. Wu Tian had just gifted 100 supreme villas. "Thank you, Brother Wu Tian, for your generosity." Jiao Jiao's voice quivered with excitement. Dodo sent a private message. "Thank you, Brother Wu Tian. May I add you to my green bubble?" Wu Tian quickly replied, "Of course, my dear." In a moment of extravagance, he sent Jiao Jiao 1 million gold coins, equivalent to 100,000 yuan. Xiaoli and Xiaoyu stared in astonishment, pondering how he could possess such wealth and why he wasn't a businessman, while they could certainly be secretaries too, feeling exasperated. Suddenly, the traffic in Jiao Jiao's live stream surged, escalating from 52 to 70, then to 120, 200, and finally stabilizing around 800 viewers. Jiao Jiao was overwhelmed with excitement as a surge of viewers flooded into the live broadcast room, her voice ringing out with gratitude. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Brother Wu Tian." Meanwhile, Xiaoli, with a mischievous intent, sent a line of text urging, "Call me husband, Call me husband. As a result, the screen was inundated with hundreds of comments echoing her words. The atmosphere in the live room instantly reached a crescendo with a flurry of gifts, flowers, sunglasses, kaleidoscopes, balloons, and sports cars filling the screen. The fervor of the fans was so infectious that Wu Tian found it impossible to contain his own exhilaration. He sent 10 more space rockets, resulting in an additional 200,000 gold coins. Zhao Zhao's emotions became indescribable, and she stammered out a soft husband. Though her voice was barely audible, it brought immense joy to Wu Tian's heart. Chapter 8. The other side of the third master's wife. Wu Tian lay on his large bed, his eyes fixated on the screen of his phone. A charming message from Zhao Zhao appeared, accompanied by a shy emoji. Hello, brother Wu Tian. Thank you for the gifts tonight. Upon seeing the message from the third master's wife, Wu Tian quickly replied, Sister Zhao Zhao, I willingly sent those gifts, no need for thanks. He then added a sad emoji, anxiously awaiting her response. After a moment, the third master's wife replied, I am not just any girl. Tonight, the atmosphere in the live room reached a peak. And in the excitement, I called you that. Wu Tian mimicked her tone, responding, I know that Zhao Zhao is not an ordinary girl. That's why I was drawn to you the moment I entered the live room. You can be called whatever you like. I'll always refer to you as Sister Zhao Zhao. She responded with several hee-hee messages, teasing, how annoying. Wu Tian then sent, Sister Zhao Zhao, you are truly beautiful. Did you use a beauty filter? To which Zhao Zhao replied with a rolling eyes emoji, I am naturally stunning. No filter is needed. Shall we meet tomorrow evening? Wu Tian inquired. No, I have plans tomorrow night. Zhao Zhao firmly declined. Wu Tian was aware that the third master's wife was going on a blind date the following night, so he teasingly asked, Is it a date with your boyfriend? I don't have a boyfriend, but I am meeting my junior apprentice, she clarified. What? You both practice martial arts? Are you fellow disciples? Wu Tian feigned ignorance. Yes, we have trained together. I haven't seen my junior in many years. I wonder what he looks like now. The third master's wife explained earnestly. Does he like you? Wu Tian asked, pretending not to know. How could he like me? He calls me third master's wife. He's an orphan, referring to us 7 senior sisters as mother. It took a lot of effort to get him to call me sister wife, she replied. I see. Haha. Wu Tian chuckled inwardly. Let us not discuss that brat anymore. It seemed the third master's wife was unwilling to continue on that topic. The two chatted aimlessly for a while until the clock struck 2 in the morning. She sent a sleepy emoji, and Wu Tian quickly typed, Sister Zhao Zhao. Since you're busy tomorrow night, can we meet the night after? No, I wish to observe you for a while longer, the third master's wife replied decisively. Sister Zhao Zhao, you are so beautiful. Could you send me a lovely photograph? The third master's wife sent a shy emoji, followed by 3 question marks. Just as Wu Tian was about to send another message, the screen of the third master's wife's avatar turned black. She had logged off. Wu Tian gazed at the darkened screen, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The alarm clock rang, and he smacked it into silence, returning to his dreams. However, after tossing and turning in bed, he found that the enchanting figure of the third master's wife had vanished from his slumber. Irritated, he got out of bed and, as was his habit, checked his phone. It was 7:35 a.m. He swiped the screen and saw a message from the third master's wife. He quickly tapped her profile picture and discovered that she had sent him a photograph. Goodness! The beauty sat on her bed, half of her face concealed by a small paper fan, adorned in a striking red qipao. The image was breathtaking, now nestled within Wu Tian's phone. This was his third master's wife, who had left him 8 years ago as a pallid young girl, now blossoming into such exquisite beauty. A loud knock echoed at the bedroom door, and Shaoli called out, Hurry up! You're going to be late for work. Wu Tian quickly responded, I know. He leapt from his bed, donned his security uniform, and hastily washed up in the bathroom before stepping out of his room. He mounted a large 2-wheeled motorcycle, ferrying 2 stunning women towards the Huadu Grand Hotel. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the autumn sun blazed fiercely, and after patrolling the hotel entrance twice, Wu Tian was drenched in sweat. Seeing that everything was calm, he entered the break room. The cool air from the air conditioner was refreshingly delightful. To his surprise, a captivating scene awaited him. Beauty Yin Lan, the hotel's human resources manager, standing at 172 meters, her face glistened with perspiration. She stood before the air conditioner, the cool breeze tousling her long hair that cascaded down to her waist. Even more unforgettable was the sight of her flowing dress swaying gently in the wind. resembling a graceful fairy in dance. Wu Tian completely forgot his own presence, his gaze drawn irresistibly to her. When she turned and caught sight of Wu Tian's ardent stare, her face flushed with an uncharacteristic hue. Struggling to contain her irritation, she exclaimed, "During work hours, instead of patrolling, you come to lounge in the break room?" Noticing her anger, Wu Tian was reminded of a fierce tigress and cautiously replied, "Miss, I have patrolled twice. It's too hot outside. So I came to enjoy the air conditioning. What is your name?" she asked, her gaze still piercing. "I am Wu Tian, a new employee," he replied, forcing a smile. "Oh, so you were introduced by Fu Bo? Let me tell you, do not look at what you should not, and do not speak what you should not. Understood?" Her tone softened slightly. "Beautiful lady, you are truly stunning," Wu Tian complimented, eager to please. "Leave, I do not wish to see you," the lady retorted sharply. Chapter 9. The enchanting third master's wife. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Wu Tian, having been adorned by two mischievous girls, appeared impeccably dressed in a white, airy casual outfit complemented by pristine white trousers and gleaming black shoes. He stepped into the milk tea shop. At a small table for 8, a noble and elegant beauty sat, draped in a sleeveless white gown and adorned with white crystal sandals, exuding an aura of grace that set her apart. At a glance, Wu Tian recognized her as his third master's wife. Her facial contours had remained unchanged. However, her complexion had brightened, her stature had increased, and her beauty had blossomed even further. Indeed, his formidable tigress of a mother was far more alluring and gentle. His elder's words had not misled him. She was 100 times superior to that wretched Qin Shufan. Delighted within, Wu Tian, uncertain of her preferred milk tea flavor, ordered 2 extravagant cups without a second thought. The milk tea shop was bustling with customers, and as he awaited his order, he frequently glanced back at his third master's wife, anxious that she might depart. Upon retrieving the 2 cups of milk tea, he approached her with a beaming smile, inadvertently exclaiming, "Mother, please enjoy the milk tea." The beauty, noticing Wu Tian approaching with the cups in hand, recognized that this young lad had grown up, now standing at a remarkable height of 175 meters. With a charmingly robust visage, he was well-dressed in high-end attire. After years apart, the third master's wife felt a surge of excitement and smiled back. The unexpected address of mother prompted laughter to erupt throughout the milk tea shop, drawing amused glances at the pair of handsome young man and beautiful woman. The third master's wife blushed deeply, wishing for a hole to hide in. Embarrassed, Wu Tian quickly clarified, "This is my master's wife." "Hello, third master's wife." She did not accept the milk tea he offered, nor did she respond. Instead, she stood up and seized his ear, marching towards the exit of the shop. "Ouch! That hurts," Wu Tian protested. "Today, I am not in a good mood, exceedingly so. If you do not manage to cheer me up, I shall not spare you," she declared firmly. With a resigned smile, Wu Tian asked, "What can I do to make you happy? Just say the word, and I shall comply." After a moment of serious contemplation, she replied, "When I am feeling down, I crave a shopping spree." Scratching his head, Wu Tian suggested, "Then let us go to the mall." The pair arrived at a large shopping center and headed directly to the women's clothing store on the second floor. Wu Tian, dazzled by the array of colorful and seductive lingerie, remarked, "Third master's wife, you would look stunning in this set." The third master's wife shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "You little rascal, how could I possibly wear something like this for your eyes?" Realizing his blunder, Wu Tian stepped aside, though his gaze remained fixated on her. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, she discreetly purchased a set for herself. Although San Shenyang is 6 years older than Wu Tian, he was once her little follower during his childhood. Despite the long absence, a subtle closeness had blossomed between them. Wu Tian, with a smooth gesture, took San Shenyang's delicate, fair hand and said, "San Shenyang, it has been years since we last met. Today, I wish to present you with a token of our reunion. Let us visit a jewelry store." Upon hearing of a gift, San Shenyang smiled, saying, "Well, at least you have a heart. Not in vain have I raised you since childhood." Wu Tian felt somewhat speechless, pondering that he had come to court her. Yet she referred to herself as old lady, which hardly constituted a proper courtship. As they entered the store, San Shenyang's eyes sparkled at the sight of dazzling gold and silver jewels. She immediately began to focus on selecting her gift. "San Shenyang, this necklace is truly beautiful. Come take a look," Wu Tian urged, pointing to a platinum necklace. "San Shenyang, could you not call me Jiao Jiao Jia?" There are appropriate times for such names, she replied, somewhat displeased. Wu Tian scratched his nearly bald head and acquiesced. All right, Jia, I understand. The shop assistant, a lovely young woman, presented a platinum necklace to San Shenyang. The assistant smiled and remarked, Miss, your boyfriend has exquisite taste. This new necklace is elegant and noble, perfectly matching your aura. Wu Tian was about to clarify that San Shenyang was not his girlfriend when she interjected, What do you mean? Am I not worthy of you? She shot Wu Tian a sharp glare. Having endured the ire of his mentors throughout his life, he found himself unable to argue. To please San Shenyang, he did not even inquire about the necklace's price, simply producing a bank card for the assistant to process. The assistant joyfully accepted the card and, after a swift transaction, announced, payment of 88,000 yuan successful. Stunned by the price of the platinum necklace, San Shenyang watched as Wu Tian carefully adorned her neck with it. The necklace sparkled brilliantly against her skin, enhancing her beauty. They spent 2 hours meandering through the mall, during which Wu Tian also purchased a dress, leather shoes, and high-end cosmetics for San Shenyang. Together, they emerged from the mall, each carrying an array of bags filled with their purchases. As they exited, filled with joy, the assistant, eyeing their numerous gifts, inquired, Xiao Tian, how did you acquire such wealth? Have you been up to something nefarious? Wu Tian's heart skipped a beat. He had recently discovered his father's identity and was now the young master of the Wu family, yet for safety reasons, this had not been disclosed. He thought it prudent to remain silent. San Shenyang, what mischief could I possibly be involved in? This is all my hard-earned money, and I take great pleasure in spending it on you. Seeing the earnest expression on Wu Tian's face, San Shenyang nodded and replied, Thank you for the gifts today. Xiao Tian, it is getting late. I must return now. Madame San was not in a hurry. Today, the two of us were here for a matchmaking appointment, and we had to adhere to the process. Otherwise, I would have no way to justify it to the ancestors. Upon seeing the tall young man before her, who was quite earnest about this arrangement, she chuckled softly and said, Little Tian, remember this well. I am Bai Yinjiao, 27 years old and unmarried. Wu Tian, feeling slightly bashful, replied, I am Wu Tian, 22 years old and also unmarried. With that, the formalities were completed, and she bid farewell. Madame San hailed a taxi, clutching her gift bag, and departed without a backward glance. Chapter 10. The Wrath of Madame San. Wu Tian watched as the taxi slowly pulled away, the graceful silhouette of Madame San gradually fading from view. Suddenly, a small car recklessly approached, driving in the wrong direction towards the taxi. The taxi driver, startled, swerved violently, causing the vehicle to careen onto the sidewalk. Oh no, someone is driving under the influence. At that moment, Wu Tian's only concern was for Madame San's safety. He sprinted towards the taxi with all his might. Fortunately, the anticipated collision did not occur at the last possible moment. The errant vehicle swerved back into its lane like a wraith. Wu Tian, undeterred by anything else, yanked open the severely deformed door and swiftly pulled Madame San to safety. She was pale with fright, trembling all over, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. Upon realizing it was Wu Tian holding her, she felt a modicum of relief and leaned her head against his chest. However, Wu Tian had no time to offer comfort. His anxious gaze frantically scanned the traffic and the crowd, searching for the culprit responsible for this harrowing scene. The driver clumsily crawled from his vehicle, revealing a gash on his scalp, with blood trickling down his cheek. His face was a mask of terror and guilt as he hurriedly exclaimed, I'm so sorry. Is the young lady hurt? Shall we go to the hospital? Madame San, regaining her composure, replied, I'm fine. You should check yourself into the hospital. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Tian cradled Madame San in one arm and accepted the 3 bags the driver offered with the other, striding purposefully out of the crowd of onlookers. With the agility of an arrow, Wu Tian reached a spot over 30 meters away. His imposing motorcycle was parked on the sidewalk. He carefully placed Madame San on the back seat, and they donned their helmets. Wu Tian mounted the motorcycle, unlocked it, gently twisted the throttle, and the bike slowly merged into the flow of traffic. The motorcycle roared to life, racing forward with the wind at their backs. Madame San's delicate arms, resembling white lotus stems, clung tightly around Wu Tian's waist, her enchanting scent wafting through the air. Wu Tian felt the fragrance intensifying against his back, yet he dared not let his mind wander into foolish thoughts. He murmured softly, Madam, tonight's events feel rather peculiar. I think it would be wise for us to exercise caution. You should stay at my place tonight. Madame Sen responded softly with an Wu Tian's small villa was situated on the outskirts, and as he took the beautiful woman for a ride under the night sky, he slowed down the motorcycle. At this moment, the vehicles in the suburbs were scarce. Suddenly, a blinding light surged from behind as a luxurious sedan roared past Wu Tian's motorcycle. The car came to an abrupt halt, and fortunately, Wu Tian managed to slow down just in time. From the sedan emerged 4 robust men in their 30s. The leader towering at nearly 6 feet, clad in a tailored gray suit, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He declared, "Kid, I've been watching you all night. I can't believe you dare to touch my woman." "What? Your woman?" Wu Tian's temper flared instantly, and impulsively, he parked his motorcycle and charged at the 4 men. "Who is your woman?" The third master's wife also erupted in fury, leaping from the car and blocking Wu Tian. The man exhaled a few smoke rings and retorted, "Jiao Jiao, I am your number 1 brother. How dare you seek out wild men behind my back?" With a cold laugh, the third master's wife shot back, "You're merely a cigarette. A number 1 brother can be replaced at any moment. I am not your plaything." The man snarled, "Kid, nice motorcycle. Must be worth several $100,000, huh? So you're the new number 1 brother for this wench? I've already taught you both a lesson tonight. And you still haven't learned your lesson. Boys, take care of this kid and this woman, and bring them back to cool off my anger." As soon as the leader finished speaking, his 3 lackeys lunged at Wu Tian with fists raised. Just as Wu Tian was about to retaliate, the third master's wife dashed forward, unleashing a fierce kick from her long, fair legs, sending 2 of the lackeys sprawling several meters away, crashing onto the road. The third lackey, startled by the sudden display, received a resounding slap from the beauty, knocking him to the ground. The leader was taken aback, his bravado dissipating as he stammered, "Stay back, stay back. I'm the second son of the Huang family." The third master's wife transformed into a formidable tigress, fiercely declaring, "Today, I shall show you what I'm capable of. You better enjoy it." With that, she seized the leader by the collar with her left hand, astonishingly lifting him off the ground. Her right hand delivered a series of sharp slaps to his face, transforming it into a swollen mass. He cried out in pain, "Ouch! Ouch!" The beauty, unfazed, tossed him to the ground, placing her stiletto heel on his chest, proclaiming, "If I don't assert myself, do you think I'm just a sickly cat?" Wu Tian, witnessing the stunning yet fierce display from the third master's wife, couldn't he help but applaud her for her power and bravery, exclaiming, "What a formidable woman." However, as he noticed her smooth, fair thighs exposed beneath her long skirt, he hurriedly approached to adjust her dress. The third master's wife realized her previous actions lacked grace, her face flushing with embarrassment as she scolded, "You meddlesome brat. Forgive me, my lady, I was wrong. Please, have mercy this once, and I promise it won't happen again," the leader pleaded, still groveling. "Depart. Remember what I said tonight. If you dare to provoke me again, I shall make your existence a living torment." Chapter 11. Wu Tian takes a beating. Wu Tian led the third mistress into the villa, where the beautiful woman curiously scanned her surroundings. Although the hall could not be deemed lavish, it exuded an air of elegance and refinement. "This house is truly wonderful," the third mistress exclaimed. Wu Tian replied with a smile, "I am glad you like it. From now on, this will be your home." "Thank you, Xiao Tian," she said, a glimmer of emotion flashing in her eyes. At that moment, the main door swung open, and Xiao Li and Xiao Yu entered. "Sister Jiao Jiao," Xiao Li exclaimed. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tian is impressive. He just acquired a wife last night, and has brought her home tonight." Wu Tian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The events from the previous day with the third mistress had been exposed. "Who are they?" The third mistress's voice held a hint of menace. "Your fans. They are my housemates," Wu Tian hastily explained, lowering his head. The third mistress wore a peculiar expression, a mix of amusement and disbelief, and waved her hand at the 2 young beauties as a form of greeting. "Take me to your room," the third mistress commanded. And Wu Tian felt a sharp pain in his ear. "No, please, third mistress, it hurts," he pleaded. This time, the third mistress's grip was quite severe, distorting Wu Tian's expression. Faced with her fierce demeanor, he dared not resist and obediently led the furious beauty upstairs to his bedroom. Once in the room, the third mistress finally released her grip on Wu Tian's ear and angrily settled onto the sofa, crossing her legs. Wu Tian, with his head bowed, could not help but be distracted by her long, fair, and smooth legs. What an audacious individual! How dare you tease me and insist I call you husband while demanding such liberties? That is not the case, I assure you. Wu Tian stammered, fear overtaking him as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Not the case? Hand over your phone. The third mistress bellowed. Reluctantly, Wu Tian surrendered his phone and stood nervously to the side as she perused his messages, her expression darkening with each line. You dare to toy with me? She glared at him. I was wrong, third mistress. I shall never do so again. Wu Tian's plea was cut short as the third mistress abruptly rose from the sofa, seized him by the waist, and slammed him onto the couch. With one of her high heels, she delivered sharp blows to his rear, eliciting cries for mercy from him. After thoroughly chastising Wu Tian, the third mistress finally ceased her assault, her anger subsiding. Leaning awkwardly against the sofa, Wu Tian mused to himself that, no matter how beautiful this tigress was, he no longer wished to marry her. Now, tell me, where does your wealth originate? How did you come to reside in this villa? Why do those girls refer to you as young master? What other secrets are you hiding from me? Third mistress, I must confess. My father has found me and transferred 100 million to me. The villa belongs to Mr. Fu of the company. And those two beautiful young ladies have been arranged by him to protect me, Wu Tian stated matter-of-factly. Congratulations on reuniting with your father, exclaimed the third master's wife, her face radiating joy. My father and I have only met through video. He has yet to disclose that I am the young master of the Wu family for my safety, Wu Tian replied. Oh, I see, murmured the third master's wife. Recalling the words of her master, you 7 wives must take good care of little Tian Tian and ensure he avenges the heinous act of murdering the pregnant woman and her unborn child. For such a crime is intolerable. That fateful afternoon, 18 years ago, the ancestor had been wandering when he witnessed a young pregnant woman clutching 4-year-old Wu Tian plummet down the precipice of Yunpan Mountain. Wu Tian's mother was left in a shattered state, her life extinguished, claiming both her own and her child's. Yet, Wu Tian, held tightly in her embrace, narrowly escaped death. The ancestor sighed deeply, lifting the unconscious young Wu Tian and ascending to Yunpan Peak. The elder meticulously examined the scene of the tragedy. Noting that the footprints of mother and child were still over 6 meters from the edge of the cliff, and there had been no strong winds to sweep them away. He also observed that the grass nearby, half a meter high, had been bent and scattered, revealing that a sudden surge of internal energy had propelled them off the cliff. As the third master's wife pondered this, tears welled in her eyes, and her demeanor softened as she gently caressed Wu Tian's cheek, saying, Little Tian Tian, with me around, I shall protect you. The shift in her emotional state left Wu Tian momentarily bewildered. He softly replied, Thank you, teacher's wife. It's getting late. Please arrange a room for the third master's wife. I need to sleep, he added. I want to sleep with you, just like when I was a child, with you holding me. That is not possible, Wu Tian. You've grown up now, and there are matters regarding the live broadcast. You mustn't speak of this. Do you understand? The third master's wife began to admonish him once more. Teacher's wife, I won't say anything to anyone. You can sleep in the bed, and I'll take the sofa. I simply wish to be near you, Wu Tian pleaded, gazing at her with earnest eyes. Chapter 12. The incident of the beautiful legs. At 7 in the morning, Wu Tian sprang up from the sofa. To his surprise, the third master's wife's delicate, rosy face greeted him, her beautiful eyes closed in slumber, revealing her long, smooth legs. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard and quickly averted his gaze, fearing she might awaken to see him staring. He tiptoed into the bathroom, quickly freshened up, and then headed out to buy breakfast. At 8 o'clock, Wu Tian arrived at the hotel accompanied by the 2 lovely young ladies. Walking ahead, he was followed closely by Xiao Li and Xiao Yu as they entered the lobby. Wu Ge, you truly exude an air of authority, remarked security guard Wang Hu, observing Wu Tian, who, like him, worked in security, always accompanied by 2 beautiful women. Filled with envy, he hurriedly approached Wu Tian to greet him. Wu Tian chuckled softly and leaned closer to his ear, whispering about 2 charming young ladies. Brother Wang, if you fancy these 2 beauties, feel free to pursue them. I shall create opportunities for you. Thank you, thank you. Wang Hu grinned broadly, his mouth stretching from ear to ear, nodding and bowing to Wu Tian. At 9 o'clock in the morning, San Shenyang stretched languidly, her posture reminiscent of an orchid, her sleepy eyes still half closed. She thought to herself, oh dear, my sleeping appearance is rather unseemly. The beauty blinked her eyes, suddenly noticing that 2 buttons on her sleep robe had somehow come undone, revealing her fair skin. Her long legs kicked the thin, cool blanket to the foot of the bed. Glancing towards the sofa, she sighed in relief at Wu Tian's absence, thinking how fortunate it was that he had not witnessed her disheveled state. With a swift motion, she leaped out of bed and dashed into the bathroom. After a quick wash and some careful grooming, she donned the pleated skirt that Wu Tian had bought for her the previous day and slipped into white crystal sandals. Just as she was about to step out, she spotted the breakfast that Wu Tian had prepared for her on the coffee table. A warmth surged in her heart, and a glimmer of gratitude sparkled in her eyes as she thought, how considerate of Wu Tian. She picked up the breakfast box and exited her home. Fu Bo. Yesterday the young master was attacked, but his wife managed to defuse the situation, Shaoli remarked. Fu Bo was taken aback. This lad just had a heartbreak 3 days ago and has already found a wife? And now he's been attacked. Is he embroiled in a love rivalry? The young master's wife is called Jiao Jiao. He met her on Dodo and brought her home last night. They are now living together, Xiao Yu explained. Shaoli continued. It seems the young master possesses remarkable martial skills. His speed is astonishing. His wife is even more formidable. In less than a minute, she took down 4 thugs single-handedly. After pondering for a moment, Fu Bo instructed, you two should investigate Jiao Jiao's background. And do not speak of last night's events to anyone. The 2 young ladies nodded in agreement and exited Fu Bo's office. In the afternoon, Wu Tian languidly reclined on the large sofa in the lounge, engrossed in his phone, reading a message from San Shenyang. Every day, tonight Si Shenyang has an engagement. The blind date is cancelled. The time will be notified later. Upon hearing San Shenyang mention Si Shenyang, Wu Tian was reminded of the lovely Xine, who seemed to be slightly younger than San Shenyang. She was also a stunning beauty. With a gentle disposition and a notably timid nature, she had been the target of his childhood pranks. Wu Tian mused, if she doesn't go, then so be it, and replied to San Shenyang with a simple acknowledgement. He then began browsing through his photo album, captivated by the alluring legs of San Shenyang. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a shadow emerging beside him, startling him into hastily concealing his phone. Regaining his composure, Wu Tian looked up to find it was the beautiful manager, Yang Lan. Hand over your phone, she said, her expression somewhat intimidating. Although Wu Tian felt a touch of trepidation, the photograph featured the exquisite legs of San Shenyang, and he simply could not allow that woman to possess his phone. Sister Lan, I was wrong. I should be patrolling, Wu Tian declared, attempting to flee. Yang Lan had come to inspect Wu Tian's post. She stealthily approached him and glanced at his phone. To her astonishment, she discovered a picture showcasing a pair of long, slender legs adorned in white sandals, reminiscent of her own elegant limbs. Yang Lan seized one of Wu Tian's hands and exclaimed, scoundrel, when did you surreptitiously capture my image, flaunting my beautiful legs? At that moment, Wu Tian grasped the situation and retorted loudly, Sister Lan, I did not take a clandestine photo of you. Those long legs in the picture are not yours. Upon hearing his words, Yang Lan's ire intensified. She bellowed, are you implying that my legs are neither long nor beautiful enough? Wu Tian was at a loss for words, silently pondering how her legs' length and beauty had any relevance to him. Observing Wu Tian's silence, Yang Lan lifted her chin defiantly, adopting a posture that demanded justification. Feeling guilty, are we? Hand over your phone and delete my picture, and I may spare you, she commanded. Disinterested in her incessant prattle, Wu Tian subtly exerted his wrist, freeing himself from her grasp, and bolted away. Enraged by his audacity, Yang Lan stomped her high heels against the floor in frustration. She retrieved her phone, dialed a number, and said, Fenjie, Wu Tian has surreptitiously photographed me. Please arrange for someone to teach him a lesson. Understood, I will handle it, Qin Shufan replied. Just ensure it doesn't happen in my hotel, Yang Lan added with a cautionary tone. Rest assured, I know precisely how to manage this, Qin Shufan assured. Chapter 13. Jealousy and Rivalry. On Thursday evening, Wu Tian accompanied 2 charming young ladies along with his colleagues, Wang Hu and Zhang Pengzi, to the bustling night market at the Central Plaza for a late-night feast. The 2 lovely ladies nestled closely beside Wu Tian, leaving Wang Hu and Zhang Pengzi to occupy seats across from him. Everyone relaxed and ordered freely. Wu Tian exuded an air of authority, despite being merely a lowly security guard. Wang Hu and Zhang Pengzi, unreserved, expressed their gratitude, saying, Thank you, Brother Wu. They ordered a delightful spread, including a platter of large lobsters, a bowl of peanuts, a dish of smashed cucumbers, and a generous serving of lamb skewers. Although the fare was simple, the five enjoyed a jovial evening filled with laughter. Zhang Pengzi and Wang, who continually referred to him as Brother Wu, raising their large beer mugs to toast him, while the two young ladies sipped on soft drinks and busily peeled the lobster shells. Suddenly, Wu Tian recalled San Shenyang and sent her a message. Shenyang, are you busy? I'm at the Central Market night market. Please join me for a late-night snack. Within mere moments, she replied with a cheerful emoji, indicating that she would arrive shortly. Zhang Pengzi, sporting a broad grin, ingratiatingly remarked, everyone at the company is speculating that Brother Wu is the young master of the Wu family, and working as a security guard at the hotel is merely a form of training. In the future, you must look out for us. Wu Tian managed a bittersweet smile as he declared, I am but an orphan, bearing the surname Wu, merely a coincidence with the company's owner. I have also heard that the proprietor is in search of his long-lost son, and perhaps I am among those they seek. I am indifferent to whether my parents are affluent or not. I simply long to find my biological mother and father. Upon hearing his words, the others cast sympathetic glances in his direction. Zhang the corpulent, feeling an awkwardness, murmured an apology. I am sorry, Wu Gu. My tongue has run amok, and with that, he raised his large beer mug and downed its contents in one go. Oh, what a shameless fellow, daring to offend Sister Lan, Qin Shufan exclaimed, placing her hands defiantly on her hips. The crowd turned to see two stunning women accompanied by four burly men. Wu Tian immediately recognized the two enchanting ladies. One was Qin Shufan, the other Yang Lan. He retorted to Qin Shufan, what business is it of yours regarding my matters with Sister Lan? Qin Shufan, incensed by his words, felt her fury ignite and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Fortunately, Shaoli reacted swiftly, rising to her feet and grasping Qin Shufan's right hand, gently pushing her to the ground. Yang Lan, witnessing the scene, glared menacingly at Shaoli, declaring, Sister Qin has just secured a 1 billion yuan contract for the company. I dare say you need not return to the hotel tomorrow. With Yang Lan's support, Qin Shufan regained her footing and shouted at Wu Tian, hand over your phone immediately. Let Sister Lan deal with this. And then kneel to apologize, so that she may protect your position. Xiao Yu, unable to tolerate Qin Shufan's audacious demeanor any longer, sprang to her feet with lightning speed, delivering a resounding slap across her face. With a smirk, she disdainfully remarked, young manager, what significance do you hold before our young master? As Qin Shufan clutched her reddened cheek, she defiantly shouted, Sister Lan, do not heed their nonsense. Wu Tian is merely a parentless orphan. He spent 2 years as a laborer before becoming a mere security guard at the hotel. How could he possibly be a young master? Shaoli, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Lan, remarked, Sister Lan, you are a perceptive one. I ponder whether the rumors surrounding Wu Gu could have emerged without reason. Amidst the commotion, a voice emerged from a striking woman clad in a flowing white dress, who was none other than the third master's wife. Upon seeing her approach, Wu Tian quickly reached for her hand, saying, Mistress, it is nothing serious. It is merely that the beautiful manager insists that the photos you sent me were taken without consent, and she has brought my ex-girlfriend to bully me. He wore a face of feigned grievance, for the third master's wife had always been his steadfast protector. Understanding the situation, the third master's wife's temper flared. With an exuberant leap, her skirt billowed around her, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. The third master's wife paid no heed to the onlookers, her fiery gaze seemingly proclaiming to the world, I am a little fairy. Wu Tian was overjoyed, pondering to himself, did you see that? Who could possibly rival my third master's wife in beauty? Upon encountering the stunning woman before her, Yang Lan was momentarily rendered speechless, utterly taken aback. This enchanting beauty was indeed breathtaking, whether it was her exquisite features, her ethereal demeanor, or her enviable long legs. Every aspect was on par with her own, leaving Yang Lan pleasantly surprised. Yang Lan was no ordinary individual. She served as the human resources manager in her company, having navigated the complexities of the workplace for many years. She was well aware of the various unwritten rules that governed the professional realm. Additionally, she recalled how Shaoli and Xiaoyu referred to Wu Tian as young master, coupled with the myriad rumors circulating about him in the company. She began to contemplate the implications. If Wu Tian truly was the heir of the Wu family, it would signify immense power and wealth, someone not to be trifled with lightly. With this realization, Yang Lan immediately shot Wu Tian a flirtatious glance and sweetly remarked, "Oh dear, it was all a misunderstanding. Xiao Wu is an outstanding employee at our hotel. I apologize to him today. Let us all enjoy the evening. I, Sister Lan, shall cover the bill." This sudden shift in allegiance infuriated Qin Shufan, yet she dared not offend Sister Lan, begrudgingly glaring at Wu Tian before departing with her 4 burly companions. After resuming their seats, Wang Hu and Zhang Pengzi noticed that the ladies had changed. 2 stunning beauties nestled closely on either side of Wu Tian, with Xiaoli beside Wang Hu and Xiaoyu beside Zhang Pengzi. This thrilled both men, leaving them grinning from ear to ear as they lavished attention upon the 2 lovely women. Meanwhile, the 3rd master's wife was savoring the lobster that Wu Tian had peeled for her when she suddenly noticed Yang Lan persistently toasting Wu Tian, often flashing him flirtatious smiles. A surge of jealousy welled up within her, prompting her to engage in a subtle contest with Yang Lan. One moment she was feeding Wu Tian lobster, the next, pouring him drinks. Unwilling to be outdone, Yang Lan showered Wu Tian with sweet compliments and peeled lobster for him as well. The 2 beautiful women were embroiled in a playful rivalry, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Yet, Wu Tian remained composed, relishing the attention while secretly reveling in the spectacle. The scene was undeniably entertaining, and Wu Tian could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 14. Sister Lan's injury. Wu Tian awoke in a daze, his blurry eyes adjusting to the sight of several stunning women sprawled across a large bed, while he himself had spent the entire night on the floor. Gradually, memories of the previous night flooded back. Everyone had indulged in drinks and then retreated to their hotel for the night. His lackluster gaze flicked toward the bed, and he was astounded to see 4 beautiful women huddled together, having turned the sheets into a makeshift blanket. Their cheeks were flushed with a rosy glow, and they remained blissfully lost in their dreams, sleeping sweetly. As Wu Tian felt a sudden warmth in his nose, he hurriedly rushed to the restroom, almost on the verge of a nosebleed. Earlier in the day, he had strolled around the luxurious hotel a couple of times, and fortunately, nothing significant had occurred. Seizing a moment of solitude, he stealthily slipped into the lounge. After dozing off briefly, he was awakened by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the beautiful Yang Lan entering, carrying a multi-tiered stainless steel lunchbox. "Xiao Wu, I've made you some rib and corn soup. Come on, it's time for lunch," she cheerfully announced, as she retrieved 2 lunchboxes and divided the meal into portions, setting a small bowl of soup on the coffee table. Wu Tian swiftly sat up and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lan Jia." With a smile, Yang Lan replied, "Xiao Wu, there's no need to be so polite with me." Just then, Wu Tian's phone chimed with a message. He quickly reached for his phone and opened the green bubble. It was a message from his teacher's wife. "Little Tian, no flirting with girls at work. Make sure to come home on time." Wu Tian responded affirmatively, acknowledging her message. The sweet tone of Yang Lan's voice was irresistible, combined with the delectable scents surrounding him, piquing his appetite. He eagerly dug into the meal, which consisted of braised pork, stir-fried beef with green peppers, bean sprouts, and the rib and corn soup, clearly a labor of love from Yang Lan. After finishing his meal, he assisted Lan Jie in tidying up the soup containers, disposing of the lunchbox in the trash. "Does Xiao Wu have a girlfriend?" Yang Lan inquired, her voice soft and charming, as she leaned slightly closer to Wu Tian. A sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to shift subtly away, pondering why she, known as the company's renowned ice queen, would suddenly ask about his relationship status. Did having a boyfriend turn women into fierce tigers? Feeling flustered, Wu Tian stumbled over his words. "Lan Jie, I don't have a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Yang Lan's heart swelled with joy. She gazed intently at the handsome young man before her, noting his round features and gentle demeanor, realizing he might be the son of the Wu family. "And what do you think of me?" Yang Lan's question took Wu Tian by surprise. When he met her fiery gaze, his face flushed crimson, and he stammered, "Lan Jie, you are wonderful." Her laughter rang like a clear silver bell. "Would you be willing to consider dating me?" Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for her directness. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind, unsure of how to respond. Just at that moment, the lounge door was abruptly kicked open, startling both of them on the sofa, prompting an instinctual distancing between them. Just moments ago, the gentle and affectionate Sister Yin was abruptly startled by the forceful kick at the door, which disrupted her pleasant encounter. In a fit of rage, she sprang from the sofa and shouted, "Boss Ding, what do you mean by this?" Boss Ding, a rotund figure, chuckled maliciously and replied, "My dear, I have had my eyes on you for 2 years. You've been so indifferent. Yet here I find you in such a heated exchange with this little security guard, ha." His loud proclamation instantly transformed the atmosphere of the lounge into one charged with tension. Wu Tian, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, found himself in a precarious situation. Boss Ding glared at him menacingly, gritting his teeth as he spat. "You, a mere security guard, dare to compete for a woman with me? What are you even worth?" Although Wu Tian felt somewhat dazed, he was not one to shy away from confrontation. He calmly replied, "Boss Ding, there's nothing going on between Sister Yin and me. Please do not misunderstand. If you wish to pursue her, it must be with her consent. Causing a scene at the hotel is your own fault." You think there's nothing? Do you take me for a fool? I won't let you interfere in my pursuit of women." Boss Ding dismissed Wu Tian's explanation entirely, advancing with the intent to seize him by the collar. Seeing this, Sister Yin quickly stepped in front of Wu Tian, exclaiming, "Boss Ding, do not act recklessly. This is my affair, and it has nothing to do with him." But Boss Ding was unyielding. With a resounding slap, he struck Sister Yin, bellowing, "You wretched woman, how dare you protect him?" Sister Yin staggered, her balance faltering, and fell to the ground, her leg inadvertently striking the corner of the coffee table, resulting in a deep gash that bled profusely. This sight ignited Wu Tian's fury, and just as he was about to retaliate against Boss Ding, the lounge door burst open once more, and Xiao Li and Xiao Yu rushed in with fervor. Upon seeing Sister Yin's tragic state, the two young women sprang into action with astonishing speed. Xiao Li delivered a powerful punch to Boss Ding's ample belly, while Xiao Yu kicked him sharply in the thigh. Boss Ding, unable to withstand the prowess of these two skilled beauties, toppled over like a fallen pig. With the immediate threat neutralized, Wu Tian hurried to check on Sister Yin's injuries. He noticed a distinct red handprint on her face, tears welling in her eyes. And as he looked to her injured leg, he saw her small hand pressing firmly against the wound. Her hand, calf, and the white dress were all stained with vivid crimson. With no time to spare regarding Boss Ding, Wu Tian scooped Sister Yin into his arms and dashed out with great urgency. He sprinted to the pharmacy downstairs, placing Sister Yin on a bench at the entrance. He rushed inside to procure alcohol, a pack of gauze, cotton, and a bottle of blood-stopping powder. Emerging from the pharmacy, he immediately cleaned Sister Yan's leg wound with alcohol, applied the blood-stopping powder, and finally bandaged her calf with gauze. The beautiful woman furrowed her brow, the pain from her wound causing beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead. Wu Tian sat on a bench, gently placing the woman's right leg across his thigh. He extended his right hand, softly caressing the white gauze. With a slight exertion, a stream of energy flowed into her injury. The woman, Yang Lan, immediately felt a cool sensation at the sight of her wound, and the pain lessened significantly. "Will I have a scar on my calf?" she asked, a sense of unease creeping into her thoughts. "No, you won't," Wu Tian replied with a silly grin. Chapter 15. Designated girlfriend. Wu Tian swiftly scooped up Sister Lan and hurriedly transported her back to the hotel, deftly securing a room for the lovely lady. He then summoned two charming girls, Xiao Li and Xiao Yu, and earnestly instructed them, "Please take good care of Sister Lan." With a lingering glance from Sister Lan, Wu Tian nonchalantly exited the room. Glancing at the time, he realized there was still over half an hour until his shift ended. But suddenly he recalled that third mistress had insisted he return home promptly after work. Tonight, she would surely have prepared a feast of his favorite delicacies. Oh, to hell with the absurd rules about tardiness and early departures. I have Sister Lan to back me up. With this thought, Wu Tian hopped onto his motorcycle and sped off, leaving no trace behind. With a cheerful demeanor, Wu Tian burst into the hall, calling out, "Third mistress, Jiao Jiao. I'm back." Third mistress ignored him, prompting Wu Tian to blink in surprise. He glanced around the hall and was taken aback to see 7 breathtakingly beautiful women seated on 3 rows of grand sofas. At the sound of his voice, all 7 ladies stood up in unison. "Oh my, it seems you only have eyes for Jiao Jiao, your third mistress," came the teasing voice of the grand mistress. Lu Qingqing. Wu Tian quickly turned to the group of enchanting ladies, realizing that among them stood his third mistress as well. The grand mistress's words had caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, and she playfully winked at him. "Not at all. I've missed all of you dearly," Wu Tian exclaimed, his excitement propelling him into the Grand Mistress's embrace. All right, you're all grown up now. No need to act like a child, she chuckled, affectionately ruffling his hair. Come over and meet the other mistresses. After greeting each one, Wu Tian curiously asked, I didn't expect all the mistresses to come see me. Second mistress, Lan Yu, chimed in. It's because your third mistress mentioned you found your biological father. We came to congratulate you. Wu Tian grinned widely, warmth flooding his heart. At that moment, third mistress, Bai Yanjiao, approached and took Wu Tian's hand, saying, Xiao Tian, come with me to the kitchen and see what the mistresses have prepared for you. Following her into the kitchen, Wu Tian was greeted by an array of sumptuous dishes laid out on the stove. Wow, so many delicious foods, all my favorites, he exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement. Look at you, such a greedy little kitten. Third mistress teased with a smile. These dishes were specially prepared for you by the mistresses. You should hurry and give them a try. Wu Tian eagerly picked up his chopsticks, indulging in his meal with great enthusiasm. Lan Yu, the second masteress wife, entered and remarked, just like in your childhood, you're still so gluttonous. Hurry up and bring the dishes to the table. Everyone gathered around the dining table, ready to savor the delightful feast. As Wu Tian relished his food, he engaged in cheerful conversation with the masteress wives. Xiao Tian, after you find your father, do not forget your masteress wives. Fifth masteress wife, Lin Yu, said with a smile. How could I ever forget? You will always be the closest to me. Wu Tian replied, his mouth full and his words slightly garbled. Here, have some more of this. Sixth masteress wife, Su Xiaoxua, placed a piece of braised pork in Wu Tian's bowl. Thank you, sixth masteress wife, he said, his eyes squinting with delight. The meal was lively, filled with laughter and joy. After dining, the masteress wives swiftly cleared the table and settled down to chat. Wu Tian, filled with joy, sought to mingle with the beautiful women but was unceremoniously shooed away by the masteress wives. Xiao Tian, you should return to your room. We need to hold a meeting regarding you, the eldest masteress wife said. Reluctantly, Wu Tian returned to his room, his mind racing with curiosity about the purpose of this meeting. He quietly focused his energy and pressed his ear against the wall to eavesdrop. Sisters, the eldest masteress wife began. We are here today primarily to discuss how to protect Wu Tian. Fourth masteress wife, Chen Xian, asked with some apprehension, Sister, is it really that serious? The eldest masteress wife nodded and continued. Yes, Wu Tian has found his father and has become a young master of the Wu family. According to our master, Wu Tian's enemies are formidable, bearing a deep-seated grudge against the Wu family. Therefore, as his masteress wives and also his sisters, we must ensure his safety. We need to assign someone to protect him as a girlfriend around the clock. A silence enveloped the room. Lan Yu then suggested, I believe third masteress wife is most suited to be Xiao Tian's girlfriend. Upon hearing this, third masteress wife, Bai Yanjiao, turned crimson, exclaiming, No, I am his third masteress wife. How can I be his girlfriend? Wu Tian, overhearing this, chuckled inwardly, puzzled by the mention of enemies. He had never heard the master speak of any. The eldest master's wife continued, Third sister, you're quite grown up yet still so carefree. You've been calling Wu Tian husband in the live stream and comparing thighs. It's only been a few days. And look at the trouble you've already caused him. Third master's wife, feeling embarrassed at being caught, stammered. I was simply swept up in the atmosphere of the live stream. I had no idea that Wu Tian was actually him. It was Xiao Tian who was setting me up. Her explanation elicited hearty laughter from the master's wives. I really don't have that much time, third master's wife protested. The eldest master's wife replied, I truly don't feel at ease leaving Xiao Tian in your care alone. I think it would be quite appropriate to assign this task to you. Sixth master's wife, Su Xiaoxua. If third master's wife is unavailable, you should step in as Wu Tian's girlfriend. Only then did the sixth mistress hastily wave her hands, declaring it impossible. The first mistress, with a solemn expression, insisted that it must be done. For the sake of Wu Tian, what could we not accomplish? Upon hearing these words, the third and sixth mistresses fell silent, left with no choice but to nod in agreement. A smile finally graced the first mistress's face when she saw her two disciples acquiesce. She repeatedly cautioned them to ensure that no ill-intentioned women approached Wu Tian. The third and sixth mistresses nodded once more, resembling obedient schoolchildren. Chapter 16. The fierce mother tiger. After the meeting of the mistresses concluded, the first mistress called Wu Tian back. cheerfully informing him that the mistresses had been exhausted from their day and urged him to prepare the rooms. 3 guest rooms would suffice. Wu Tian was overjoyed, responding eagerly. All right. He promptly dashed upstairs, swiftly arranging 3 spacious guest rooms for the mistresses. The first mistress and the second mistress shared one room, while the fourth mistress and fifth mistress occupied another, leaving the third mistress without a designated room. The first mistress meaningfully warned Wu Tian not to bully the third mistress. Wu Tian, fully aware of the implications, refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely nodding vigorously in agreement. Upon realizing she had no room assigned to her, the third mistress's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a bashful bride, as she shyly followed Wu Tian into his bedroom. Once inside, she shot him a fierce glare before bouncing onto the bed and pulling the covers over herself. Meanwhile, Wu Tian chuckled foolishly, settling down on the sofa. His gaze fixated on the beauty on the bed, delight filling his heart. Meanwhile, the first mistress and the second mistress shared a bed, engaging in light-hearted conversation. The second mistress laughed, commenting, "Sister, this boy Wu Tian, aside from not mastering the 7 stars divine arts purple light shield and the 7 stars accompanying the moon, is quite adept in other skills. Are we perhaps making a mountain out of a molehill with this arrangement?" The first mistress pondered for a moment before retorting, "Umph. Wu Tian's abilities are commendable, yet he is now the young master of the Wu family, exposed to the light while enemies lurk in the shadows. We must keep a watchful eye on the third and sixth sisters, ensuring Wu Tian's true capabilities remain concealed, allowing us sisters to shield him from any trouble." The second mistress, unable to restrain herself, muttered, "Does that mean we'll have to revolve around this boy every day?" The first mistress replied with a knowing smile, "Ever since our master took him in, our fates have been intertwined with his. This connection will be unbreakable for a lifetime." The second mistress glanced at her petite figure and fair thighs, remarking, "Well, it seems this fortunate boy has indeed struck gold with us 7 enchanting mistresses." The first mistress shot her a teasing glance, jesting, "What's wrong? Do you not find Wu Tian to your liking? He's a rare gem, hard to come by." The second mistress rolled her eyes at the first mistress, retorting, "If you fancy him so much, why not become his girlfriend?" The 2 beauties then playfully tussled on the bed, laughter filling the air. The following day, Wu Tian bid farewell to the other female mentors and found himself alone with his third mentor, Bai Yanjiao. With a rosy complexion, she lowered her beautiful gaze and fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, her heart racing like a little rabbit, filled with an uneasy excitement. She thought to herself, "Oh dear, being his girlfriend on the very first day feels rather embarrassing." Observing her bashful demeanor, Wu Tian wore a mischievous grin and declared, "From today onward, you are my girlfriend, my precious." Bai Yanjiao shot him a glance, lightly punched his arm, and playfully retorted, "Humph, you're being insincere, still calling me third mentor." Yet, upon hearing him refer to her as precious, her heart blossomed with joy. Feeling a bit bashful himself, Wu Tian scratched his head and amended, "Jiajiao. From now on you are my treasure, and I shall pamper you well. Come, let us go buy some gifts." Bai Yanjiao, true to her name, possessed skin as fair as snow and was extraordinarily beautiful. She nodded slightly, following Wu Tian to the grand shopping mall. They wandered through the mall for quite a while, during which Wu Tian chose a stunning necklace for Bai Yanjiao and personally adorned her with it. "Wow, it's beautiful," he exclaimed. A blush spread across Bai Yanjiao's cheeks as she softly replied, "You have quite the eye." Wu Tian chuckled and said, "Precious, let us buy a dress. I want to make you look absolutely stunning." With that, he took her delicate hand and led her to the women's clothing section. Upon arriving at a boutique, he selected an elegant dress for Bai Yanjiao and smiled, saying, "Jiajiao, wearing this, you will surely resemble a celestial being descending to earth." Bai Yanjiao playfully scolded him, "Stop with the flattery, but I do like it." As they exited the mall, laughing and chatting, Jiajiao suggested, "Little Tian, let us buy a fish today. I will prepare a lovely dinner to celebrate." Wu Tian replied cheerfully, "Sounds great." Hand in hand, they made their way to the local market. Before long, they had selected a fish and gathered their ingredients, preparing to head home when they encountered Qin Shufan and Lu Gongzi approaching. Qin Shufan remarked sarcastically, "Oh, isn't this Wu Tian? This beauty isn't half bad, though she pales in comparison to me." Jiajiao, glancing at the heavily made-up woman before her, inquired with displeasure, "Who is she?" Wu Tian disdainfully responded, "My ex-girlfriend, a shameless woman, a materialistic one at that." "You are the shameless one." How can you criticize me when you are nothing but a kept man, living off the generosity of beautiful women? Qin Shufan retorted without restraint, seemingly relentless. She continued to insult, addressing Jiao Jiao. Miss, you may look decent, dressed as if you come from wealth. But Wu Tian is a penniless orphan with nothing to his name but a silver tongue. Do not fall for his tricks. My man is not someone you can disparage with your idle remarks. Bai Yinjiao, enraged by Qin Shufan's slander against Wu Tian, could no longer contain her fury and promptly delivered 2 resounding slaps to Qin Shufan's face. Upon witnessing his beloved being assaulted, young Master Lu was consumed by rage. He launched a swift kick towards Madame San, just as Wu Tian was preparing to intervene. Unexpectedly, 2 figures emerged behind him, their graceful legs executing powerful strikes that sent Lu sprawling several meters away, rolling across the ground. Madam, are you unharmed? I arrived late to protect you. I beg for your forgiveness. Xiao Li and Xiao Yu consistently managed to arrive in the nick of time. Hearing the 2 beauties address her as Madam, Jiao Jiao's face flushed a deep crimson. Wu Tian, finally processing the situation, remarked, You 2 have been tailing us all along. Xiao Yu giggled, Master, how could that be? We are here to safeguard you. Meanwhile, Qin Shufan had helped Lu to his feet. He, defiant, pulled out his phone and called someone, challenging Wu Tian, You little brat. Don't even think about running. I've already summoned reinforcements. They'll be here shortly. Wu Tian retorted, It seems you're not intimidated yet. I'll be right here, eager to see your capabilities. Moments later, young Master Du of the Tiger Head Gang arrived with a band of thugs, bellowing, Who dares to lay a hand on my brother? Lu pointed at Wu Tian, exclaiming, Big brother, they bullied me. You must help me deal with them. Young Master Du, a ruthless underboss in his 20s, followed Lu's finger and beheld 3 stunning beauties. His gaze lingered particularly on Bai Yinjiao, causing his eyes to widen with desire. He shouted, Just take care of that man and bring the 3 beauties back. Let us enjoy ourselves. The gangsters, thrilled at the prospect of such a prize, surged forward. Just as Wu Tian was about to confront them, Madame San restrained him, whispering, Do not reveal your martial prowess. As her words fell, Jiao Jiao, Xiao Li, and Xiao Yu launched into action, swiftly overpowering the mob of thugs within mere minutes. Young Master Du, witnessing his subordinates being dispatched with ease, cursed, Useless fools. Frustrated, he tore off his shirt, revealing a muscular physique, as he boasted, I fancy these 3 ladies. Their skills are commendable, and I wager their talents in bed are equally impressive. Madame San's temper flared at his words, transforming her into a fierce tigress. She shouted defiantly, Do you think I fear you? I will undress too. She began to unbutton her clothing, preparing to engage young Master Du in battle. Wu Tian, alarmed by the unfolding scene, implored, Madame San, please remain calm. We are women. We cannot resort to such measures. At last, she regained her composure. Noticing Wu Tian fastening her collar, embarrassed, she averted her gaze, appearing like a contrite girl. Although Madame San refrained from fighting, Xiao Li and Xiao Yu did not spare young Master Du. Their lethal kicks glimmered like icy blades, and with a cry of pain, Du collapsed several meters away. Chapter 17. Wu Tian's ambition. The fierce and menacing members of the Tiger Head Gang now lay prostrate on the ground, lamenting and pleading for mercy. Young Master Du, still defiant, shouted, You have some nerve. Our Tiger Head Gang is filled with experts. You have offended us, and you shall not escape unscathed. Wu Tian let out a cold chuckle and retorted, You pitiful lot, unable to best a few women, yet you still dare to flaunt your might? If I were you, I would be too ashamed to show my face in this world and would plunge myself into the river. He scoffed at the so-called Tiger Head Gang, deeming them a mere rabble, a disgraceful spectacle. At that moment, young Master Lu and Qin Shufan realized the formidable prowess of the beauties surrounding Wu Tian. Their faces drained of color, trembling in fear at the thought of Wu Tian turning his wrath upon them. Wu Tian glared at Lu and Qin, scolding, Young Master Lu, if you fancy this shameless woman, you should keep her in check, ensuring she remains at home and does not cause trouble. If I see her flaunting herself again, I shall make sure you both regret it deeply. Suddenly, a silver flash hurtled towards Wu Tian with lightning speed, leaving little time for reaction. In that critical moment, Master San's wife cried out in alarm, Not good. Without hesitation, she leaped toward Wu Tian in an attempt to push him aside. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful figure descended from above like a celestial being. She glided gracefully, reaching Wu Tian's side in an instant. With a delicate hand, She pinched the oncoming weapon between her slender fingers, effortlessly capturing the lethal throwing knife. As the crowd focused, they realized it was the highly skilled 6th Master's wife, Su Xiaoxue, who had arrived just in time to avert disaster. Wu Tian, initially startled, soon recognized her timely intervention. In the chaos of the ambush, the members of the Tiger Head Gang, along with Qin Shufan and young Master Lu, seized the opportunity to make their escape. 6th Master's wife, noticing the pristine attire and radiant necklace adorning 3rd Master's wife, felt a pang of jealousy surge within her, and she indignantly confronted Wu Tian. You cannot be so biased. Why do you only gift 3rd Master's wife with new clothes and jewelry? I want some too. 3rd Master's wife shot a glare at 6th Master's wife, crossing her arms defiantly. 6th sister, this was Wu Tian's own choice. I do not have your audacity to demand gifts. Upon hearing this, 6th Master's wife fumed, her eyes widening in indignation as she threatened, Humph, 3rd sister. Do not get too smug. If you do not persuade Wu Tian to buy me a gift, I shall reveal your little escapade of shedding clothes and fighting with others today, and I will have eldest sister pass judgment on you. Just wait and see where you will hide your face then. 3rd Master's wife, upon hearing this, instantly panicked, her cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment and anger as she implored, Good sister, please do not speak carelessly. Imitating 3rd Master's wife's gesture of unbuttoning her dress, 6th Master's wife gleefully declared, Then you must quickly persuade Wu Tian to buy me something, or I cannot guarantee my silence. 3rd Master's wife, exasperated, bit her lip and shot a fierce glare at 6th Master's wife, reluctantly conceding, Fine, I will agree, but you must keep your mouth shut. Upon receiving the consent of the 3rd mistress, the 6th mistress finally revealed a victorious smile. Turning to Wu Tian, she playfully remarked, Wu Tian, did you hear that? It is the 3rd mistress who wants you to buy me a gift. The 3rd mistress cast a lingering, melancholic glance at the pair before reluctantly leading Xiao Li and Xiao Yu home to prepare dinner. The 6th mistress, having her wish fulfilled, eagerly dragged Wu Tian to the shopping mall. As they entered the mall, the 6th mistress resembled a joyful little bird, pulling Wu Tian into a boutique specializing in women's apparel. Wu Tian's eyes were drawn to a platinum necklace adorned with sapphires, and after making his selection, he helped the 6th mistress try it on. Adorning the necklace, she gazed at her delicate face in the mirror, then at the dazzling sapphire resting on her graceful neck, and turned to Wu Tian, asking, Xiao Tian, do you think it looks beautiful? Wu Tian, captivated, replied, Mistress, you are simply stunning. The 6th mistress playfully retorted, You flatter me. Now, hurry and purchase it. Next, Wu Tian intentionally chose a white sleeveless v-neck top paired with a black ultra-short skirt. Although the skirt was brief, its irregular cut exuded both fashion and allure. When the 6th mistress entered the fitting room and emerged, all eyes in the store were drawn to her. With her graceful curves, slender waist, and long, elegant legs, she radiated an air of nobility akin to a goddess descending from the heavens. Wu Tian, entranced, exclaimed, Mistress, you are utterly enchanting. The 6th mistress lightly smacked Wu Tian's shoulder, teasingly scolding, You little rascal, you only know how to make me happy. Wu Tian quickly reassured her, Mistress, I speak only the truth. This must be purchased. After completing the payment, the 6th mistress, filled with joy, linked her arm with Wu Tian's, declaring, Xiao Tian, you do have good taste. Wu Tian responded with a smile. Indeed, my mistress must be the most beautiful, and my girlfriend must also be the most exquisite. As soon as the words left his lips, the 6th mistress raised her brows, playfully glaring at Wu Tian. She reached out her delicate hand and firmly tugged at his ear, twisting it slightly. With mock indignation, she exclaimed, How dare you, Wu Tian, eavesdrop on our conversation. Wu Tian winced in pain, exclaiming, Ouch, mistress, that hurts. Please let go. It dawned on Wu Tian that he had inadvertently revealed too much. He hastily explained, There was no need to eavesdrop. We've practiced together since childhood. At this close distance, I could hear everything. The mistress said that both you and the 3rd mistress are my girlfriends. Is it wrong for me to buy gifts for my girlfriends? Upon finishing, he flashed a mischievous grin. The 6th mistress released her grip on Wu Tian's ear, remarking, Well, considering your behavior today, I shall let you off this time. Remember, when it's just the two of us, refrain from constantly calling me 6th mistress. You may call me Sister Shuer instead. Wu Tian hopped onto his motorcycle, taking his sister Shuer along. and with a swift motion, they sped homeward. Upon their arrival, they coincidentally found the third mistress, along with Xiao Li and Xiao Yu, already enjoying their meal. As everyone gathered around the dining table, they began to indulge in their meal, with Wu Tian heartily savoring the delectable fish soup. During the meal, the third master's wife cast a glance at the new dress Wu Tian had bought for the sixth master's wife, along with the sapphire necklace adorning her neck, and couldn't help but express her jealousy, saying, "Wu Tian, you only treat the sixth master's wife well now, neglecting me." Wu Tian quickly replied, No, I treat both of you equally well." After the meal, the two enchanting master's wives followed Wu Tian into the bedroom. The three of them settled onto the sofa, where the sixth master's wife took out a willow leaf flying knife, furrowing her brow as she said, "Fortunately, this thing is not poisoned. Who could possibly want to harm us, Wu Tian?" The two master's wives pondered for a long time, but could not unravel the mystery, their hearts filled with confusion and concern. Seated in the middle of the sofa, Wu Tian was captivated by the two stunning beauties beside him, causing ripples of desire to stir within him. Suddenly emboldened, he brazenly wrapped his arms around the slender waists of both ladies. Startled by this audacious act, the two master's wives turned pale, hastily attempting to dislodge his restless hands. The third master's wife felt a mix of shyness and anger toward this bold young man, who usually seemed so innocent. Today, however, he was utterly audacious. The sixth master's wife, equally astonished and alarmed, thought, "Has Wu Tian taken leave of his senses?" With a mischievous grin, Wu Tian declared, "As of now, you two are my girlfriends. If you don't behave, I will reveal how you were bickering and competing for attention at the market to the master." The two master's wives, caught off guard by his threat, instantly transformed into obedient little lambs, their cheeks flushed like ripe apples. The third master's wife inwardly lamented the predicament, realizing the consequences if the master found out. Lowering her voice, she pouted and asked, "Wu Tian, what exactly do you want?" She added, "As long as you don't go too far, we will comply with your wishes. I promise you anything." Wu Tian blinked, showcasing a devilish smile as he said, "Today, I bought you many gifts, so you both need to reward me and show your appreciation." The sixth master's wife, cool and elegant but now flustered, cautiously inquired, "What kind of reward do you desire?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, her mind racing with the worry that he might make an outrageous demand. With a cheeky chuckle, Wu Tian replied, "Well, that would be kisses and touches." As he spoke, he leaned toward the rosy lips of the two beauties, gesturing dramatically toward his chest and thigh, explaining, "This is what I mean by kisses and touches." Upon hearing this, both ladies instantly understood his intentions, twisting their bodies and turning their heads away, playfully scolding him, "Tui, you naughty boy, how shameless." Wu Tian, with a feigned expression of grievance, retorted, "Although Qin Shufan deceived me for 2 years, making me work without reward, at least she granted me many kisses and touches. Unlike you two, who are as stingy as can be." Upon hearing Wu Tian mention Qin Shufan, the third matron's anger surged instantly. She turned around vehemently and shouted, "Do not ever mention that wretched woman in our presence again. What she possesses, we possess as well. As long as you perform well, I shall reward you in due course." At that moment, the sixth matron also turned, her cheeks flushed as she remarked, "Affection is permissible, but you are not to kiss us. You may only touch the fabric above." Wu Tian, witnessing the two alluring matrons relent, nodded enthusiastically in agreement. The sixth matron initially wished to add that touching lovely legs was limited to skirts. However, upon realizing that she was clad in a newly purchased ultra-short skirt, she noticed Wu Tian's unwavering gaze fixed upon her fair thighs, causing her to blush profusely. She grasped the third matron's delicate hand, and together they struggled to rise, escaping from Wu Tian's grasp. Chapter 18. The surprise after the scar removal. The following day, two charming young ladies appeared in Fubo's office. Xiaoli, her face filled with panic, exclaimed, "Fubo, something terrible has happened." Fubo, ever amiable, quickly reassured her, calm down. Take your time and explain to Fubo what transpired." After catching her breath, Xiaoli continued, "It is as follows. Yesterday, Wu Tian was attacked by a flying dagger." Fubo's heart jolted with alarm as he anxiously inquired, "Was Wu Tian injured?" Xiao Yu hastily clarified, No, it is all right." Wu Tian's sixth matron, Su Xiaoxua, arrived just in time to catch the flying dagger with one hand, and the young master was unharmed. Xiaoli further added, Wu Tian has a total of 7 matrons, and they all appear to be extraordinary individuals, each possessing formidable martial arts skills. Fubo pondered for a moment before dialing the phone number of Wu Tian's father, Wu Xingbang. The two young ladies, noticing Fubo on the phone, quietly exited the room. Fubo recounted the recent events concerning Wu Tian in detail to Wu Xingbang, also mentioning that he had 7 matrons, each with unfathomable martial prowess. Fubo then expressed his thoughts, believing that it would be beneficial for Wu Tian to acknowledge his roots, as it would provide him with support and better protection. Wu Xingbang, on the other end of the line, contemplated for a while before responding. Now may not be the right time to acknowledge our lineage. The Wu family situation is complex and fraught with danger. The perpetrator who murdered Wu Tian's mother has yet to be found, and I do not wish to draw attention to my child amidst the vendettas of the older generation. After a moment of silence, Fubo added, "Brother, I have an idea. You and I are of the same generation as brothers. I wish to take Wu Tian as my adopted son, allowing him to acknowledge his roots under my name. Once we have avenged our grievances, you and your son can reunite." Wu Xingbang hastily replied, "Brother, you and I are kin. You have always been my benefactor. Without your support back then, I would not be who I am today. Wu Tian is my son, and he is also yours. I will heed your counsel this time. You may decide." In the afternoon, Wu Tian strolled outside the hotel under the sun. At that moment, Yang Lan's call came through, and upon answering, he rushed into Sister Lan's office in a frenzy. Upon entering, Wu Tian was greeted by the sight of Sister Lan seated in the boss's chair, her head bowed as she busily engaged in some unknown task. "Sister Lan," Wu Tian inquired, "do you need something from me?" Upon noticing him, Sister Lan quickly replied, "Wu Tian, come here. I've developed a scar on my calf." As Wu Tian approached the desk, he observed Sister Lan lifting her skirt to reveal her injured leg. "I've got a scar now. It looks dreadful," she murmured to herself, aware of Sister Lan's concern for her beautiful legs. Wu Tian promptly crouched down and gently cradled her slender, smooth calf in his hands. Her bashful demeanor filled him with joy, and he retrieved the scar cream he had prepared, applying it with utmost care. "Will this really work?" Sister Lan asked curiously. Wu Tian flashed a smile, saying, "We shall see the results soon enough." Supporting her calf with one hand, he delicately massaged the scar with the other. As he concentrated, Sister Lan gradually felt a warmth enveloping her leg, which soon transitioned to a refreshing coolness. After a few minutes, Wu Tian stood and declared, "There you go. The scar should be gone." Eagerly, Sister Lan glanced down at her calf, only to find the previously scarred area now smooth and fair, devoid of any blemish. Overjoyed, she beamed with a radiant smile akin to a blooming flower, her eyes sparkling with delight. She excitedly rose, clasping Wu Tian's arm tightly, her voice trembling with emotion. "Thank you so much, Wu Tian." Wu Tian, gazing at this stunning beauty, felt a bit shy and replied, "No need to thank me. You are truly beautiful." Chapter 19. The schemes of the master's wife. At 5 in the afternoon, after finishing work, Wu Tian returned home and was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. 2 of the master's wives were bustling about the house, rummaging through everything and creating utter chaos. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several renovation and moving workers coming in and out. As he entered his spacious bedroom, which originally comprised 120 square meters with a living room, a large bedroom, and a bathroom, he discovered that the large bedroom had been transformed into 2 smaller ones, one of which included a dedicated live streaming studio. The rooms of the 3rd and 6th wives were filled with an array of items, prominently featuring a striking pink double-decker bed, along with 2 tall cabinets and 2 dressing tables. Upon entering the newly furnished live streaming studio, which spanned approximately 20 square meters, Wu Tian was astounded by its opulence. The room was equipped with brand new wooden tables and chairs, cutting-edge computers, and various broadcasting equipment, all adorned with stunning lighting and decorated predominantly in shades of pink, complemented by a few potted plants. Additionally, a small sofa and a water dispenser were also present. Pushing open the newly installed sliding glass door, Wu Tian stepped into his bedroom. The smaller bedroom, measuring less than 40 square meters, contained an old sofa, an antique cabinet, and a bed that originally belonged to Wu Tian, now relocated to this room. The entire ambience, including the lighting and soft furnishings, had been revitalized. Witnessing this transformation, Wu Tian felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, nearly bringing him to tears as he exclaimed, "This is my house." The 3rd matriarch, however, remained unfazed, proudly proclaiming her good intentions for little Tian Tian, expressing that she couldn't bear to see him sleep on the sofa every night. Thus, she took it upon herself to slightly renovate the room, adding some new furnishings, which were not extravagant, totaling merely 120,000 yuan. Wu Tian inwardly lamented the extravagant tendencies of his two matriarchs, realizing their proclivity for indulgence. Left with no choice, he acquiesced to the whims of his two capricious guardians. The workers toiled diligently until 8 in the evening, finally completing the room's transformation, after which they settled their accounts and departed. Shortly thereafter, a cleaning company dispatched for cleaners, who energetically attended to the entire room until 10 o'clock at night. Once the household fell silent and the cleaners had left, Wu Tian felt a rumbling in his stomach and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh dear, after such a tumultuous day, I'm famished and have yet to eat dinner." It was then that the third matriarch realized her own hunger, and with a sheepish smile, she announced, "I shall prepare a late-night snack for you." As Wu Tian watched the third matriarch head to the kitchen, he found himself alone with the enchanting sixth matriarch, Su Xiaoxue. Suddenly, a mischievous idea struck Wu Tian. He grasped Su Xiaoxue's hand, a playful grin spreading across his face. Startled, Su Xiaoxue blushed and stammered, "Little Tian Tian, what are you up to?" Leaning closer, Wu Tian whispered, "Sixth matriarch, you are truly beautiful. I must reward you." Su Xiaoxue playfully retorted, "Little junior brother, what are you doing?" "I wish to watch a movie." "Sister Jiao Jiao has already accompanied me for one," Wu Tian replied earnestly. "I enjoy watching movies too. I will join you," he exclaimed, and this delighted Su Xiaoxue immensely. "Your noodles are ready. Come and taste." The third matriarch's cheerful voice echoed before she entered the room. Both Wu Tian and Su Xiaoxue panicked, as if scalded, and quickly released each other's hands. The third matriarch entered the living room, carrying 3 steaming bowls of noodles, which Wu Tian promptly took from her. The three settled on the sofa, and Wu Tian gazed at the fragrant noodles, swallowing hard in anticipation. Before long, they picked up their chopsticks and began to indulge, the sounds of slurping filling the air. In no time, the bowls were empty, leaving Wu Tian and the third matriarch with expressions of satisfaction and contentment. However, Su Xiaoxue's demeanor was peculiar, her blush lingering and her eyes darting away. After finishing the noodles, Su Xiaoxue, still flushed, shyly began to clear the dishes. At that moment, the living room was left with only Wu Tian and the third matriarch. He repeated his previous antics, suddenly seizing her hand. Startled by this unexpected gesture, the third matriarch gasped, "Wu Tian, what are you doing?" With a mischievous grin, Wu Tian replied, "Third matriarch, you have spent so much of my money on furniture and equipment for the live streaming room. I must be rewarded." The third matriarch's face turned crimson, and she pleaded softly, "Little Tian Tian, spare me this time. I promise not to squander money again." Wu Tian, coaxing and teasing, countered, "Sister Jiao Jiao, surely you are not so stingy as to offer no token of gratitude? Sister Xiaoxue has promised to take me to see a movie." Upon hearing that the sixth junior sister had rewarded Wu Tian, the third junior sister pouted and said, "In a couple of days, when I have some free time, I will take you mountain climbing and, while we're at it, we can also check for bird nests." The mention of bird nesting brought back fond memories for Wu Tian from his childhood, filling him with joy. He exclaimed, "You're the best, Sister Jiao Jiao." Just then, Wu Tian's phone rang, prompting him to release the third junior sister and dash to his room. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a stunning photo sent by Sister Lan. As he gazed at the enchanting image of beauty, he relished the shy expressions of Jiao Jiao and Shui Er from earlier, reveling in the success of his little scheme. Unable to suppress a chuckle on his bed, suddenly, an irate voice erupted from the other room. "Wu Tian, get out here, you little trickster. How dare you deceive me?" The sixth junior sister chimed in, her voice equally fierce. "You brat, come out this instant." Wu Tian's heart sank. He realized that his playful antics with both sisters had backfired sooner than he anticipated. Reluctantly, he opened the door to find the two beauties glaring at him, their faces etched with fury. Before he could react, they lunged at him like two enraged tigresses, overpowering him and pinning him to the floor. With their high heels in hand, they delivered a series of sharp smacks to his backside. As the third junior sister struck, she exclaimed, "You deceitful rascal. You claimed the sixth junior sister would accompany you to the movies, leaving me looking foolish." The dual onslaught had Wu Tian howling in despair, pleading, "My dear sisters, I promise I won't do it again. Please, spare me. However, the third junior sister retorted fiercely, you will be punished. But you are still coming with me to the mountains. Wu Tian was left astounded, realizing that they, too, wished to enjoy an outing. And he had merely become their outlet for frustration. Chapter 20. Rescue on the edge of danger after enduring a thorough thrashing from his two sisters. Wu Tian's derriere ached painfully, leaving him reluctant to lie flat on his bed. Instead, he lay on his stomach, unable to focus on the beauty around him, and soon drifted off to sleep in a state of discontent. Early the next morning, Wu Tian awoke feeling quite wretched, his rear still stinging. He reflected on his antics from the previous day, acknowledging that he may have gone a bit too far with the third and sixth junior sisters. Yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride, for they were undeniably stunning. Seated cross-legged in his room, he practiced his meditation for a while. Glancing outside, he noticed the sun had risen high in the sky. Rising carefully, he tiptoed out of his room. The third and sixth junior sisters were still lost in their dreams, and he dared not look their way as he slipped past their room. Something seems off with this kid today. He didn't even greet us. Is he still holding a grudge? The sixth junior sister, who slept in the lower bunk, asked with concern. Not at all. This tough little rascal has endured many beatings since childhood. He'll just sulk for a day, and that will be the end of it. The third junior sister replied with a chuckle. The sixth mistress remarked that the two of us were merely protecting him in the guise of his girlfriend. Yet he took it to heart. He is indeed a grown man. Perhaps we have gone a tad too far. The third mistress, with an air of indifference, responded. I believe you have been led astray by him. Do you truly have feelings for this insufferable lad? The sixth mistress retorted defensively, I do not. It is you who has a fondness for this brat. The two stunning beauties frolicked on the bed, playfully tussling for quite a while, before finally rising to groom themselves. Today is Saturday, and with Wu Tian enjoying a day of leisure, he found himself bored and decided to send a message to the eldest mistress. I miss you. The eldest mistress promptly replied with a surprised emoji. Have you had a disagreement with the two mistresses and are facing their wrath again? Wu Tian thought to himself that it was more than mere punishment. Being in the company of these two captivating tigresses daily was nothing short of torment. However, he chose not to convey that sentiment in his reply, stating instead, No, the two mistresses have been quite kind to me. I simply miss you. Why don't you come over? It's time for you to learn the purple light body protection of the 7 stars divine skill. Upon receiving the eldest mistress's response with the address, Wu Tian quickly replied with an enthusiastic okay. He resolved to visit her, and without hesitation, he hopped onto his luxurious Mercedes motorcycle, speeding towards the provincial city. Approximately 3 hours later, on an uphill stretch of road, a small car swayed drunkenly from side to side, speeding uncontrollably with sparks flying from its wheels, barreling straight towards a small tree with a trunk the size of a bowl. With a resounding crash, the tree snapped in two, and the car came to a halt. Wu Tian swiftly parked not far from the wrecked car and rushed over. He observed that the front of the vehicle had been severely deformed, the hood protruding ominously. The emblem featured a glimmering goddess, yet Wu Tian was unaware of the car's make. Peering into the driver's seat, he saw a beautiful young woman in her 20s. Struggling in agony, blood trickling from her forehead, her expression one of sheer panic. The vehicle began to emit black smoke, the haze thickening by the moment. Several cars had gathered nearby, with a crowd of around 10 people who, despite witnessing the escalating smoke, dared not step forward to assist. The young woman was slumped over the steering wheel, her mouth moving as if crying out for help. Although Wu Tian could not hear her pleas, he could sense her desperate call for salvation. Growing anxious, he yanked at the driver's side door, but it was severely deformed and stuck tightly. After several futile attempts, he found himself sweating profusely. At that moment, someone shouted to fetch tools to break the window, yet the drivers of the other cars merely shouted without taking action. With determination, Wu Tian resolved to act decisively. He positioned one foot against the rear door of the car, gripped the front door handle with both hands, and summoned his inner strength to pull with all his might, accompanied by a fierce roar. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he managed to wrench the contorted door open. He swiftly unbuckled the young woman's seatbelt and lifted her into his arms. Wu Tian embraced the enchanting beauty and dashed forward as if propelled by the wind. Just as they had not ventured far, a thunderous roar erupted from behind, deafening in its intensity, as a car exploded in an instant. In that fleeting moment, thick smoke and fierce flames surged into the air, voraciously consuming the remnants of the vehicle. The flames danced wildly, and the crackling sounds of combustion reverberated around them, while the scorching waves of heat rolled in, instilling a sense of dread. Wu Tian glanced back and was struck by the sight. A wave of anxiety washed over him, realizing that had they delayed by merely 10 seconds, they might have perished in the inferno. Before long, an ambulance, blaring its sharp sirens, rushed onto the scene. Wu Tian carefully placed the beauty onto the stretcher. It was only then that he noticed she had been gripping his hand tightly until she finally released it. He stood rooted to the spot, his gaze following the ambulance as it gradually disappeared from view. Chapter 21. The Violet Aura at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Wu Tian rode his motorcycle and meandered to the Lishui community in Furong City. Young man, this is an upscale residential area. You need to register upon entry. A security guard in his 40s intercepted him. Wu Tian had no choice but to dismount and park his motorcycle, following the guard into the duty room. The guard casually retrieved a registration book and a pen, and Wu Tian swiftly filled in his name, the purpose of his visit, and the time. When he reached the section asking for the name of the resident he was visiting, he hesitated. He had always referred to her as Master Mother and knew her playful moniker was Qingqing, yet her true name eluded him. Wu Tian took out his phone and dialed Master Mother's number. Master Mother, I'm at the entrance of the community and need to register, but I don't know your name, he exclaimed urgently. Her name is Lu Qingqing. Remember that well, young man, Master Mother replied. Wu Tian chuckled, assuring her he would not forget, and hung up, writing Lu Qingqing in the registration book. Upon seeing that Wu Tian was visiting Lu Qingqing, the security guard's demeanor instantly brightened. She was renowned as one of the top 10 beauties in Jiangnan province and the head of the Lu group, well known throughout the provincial capital. The guard quickly opened the electric gate, and Wu Tian revved his motorcycle, slipping through with ease. Entering Master Mother's elegant duplex villa, Wu Tian finally beheld the woman he had long yearned to see. She appeared as a celestial beauty, ethereal and captivating. Her hair was elegantly styled in a high bun, with delicate strands cascading playfully, adding an air of casual charm and allure. Her large eyes sparkled like stars, deep and luminous. A graceful nose complemented her petite mouth, which was cherry red and perpetually adorned with a beguiling smile that felt like a warm spring breeze. With a tall and graceful figure, her elongated neck and exquisite curves exuded an enchanting presence, each step resembling a light dance, radiating irresistible charm. Wu Tian gazed at Master Mother, momentarily rendered speechless, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Is she not beautiful? The voice of the Master's wife was sweet, tinged with a hint of playful reproach. Master's wife, you are truly beautiful, Wu Tian exclaimed spontaneously. Upon seeing Wu Tian's arrival, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but open her arms, gently enveloping him in a warm embrace. Wu Tian was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, burying his head deeply in the master's wife's ample bosom, reminiscent of his childhood. However, suddenly, as if she became aware of something, the master's wife's face flushed with a faint blush, and she shyly remarked, "Little Tian has grown up." With that, she hurriedly pushed him away. Still immersed in the warmth of her embrace, Wu Tian felt a bit embarrassed by the unexpected push, scratching his head awkwardly as he replied, "Hello, Master's wife." Noticing that Wu Tian was drenched in sweat, the master's wife felt a pang of concern and promptly urged him to take a shower. Wu Tian entered the bathroom, quickly shedding his clothes for a cold shower, only to discover he had forgotten to bring a change of clothes. In a panic, he called out, "Master's wife, I didn't bring a change of clothes." "You silly boy, you didn't bring a complete outfit when you left the house?" "I'll go downstairs to buy you a set," she replied. After about 10 minutes, the master's wife returned, carrying a bag containing a 3-piece men's outfit. Gently tapping on the bathroom door, Wu Tian, feeling quite embarrassed, cautiously opened the door a crack, revealing most of his handsome face, followed by a long, strong arm that extended out to receive the clothing bag. The master's wife's gaze inadvertently fell upon Wu Tian's graceful arm and the firm muscles of his chest, causing her cheeks to flush a fiery red, reminiscent of vibrant blossoms blooming in spring. "Thank you, Master's wife," he said, quickly closing the door again. The master's wife prepared a sumptuous dinner for Wu Tian, and the two, in high spirits, shared a bit of wine. After dinner, she took his large hand and led him upstairs to the master bedroom. That evening, clad in a pristine white dress, the master's wife suddenly leaped onto the bed. Wu Tian remained mesmerized, gazing at her. With a playful tone, she teased, Aren't you going to join me on the bed? Though his mind was racing with thoughts, he could not contain his joy and followed suit, jumping onto the bed. Sit behind me, she instructed with a glance. Wu Tian obediently settled behind her, and he heard her slightly shy voice request, "Could you unzip the back of my dress just a little?" Wu Tian pondered her request, wondering what she meant. If she wanted it fully unzipped, that would be quite thrilling. As he contemplated this, a mischievous smile spread across his face. "What are you dawdling for?" the master's wife exclaimed, slightly annoyed. Wu Tian snapped back to reality, trembling slightly as he cautiously pulled down the zipper on her back. As the zipper glided down, her shoulders became exposed, revealing a patch of snow-white skin adorned with 2 rows of tiny red letters. Wu Tian halted his actions, and the master's wife, her face flushed, softly asked, "Did you see the 2 rows of small characters on my back?" Wu Tian swallowed hard, his throat dry, and replied that he had seen it. On his master's back were inscribed the words 7 Stars Spirit Movement, floating freely, harnessing inner power, chi connecting heaven and earth, a total of 16 characters. The master then instructed him to sit cross-legged, clear his mind, and focus his gaze on the 16 characters, assuring him that she would wholeheartedly assist him in mastering the divine skill. Heeding her words, Wu Tian dared not show any signs of negligence. He promptly sat down, concentrating deeply, with his energy sinking into his lower dantian, his mind devoid of distractions. His eyes intensely fixed on the secret of the 16 characters emblazoned on his master's back. Suddenly, Wu Tian was enveloped by a fragrant aura that surged into his mind, and the practice of the 7 Stars divine skills purple light shielding rapidly unfolded within his brain. In less than a quarter of an hour, a miraculous event occurred. Wu Tian discovered that the 16 characters on his master's back had vanished, leaving only a patch of snow-white skin. Time's up. Wu Tian discerned that his master was noticeably lacking in energy. Realizing that she had expended her internal power to impart the 7 Stars divine skills purple light protection to him. Witnessing his master's sacrifice for his learning, Wu Tian felt a pang of heartache as he observed her pallid complexion. He quickly leaned against the headboard, offering his shoulder as a pillow for her. Exhausted, his master leaned against him and gently closed her beautiful eyes, yearning for a moment of peaceful slumber. Before long, she lay down completely, one arm wrapped tightly around him, resembling a small pig, and fell into a deep sleep. Startled, Wu Tian dared not move, instead using the remote to adjust the air conditioning to a sleep mode, and carefully draped a light silk blanket over her. Leaning against the headboard, he gazed, almost dazed, at her exquisite face throughout the night. Chapter 22. I am a novice in the morning. Wu Tian, still groggy from sleep and leaning against the headboard, suddenly felt a heavy thigh pressing down on him. Alarmed, he opened his eyes wide to find his master clutching him tightly, seemingly mistaking him for a soft doll, her thigh draped over him. Startled awake, Wu Tian attempted to gently shift her hand and leg away, only to find her grip tightening further. His master let out a soft murmur. Wu Tian instantly froze, paralyzed with fear, his mind racing with dread. He gazed at her long, fair leg, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. He thought to himself that if his master woke up and accused him of placing her lovely leg on himself, he would surely face her wrath and end up in a world of pain. Thus, he cautiously attempted to shift his position, but alas, in a moment of clumsiness, he moved too much and tumbled off the bed with a thud, letting out a small yelp. The noise startled his master awake, and upon seeing Wu Tian's awkward fall, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Wu Tian, what on earth are you doing?" she asked with amusement. Wu Tian, his face flushed with embarrassment, replied, "I was your pillow all night and accidentally fell." The master's lady gazed at the charming and considerate young man, extending a delicate hand to pull Wu Tian onto the bed. Leaning against the bed, Wu Tian felt her head rest on his shoulder as they engaged in conversation. The master's lady said, "Wu Tian, you must diligently practice your skills." Wu Tian replied with a smile, "Rest assured, master, I will certainly train hard." Suddenly, curiosity sparked within him, and he asked, "Am I quite formidable now that I have learned this skill?" With a worried expression, the master's lady responded, "You practice this art solely for self-defense and fitness. It suffices for dealing with a few ruffians." Wu Tian, displeased, exclaimed, "Why is that? Whenever trouble arises, it is always the master's ladies who step in to resolve it. Yet I am a man." The master's lady chuckled, "Oh, such a grand man you are. Do you even know your own strength?" If you encounter a true expert, a single strike could bring you to your knees. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian stuck out his tongue and made a silly face, saying, "Master, I was wrong. Next time, I will heed your advice." Having only engaged in occasional scuffles with a few ruffians, Wu Tian had never faced a true master, and thus he was unaware of his own martial prowess. After all, if a Master-S lady could easily subdue him, he believed himself to be a novice. The Master-S lady laughed. "Now you understand, right? In the future, when trouble arises, simply use your protective aura to safeguard yourself. Leave the rest to the Master-S ladies." Wu Tian, with his bright and clear eyes, nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Why are you still here? Do you wish to watch me change?" the Master-S lady teased. Hearing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but grin mischievously. "It's not like I haven't seen it before. Could you let me have another look?" The Master-S lady's face flushed crimson, and she retorted, "Pa? Get out, you little rascal." With that, she playfully tugged him closer and delivered 2 resounding smacks to his backside, causing Wu Tian to leap off the bed, exclaiming, "Master, don't be angry. I was just joking." After enjoying breakfast at the Master-S lady's home, Wu Tian bid her farewell. As he approached the parking area of the community, he spotted 2 beautiful women perched on his motorcycle, their fiery gazes fixed intently upon him. "Ah, my little shadows," he exclaimed, realizing it was Xiao Li and Xiao Yu sitting on the back seat. Both donned mid-length skirts that were shorter than even the briefest of shorts, their plump, lively legs exuding vitality. Wu Tian swallowed hard to suppress his drool and chuckled. "So, my warm bed companions have come to greet me. How did you 2 know I arrived in the provincial city?" Xiao Yu retorted, "Who is your warm bed companion?" "How shameless." Xiao Li extended a hand, fingers splayed in a grasping gesture, declaring, "You are like a mischievous monkey. You shall not escape my clutches." With no choice but to oblige, Wu Tian mounted his motorcycle, whisking the 2 beauties away towards the vibrant city. Chapter 23. The awkward practice. Wu Tian returned home accompanied by 2 charming young ladies, who were merely a year or 2 his senior. Both had been practitioners since childhood. One, named Xiao Li, pursued a degree in Sanda, while the other, Xiao Yu, specialized in Huaxiaoquan, collectively known as Chinese martial arts. Upon their arrival, the 3rd and 6th matrons exchanged peculiar glances, though their faces bore enchanting smiles. The 2 young ladies ascended the stairs to their respective rooms, while the 2 matrons took Wu Tian's hands and invited him to sit on the sofa. With a beautiful woman on either side, their unwavering gazes caused Wu Tian to break into a cold sweat. The 3rd matron cast a flirtatious glance at him and playfully inquired, "Little Tian, what did the master say?" It dawned on Wu Tian that she was testing him, concerned that he might reveal anything about the 2 matrons. He chuckled softly, replying, "Nothing much. The master taught me the technique of the purple light protection." The 6th matron, still unconvinced, scrutinized Wu Tian's eyes and pressed, "You truly didn't say anything negative about us?" With a smile, he reassured her, "How could I?" The 3rd matron remarked, "It's best if you didn't say anything at all." Wu Tian, with a smile, expressed his desire to practice alone in his room if there were no pressing matters. Having said that, he retreated to his chamber. As he entered, the cool air from the air conditioning enveloped him, and he swiftly leaped onto his bed, settling into practice. In his mind, he recited 7 stars in motion, effortlessly drifting, absorbing energy for personal use, harmonizing with the cosmos. Visualizing the technique of the purple light protection, he commenced his practice. However, after more than half an hour, he had absorbed barely any energy. Only a slight hint of spiritual essence, devoid of the profound sensation he experienced while practicing with the master. This left him puzzled. Meanwhile, the 3rd matron, feeling idle, suggested, "Sister, let us check on how Wu Tian is practicing." The 6th matron chuckled, "I'm not going. You can go yourself." The 3rd matron, slightly irritated, declared, "If I want to go, I will." She then ascended the stairs. Upon reaching her room, she discreetly opened the glass door to Wu Tian's room a crack. Peering inside, she found him seated cross-legged on the bed, eyes gently closed, deeply immersed in his practice. She mused to herself, "This boy has an impressive physique. The more I look, the more handsome my junior brother appears." After struggling with his practice, Wu Tian picked up his phone and called the master, expressing, "Master, why don't I feel the same sensation as when I practice with you?" The master replied, "The purple light protection requires you to absorb the opponent's energy, transforming it into your own for defense or attack. The stronger the opponent's energy, the more potent the sensation during practice. Oh, that sounds extraordinary. Invincible. Wu Tian exclaimed with excitement. The master continued, have you sought out your matrons? Practicing alongside them will expedite your training. However, do not be overly eager. You are still in the initial stage and must avoid absorbing too much energy. Wu Tian uttered a soft acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude to Master Nyang before disconnecting the call. He leapt from his bed, eager to rush outside. In a sudden motion, he flung the glass door open, unaware that San Shenyang was so engrossed in her thoughts that she failed to evade him. Consequently, as he exited, they collided with a resounding thud. San Shenyang gasped, struggling to maintain her balance, instinctively reaching out to embrace Wu Tian's robust physique, resulting in both of them tumbling to the floor. Startled, San Shenyang exclaimed, "You rascal! Help me up." Perhaps the fall had caused her some discomfort, as she swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Wu Tian's face. He cupped his cheek, which had turned a deep shade of red, and with a sense of grievance, he retorted, "San Shenyang, that is rather unreasonable. You were the one who embraced me first, leading to our unfortunate tumble." Upon hearing his words, San Shenyang reflected and realized that indeed, it was her indiscretion that precipitated this series of events. It is often said that women are the least reasonable. Gritting her teeth, she scolded, "I came to supervise your training, and it is your recklessness that caused me to fall. Now hurry and assist me." Wu Tian promptly rose to his feet and helped her up, continuously apologizing, "San Shenyang, I am truly sorry." A triumphant smile graced her face as she replied, "If you wish to appease me, I am hosting a live stream tonight, and you must shower me with gifts, then I shall forgive you." Wu Tian thought to himself, what are a few gifts? And eagerly agreed, "Absolutely, San Shenyang. Rest assured that I shall bestow many gifts upon you today." However, San Shenyang soon noticed his unwavering gaze fixed upon her and admonished, "Should you not be off to practice?" At that moment, Wu Tian found little motivation to train, replying, "San Shenyang, I shall return to my room to rest. I do not wish to practice today." Gripping his ear, San Shenyang reprimanded, "What is this? Have you grown wings and no longer heed my words?" With no choice but to comply, Wu Tian thought to himself, "What a day of misfortune," and retreated to his room, leaping onto his bed. San Shenyang discarded her slippers and swiftly joined him. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Wu Tian prepared to meditate, fully relaxing as he said, "San Shenyang, you may focus on perfecting your internal energy. I shall absorb your strength and demonstrate my prowess as a man before you." Having overheard Wu Tian's conversation with Master Nyang, San Shenyang chose not to confront him and replied nonchalantly, "Understood." Yet inwardly, she mused, "This impudent boy claims to be a man." Wu Tian closed his eyes, directing his energy to his dantian, dismissing distracting thoughts as he silently recited the 16-character mantra of the purple light body protection, entering a state of meditation, mentally practicing the purple light body protection technique. Meanwhile, San Shenyang observed Wu Tian in his training, yet her mind lingered on their recent tumble, rendering her unable to concentrate and only managing to cultivate a mere fraction of her internal energy. The commotion from their fall had not gone unnoticed by Lu Shenyang, who was in the lobby on the first floor, engrossed in her mobile phone. As a master of hidden weapons, she could detect even the faintest sounds. Curiosity piqued. She stealthily ascended the stairs and approached the doorway of their room, overhearing San Shenyang's voice instructing, "Little Tian, slowly cultivate your energy." Before long, the voice of little Tian echoed, advising to inhale more slowly, for the third mistress was struggling to keep up and was feeling somewhat unwell. The sixth mistress, pressing her ear against the glass door, heard these words and pondered. There was nothing amiss, yet she found herself unexpectedly concerned for her junior disciple, causing her cheeks to flush. Upon hearing the mistress express discomfort, Wu Tian hastily ceased his practice, noticing the third mistress drenched in sweat and looking wan. He quickly remarked, "Third mistress, it is entirely my fault for practicing too vigorously. I may have absorbed too much of your energy and inadvertently harmed you." In truth, the third mistress was also a skilled martial artist. Her earlier failure to synchronize with Wu Tian was due to her own distraction, though she could not voice this directly. With a smile, she complimented Wu Tian, playfully calling him a scamp, stating that his technique was commendable. She added that her fatigue was the result of inadequate rest, and promised to practice with him again on another day. The sixth mistress, eavesdropping outside, mused about the third mistress's unusual demeanor, contemplating the need for further practice. With a heart full of curiosity, she quietly descended the stairs. Chapter 24. Counterfeit Hotel. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Wu Tian lounged like a lord, relishing the cool breeze from the air conditioning, sprawled across the grand bed. He casually opened his phone and entered Dodo. At that moment, Zhao Zhao's live stream had commenced. Clad in a delightful pink dress, her enchanting visage and sweet smile could captivate anyone. The third mistress, seated in the opulent yet cozy live streaming room, was in high spirits, cheerfully greeting the audience. Good evening, dear handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies. Welcome to my Zhao Zhao live stream. Wu Tian glanced at the viewer count. Over 100 people. He swiftly typed a greeting. Good evening, beautiful host. Upon seeing the username Wufei Wutian, the third mistress's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, Good evening, brother Wutian. She then began to sing I Am Your Little Heart, which stirred Wutian's emotions, prompting him to send 5 small race cars in excitement. Remarkably, within 10 minutes of the broadcast, Zhao Zhao's live stream reached a delightful peak. Under Wufei Wutian's lead, fans began showering the screen with gifts, flowers, hearts, and glowing sticks floated everywhere. At that moment, a message appeared on the screen. Zhao Zhao's husband has arrived. Call him husband. Originally there to send gifts, Wu Tian found himself caught up in the revelry. Joining the fans in their cheer, he typed, Wife, be good, call me husband. The third mistress, with a loud and affectionate shout, declared, Wu Tian, my love, I adore you. Her exuberant proclamation garnered applause in the live stream, igniting another wave of gift-giving. Zhao Zhao's enthusiastic call startled Wu Tian, jolting him from his reverie. Just as he intended to type wife, I love you, he realized he had been muted. Although unable to interact in the chat, Wu Tian discovered he could still send gifts. Remembering the tender kiss shared with the third mistress, he promptly dispatched 10 kisses. The heart-shaped kisses floated across the screen, and Zhao Zhao's exaggerated expressions were truly amusing. She opened her mouth wide to catch the kisses, sometimes even leaning over the table, smiling as she expressed her gratitude. Wu Tian watched, his eyes wide with astonishment, as he sent out 100 kisses in quick succession. This left Zhao Zhao utterly exhausted. She had to open her mouth at least 100 times to catch them all. Just as Wu Tian was engrossed in the spectacle, a message popped up on his phone. You little rascal, you've worn me out. Just send me a luxury villa, and you can scram. Ignoring the message, Wu Tian thought to himself that if the person wanted to leave, they could go, but he still sent 3 luxury villas to the third aunt. On Monday morning, Wu Tian was inspecting the hotel grounds. The Huadu Hotel featured a spacious courtyard, comprising apartment buildings, a VIP building, and an 8-story staff building, with 4 large warehouses on the ground floor. Why hasn't the cargo been unloaded yet? A large truck was parked beside the warehouse, the driver shouting incessantly. What are you doing? Can you keep it down? It's midday, and everyone is trying to take a break. Wu Tian questioned discontentedly. The driver, a burly man in his 30s, replied, sweat pouring down his face. It's scorching hot, and there's no one here to unload the cargo. Can you blame me for being anxious? As the two were arguing, Yang Lan and her group arrived at the warehouse, accompanied by Miss Li, the supervisor of the hotel's logistics department, along with Qin Shufan and young Master Lu. Qin Shufan spoke up, Sister Lan, as a supplier to the hotel. I assure you that the quality of this batch is impeccable. Please arrange for the cargo to be unloaded. Miss Li, her expression unyielding, responded, Manager Yang. The last batch provided by Qin Jie did not meet our standards. Besides subpar quality, there were counterfeit goods, which severely impacted the hotel's reputation. I have decided to refuse acceptance. That's not how it is. The issues with the last shipment were due to loading errors, which we will rectify. As for the quality concerns, we will provide a new shipment that meets all standards, Qin Shufan insisted. Is this how you conduct your business on a first collaboration? It's pointless to talk to me. I see no reason to continue this contract. Please come by tomorrow morning so we can settle this matter, Yang Lan replied, her displeasure evident. With those words, Yang Lan turned and walked away. At that moment, Qin Shufan's face fell, filled with regret, and she turned to plead with Miss Li. Miss Li, the initial shipment was indeed a mistake, but today's delivery is from a reputable manufacturer with guaranteed quality. I hope you can speak favorably for me in front of Manager Yang and help us accept this shipment. If what you say is true, are you willing to have the goods inspected? Miss Li asked coldly. I am, Qin Shufan declared, thumping her chest. Hope finally glimmered for an unloading. as the driver hurriedly opened the side door of the truck, revealing it packed to the brim with goods. Just as Miss Lee took out her phone to call someone for the inspection, Wu Tian stepped forward, stating, "I'll handle the inspection." He leaped onto the vehicle, which was laden with assorted goods. From the cardboard boxes, one could discern hotel-customized toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, dishwashing liquid, disinfectant, napkins, toilet paper, small bottles of mineral water, and more. Wu Tian detected a peculiar fragrance emanating from the vehicle, reminiscent of chemical agents. He shifted aside several boxes atop the vehicle and extracted a large package, discarding it onto the ground. Following suit, he jumped down and, in front of everyone, opened the cardboard box, revealing an array of restaurant napkins emblazoned with the insignia of the Huadu Grand Hotel. Wu Tian opened a packet, pulled out a sheet, and gave it a gentle shake, causing a cloud of white powder to waft into the air, accompanied by a pungent odor that prompted everyone to cover their noses. Supervisor Lee scoffed, "Sister Chin, you see it too. It's best to return the goods." Without a backward glance, Supervisor Lee departed, yet Wu Tian took note of the diligent and responsible beauty. At that moment, Qin Shufan was left speechless. In a fit of rage, she raised her hand and struck Lu Gongzi across the face with great force. Her eyes ablaze with fury as she seethed, "You've caused me this misfortune. It's all your fault." Chapter 25. The Dragon Family's birthday banquet the next day. Wu Tian arrived at the hotel lobby for work, intending to change into his security uniform when Yang Lan approached him. She said, "Xiao Wu, today you will accompany me to a birthday banquet. I'll take you to buy an outfit first." Confused, Wu Tian asked, "Sister, I don't even know them. Why would you bring me?" Yang Lan flashed her enchanting smile and replied, "It would be quite embarrassing for me to attend such an important event without a boyfriend. Don't you think?" It turned out to be a spur-of-the-moment decision to find a partner, and in light of her beauty, Wu Tian was inclined to oblige. Seeing this stroke of good fortune, he cheerfully responded, "All right." Yang Lan wasted no time, grabbing Wu Tian's hand, and the two exited together. Xiao Li and Xiao Yu, noticing their departure, promptly followed suit. They arrived at an upscale men's clothing store, where Yang Lan selected a suit and handed it to Wu Tian, signaling him to try it on in the fitting room. When Wu Tian emerged, Yang Lan's eyes sparkled with delight. "Wow, you look so handsome," she exclaimed, her eyes narrowing into playful slits. After paying, Yang Lan naturally linked her arm with Wu Tian's, and they exited the store together. A striking red sports car sped along the highway, carrying Yang Lan and Wu Tian. As they approached a small town, the car slowed to a halt. Wu Tian gazed ahead and was taken aback by the long line of traffic. Observing the bustling streets, he noted the lively crowds moving about, with groups gathered here and there, and vendors displaying various wares, revealing that rural folk had come to the market. Yang Lan and Wu Tian, intrigued by the scene, decided to park the car and eagerly explored the bustling marketplace. "Boss, this axe looks great. How much for one?" Wu Tian beheld a small, elderly man in his 50s, adorned with a wide-brimmed sun hat and clad in tattered garments. His darkened visage bore the marks of hardship, and one of his arms hung limply from his sleeve. Upon noticing a customer, the shopkeeper greeted him with a smile, extolling the merits of a gleaming axe, sharp as a razor, priced at 10 yuan. Wu Tian sensed a formidable aura emanating from the old man. Standing beside him, he concentrated, allowing his energy to sink into his dantian, undistracted by the surrounding clamor, and commenced the practice of the purple light technique. In less than 5 minutes, he had absorbed a tenth of the old man's internal strength. The old man rummaged through his worn clothing, discovering only a few crumpled bills, amounting to a mere 8 yuan. With a grin, he implored the shopkeeper, "Might you sell me this axe for 8 yuan? The shopkeeper, growing impatient, retorted that 8 yuan would only suffice for a smaller axe. The old man persisted, expressing his fondness for the larger axe, asserting its heft and suitability for his intended task of butchering pigs. The shopkeeper, amused by the old man's audacity given his apparent poverty, dismissively waved him off, indicating he should leave if he could not pay. At that moment, Wu Tian concluded his practice, having absorbed 2/10 of the old man's power. Noticing the man's financial predicament, Wu Tian generously placed 10 yuan into his hand. The old man merely glanced at him, offering no words of gratitude, and handed the money to the shopkeeper, seizing the axe before departing. As Wu Tian observed, he noted the old man bore a limp, yet moved with surprising swiftness, vanishing into the throng in no time. Wu Tian could not help but sigh. This man possessed commendable martial prowess, albeit marred by his disability. Meanwhile, as they strolled through the market, Yang Lan took Wu Tian's hand and hurried towards their parked vehicle. Once inside, she gently started the engine, merging into the flowing traffic. After traversing the highway for over an hour, they entered a narrow mountain path, soon spotting the Long family manor nestled at the foot of the hill. The estate was embraced by lush greenery and sparkling waters, featuring an expansive lawn adorned with a vibrant array of blossoms. Several uniquely designed villas were strategically placed, reflecting the owner's affluence. Surrounding the property was a towering red brick wall, over 3 meters high, with a grand entrance flanked by a heavy crimson door emblazoned with a gilded character for longevity. At the entrance stood a cadre of over 20 robust young guards, uniformly attired. Within the courtyard, the air was filled with jubilant music and the sounds of laughter. Wu Tian and Yang Lan joined the throngs of well-wishers entering the estate. Yang Lan paused at the gift registration desk, retrieving an ornate red envelope, which she presented to the attendant. It bore the name of Yang Hu, the general manager of the Huadu Grand Hotel, extending heartfelt congratulations to the venerable Mr. Long on his 70th birthday. Shortly thereafter, a charming young lady in uniform escorted them to a modest banquet table. The birthday celebration was held outdoors, beneath expansive canopies, with the brisk mountain breeze providing a refreshing respite. The banquet had yet to commence, and the two individuals sat together, leisurely sipping tea. Wu Tian, filled with curiosity, inquired of Sister Yang Lan, "What gift did you bestow upon this birthday celebration?" With a gentle smile, Yang Lan took a delicate sip of her tea and replied, "The hotel provided 18,800. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian exclaimed, "Sister Lan, we're merely here for a meal, and yet you've given such a lavish gift. Are you quite familiar with the Long family?" Yang Lan shook her head lightly, "Not at all. The Long family is a prominent local clan and the president of the Huadu Chamber of Commerce. We received an invitation from the Huadu merchants and came as representatives of the business community. We must uphold proper etiquette." As Wu Tian listened, his gaze wandered to the courtyard, where over 50 tables were set up. The small Western-style hall faced the sunshade, hosting the birthday celebrant and several distinguished guests. At precisely 4 in the afternoon, the tables were filled with guests. Suddenly, the loud crack of firecrackers erupted, and the festive banquet commenced joyfully, with dishes appearing on the tables as if by magic. Wu Tian, a true gourmand, paid little mind to formality. Many like him wasted no time and began to feast. At the head table, the birthday celebrant, Old Master Long, donned a bright red tang suit embroidered with a large character for longevity, seated alongside his wife, his face radiating joy. The eldest son of the Long family solemnly delivered a birthday toast, but Wu Tian, engrossed in devouring braised pork, paid little attention, his antics prompting laughter. Their table consisted of 10 people, 7 men and 3 women, each indulging heartily, the atmosphere lively, with Sister Yang Lan being the most refined, savoring her meal with grace. Chapter 26. Blood stains the birthday banquet. As the guests relished their meal, a sudden, piercing voice echoed from the entrance, "Old thief Long Huan, I have come to relish your death banquet. May you descend into hell soon." This shrill voice, laden with unbridled hatred, reverberated through the courtyard, startling everyone present. A commotion ensued outside, and within mere moments, silence enveloped the scene. A figure emerged, wearing a large straw hat, clad in tattered garments, one sleeve dangling limply. Leaning on a tea tree stick, limping as he entered, the old man paid no heed to the astonished crowd. With a fist clasped in his right hand, he bowed and proclaimed, "I have come today seeking vengeance. There is no need for alarm. Please remain seated and do not move. I assure you, I will not harm the innocent. Should anyone stand up for the Long family and lose their life, do not blame this old man. You're here to cause trouble at the Long family, seeking death. Come forth." The eldest son of the Long family bellowed. No sooner had he spoken than a dozen black-clad bodyguards surged from the hall, wielding iron rods and blades, charging at the old man. The old man cast a disdainful glance at them, swinging his dark, gleaming tea tree stick, as hard as steel, to meet the oncoming threat. As the two sides clashed, a cacophony of metallic sounds filled the air. The elderly man executed a sweeping strike with his tea tree staff, disarming more than a dozen armed guards, causing their iron rods and steel blades to clatter to the ground. With a swift motion, the old man struck, rendering the guards powerless as they scattered in fear. Witnessing this bloody spectacle, Yang Lan turned pale, instinctively leaning towards Wu Tian for support. At that moment, Wu Tian sensed a powerful aura emanating from the podium. An energy so immense it filled him with exhilaration. He gently embraced Lan Jia, his mind quietly reciting the 16-character mantra of the purple light protection, becoming entirely absorbed in its essence. Long Difei, the young master of the Long family, was visibly alarmed as he saw his guards falter against the elderly man. Yet, as the leader of the Long clan, he steeled himself to confront the old man. He launched a feeble palm strike toward him. But the old man merely flicked his staff, causing Long Difei to yelp in pain as he fell to the ground, his arm brutally broken. "Do not harm my son." Just as the words left his lips, Long Huayan, the elder of the Long family, leaped gracefully from the podium, positioning himself before the old man. To everyone's astonishment, the elder appeared far from his 70-plus years, resembling a vigorous youth instead. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. The old man tilted his head back and let out a long howl towards the heavens, declaring, "Heaven bears witness. Today, I shall personally claim the head of my adversary to avenge my dearly departed wife and daughter, and to seek justice for my lost left hand and crippled left foot." Upon finishing his declaration, the old man produced a gleaming axe from his belongings. "Chen Hao, it was my negligence that allowed a dying man like you to live again. But today, I shall not let you escape. Your family is but a swarm of ants before me." Long Huayan retorted arrogantly. The old man, uninterested in further conversation, swung his axe fiercely towards the elder's crown. In response, Long Huayan summoned his vital energy, refusing to evade the blow, and unleashed a powerful gust with both palms that forced the old man back a few steps, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. Wu Tian, having comprehended their exchange, realized that Long Huayan was a ruthless tyrant, stirring a sense of pity for the old man within him. He intensified his cultivation of the purple light protection, drawing more energy from Long Huayan. The old man wielded his axe while Long Huayan unsheathed a treasured sword, and for 10 minutes, they engaged in a fierce battle, neither side gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Long Huayan shouted, "There is a traitor among us. Someone is aiding him from the shadows." Wu Tian was taken aback by this revelation. He had inadvertently absorbed 30% of Long Huayan's internal energy, which explained why he felt insufficiently empowered to confront his adversary. However, he discovered that his entire being was now brimming with strength, his face flushed. To conceal any signs of his newfound power, he held Lan Jia closer, turning to gaze at her with tender affection. In her moment of fear, Lan Jia, captivated by Wu Tian's fiery gaze, instinctively kissed him. Originally, Wu Tian was brimming with energy, his entire being pulsating with an inexplicable drive. Yet, upon being kissed by the enchanting beauty, he found himself overwhelmed with desire. Were it not for the crowd around them, he would have eagerly devoured her whole. Wu Tian had no choice but to compose himself, calming his racing thoughts. After 20 minutes of fierce combat, despite the formidable skills of Lord Long, the old man, driven by a determination to avenge, fought with increasing fervor. However, Lord Long's swordsmanship began to falter, becoming disordered, and his strength waned. In a moment of peril, Lord Long suddenly produced a handgun from his bosom and fired a shot at the old man. Just as the trigger was pulled, Wu Tian shouted a warning and overturned a large dining table. Instantly, chaos erupted in the room as Wu Tian seized the hand of Sister Lan, and they dashed toward the exit. His swift action sent the hall into disarray, with everyone scrambling toward the door. The bullet from the handgun struck a large bowl on the table, shattering it with a resounding crash, inadvertently saving the old man's life. Enraged, the old man hurled his axe with precision, striking Lord Long squarely in the forehead. As his nemesis fell lifeless, the old man shouted to the heavens, lamenting for his lost child, proclaiming that his vengeance was finally fulfilled. With a final leap, he vaulted over the high wall, disappearing into the vastness beyond. Chapter 27. The enchanting Mo Yuling Wu Tian's spectacular motorcycle was parked at the hotel entrance, drawing a crowd of admirers. This was a luxury bike worth millions, so the attention was hardly surprising. However, today was exceptional, for beside the motorcycle stood a lavish car, adorned with a dazzling golden goddess emblem, an exclusive limited edition Rolls-Royce. A stunning beauty, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, lingered by the motorcycle for several minutes before entering the hotel lobby, accompanied by a man and a woman. Clad in a form-fitting white dress, She effortlessly accentuated her slender waist and graceful curves, her skirt fluttering in the breeze, lending her an ethereal quality. Her delicate collarbone was subtly revealed at the neckline, and her long, elegant legs peeked from beneath the dress, creating an exquisite allure. Her face was breathtaking, each smile and frown captivating those around her. As she entered the lobby, she became a striking focal point, a vivid scene that caught everyone's attention. At that moment, a young woman in a uniform skirt named Xiao Li happened to pass by. The beauty promptly stopped her, inquiring whether the luxurious motorcycle outside belonged to a guest at the hotel. Xiao Li glanced at her, noting her stunning beauty, adorned with gold-framed coffee-colored sunglasses, exuding an air of high society. Internally, Xiao Li mused about which affluent heiress her young master had entangled himself with this time. A pang of jealousy stirring within her as she replied, "Oh, it belongs to my young master." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman immediately expressed her delight, addressing the other as Little Beauty. "Could you kindly assist me in making an introduction? I am here to visit your young master." Upon hearing herself referred to as Little Beauty, Xiao Li felt a twinge of annoyance. Despite being somewhat shorter, standing at 1.62 meters, her proportions were far from lacking. In a somewhat irritable tone, Xiao Li asked, "Do you have an appointment to see my young master?" The beautiful woman shook her head, smiling as she replied, "No. I kindly request your assistance in making an introduction." Xiao Li, with a confident posture that rivaled the beauty's, calmly responded, "I regret to inform you that I cannot comply." With that, she turned elegantly and walked away, leaving the two companions of the beautiful woman looking visibly vexed. "Jet," the woman beside her remarked, "it seems our young master doesn't favor us. I believe we should return." The man, displaying impatience, interjected, "Miss, in my opinion, you need not be so polite. Simply send a few subordinates to fetch him." The beautiful woman, named Mo Yuling, was the stunning individual whom Wu Tian had saved during a car accident. At 26, she was the daughter of the illustrious Mo family in the provincial capital. Casually, she remarked, "If you two are unwilling to wait here, you may return. I can manage on my own." After speaking, she found a seat on a grand sofa and awaited her company. The man and woman were a couple. The man, Li Weisheng, served as the general manager of Mo's real estate in Furong City. The woman, Mo Xinyao, was Mo Yuling's cousin, holding the position of financial director within the real estate company. They whispered among themselves for a moment before approaching the front desk to inquire about the status of Wu Tian's motorcycle, but the receptionist offered no information. At noon, Wu Tian, resembling a leisurely gentleman, led two charming women, followed by Wang Hu and Zhang Pongzi, indicating that he was off for lunch. Upon spotting Wu Tian in a light blue security uniform, his cap obscuring much of his face, yet failing to conceal his round cheeks, Mo Yuling felt a surge of excitement and quickly made her way towards him. "Sir, thank you for saving my life." Her voice was sweet and melodic. Wu Tian, captivated by the enchanting beauty before him, found himself momentarily speechless, his gaze fixated on her. Mo Xinyao, noticing Wu Tian clad in his security attire, felt a flicker of discontent, pondering the audacity of this so-called young master. Meanwhile, Li Weisheng, observing Wu Tian's lingering gaze on Mo Yuling, felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Though he suppressed it, "I am Mo Yuling. I sincerely thank you for your life-saving grace," she said, extending her hand. Regaining his composure, Wu Tian grasped her delicate hand firmly and replied, "I am Wu Tian. There is no need for thanks. To overlook such a stunning beauty would be inhumane. Mr. Wu, you are quite amusing, but I must express my gratitude nonetheless," Mo Yuling said, releasing his hand as she smiled. Wu Tian, returning her smile, said, "You are far too gracious. Surely you did not come all this way simply to see me. You must be from the provincial capital?" Mo Yuling merely smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Having journeyed from afar, as noon approached, I proposed to treat everyone to lunch, suggesting we converse over the meal. With a commanding presence akin to a CEO, Wu Tian led the group ahead, flanked by two charming ladies. Trailing closely behind were two security guards, Wang Hu and Zhang Pongzi, who resembled bodyguards. "Wait for me. I'm coming too," Lanjia interjected, joining the procession as we all made our way to the hotel's dining department. The Mo sisters and Li Weisheng followed closely, navigating through a different corridor directly into the restaurant. Wu Tian ushered everyone to a luxurious private room on the second floor, cheerfully inviting everyone to take a seat. No sooner had he spoken than the stunning Lan Jie and the lovely Xiao Li swiftly claimed positions on either side of him. The Mo sisters and Li Weisheng exchanged puzzled glances, questioning why a mere security guard carried himself with such presidential flair. Once everyone was settled, Wu Tian smiled and addressed Lan Jie. Since the Mo sisters have traveled a long way, may I order the 88,000 yuan set meal? That wouldn't be inappropriate, would it? Upon hearing this, Lan Jie was taken aback. An 88,000 yuan meal was typically reserved for entertaining esteemed guests or high-ranking officials. Very well. I will arrange it, she replied, departing the table like an efficient secretary. Xiao Li and Xiao Yu hurriedly poured tea for everyone, while Mo Yuling regarded the handsome security guard with intrigue, savoring her tea slowly. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lan Jie returned with 8 lovely waitresses from the dining department, each carrying an exquisite gift box, which they placed in the private room before retreating with smiles. I hope everyone enjoys lunch today. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching next week, our young master has kindly prepared gifts for us. Each of you will receive one after the meal, Lan Jie announced. Wu Tian mused to himself, appreciating Lan Jie's adeptness in managing affairs, far superior to the 2 spendthrifts at home. Thank you, young Master Wu. I am truly delighted to meet everyone, Mo Yuling began. To introduce myself, I am Mo Yuling, and Mr. Wu is my savior. I was trapped in a smoke-filled car about to explode, utterly helpless, and he rescued me. I shall never forget this life-saving grace. As her words resonated, the group came to understand the magnitude of Wu Tian's silent benevolence, erupting into applause. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Wu Tian smiled and replied, "It is merely a matter of helping others. This is a cherished virtue in our homeland. You are my benefactor, and I must express my gratitude. Please accept this," Mo Yuling declared, as she opened her briefcase, revealing a golden Missouri family dragon card. A property deed for the prestigious Tian No. 1 villa in the provincial capital, and a key to a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. Benefactor, please accept these gifts. The Mo family's golden dragon card, which holds a staggering 100 million Huaxia coins. It can be used to withdraw cash from any bank within Huaxia and allows for half-price purchases at any establishment under the Mo family's enterprise. This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Wu Tian's speech faltered, a hint of stammering evident. Beautiful lady, he began to say. Mo Yuling, clutching the gift box Wu Tian had presented, interjected. I have accepted all the gifts you bestowed upon me, so please do not refuse them any longer. Wu Tian thought to himself that the gift box was worth merely over 10,000 yuan. He contemplated declining again, but the lady playfully pushed the 3 gifts back towards him, teasingly stating, "Are you truly unwilling to accept the gifts from this young lady? Do you desire me to offer myself in return?" Wu Tian mused on the notion of offering oneself, thinking he would gladly accept if she were of a gentle disposition. Yet, he dared not voice such sentiments. At that awkward moment, the dishes began to arrive in the private dining room. Chapter 28. The farce of Ding Pongzi. The Mo sisters and Li Weisheng had already departed from the hotel. Wu Tian gazed at the 3 extraordinarily precious gifts on the table, his heart racing with excitement. Ah, Wei struck it rich. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Wu Tian picked up the resplendent Mo family's dragon card and declared, "Everyone, do not rush home after work. Join me for an evening of revelry." Sister Yanglan laughed. The Mo family is quite affluent. They possess numerous enterprises in Huadu. Do you intend to indulge in some shopping, young master? Of course. And everyone's gifts will be included, Wu Tian replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the group burst into joy. After they had feasted and quenched their thirst, they surrounded Wu Tian and left the restaurant. Wu Tian was lost in blissful dreams in the lounge when the 6th and 3rd martial aunties gently pushed the door open and entered. Dressed exquisitely, they were a vision of beauty. Upon seeing Wu Tian reclined on the grand sofa, a scent of alcohol wafting from him, the 2 stunning ladies took their seats beside him, tenderly massaging his temples. Their skilled hands, accompanied by an alluring fragrance, tantalized Wu Tian's senses. In a drunken stupor, Wu Tian instinctively reached out, gripping the hands of the 3rd and 6th martial aunties tightly. The force of his grip caused them discomfort, particularly the 3rd martial aunt, who felt a surge of irritation and declared, "You little rascal, daring to take advantage of me while pretending to be inebriated. Just wait and see what I will do to you." After saying this, she removed her impossibly high heels, holding them in her hand. The 6th martial aunt, Recognizing her sister's intent to reprimand Wu Tian, quickly intervened. Sister, we cannot harm this little scoundrel today. If he gets hurt or angry, who will buy us those handbags? The third martial ant shot Wu Tian a fierce glare, recalling how they had received a message from him, promising to purchase them the limited edition designer handbags, which had delighted them immensely and brought them to his side. At this moment, Wu Tian had regained his composure, realizing what he had grasped. And he was too frightened to breathe, continuing to feign intoxication. Upon the mere thought of Wu Tian purchasing a handbag for them, the two matrons immediately transformed into embodiments of gentleness. The third matron poured a cup of tea, delicately feeding it to Wu Tian, while the sixth matron fervently massaged his shoulders. Sipping the tea, Wu Tian slightly opened his eyes and expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, dear matrons. My head still aches a bit. Allow me to rest for a while. Then I shall take you both to the shopping mall." Upon hearing his words, the matrons increased their fervor in massaging him, with the third matron gently massaging his temples. Before they knew it, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon when the lounge door was gently pushed open, revealing Lan Jie, Xiao Li, Xiao Yu, Wang Hu, and Zhang Pengzi entering together. The third and sixth matrons gasped, immediately rising to their feet. Faced with the gazes of the gathered crowd, their faces flushed a deep crimson, akin to ripe apples. Wu Tian chuckled, "I had a bit too much to drink at noon. I am grateful to the two matrons for their massages that alleviated my hangover. Now, let us all head out to the mall." With that, they all surrounded Wu Tian and exited together. The group arrived at the Mo's Fueled supermarket, where Wu Tian cheerfully encouraged everyone to choose freely, instructing, "Select what you desire, and we shall pack it all for a collective checkout." He then addressed the two matrons. "Feel free to choose handbags. Pick several, as I intend to gift each of you two." The third matron eagerly replied, "That sounds wonderful." The 5 women congregated, resembling a lively scene from a spirited play, as they dashed towards the handbag store. Meanwhile, Wu Tian, Wang Hu, and Zhang Pengzi ventured into the men's clothing store. Wu Tian aimed to select suits priced around 20,000 each for both men, yet they hesitated, unable to persuade them otherwise. He resorted to purchasing each of them 4 suits priced at over 5,000 each, along with leather shoes, belts, and high-end razors, amassing a considerable collection. Wang Hu and Zhang Pengzi were both astonished and thankful, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. At that moment, the 5 beautiful ladies frolicked like a flock of exuberant chicks in the handbag store, chattering animatedly as they selected over 20 different brand handbags, with a total value exceeding $1 million, leaving the store owner grinning from ear to ear. The group continued their frenzied shopping spree in the supermarket, accumulating cosmetics, jewelry, gold and silver adornments, and women's clothing, creating a mountain of goods. Wu Tian retrieved the Mo's dragon card and handed it to the cashier, where 2 beautiful attendants in supermarket uniforms were stationed. One of the attendants, upon receiving the dragon card, widened her eyes in astonishment. Although she had never seen the card in person, she had heard that only 5 such Mo's dragon cards existed within the entire company, and those who possessed one held a status of great distinction. "Step aside, you wretched security guard." Wu Tian caught a whiff of a pungent alcohol odor and turned to see the corpulent boss Ding, akin to a pig, embracing a beautiful woman. The woman, clutching a brand-name handbag, cooed, "Darling, I desire this handbag." In a bid to show off, the rotund man produced a Mo's silver card, which offered a 10% discount. "Sir, please hold on. This gentleman is using a Mo's dragon card for his purchase. We are currently verifying it," the cashier informed. "What? A Mo's golden dragon card? How could this wretched security guard possess such a thing? I suspect it must be counterfeit." On that day, Ding Fatty was thoroughly dealt with by Xiao Li and Xiao Yu, and today upon encountering Wu Tian, his anger flared up, directed entirely at Wu Tian. Wu Tian, however, remained unperturbed, chuckling as he remarked, "A pig is just a pig. Without a golden dragon card, one should refrain from boasting. Sir, your capital verification has been successful, and you are entitled to a 50% discount. Today, your expenditure amounts to 1,500,000. Please take your card." After receiving the card, Wu Tian expressed to the cashier, "My experience today has been utterly dreadful, all thanks to this pig causing a ruckus. I am quite displeased. How do you intend to address this?" Upon hearing Wu Tian incessantly refer to him as a pig, Ding Boss was infuriated and felt compelled to retaliate. Yet despite his efforts to leap about, he remained firmly rooted to the ground, his substantial belly wobbling comically, prompting laughter from onlookers. Just imagine a man weighing over 200 pounds attempting to leap. Nevertheless, he continued to protest loudly, accusing, "I suspect your card was either picked up or stolen. You are nothing but a bumpkin, a pauper, a filthy security guard." The commotion at the cashier's desk soon attracted the attention of the mall's duty manager. After clarifying the situation with the two cashiers, he summoned 8 security guards, who swiftly expelled Ding Boss and his wife. Ding Boss, still irate, shouted, "I possess a MOS silver card. You cannot treat me this way." The manager scoffed, "Who do you think you are? Today, I am revoking your silver card qualification, and the balance will be refunded to your bank account." Ding Boss, resembling a hefty pig, was forcibly escorted out by the 8 security guards. Yet, he remained relentless, bellowing, "Filthy security guard, I will not let this go. You will pay for this." Chapter 29. Villa Number 1 in the main hall of the Long family manor. A portrait of the late patriarch hung solemnly. What was meant to be a birthday banquet had tragically transformed into a mourning ceremony, causing profound sorrow among the Long family. Long Dingfei, his hands wrapped in bandages, sat in the hall, his face etched with fury as he shouted, "Have we located the traitor from that day? Long Dingyu." The second son of the Long family, a man of little substance and a notorious playboy, nervously replied, "Eldest brother." The footage from the banquet shows a young man in his 20s flipping the table, accompanied by a beautiful woman. They arrived under the auspices of the Huadu Grand Hotel. But we could discern nothing more. Regardless of whether he is indeed a traitor, he must not be spared. Once we trace Chunhao's whereabouts, we shall deal with him accordingly. The external public opinion is exceedingly unfavorable towards us, suggesting that our patriarch's oppressive behavior has drawn enemies, leading to this calamity. We must proceed with caution and discretion, Long Dingfei declared darkly. Understood, Long Dingyu responded, turning to leave with a few subordinates. These past few days, Wu Tian's spirits soared. He gifted 2 brand-name bags to each of his 7 teacher-s wives, who showered him with compliments. Riding his luxurious motorcycle, he arrived in a flash at the southern gate of the Bu Lantian garden in the provincial city, with 2 lovely ladies by his side, each linking an arm with him, their faces radiant with joy and curiosity, as today he brought them to finalize their property purchase. "Halt, country bumpkin. Is this a place for you?" Today Wu Tian donned a rather unremarkable outfit, an ordinary white shirt atop and a pair of blue trousers below. Having arrived by bicycle with his leather shoes caked in dust, observing the 2 intimidating security guards, he pondered, "What is the fuss? It's merely a residential community. Isn't it? Why deny entry?" One of the burly guards shot Wu Tian a fierce glare, adopting an air of superiority. Wu Tian, however, responded with a cheerful demeanor, inquiring, "What is the matter? Are we not allowed to enter?" The tall guard, with a dismissive expression, retorted, "You ought to realize where you are. This southern gate leads to an opulent and esteemed villa district, not a place where just anyone can waltz in." The moment those words left his mouth, the wife of the third master, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "What did you say? We are here to collect the house. Let us in at once." Her face bore a proud expression, and she flashed a captivating smile at Wu Tian. The 2 guards, upon noticing the 2 beautiful women beside Wu Tian, became momentarily captivated. The taller guard couldn't resist whistling and playfully remarked, "Ladies, you are truly stunning. Just be wary of this impoverished fellow." Wu Tian's expression darkened at his words, and he firmly warned, "Mind your language. I reiterate, we are here to collect the house." The shorter guard, with a sardonic tone, scoffed, "Collect a house? With your rickety motorcycle? Go on, scram. Important guests will be arriving shortly. You should take your revelry elsewhere." Wu Tian shook his head in resignation, reflecting that his motorcycle was worth over 2 million, lamenting that the guards were blind to its value. At that moment, Long Dingyu, the second young master of the Long family, who had been trailing Wu Tian, caught sight of the 2 stunning women and quickly disregarded his brother's earlier admonitions, revealing himself along with a cadre of bodyguards. Upon seeing the 2 ladies, Long Dingyu's spirits soared, and he feigned seriousness, exclaiming, "What is all this ruckus? Aren't you concerned about startling these lovely ladies?" Recognizing Long Dingyu, the burly guard, aware of the Long family's prominence as owners of a villa worth 50 million, promptly bowed and said, "Young Master Long, there's a poor fellow here who has somehow deceived 2 beautiful women into accompanying him, claiming he is here to collect a house." Long Dingyu glanced at Wu Tian and then at the 2 guards, chuckling as he remarked, How amusing. Guards reprimanding guards. I see you two merely stand watch all day. Look at your counterpart here. His charm with women is undoubtedly superior. The two guards, chastised by the second young master, dared not retaliate, nodding submissively in agreement. Wu Tian felt a surge of frustration. All he sought was to acquire a property. Yet he was met with resistance from the guards, resulting in an array of unwelcome complications. Realizing further discourse was futile, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number, stating, "This is Wu Tian. I am here to collect the house as the owner of Unit 1. The guards are refusing me entry." A sweet voice responded from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Wu. I apologize for the inconvenience. We will address this immediately." Shortly thereafter, a beautiful woman clad in professional attire approached, flanked by a group of bodyguards dressed in black. "Mr. Wu, I sincerely apologize for any discomfort I may have caused you. I am the esteemed head housekeeper, and I am at your service for any requests you may have," the woman said respectfully. Long Dingyu was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that this seemingly ordinary security guard was, in fact, the most distinguished owner in the vicinity. Regrettably, he also lamented the thought of missing the chance to engage with the two enchanting women by her side. The two security guards, equally astonished, exchanged furtive glances and stammered, "Mr. Wu, we were blind to your greatness. Please, have mercy and forgive us this once." Wu Tian, disinterested in their pleas, followed the head housekeeper into the villa district. Long Dingyu, unwilling to concede, trailed behind, scheming for an opportunity to strike up a conversation. Upon entering the villa area, Wu Tian was awestruck by the picturesque scenery. Lush greenery, vibrant flowers, and exquisite villa architecture enveloped him, as if he had stepped into a fairy tale realm. "Mr. Wu, this is your villa." The head housekeeper gestured toward a magnificent residence. Wu Tian surveyed his castle-like abode with satisfaction, nodding approvingly before embarking on a tour of the villa with his two companions. Meanwhile, Long Dingyu lurked nearby, contemplating how to approach Wu Tian and his two alluring companions. Chapter 30. Frolicking in the water as Wu Tian and his two companions entered the head villa. He resembled a prince guiding two princesses into a castle adorned in European style. The exterior of the castle was grand and imposing, with soaring spires piercing the heavens, and sturdy walls encircling the property, a testament to the owner's nobility and authority. Upon entering the villa, they were further captivated by the breathtaking interior. 5 interconnected villas were artfully scattered around the main residence, each possessing its unique charm. The first and second floors comprised the main villa, where an expansive hall on the ground level could accommodate over 100 guests, allowing ample space for social gatherings. The second floor boasted a gym, cinema, game room, and library, fulfilling every conceivable luxury for a refined lifestyle. This castle-like villa epitomized the pinnacle of opulence. Within the villa, 2 elevators and a staircase corridor cleverly connected the 5 distinct villas. Wu Tian and the 2 women ascended directly to the 5th-floor observation deck via the elevator. This vantage point consisted of a small swimming pool and a lookout area. The pool was crystal clear, shimmering like a blue mirror, surrounded by comfortable lounge chairs and hammocks, offering a serene space for relaxation post-swim. The lookout area provided a sweeping view, with enormous floor-to-ceiling windows that made one feel as if the entire world lay at their feet. The external scenery was breathtakingly picturesque, leaving the 2 women spellbound. As they gazed dreamily at the landscape, a splash echoed through the air as Wu Tian leaped into the pool, sending up a cascade of water. The 2 companions, startled by the sound, turned to see Wu Tian's sun-kissed skin glistening as he swam with the grace of a fish. As he swam, he called out, "Sisters-in-law, do come and join me in the water." As the third matron gazed upon the vibrant life buoys and swim mats floating atop the swimming pool surface, her initial fear of water dissipated. Seizing one of the life rings, she prepared to leap into the water. Swimwear was readily available in the wardrobe. Wu Tian wore a mischievous grin, pondering the delightful sight of 2 beautiful women. Upon hearing his words, the third matron's cheeks flushed crimson, prompting her to hasten to change into her swimwear. Shortly thereafter, she emerged clad in a seductive bikini, her curvaceous figure on full display. The 6th matron also donned her swimsuit, and together, they plunged into the pool. Wu Tian, observing the enchanting silhouettes of the 2 matrons in the water, felt a ripple of excitement within him. Swimming over to the third matron, he playfully tugged at her life ring. Losing her balance, she tumbled into the water, letting out a startled cry. Wu Tian quickly pulled her back up, chuckling, "Fear not. I am here," as he steadied her in the water. She soon realized the pool's depth was shallow, barely reaching her thighs. The sixth matron, also equipped with a life ring, flailed her arms and kicked her legs in the water, calling out to Wu Tian, "Hurry, teach me how to swim." Seeing her alluring figure swaying in the water, he swam to her with a smile, one hand resting on her delicate waist as he explained the fundamentals of swimming. The sixth matron, initially nervous, was somewhat clumsy, splashing water everywhere and drenching everyone nearby. Watching from the sidelines, the third matron felt a twinge of jealousy. Pouting, she muttered, "I knew it. You're just teaching little six how to swim while leaving me out." Hearing her complaint, Wu Tian replied with a grin, "Come here, third. I'll teach both you and little six together." Upon hearing his words, both matrons' faces blushed instantly. "I am not little third. I am not little six," they retorted earnestly. "Impudent boy, how dare you give your third matron a nickname?" The third matron, in a fit of anger, lunged at Wu Tian in the water, but her overzealousness caused her to fall into his embrace. "Do you think I'm invisible?" The sixth matron protested. No, I slipped and fell into this rascal's arms." The third matron stammered, her face reddening like an apple in her defense. Chapter 31. The Absurdities of Intoxication. The door to the office of the general manager of Missouri Real Estate was firmly shut. Li Weisheng sat in the opulent boss's chair, embracing the beautiful Mo Xinyao in his arms. "Darling, does the young lady have her eyes set on that rascal? He just threw down over 5 billion. "I'm not certain," she replied. She merely said it was to repay a debt of gratitude, claiming there were many bystanders at the accident scene. Yet it was Wu Tian who bravely rushed in to save my sister, hence she decided to reward him. Li Weisheng's expression darkened as he lamented. "What right does that scoundrel have to such fortune? I once saved his father, and here I am, merely a general manager with assets barely in the tens of millions, still working for the Mo family." Mo Xinyao recognized her husband's competitive nature and playfully chided him. "Darling, she is my sister. What can I do? We are doing quite well together, and since my sister enjoys causing a ruckus, let her be." Li Weisheng, with a cunning glint in his eyes, reached out with his large hand to caress the beautiful woman's face, growling, "I cannot abide the young lady's capriciousness. Why must she always overshadow my darling? She is merely a reckless spendthrift, fortunate to have a wealthy father. You must keep a close watch on your sister." Sensing her man's anger, Mo Xinyao felt a twinge of unease. "Darling, what are you planning?" He replied, "Do not question me. It is for our own good. With the old man frequently abroad, we should seize the opportunity to amass some wealth and elevate ourselves into a prosperous family." Mo Xinyao gazed at the man she adored, now 30 years old, feeling both affection and fear. Her father, Mo Taijun, was merely a retired civil servant, and her mother was just an employed teacher with no ties to the Mo Corporation. She envied her cousin's lifestyle and nodded in agreement, saying, "I will follow your lead, but you must not harm my sister." The man flashed a mischievous grin and kissed her cheek, assuring her, "You need not worry, that will not happen." "Little rascal, how much did you make us drink yesterday? What did you do to us?" Wu Tian, still sprawled on the floor, felt a sharp pain in his ears. Groggily, he opened his eyes to see the third and sixth martial arts wives staring at him, wide-eyed. With a pained expression, Wu Tian called out, "It hurts. It hurts. Martial aunt, be gentle. I did nothing. It was you two who kept toasting me last night, and I drank too much and collapsed on the floor. I truly did nothing. I am completely unaware." The third martial arts wife pondered for a moment, recalling that indeed, such was the case. However, upon noticing the greasy stain on her skirt, she could not help but inquire, "Then what is this?" Wu Tian scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he replied, "I suppose I felt uncomfortable last night and grabbed a cloth to wipe my mouth." Upon hearing this, the third martial arts wife's irritation flared up, and she tightened her grip on Wu Tian's ear, causing him to wince in pain. "Martial aunt, it hurts," he cried out. She shot him a glare and declared, "Humph. If you do not compensate me with a new skirt, this is far from over. I'll pay. I'll pay." Wu Tian hastily agreed, relieved when she finally released his ear. At that moment, the sixth martial arts wife, her face flushed yet angry, fixed her gaze on Wu Tian and asked, "And what about the red mark on my face?" As she spoke, she grabbed his ear. Wu Tian pondered for a moment before responding, "I think I got thirsty last night, and when I got up for water, I saw the lipstick on the table and thought to apply some to your face. The sixth martial arts wife's face turned even redder, and she tightened her grip, prompting Wu Tian to exclaim, "Martial aunt, spare me. I only wanted to make you look more beautiful." At this, the third martial arts wife burst into laughter. "Little rascal. You have turned the sixth martial arts wife into a monkey's backside." The sixth mistress was nearly brought to tears, exclaiming, "Sister, Wu Tian is bullying me. Can you help me take charge and teach him a lesson?" Hearing that the sixth mistress intended to strike him, Wu Tian inwardly lamented, recalling the painful lessons learned from these fierce women, who often employed such tactics as ear-tugging and spanking, reminiscent of teachings passed down from their venerable ancestor. Trembling, he pleaded, "Sixth mistress, if you spare me, I shall gift you a limited edition Rolls-Royce." Upon hearing that the luxurious vehicle, valued at 20 million, was to be hers, the sixth mistress's sullen demeanor brightened instantly. Releasing Wu Tian's ear, her voice softened. "Well, since you recognize your mistake, I shall forgive you." However, the third mistress, feeling slighted that Wu Tian offered only address to her while bestowing a luxury car upon the sixth mistress, erupted in anger. She swiftly kicked Wu Tian to the ground and shouted, "Sixth sister, fetch me a shoe." Reluctantly, the sixth mistress removed her high-heeled shoe. The third mistress began to swing it at Wu Tian while demanding, "Do you still think of the third mistress? Am I not entitled to a luxury car as well?" After enduring several blows, Wu Tian, feeling the sting, begged, "Third mistress, please spare me. You can have a share of the Rolls-Royce. Both you and the sixth mistress can drive it." The sixth mistress, upon hearing this, felt displeased. Yet, since Wu Tian claimed the luxury vehicle was to be shared, she had no grounds for rebuttal. In a fit of frustration, she too picked up a high-heeled shoe and struck Wu Tian's backside. Chapter 32. The turmoil in the provincial city. Wu Tian's rear ached painfully, causing him to limp as he walked. He regarded the two seemingly delicate and gentle mistresses, but in his heart, he perceived them as fierce and merciless tigresses. Thus, he began to contemplate ways to escape their clutches. At that moment, his phone rang, and he answered the call. "Mr. Wu, this is Mo Yuling. I heard you are in the provincial city to collect properties. May I invite you to lunch?" Her sweet voice chimed. How could a gentleman refuse an invitation from a beautiful lady? Wu Tian readily agreed, "Of course. Then it's settled. I will pick you up at noon," Mo Yuling said decisively before hanging up. Upon hearing Mo Yuling's name, the two mistresses immediately thought of the strikingly beautiful woman who could rival their own allure. Fearing that this stunning beauty might capture Wu Tian's attention, they swiftly set aside thoughts of his sore backside and became docile. The two mistresses clutched Wu Tian's hands tightly, speaking in unison, "Little Tian, take us along." Wu Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. Just moments ago, the two had been raging tigresses. Now, they had transformed into gentle kittens. He dared not refuse, though his heart was reluctant. Suddenly, a clever idea struck him. He said, "If you two wish to join, you must wear uniforms, short skirts paired with black stockings, as my bodyguards. Otherwise, people might say that this young master lacks class. You may drive the Rolls, and how prestigious that would be." "Deal." The third mistress, elated at the prospect of driving the luxury car, took the sixth mistress's hand and exclaimed, "Let us go change." At noon, a crimson Rolls-Royce glided into the villa, piloted by Mo Yuling. After exchanging pleasantries with her, Wu Tian promptly entered her vehicle, and the two luxurious cars, a red one and a black one, headed towards a renowned dining establishment. In the elegant hall on the third floor, a lavishly adorned dining table was set with an array of delectable dishes. Mo Yuling and Mo Xinyao accompanied Wu Tian as they settled down. The two stunning ladies donned fitted black blazers paired with alluringly short skirts and enticing fishnet stockings, standing gracefully behind Wu Tian. As the trio savored the exquisite cuisine, they engaged in lively conversation, with the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a splendid view of the bustling city center. "Mr. Wu, what are your impressions of the provincial capital?" Mo Yuling inquired leisurely, taking a sip of her red wine. "Miss Mo, addressing me as Mr. feels rather awkward. You may simply call me Wu Tian. The provincial capital is indeed impressive and vibrant." Wu Tian replied with a smile. "Very well, Wu Tian. You may call me Yuling Jie from now on. The provincial capital is quite appealing. Are you considering seeking employment here?" "I am in need of personnel," Mo Yuling stated, her gaze fixed intently upon Wu Tian. Wu Tian chuckled softly, responding, "Thank you, Yuling Jie. I currently have no such plans. I must await arrangements from my family." Mo Yuling smiled shyly. reflecting inwardly on her previous words. After all, he was a man of considerable stature and influence. The third sister-in-law observed the silent exchange between Wu Tian and Mo Yuling, her heart simmering with indignation. However, as her role was that of a bodyguard, she had to suppress her fury, enduring the discomfort of her high heels. Wu Tian, here is my business card. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out. I must take my leave now, as I have matters to attend to at the company. Mo Yuling announced, rising from her seat. Wu Tian promptly stood to accept the card, affirming, understood. As the two Mo sisters departed, the third and sixth sisters-in-law, relieved, shed their high heels and sat barefoot, unabashedly pouring themselves drinks and indulging in the feast without regard for Wu Tian. Suddenly, the furious shouts of the Mo sisters echoed from outside. Step aside. The Mo sisters are not to be trifled with. Who are you trying to intimidate? The master was not raised to be frightened. A male voice boomed, overpowering the sisters' outcry. Oh no, someone is causing trouble, Wu Tian exclaimed, immediately turning his gaze towards his two sister-in-laws. Yet, the sisters remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy their meal amidst the commotion outside. Growing anxious, Wu Tian dashed outside, positioning himself protectively in front of the Mo sisters. It was then that he discerned over 20 burly men surrounding them, some reeking of alcohol. Boss, it's this kid and his group of women who brutally attacked our little brother, claiming the Tiger Head Gang is merely a rabble. A young man with bleached hair reported to his leader. Ladies, you may leave, or you may stay to witness the spectacle. Today, we are here to deal with this arrogant fool, the imposing leader declared, flexing his muscular arms. Wu Tian realized that these individuals were not targeting Miss Mo, but were instead seeking trouble with him, which alleviated his anxiety. Suddenly, he sensed a tremendous surge of energy emanating from the burly man, evidently warming up before making his move. Wu Tian thought to himself that this individual must be a formidable opponent, and instinctively took a step back. This scene was observed by Huang Mao, who mockingly remarked, "Aren't you quite the fighter? Let me tell you, my brother Huang is a master. Crushing you would be akin to squashing an ant." Upon learning that his adversary was a martial arts expert, while he was merely a novice, Wu Tian felt a surge of fear and began to fervently recite the Purple Light 7-star protective technique, desperately absorbing the brute's internal energy. Huang Laodao struck with remarkable speed, his fists aimed at Wu Tian's head. By this time, Wu Tian had cultivated his protective technique to an intermediate level and had absorbed 50% of the burly man's internal power within mere minutes. As the expert's fists approached, Wu Tian, as a novice, instinctively raised his hands to shield his head. Countless fists rained down upon him, eliciting screams from Mo Yuling and Mo Xinyao, who, terrified, covered their eyes with their hands. Over 20 henchmen from the Tiger Head Gang, witnessing Wu Tian's lack of retaliation, joined in the assault. However, their punches felt as though they were striking iron, causing them to yelp in pain. Upon hearing the sister screams, the two masters finally sensed that trouble was afoot and hurriedly donned their high heels, rushing out. Upon seeing the two masters arrive, Wu Tian's courage surged. He took the hands of the Mo sisters and dashed downstairs, shouting, "Masters, run! There's a skilled fighter." The two masters, seeing over 20 burly men staggering about, thought to themselves that there were no experts here. Yet, they could not abandon Wu Tian and disregarded the ruckus, following him down the stairs. Chapter 33. Li Weisheng's scheme. As Wu Tian led the Mo sisters outside, the two beauties felt a slight sense of relief. Upon noticing the other two women emerging alongside him, their worries dissipated entirely. Huang Laodao, who had just been fiercely attacking Wu Tian, now lay on the ground, bewildered and unable to comprehend what had transpired. He felt drained, and as if his very essence had been depleted. Huang Mao, equally puzzled, remarked, "How could this kid manage to knock us down? He didn't even fight back." "Boss, perhaps the space was too confined. With so many of us rushing in to strike him, it's possible we inadvertently collided with one another, allowing him to escape." Huang Laodao felt uncertain. He had never encountered such a situation before and thought that might indeed be the case. He then shouted, "Pursue." The members of the Tiger Head Gang quickly scrambled to their feet and chased after him, but upon reaching the entrance, there was no sign of Wu Tian and the others. Just as Huang Laodao was about to leave with his men, Li Weisheng arrived with several bodyguards and unleashed a tirade of insults at the Tiger Head Gang. "Huang Batian, where is your bravado? In less than 10 minutes. That kid slipped away. I was hoping to be the hero in front of him, and you've truly botched this. Huang Laoda, feeling guilty after being reprimanded by Li Weisheng, could not maintain his composure and cautiously replied, Boss Li, it was our oversight. I shall return this red envelope to you. Li Weisheng disdainfully retorted, Do you think I am short of this petty sum? Keep it. You may take it. He instructed, Ensure that this young man is closely monitored. If you discover any correspondence between him and the young lady of the Mo family, notify me immediately. Huang Batian flattered, Rest assured, Boss Li, I will make it my utmost priority next time. Li Weisheng disregarded their words and stormed off with his bodyguards in tow. Upon returning to the office of the Mo family's headquarters, Mo Yuling reclined in the boss's chair, leisurely crossing her legs. Sister, I find this Wu Tian rather unimpressive. He even lacks the courage to retaliate, Mo Xinyao remarked, handing a glass of water to Mo Yuling. Regardless, he is still a young master. The mere fact that he dares to step forward is commendable. Otherwise, would you even get to see your sister? Mo Yuling smiled at the mention of Wu Tian. Could it be that you have developed an affection for this young man, wishing to embark on a romantic relationship with him? Mo Xinyao teased playfully. You little rascal. Now you are concerning yourself with your sister's affairs. Yet, the beautiful bodyguard by Wu Tian's side seems to be no ordinary person, and their connection appears to be quite intricate. Even if I wished for a romantic liaison, it may not be so simple, Mo Yuling responded softly. Your words betray your feelings. You like him, yet you refuse to admit it, even allowing those around him to capture your attention. The sisters engaged in playful banter within the office. Meanwhile, a black Rolls-Royce sped down the road. Seated in the back, Wu Tian inquired, Why are we returning to Huadu? Why not stay in the provincial capital a few more days? I still wish to meet Master S' wife. The third Master S' wife, gripping the steering wheel of the Rolls, replied, We shall visit her another time. Today is not suitable. If she learns that you are stirring up trouble outside, we may all suffer the consequences. But what about my motorcycle? Wu Tian questioned. The sixth Master S' wife shot him a glance. That is easily resolved. I will have Xiaoli and Xiaoyu ride it back for you. Once the Rolls was parked, Wu Tian and his two master wives returned home. As soon as they entered, the third Master S' wife tossed her high heels aside, and Wu Tian took on the role of a porter for the two master wives. This trip to the provincial capital had cost him quite a bit, as they indulged in numerous delightful outfits. Go practice in your room. We're going to try on the clothes now, and no peeking. The third Master S' wife warned, as if guarding against a thief. The sixth Master S' wife playfully made a face before shoving Wu Tian into her room. This outfit is far too small, constricting my body uncomfortably. The third Master S' wife complained. It looks wonderful, accentuating your curves and elongating your figure, and your waist has become so slender. The sixth Master S' wife chuckled. You find it amusing? Just look at yourself. With that scant fabric, it has been tailored into two tiny rags, barely concealing anything. The third Master S' wife mocked. Seeing the ridicule directed at her, the sixth Master S' wife could not contain her fury, her mind blank as she flung open the glass door, exclaiming, Third sister, you are bullying me. I will seek Wu Tian to mediate. In an instant, the alluring, whimsical outfits worn by the two beauties captured Wu Tian's gaze, leaving him utterly entranced, his heart racing and blood rushing. This captivating scene unfolds with Wu Tian, seemingly haunted, fleeing into the restroom. He managed to stem the flow of blood from his nose only after taking a cold shower. The third mistress, quick to react, swiftly pulled the glass door shut. It was then that the sixth mistress realized her earlier misstep, her face flushing with embarrassment. After refreshing himself, Wu Tian returned to his room, where his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Uncle Fu. Uncle, is there something urgent at this late hour? Wu Tian inquired. Uncle Fu replied, I wish to take you back to our ancestral home tomorrow to acknowledge your roots. Has your father spoken to you about this? Yes, he has. Dad mentioned it during our call. I will follow your guidance, Uncle. You are like a second father to me. Wu Tian exclaimed with excitement. The acknowledgement of one's ancestry is significant. If he had a girlfriend, he could consider bringing her along. Uncle Fu's laughter resonated from the phone. I don't have a girlfriend yet, Wu Tian hurriedly clarified. Chapter 34. Fifth Mistress Lin Yu. The glass door swung open, revealing the two mistresses dressed and elegant. Fresh green kipeos as they approached Wu Tian's bedside. The third mistress playfully pulled Wu Tian up from the bed, chiding, You little rascal. Why didn't you consult us regarding your girlfriend? Wu Tian, captivated by the stunning figures of the two beauties in their kipeos, noticed their eyes glimmering with a hint of displeasure. He cautiously responded, "I truly do not have a girlfriend worthy of meeting the elders." Such a dense-headed boy, the third mistress remarked with a disdainful glance. She pondered, "Am I not beautiful enough to catch your eye?" Yet, being a woman and his third mistress, she felt a twinge of vulnerability. Would it hurt to be a bit more proactive? The sixth mistress also shot him a disapproving look, thinking, "How can you overlook two stunning beauties like us? It's infuriating." With a huff, she declared, "You deserve to be single, you little rascal." Utterly bewildered, Wu Tian watched as the two enchanting women stormed out. Early the next morning, Wu Tian, along with the two mistresses, rose early to prepare for their journey. The doorbell of the villa rang, and he hurried downstairs to open the door, only to find the fifth mistress, Lin Yu, entering with a large suitcase. Lin Yu, petite in stature, appeared almost childlike as she struggled with the heavy bag. "Good morning, fifth mistress," Wu Tian exclaimed with childlike excitement, almost lunging into her embrace for a hug. Standing under 5 feet 6 inches, Lin Yu merely patted Wu Tian's head, saying, "My little junior has grown so tall. I can't lift you anymore." With a grin, Wu Tian complimented, "You look truly beautiful, fifth mistress." "Is it just me who is beautiful? Are we not?" The third mistress retorted, her words laced with a hint of sarcasm. "What brings you here so early, fifth sister?" The sixth mistress teased with a smile. "Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say," the fifth mistress replied, her cheeks tinged with crimson. "Is it because Wu Tian is acknowledging his roots? Did the eldest sister send you?" The third mistress speculated, as if she had unraveled the mystery. The fifth matriarch nodded and remarked that Wu Tian's acknowledgement of his ancestry was a significant matter, specifically assigning me the role of his girlfriend to ensure his unwavering companionship. "You two, as Wu Tian's personal bodyguards, shall accompany him." The third and sixth matriarchs seethed with frustration, their emotions bottled up with no outlet. The third matriarch thought to herself how the esteemed title of Madam had slipped from her grasp, had she not boldly confessed her feelings to Wu Tian. It would not have been so easily claimed by the fifth matriarch. Furthermore, the eldest sister seemed to have orchestrated the situation flawlessly, truly delivering a girlfriend to Wu Tian. "In light of this, let us set forth at once," Wu Tian exclaimed joyfully, relishing the prospect of embarking on an outing with 3 enchanting women, a dream for countless men. The third and sixth matriarchs exchanged glances, resignedly sighing, as they accepted this reality. As the group exited the villa, several luxury vehicles awaited them at the entrance. Wu Tian, accompanied by the 3 beauties, climbed into a lavish sedan, and they proceeded towards their destination. Throughout the journey, Wu Tian and the fifth matriarch shared laughter in the back seat, while the third and sixth matriarchs brooded in the front, their faces etched with resentment. This task was indeed formidable, the sixth matriarch muttered softly. "Indeed, not only must we safeguard Wu Tian's safety, but we must also witness his affectionate exchanges with the fifth matriarch," the third matriarch lamented. Nevertheless, despite their reluctance, they resolved to fulfill their duties with utmost dedication, for it was their obligation. Within the vehicle, Wu Tian's head rested on the shoulder of the fifth matriarch as he drifted into slumber. The convoy sped along the highway, and by 9 o'clock in the evening, they finally arrived at the Wu family manor in Yunpan County. The reception was minimal, a deliberate arrangement by Uncle Fu, who aimed to conduct the ancestral rites 3 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, seeking to avoid any stir or gossip within the family. Chapter 35. Acknowledgement of Ancestry on a moonless, blustery night. Uncle Fu guided Wu Tian, the third and sixth matriarchs, along with his girlfriend the fifth matriarch, as well as Yin Lan, Xiao Li, Xiao Yu, caretaker Liu, Wang Hu, and Zhang Pengzi, stealthily into the Wu family manor. The ancestral hall flickered with candlelight, where the clan leader and several elder members of the Wu family awaited their arrival. As Wu Tian and his companions entered the hall, they bore solemn expressions tinged with nervousness. The clan leader stood before the ancestral tablets, his demeanor grave as he reverently bowed in homage. As the ceremony commenced, the clan leader earnestly declared Wu Tian's acknowledgement of his ancestry, beseeching the ancestors for protection and the prosperity of the family. Wu Tian bowed again, affirming his commitment to rejoin the family and expressing his respect for his forebears. The matriarchs silently prayed nearby, while Uncle Fu's eyes shimmered with pride. The fifth matriarch tightly clasped Wu Tian's hand, offering him support and encouragement. Once the ceremony concluded, Wu Tian embraced each elder, extending his gratitude for their presence. Under the tranquil night sky, Wu Tian's name was officially inscribed in the family genealogy, marking his formal induction into the clan. The following day, Uncle Fu and Wu Tian bid farewell to the clan leader and their relatives before departing by car. After several hours on the road, they finally reached Furong City in Jiangnan Province, the provincial capital. As the luxury vehicles entered the city, the convoy made its way directly to the Eastern Development Zone, arriving at the estate left to him by his father. This is a magnificent commercial building situated in the bustling business district of the eastern part of the city. The first floor is designated for flagship stores of high-end brands, attracting renowned domestic and international labels, thus creating a luxurious shopping ambience. The second and third floors are transformed into a chic shopping center, while the fourth floor features a gourmet food court. The fifth floor serves as an entertainment center, and the 6th to 12th floors house upscale office spaces within a business hub. From the 13th to the 28th floors, exquisitely adorned apartments are available. Adjacent to this commercial edifice lies the Tianlong Grand Hotel, a legacy bequeathed to Wu Tian by his father. Towering 28 stories high, the hotel boasts a diverse array of amenities, including a hotel, cafe, conference hall, and fitness center. Uncle Fu led the group into the Tianlong Hotel, where the hotel manager, Shenzhen, and her team were already awaiting their arrival. "Good afternoon, everyone." Uncle Fu introduced Wu Tian to the gathering, delivering an impassioned speech. Overwhelmed by immense joy, Wu Tian found himself lost in the moment, oblivious to Uncle Fu's words, his gaze sweeping across the hall, landing on a group of elegantly uniformed ladies. When his eyes met Shenzhen's, the tall beauty wore a serious expression, devoid of emotion, yet her unparalleled beauty remained undeniable. After concluding his remarks, Uncle Fu offered Wu Tian a few more words of advice before departing in his vehicle with his entourage. Wu Tian exchanged a few casual pleasantries with the others before exiting the hall, where Manager Shun had arranged 4 luxurious rooms for their rest. Wang Hu and Zhang Pengzi shared one room, while Sister Yang, Xiao Li, Xiao Yu, and Li Yu occupied another. The third and sixth sisters also entered their respective rooms. Casting glances at Wu Tian's room as they passed, they observed the petite fifth sister linking arms with Wu Tian as they entered his room. The door closing with a resounding thud that stirred the imaginations of the two ladies, who mused about the exceptional nature of the fifth sister, now stepping into the role of the young mistress of the Wu family. Upon entering the room, Wu Tian playfully lifted the fifth sister into his arms. Flustered and alarmed, she exclaimed, "Little Tian, what are you doing?" Wu Tian chuckled, saying, "Wife, I want to hear you tell me a story." After placing her on the grand sofa without regard for her consent, he rested his head on her lap and fell asleep. The term wife made Lin Yusin's heart race, and she teasingly retorted, "You little rascal, I am not your wife." Wu Tian persisted, "Even if not a wife, you are still the hostess. Now tell me a story." Left speechless, the fifth sister found herself reminiscing about Wu Tian's childhood, gently patting his back as she began, "Once upon a time, there was a crow that became thirsty one day." As Wu Tian succumbed to slumber, enveloped by the softness of her voice, the third sister, having recounted several tales, leaned against him and drifted off as well. Although Wu Tian enjoyed a restful sleep, the fifth sister found herself in discomfort as Wu Tian tossed and turned, pressing against her thighs. "Wake up, it's time to rise," she admonished playfully. Wu Tian rubbed his eyes and replied, "All right." In a room, the two individuals freshened up, with the fifth mistress tidying herself. Wu Tian escorted her out of the hotel, and they set off for a leisurely stroll, brimming with excitement. They arrived at their own commercial building and entered a charming jewelry store. "My dear wife, come here and try on this necklace," Wu Tian urged, holding a splendid piece in his hand. The fifth mistress, the shortest and most delicate among the mistresses, was also the most timid and gentle in nature. At Wu Tian's call, she blushed and approached him, unable to utter a word amidst the gazes of onlookers. As Wu Tian leaned in closely to fasten the necklace around her slender neck, she cast her eyes downward, unable to meet his fiery gaze. Adorned with a dazzling diamond necklace, she appeared even more enchanting. After settling the payment, Wu Tian took her delicate hand and led her to the third floor, to a boutique specializing in women's fashion. He selected a white sleeveless, low-cut fitted top paired with a strikingly short black skirt. When the fifth mistress emerged from the fitting room, Wu Tian's eyes lit up. Her graceful curves were perfectly accentuated, giving her an air of increased height and playful charm. Subsequently, He purchased a pair of white high-heeled sandals for her. Dressed anew from head to toe, she walked with a light step, joyfully showcasing her beauty before Wu Tian. Wu Tian, noticing the alluring curves of the fifth mistress in her short skirt, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It was surprising to realize that she, who typically wore loose, conservative dresses, possessed such a captivating allure. Chapter 36. Turmoil at the mall. Seeing the refreshed and striking fifth mistress, Wu Tian felt a surge of pride, walking with an elevated demeanor as she linked her arm through his while heading towards the mall's entrance. Halt! A brusque voice called out. Wu Tian turned to see a security guard in his 20s, wielding a probing stick, blocking their path. What do you want? Wu Tian replied impatiently. None of your business. I'm only interested in this beautiful lady, the guard retorted, his gaze fixated on the fifth mistress. I need to see your purchase receipt for that new outfit, he demanded, feigning professionalism. Wu Tian, barely containing his anger, replied, I have the receipt right here. Country bumpkin. Did I ask you? Step aside and don't embarrass yourself here, the guard scoffed. Watch your mouth. Wu Tian shot back defiantly. The two began to argue at the entrance. For other security guards rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Spotting the younger guard, they chorused, Captain Tian, what's going on? I suspect this lady may have sticky fingers. Take her to the security office for verification and escort this man out, Captain Tian commanded. For security guards advanced, pushing Wu Tian, while Captain Tian seized the opportunity to grasp the arm of the beautiful woman beside him, his hand surreptitiously brushing against the hem of her skirt, eliciting a lewd grin from him due to the tantalizing sensation. The woman, though timid in nature, particularly fearful of mice and cockroaches, was unyielding towards the lecherous advances of Captain Tian. With a swift motion, she broke free from his grip and attempted to deliver a punch, only to retract her fist midair. The hollow neckline of her garment creaked ominously as she exerted force. Had she not stopped, her fitted dress would have surely torn apart. Kicking was not an option either, for her exceedingly short skirt left her rounded derriere exposed. With a shriek, she instinctively shielded her neckline with her hands. Upon hearing her cry and witnessing Captain Tian's inappropriate behavior towards his girlfriend, Wu Tian's anger ignited. With a surge of strength, he toppled the 4 security guards to the ground. He dashed towards Captain Tian and delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen. Captain Tian fell with a groan, still defiantly shouting, If you have the guts, don't run. I'll call for backup. Wu Tian scoffed inwardly, dismissing the threat of these mere lackeys. He wrapped his arm around the woman's slender waist, asserting, This is the consequence of your misconduct towards my woman. Do not dally. Summon your allies swiftly. At that moment, a man clad in a sharply tailored suit, around 40 years old, admonished, Who dares to act so recklessly here? The Tianlong group will not tolerate the antics of a mere country bumpkin. Captain Tian Xiaoxiong recognized the imposing figure as Zhang Zhujun, the manager of Tianlong Mall and his own brother-in-law, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards, which made him feel as though he had found a savior. Brother-in-law, this country bumpkin is assaulting me. You must teach him a lesson. Zhang Zhujun shot a glare at Tian Xiaoxiong, ostensibly reprimanding him for addressing him improperly during work hours. But in truth, he was flaunting his status before Wu Tian. Without further ado, Zhang Zhujun snapped his fingers, and a group of burly bodyguards rushed forward. Teach this ignorant brat a proper lesson. The bodyguards pounced upon Wu Tian like ravenous wolves. Wu Tian merely loosened his grip on the woman's waist. Unperturbed by the impending assault, with a swift movement, he deftly evaded the first bodyguard's attack, following up with a spinning kick that sent another crashing to the ground. As the remaining bodyguards charged, Wu Tian adeptly blocked and dodged their strikes, landing blows that soon had them sprawled across the floor in agony. Zhang Zhujun and Tian Xiaoxiong watched in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom Wu Tian's prowess. Dusting off his hands, Wu Tian coldly remarked, It seems your managerial skills and those of the security captain are rather lacking. With such meager abilities, how dare you act so arrogantly before me? At that moment, the bravado of Zhang Zhujun and Tian Xiaoxiong had dissipated, their faces pale with fear as they retreated. Wu Tian, with a stoic expression, charged forward without uttering a word, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Zhang Zhujun. Following this, he launched a powerful kick that sent Tian Xiaoxiong sprawling. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Shenyang was filled with a sense of relief, her excitement reminiscent of a young girl, as she clapped her hands and joyfully leaped into the air. However, in her exuberance, She twisted her ankle in her high heels and found herself toppling downwards. Fortunately, Wu Tian, with quick reflexes, reached out and supported her waist, effortlessly lifting her into a princess embrace, cradling Wu Shinyang securely in his arms. Initially startled, Lin Yu, Wu Shinyang, felt her heart leap into her throat. But upon meeting Wu Tian's concerned gaze, her anxiety dissipated, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as her heart raced uncontrollably. Observing Wu Shinyang's bashful and endearing demeanor, Wu Tian experienced a rush of romantic feelings and, unable to restrain himself, placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Startled, Wu Shinyang abruptly sprang from his embrace. Chapter 37. The night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Mid-Autumn Festival conveniently fell on a Saturday. Wu Tian instructed Yang Lan, Xiao Yu, Xiao Li, Zhang and Iting, Wang Hu, and Zhang Pengzi to return home, demanding their presence back at Tianlong Company by 2 p.m. the following Monday. At 4 p.m., De Shinyang arrived, carrying a large bag of gifts to visit Wu Tian. He hurriedly welcomed her into the villa with a broad smile, exclaiming, De Shinyang, you're here. Please, come in. With a beaming smile, De Shinyang replied, Xiao Tian Tian, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. At that moment, San Shinyang, Wu Shinyang, and Lu Shinyang also emerged to greet her, all chiming in unison, Elder sister, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Sisters, may you all enjoy a joyful Mid-Autumn Festival. Da Shinyang responded, handing the bag of gifts to Wu Tian. Elder sister, you should have come without bringing so many things, San Shinyang remarked. You all have been known to pilfer Xiao Tian Tian snacks since childhood. Elder sister bought extra today, so don't you dare snatch them. Upon hearing this, the faces of San Shinyang, Wu Shinyang, and Lu Shinyang turned crimson, as they recalled their childhood antics of stealing lollipops from Wu Tian when he was just 10 years old. Not anymore, San Shinyang replied softly, prompting a hearty laugh from everyone. Wu Tian guided Da Shinyang on a tour of the castle-like villa, showcasing the elegantly adorned rooms, all featuring exquisite furnishings and high-end appliances, a testament to luxury. As they walked, De Shinyang frequently nodded in approval, exclaiming, this villa is truly stunning. Wu Tian, smiling, responded, if you like it, come stay with Xiao Tian Tian. Are you still yearning for lollipops? No eating them before bedtime. De Shinyang jested, unable to suppress her laughter. Wu Tian, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, I've grown up now. I no longer need to hold a lollipop to fall asleep. Laughter filled the air as Wu Tian led everyone to the observation deck on the top floor. Settling into the large lounge chairs, a gentle breeze caressed them, while the ladies admired the undulating mountains in the distance, engaging in cheerful whispers and conversations. As Wu Tian observed the lively conversation among his esteemed teachers' wives, he promptly dialed the villa's enchanting housekeeper, requesting an exquisite mid-autumn feast to be delivered to the scenic terrace of the villa. An hour later, the charming housekeeper, accompanied by several staff members, arrived with an array of 9 dishes and a soup, elegantly arranged upon a grand round table, before courteously withdrawing. The teachers' wives gathered around the table while Wu Tian, in his eagerness, began to uncork a bottle of red wine, only to be halted by the eldest teacher's wife. Who are we waiting for? Wu Tian inquired, puzzled. The eldest teacher's wife smiled and replied, there is no rush to dine. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and we must first make a video call to Grandmaster. With that, she activated her phone and connected to the green bubble of the second teacher's wife. In the heartwarming video, a quaint wooden cottage came into view, where the second, fourth, and seventh teacher's wives were seated beside a venerable elder with silvery hair. The eldest teacher's wife, beaming with excitement, exclaimed, Grandfather, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Wishing you good health, and sisters, a joyful festival. The elder responded with equal enthusiasm, positioning his face towards the screen under the guidance of the second teacher's wife, cheerfully declaring, the children are all here. Wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Wu Tian, brimming with excitement, stood and leaned closer to the screen, saying, Grandmaster, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. I miss you, and happy festival to the teachers' wives. He waved at the screen as he spoke. Little rascal, you've grown taller again. From now on, call me senior sister instead of teacheress wife. I have taken all 8 of you as my disciples, and it brings me great joy. The elder chuckled heartily. Wu Tian, feeling bashful, scratched his head and responded, Grandmaster. I understand. The elder continued, all right, your 7 senior sisters are like my own granddaughters. Marry whoever you like, but do not bully them. After more than 10 minutes of affectionate chatter, the elder reluctantly ended the video call. Wu Tian raised his glass, proclaiming, "To the teachers' wives, no. To my senior sisters, a joyous mid-autumn festival. May you grow ever more beautiful." Such sweet words, little Tian. Everyone toasted and drank heartily. As they stood and clinked their glasses, Wu Tian couldn't help but cast admiring glances at the teachers' wives, reflecting on the elder's words. He mused to himself, "What right do I have to bully these enchanting ladies? Each one possesses beauty that could captivate a nation." Uncertain of how much wine he had consumed, he felt pleasantly lightheaded. After the meal, the teachers' wives tidied the table, presenting mooncakes, fruits, and tea, and began to admire the moon. Sitting on their chairs, they gazed up at the luminous orb in the sky, the moonlight cascading over them like a gentle stream. Wu Tian began to recite a poem about the moon. Mid-autumn moon, the bright moon hangs high in the heavens, its clear light softly illuminating the earth. With sisters by my side, laughter resounds. In this moment of reunion, my heart is sweet. Chapter 38. The dragon's transformation. On Monday at 1:40 p.m., Wu Tian, accompanied by the eldest teacher's wife, the third, fifth, and sixth teacher's wives, along with Shen Zian, arrived at the Tianlong Group commercial building. Yang Lan, Xiao Li, Xiao Yu, Li Yu, Wang Hu, and Zhang Pengzi had long been awaiting in the hall. The moment they spotted Wu Tian, they promptly approached him and subsequently ascended to the grand conference room on the 10th floor via 2 elevators. Upon entering, they found the spacious room adorned with a grand table, approximately 8 meters in length, positioned centrally, flanked by neatly arranged chairs against the walls. Wu Tian respectfully invited Master Nyang to take her seat at the head of the table, while he settled beside her. Shen Zian occupied the first seat to Wu Tian's left, followed by Yang Lan, Li Yu, by Yin Jiao, Lin Yu, and Su Xiaoxua, who took their places in succession on the left side. Wang Hu, Zhang Pengzi, Xiao Li, and Xiao Yu were tasked with ensuring the meeting's security. At 2 p.m., senior personnel began to arrive for the meeting. Zhang Zhujun, the general manager of the mall, made a grand entrance. Striding confidently into the conference room and taking the first seat on the right, casting a glance towards the head table. To his astonishment, he recognized the rustic troublemaker from the other day, now seated at the podium. Shen Zian was the first to rise, announcing, "Today, the Wushi Tianlong Group convenes a special meeting. Let us warmly welcome our esteemed owner, Mr. Wu Tian, to address us." All 40-odd mid to senior level managers present turned their attention towards Wu Tian, followed by a resounding applause. Wu Tian, slightly embarrassed, smiled and said, "As a new owner, I find myself among esteemed veterans and elites of the company. I hope we can unite in purpose, strategize for the company's future, and enhance the welfare of all employees. Thank you." His words were met with an even more fervent round of applause. Wu Tian waved his hand to quiet the room and continued, "Although I am the owner, I lack expertise in management. Thus, I hereby delegate the highest decision-making authority of Wushi Tianlong Group to my esteemed senior sister, Miss Lu Qingqing, appointing her as the general manager of the group. I now invite the general manager to announce the latest personnel appointments." Lu Qingqing, embodying the spirit of a businesswoman, smiled and greeted everyone. "Good afternoon. I am grateful for the trust bestowed upon me by Mr. Wu. Together, we shall advance the company toward new heights." She then proceeded to announce the appointments as follows. Miss Shen Zian as the Deputy General Manager, Miss Bai Yinjiao as the Chief Financial Officer, Miss Yang Lan as the General Manager of Tianlong Commercial Building, Miss Tang Xiaoli as the Deputy General Manager of Tianlong Commercial Building, Miss Lin Yu as the Financial Manager of the Commercial Building, Mr. Wang Hu as the Head of Security at the Commercial Building, Miss Li Yu as the General Manager of Tianlong Hotel, Miss Tang Xiaoyu as the Deputy General Manager of Tianlong Hotel, Miss Su Xiaoxue as the Financial Manager of Tianlong Hotel, and Mr. Zhang Daping as the Head of Security at Tianlong Hotel. Upon hearing the list, Zhang Zhujun was incensed to find his name absent from the appointments. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "If this place does not welcome me, I shall find another that does." With that, he stormed out, leading a few subordinates in his wake. As for the appointments of others, I will confer with General Shun before making a decision. Before the new appointment notification is issued, the positions of all mid to senior level personnel remain unchanged. Now, I will invite General Manager Shun to speak. As Lu Qingqing concluded her remarks, applause erupted throughout the venue. Shen Zian, rarely seen smiling, expressed her gratitude to the boss for appointing her as the vice president of the group, assuring that she would assist the general manager in managing the company effectively to achieve the boss's goals. Wu Tian cast a glance at the beautiful women present, his heart brimming with delight, akin to blooming flowers. He silently chuckled, thinking to himself, "This is splendid. My esteemed mentors and my two little followers are all well-placed now, with tasks to undertake. From now on, I shall enjoy my freedom, no longer subjected to their oversight." With this thought, a smile of quiet joy blossomed on his face. Next, it was the turn of the general manager of the commercial branch, Yang Lan, to speak. Upon starting her address, she cast a flirtatious glance at Wu Tian, startling him enough to nearly topple from his chair. Fortunately, his master's wife was quick to catch him, delivering a sharp pinch to his waist. The pinch elicited a wince from Wu Tian, rendering him instantly obedient, his gaze no longer daring to wander towards the beauties. What Yang Lan said thereafter went unheard by Wu Tian. Finally, it was the general manager of Tianlong Hotel, Liu, who took the stage. The young beauty stood up, saluted Wu Tian, and expressed her gratitude for his recognition and kindness in promoting her from an ordinary management position to such a prestigious role. She pledged to work doubly hard to ensure the hotel's business flourished. Wu Tian observed Liu, contemplating her competence. She was indeed diligent and responsible. Although she had previously served only as a logistics supervisor, he had personally witnessed her capabilities, which led to her being entrusted with greater responsibilities. Liu paused before continuing. As I understand it, Tianlong Hotel and the commercial building previously operated independently. Now that the group headquarters has been established, I respectfully request that the group headquarters be registered at Tianlong Hotel, as I wish to benefit more from the boss's guidance. The location of Wu's Tianlong Group, whether at the commercial building or Tianlong Hotel, was indeed a matter of interest to everyone. General Manager Lu Qingqing smiled and responded. To ensure everyone can work with peace of mind, our group headquarters generally will not interfere with the specific operations of the two departments. The assets under my name will be voluntarily integrated into Wu's Tianlong Group. I possess an 18-story commercial building in the southern part of the city, designated as the office location for the group headquarters. At this moment, the attendees regarded the beautiful general manager with newfound respect, and the conference room echoed with enthusiastic applause. Chapter 39. Leisurely days with the esteemed mentors off to work. Wu Tian relished his leisure at home, indulging in a long slumber until 9 o'clock in the morning. Just after he finished his morning routine, a series of urgent and shrill honks from a small vehicle pierced the tranquility. "Who is so inconsiderate as to disturb my peaceful morning?" he grumbled, hastily descending the stairs and stepping into the lobby to discern the commotion. Upon a glance, Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld the enchanting Mo Yuling. She adorned herself in a sleeveless qipao, embellished with delicate white flowers, and donned a pair of chic white leather shoes that accentuated her graceful and alluring figure. Her smooth, captivating long legs radiated an inviting sheen. "Brother Wu Tian, don't you think I look lovely?" Mo Yuling's voice was sweet as she naturally intertwined her arm with his. Wu Tian, captivated by her presence, found himself nearly drooling, stammering out that she looked indeed splendid. "Brother Wu Tian, I wish for you to accompany me to the park," Mo Yuling said, playfully shaking his arm and twisting her slender waist in a charming manner. Wu Tian thought to himself that this beauty was unaware of their age difference. However, being called brother by her filled him with delight, a title he had yet to earn at home. "All right, I will gladly accompany my dear Yuling to the park," he responded eagerly. The pair hopped into a small vehicle, which emitted a puff of smoke as it swiftly sped towards the park. Upon arriving at the provincial capital's Nature Forest Park, Wu Tian noticed several other vehicles trailing behind, clearly the personal bodyguards of Miss Mo. "You all wait here. I will notify you via phone if needed," Mo Yuling instructed before taking Wu Tian's hand and leading him into the park. Once inside, Mo Yuling was as exuberant as a child, dragging Wu Tian directly to the roller coaster. As the ride commenced, ascending rapidly before plummeting suddenly, the intense sensation of weightlessness rendered Mo Yuling pale with fear. Instinctively, she clutched Wu Tian tightly, her entire being collapsing into his embrace. In that moment, her heart raced, nearly leaping into her throat. She shut her eyes tightly, her mind a blank, holding on to Wu Tian as if he were her sole lifeline. Sensing her anxiety, Wu Tian comforted her gently, "Do not be afraid," while softly patting her back. After disembarking from the roller coaster, Mo Yuling exhaled deeply and pulled Wu Tian onto a sightseeing bus to observe wildlife. As the bus approached the lion and tiger enclosure, terrified screams erupted from the passengers. Some too frightened to even breathe. Mo Yuling's fear became apparent once more as she nestled beside Wu Tian, unable to meet the fierce gaze of the regal tiger. "Brother Wu Tian, I am scared," she trembled. With a warm smile, he enveloped her in his arms, reassuring her, "Fear not, dear Yuling, for Brother Wu Tian is here." Hearing his words, Mo Yuling felt a wave of reassurance wash over her, yet she could not resist snuggling closer into his embrace. Wu Tian observed her timid yet adorable demeanor, gently caressing her back. His hand brushed against the silk fabric of her qipao, cool and smooth to the touch. Accidentally, his hand grazed the prominent contour of her cheekbone, igniting a blush that spread across Mo Yuling's cheeks, rendering them a radiant crimson. She leaned in, her lips near his ear, playfully scolding, "Brother Wu Tian, you are quite naughty." Startled, Wu Tian's hand trembled, inadvertently sliding toward her smooth thigh. He quickly withdrew, a bashful chuckle escaping his lips as he awkwardly laughed. Hee hee. Mo Yuling nestled against Wu Tian, gentle as a lamb. This time, she refrained from speaking, summoning her courage to plant a kiss on Wu Tian's cheek. Wu Tian, slightly dazed from 2 hours on the sightseeing bus, held the enchanting beauty close as they marveled at the wildlife outside, his heart blossoming with joy, his face adorned with a radiant smile. After disembarking, Mo Yuling's playful spirit remained undiminished. She purchased 2 bottles of water and 2 packets of bread from a nearby stall, replenishing their energy. Hand in hand, she led Wu Tian up a winding path on the mountain. After climbing for merely half an hour, the young lady's sweet voice, capable of melting hearts, emerged as she playfully complained, "Wu Tian, my legs ache terribly. I need you to carry me up the mountain." Hearing her playful pleas, Wu Tian chuckled, both helpless and indulgent, before squatting down before her. Blushing, Mo Yuling gently draped herself across his back. Wu Tian lifted her legs with ease and stood, setting off up the mountain. With her head resting on Wu Tian's shoulder, she shyly murmured, "Thank you, Wu Tian, for your hard work." Wu Tian replied with a grin, "I'm a mountain man. I could carry 2 of you if need be." "Oh, you boast. I wouldn't want you to carry 2. You can only carry me." "All right, then, I shall carry my sister up the mountain." Wu Tian beamed, letting out a jubilant shout as they finally reached the summit. At the peak stood a pavilion, where Wu Tian gently set Mo Yuling down, allowing her to sit on the stone table while he settled on a stone bench. Mo Yuling's cheeks flushed deeper under Wu Tian's gaze. She shyly averted her eyes and softly said, "Thank you, Wu Tian. I had a wonderful day." Wu Tian, enchanted by her bashful demeanor, felt a surge of joy. Observing Wu Tian's silly grin, Mo Yuling decisively removed her exquisite high-heeled shoes, revealing her delicate, snow-white feet before him. "Beautiful," Wu Tian couldn't help but exclaim. "Still in pain?" he asked, noticing the redness on her heels. "Yes," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Without hesitation, Wu Tian grasped her delicate feet, inhaling deeply as he channeled his internal energy, gradually infusing it into her feet. Miraculously, her once red heels transformed, becoming smooth and luminous under his nurturing energy. Feeling a flutter of anxiety, Mo Yuling's cheeks flushed as she avoided Wu Tian's gaze. "All right, that's enough. Please let go," she stammered, her voice trembling with shyness. Just then, an inappropriate remark shattered the sweet atmosphere. "How bold of you." Wu Tian quickly released her feet and rose, demanding, "Who dares to disturb us here?" From the woods emerged the dragon family's 2 brothers along with a group of henchmen. "Brother, that's the young master of the Wu family. They have many beautiful women. If we offend the Wu family from the provincial city, the dragon family may face dire consequences." Though the second son of the dragon family was merely a frivolous playboy, he displayed a semblance of practicality, articulating his thoughts with some coherence. "What nonsense about the young master of the Wu family. Recently, the Wu Group's headquarters was established, and the general manager is a woman named Lu Qingqing. As for him residing in the Tianzi No. 1 villa, he is merely a kept boy of a wealthy woman." Long Dingfei reprimanded his younger brother. "Are you done making a ruckus? My Wu family, my Wu Tian, has not offended your Long family, so do not provoke me further," Wu Tian said, his tone laden with irritation. "Kid, you are an accomplice of Chun Hao. You conspired to harm my father, and now you dare to argue?" Kill him. Long Dingfei issued a vicious command. Just then, Long family's second son, Long Dingyu, shouted loudly, "Stop! Do not harm that beautiful woman." A dozen assassins charged toward Wu Tian, brandishing their steel blades. Chapter 40. The might of the young lady of the Mo family, these assassins, each exuding an overwhelming aura of menace, swung their weapons at Wu Tian. Just as Wu Tian and Mo Yuling found themselves in grave peril, over a dozen bodyguards from the Mo family arrived in the nick of time. They wielded their steel blades and iron rods, joining the fray, and a cacophony of clashing sounds ensued as both sides fought fiercely. Previously terrified and hiding behind Wu Tian, Mo Yuling, upon seeing her family's bodyguards arrive, found her courage. The temper of the young lady erupted as she shouted, "How audacious of the Long family! A bunch of oblivious fools! You have offended the Mo family of the provincial city and disrespected my man. Are you all courting death?" Hearing the mention of the Mo family, the frivolous young man exclaimed, "Stop! The provincial city is a place where dragons hide and tigers crouch. If we offend a powerful family, the consequences will be dire." The assassins, upon hearing Long Dingyu's words, momentarily withdrew from the battle, yet both sides continued to glare at each other with hostility. "You spineless coward! At the mere mention of the Mo family, you lose your composure." The Mo family is merely a real estate company in the provincial city, with a building materials market and several shopping malls. Although our Long family may not rival the Mo family, if they protect this kept boy, my Bai family is not to be trifled with either. What? Your Long family is not to be trifled with? Is my Mo family insignificant? Mo Yuling shouted in a frenzy. "Beautiful lady, if you wish to avoid trouble, you would do well to leave promptly," Long Dingfei replied impatiently. Mo Yuling, who had never endured such humiliation, stammered in her indignation, "You are seeking death. If I call my father, he could annihilate your assets within 10 minutes. Laughter erupted. Long Dingfei and his assassins chuckled heartily. "Little girl, how endearing. I shall grant you 10 minutes. If your Mo family cannot silence my Long family in that time, do not blame us for being ruthless and for taking your kept boy's life." "You shall see," Mo Yuling retorted, picking up her phone and activating the speaker function. "Dad, someone is bullying your precious daughter." A grim voice responded, "Who dares to bully my daughter? Let him reveal his name. Do you think I fear theatrics? I, Bai Dingfei of the Bai family in Jiangnan province, am not afraid of you." Bai Dingfei amplified his voice for the listener. "Father, did you hear that?" Mo Yuling inquired. "Before me, the Long family exhibited an audacious demeanor, and I demanded that you extinguish all assets belonging to Long Dingfei within a mere 10 minutes. Rest assured, my dear, it will be accomplished in no time." Mo Fu replied succinctly, before promptly ending the call. The two parties stood in a silent standoff, their gazes locked as if they could pierce each other with arrows. Long Dingfei maintained an air of superiority, secretly contemplating, "I possess assets amounting to 2 billion. While I may not be a significant figure in this provincial city, in my hometown, I am indeed the wealthiest of the wealthy." Meanwhile, Mo Yuling, hands on her hips and a fierce expression upon her face, appeared ready to devour anyone in her path. Time ticked by agonizingly slowly, the 10 minutes dragging on like a snail's pace. At long last, the time elapsed, and Long Dingfei's phone rang ominously, causing a flicker of anxiety within him as he answered. His face turned as pale as a sheet, and he shouted, "Oh dear, it's all over. Everything is lost." It turned out that Mo Yuling had indeed succeeded. News of the Long family's assets being frozen arrived swiftly, their possessions seized by the state in the blink of an eye. The provincial military governor's office had classified the Long family as a criminal gang, guilty of numerous heinous acts, including murder, arson, and oppression, an extensive criminal record that could fill volumes. How could this be? Long Dingfei collapsed to the ground, eyes wide, as if his soul had departed. His henchmen stood frozen, bewildered like deer caught in headlights. Mo Yuling, however, reveled in her triumph, clutching her belly in laughter. "Now you know my formidable power." Wu Tian, observing from the side, couldn't help but smile, acknowledging the true strength of the Mo family. Regret coursed through Long Dingfei as he lamented his misfortune, realizing that in a moment of rashness, he had lost everything. Yet, Mo Yuling was not finished. She continued, "Do not let me see you again, or you shall regret it." The henchmen, having witnessed the downfall of the Long family, were already considering their escape. Upon hearing the words of the Mo family's young lady, they scattered like wounded beasts. The Long brothers had no choice but to flee in disgrace. With the Long family in a panic, Mo Yuling's heart swelled with joy, transforming from a domineering girl back into a gentle maiden. She disregarded the absence of bodyguards and playfully linked her arm with Wu Tian's, pouting, "Brother Wu Tian, it's difficult to walk in high heels. You must carry me down the mountain." Wu Tian, though exasperated, indulged her, squatting down to allow her to leap onto his back. She felt as if she were ablaze with energy, pressing her warmth against him. As he descended the mountain, he muttered about how this little girl certainly knew how to stir trouble. Mo Yuling, wrapping her arms around Wu Tian's neck, giggled. Who else could be my Wu Tian brother? Yet, Wu Tian pondered how Mo Yuling, when gentle, resembled a soft lamb, but when angered, transformed into a fierce tigress. This stark contrast left him contemplating the need for caution in their interactions. Should he inadvertently offend her, the consequences could be dire. As they descended the mountain, Mo Yuling stumbled upon a breathtaking view and urged Wu Tian to halt. With excitement, she pointed toward the horizon, exclaiming, "Wu Tian, look at that beautiful sunset." Wu Tian gently set Mo Yuling down, and together they reveled in the stunning spectacle. Turning to Wu Tian, her eyes shimmering with emotion, she said softly, "Thank you, Wu Tian. I truly don't know how I would have managed today without you." Wu Tian smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair as he replied, "No need for thanks. You are my dear sister. I will always protect you when you are in danger." With a blush, Mo Yuling lowered her gaze and murmured, "Wu Tian, you are so kind to me. I like you." Moved by her words, Wu Tian gazed at Mo Yuling and replied, "Yuling, being with you brings me joy, but I cannot make any promises right now. My family has numerous unresolved matters that require my attention. It is best to let feelings unfold naturally." He then hoisted Mo Yuling onto his back once more, and they continued their descent, their figures gradually fading into the warm glow of the sunset, leaving behind a beautiful memory. Chapter 41. The Embarrassment of the Charming Mentor Wu Tian. "Let me introduce you to my best friend. She's a stunning beauty," Mo Yuling said, her eyes sparkling. Upon hearing the words stunning beauty, Wu Tian's heart raced with excitement. Yet he hesitated, pondering the whimsical nature of Mo Yuling. What if this was a trap? He could unwittingly walk into a snare. Lost in thought, Wu Tian remained silent. But Mo Yuling, with a playful tug, pulled him into a vehicle. The small car sped towards the southern part of the city, and after about an hour, it came to a halt at the headquarters of the Wu Tianlong Group. As they exited the car, Wu Tian gazed at the company sign, wondering if Mo Yuling's friend could possibly be one of his employees. While he pondered this, Mo Yuling took his hand and eagerly led him into the lobby. They ascended to the 10th floor and directly entered the office of General Manager Lu Qingqing. At that moment, Wu Tian realized with astonishment that Mo Yuling's best friend was none other than his mentor. Upon seeing Lu Qingqing, Mo Yuling dashed toward her like a joyful bird, and the two friends embraced tightly. Lu Qingqing, with a teasing smile, remarked, "What brings you here today, my dear? I heard you were promoted to company president, so I came to congratulate you." With a grin, Mo Yuling replied, "Yes, I wanted to celebrate your achievement." Lu Qingqing had already noticed Wu Tian and was curious about their connection. She playfully inquired, "So, little one, who is this handsome fellow? Are you eager to introduce him as your boyfriend? Afraid I might not find one?" "Ugh, I would never let him be your boyfriend. He is my Wu Tian," Mo Yuling declared, her eyes brimming with joy and pride. Wu Tian, observing the playful banter, felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement, but dared not interrupt. Standing there somewhat dazed. "How did you two meet?" Lu Qingqing inquired with a knowing smile. Mo Yuling hurriedly explained, "I was involved in a car accident, and it was brother Wu Tian who saved me." "I see," Lu Qingqing replied with a smile. "How do you plan to repay him? Have you considered offering yourself?" Mo Yuling's face flushed crimson at the teasing remark. "Wu Tian, constantly attracting beautiful women. Aren't the beauties at home enough? You dare to flirt even with Master S. wife's close friend?" Master S. wife's tone grew noticeably stern, and she instinctively tugged at Wu Tian's ear. "No, I didn't know she was your friend. I'm not flirting. We simply hit it off," Wu Tian pleaded. "Sister Qingqing, what is going on?" Mo Yuling asked in confusion. "Wu Tian is my junior disciple, and I must teach him a lesson," Master S. wife explained. Mo Yuling gasped in astonishment. "What? Brother Wu Tian is your junior?" Lu Qingqing nodded and replied, "Indeed, this lad is my Master S. prized disciple." Mo Yuling's excitement was palpable. Wow, what a coincidence. I didn't realize Brother Wu Tian was my friend S. Jr. Wu Tian grimaced. Sister, please let go. It hurts. Master S. wife, clearly jealous, felt embarrassed to voice it and redirected her frustration toward Wu Tian. Dear sister, I must warn you. This lad is quite the charmer and will attract many women. It's not that he is frivolous. He simply cannot help himself. With a smile that was more bitter than sweet, she released Wu Tian's ear. Mo Yuling, somewhat understanding yet confused, nodded and said, Sister, our friendship is a beautiful fate. Let us go eat. That evening, after a long day of fun, Wu Tian returned to Villa No. 1 with the master and the others. In Master S. wife's room, they were convening a secret meeting. I need you to protect Wu Tian and ensure no other women approach him. Have you fulfilled this duty? Master S. wife inquired sternly. The fifth and sixth disciples remained silent, while the third disciple questioned, Sister, has Wu Tian caused trouble again? It's not that he has caused trouble, but rather that his charm has drawn attention. My friend Mo Yuling called him Brother Wu Tian all day. Can you believe it? As if I don't know she is older than him. Master S. wife expressed her frustration. Wu Tian is Mo Yuling's savior. They have interactions, and we cannot interfere. The third disciple gently pointed out. Who said anything about interference? Mo Yuling is beautiful. R&T by Yin Jiao, Lin Yu, and Su Xiaoxue also beautiful? Wouldn't you call him Brother Wu Tian too? Especially you, third junior sister. You should temper your fiery temperament and be more accommodating to Wu Tian. Would he still be infatuated with other women? Master S. wife nearly proclaimed herself a beauty as well. By Yin Jiao, chastened by her elder sister's lecture, blushed and quietly replied. Sister, I understand. I will change. Tonight, you will accompany Wu Tian in his training. No matter what method you use, ensure that he stays away from Mo Yuling. The meeting of the four enchanting women concluded, and the third mistress, after a refreshing bath and exquisite adornment, entered Wu Tian's bedroom clad in a captivating, back-revealing, ultra-short dress. However, upon encountering Wu Tian's intense gaze fixated upon her, her cheeks flushed crimson, and in a moment of panic, her high heels wobbled, threatening her balance. Wu Tian swiftly leaped from the bed, catching her in the nick of time and pulling her onto the bed. Releasing her hand, he stated, Mistress, tonight I aim to advance to the advanced stage of the 7-star bodyguard technique. You must channel your vital energy to its fullest. The third mistress, with a playful laugh, retorted, Foolish one, with such practice, you will never hope to reach the advanced stage of the 7-star bodyguard technique. Is this truly the case? Wu Tian inquired, perplexed. Internally, the third mistress scolded him for his lack of understanding. She had bared her intentions so boldly. Did he not grasp her meaning? Frustrated and embarrassed, she shot him a teasing glare, biting her lip as she said, You silly boy, you seem so clever most days, yet now you appear so dense. With that, she turned her face away, her blush deepening. Wu Tian remained utterly bewildered, scratching his head and replying, Mistress, I genuinely do not understand. Please be straightforward. The third mistress, exasperated, sat up and pointed a finger at his forehead. Oh you, I am your elder sister. I have hinted so clearly, yet you remain oblivious. Do you not sense my feelings for you? Why not confess? With that, she covered her face with her hands, too shy to meet his gaze. Wu Tian could only perceive her extraordinary beauty this evening, but he could not articulate what felt amiss. He was lost in her allure, seemingly unaware of the unfolding situation. In desperation, the third mistress boldly pressed a kiss on his cheek. Yet, Wu Tian remained unresponsive, simply grinning foolishly, which incited her to hop off the bed, don her high heels, and stomp out of the bedroom in frustration. Chapter 42. The Beauty Incident in the Supermarket in the Morning. As several beautiful mistresses prepared to leave for work, the eldest sister cast a glance at her 3 junior sisters, saying, Today, Mo Yuling will undoubtedly seek out Wu Tian. One of you must stay behind to accompany him and prevent them from getting too close. Upon hearing the elder sister's words, the 3 junior sisters fell into silence. After a moment of contemplation, the eldest sister continued, The young lady from the Mo family is quite the spirited one. I believe the 3rd junior sister is best suited to guard Wu Tian at home. I shall grant you leave from work. The eldest sister's words were akin to an imperial decree in the hearts of her junior sisters, prompting Lu Qingqing to lead Lin Yu and Su Xiaoxue out the door. The 3rd mistress, feeling helpless yet irritated at the thought of Mo Yuling, fumed internally. It is this little girl who clings to my junior brother, causing all this trouble. After preparing breakfast, the third mistress approached Wu Tian's room to rouse him from slumber. Upon seeing her, Wu Tian noticed she was adorned in a purple-red sleeveless qipao. Her hair elegantly styled in an intricate updo. Stray strands playfully framed her snow-white neck, enhancing her allure. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, their corners slightly upturned, exuding an irresistible charm. With vividly painted lips, rich and plump like ripe cherries, Wu Tian was tempted to steal a kiss. In her room, Mo Yuling clutched her phone, expressing her yearning for her father. "Dad, I miss you. I want you to come back to see me." On the other end, Mo Jingfeng replied, "My dear, your father is unwell and cannot travel long distances. Besides, I am tied up with work here. No, I want you to come home to see me. It's been 8 years. I feel almost like an orphan." Mo Yuling sobbed over the phone. "Sweetheart, please don't cry. I am truly helpless. How about this? If you miss me, I will make a trip to America." "I miss you too," Mo Jingfeng consoled. Aware of the debt he owed his precious daughter. "I have matters to attend to, and I'm not inclined to visit America at the moment. I will see you when I can." Mo Yuling's tone softened a bit. "Kiddo, is there something so pressing that you can't even find time to see your father? Do you have a boyfriend?" Upon hearing her father's concerned inquiry, Mo Yuling responded, albeit insincerely, "No, I don't have anyone I like. What kind of relationship could I possibly have? Sweetheart, I have a business deal to attend to, so I must hang up now." Frustrated, Mo Yuling abruptly ended the call. With her mother long deceased and her father consumed by business abroad, she felt abandoned and, in that moment, she cradled her head and wept bitterly. In the office of the general manager of the Mo Group's real estate division, Li Weisheng sat in his executive chair, gazing at the delicate face of the beautiful Mo Xinyao nestled in his arms. Her alluring figure and the smooth, taut legs beneath her long dress evoked his wandering hands. "Your sister has taken a liking to that insufferable boy. You need to find a way to separate them," Li Weisheng said menacingly, causing Mo Xinyao to shudder. "I can't control who my sister likes. We should just focus on our own lives," she replied quietly. With a resounding slap, he struck her face, causing Mo Xinyao to collapse onto the floor, paralyzed with fear as tears streamed silently down her cheeks. Li Weisheng glared at her, insisting, "By any means necessary, you must ensure your sister breaks up with that country bumpkin. If necessary, use your body to entice him. So your sister realizes he is a scoundrel, understood? But I am your woman." Mo Xinyao trembled, hardly recognizing the man before her, who resembled a demon. Li Weisheng leaned closer, lifting her chin with his hand. "Darling, does your man lack for beautiful women? As long as you obediently comply, I promise you a life of luxury." Having said this, he rose and left, allowing Mo Xinyao to finally unleash her cries, lamenting her poor choices. Desiring a life of affluence, she had boarded Li Weisheng's ship of corruption, aiding him in embezzling millions from the company, all of which filled his pockets. With a resigned glance at the spacious, bright office, Mo Xinyao silently prayed, hoping her cousin, a spendthrift heiress uninvolved in company affairs, would remain oblivious. Her uncle was perpetually abroad, and even if she confided in her cousin, it might cost them both their lives. The beautiful Wu Xinyao gritted her teeth, rose from the ground, and exited the office that once captivated her but now filled her with sorrow and pain. On the third floor of the Mo family supermarket, Wu Tian was flanked by 3 stunning women, resembling 3 exquisite flowers, capturing the attention of countless men. "Wu Tian, brother, I absolutely adore this handbag," Mo Yuling remarked, playfully linking her arm with his. The third sister-in-law, holding Wu Tian's right hand, inwardly scoffed at the little enchantress, realizing how easily Wu Tian was swayed by her charms. Wu Tian mused that since the supermarket belonged to the Mo family and the card was a gift from Mo Yuling, he cheerfully replied, "If you like it, buy it. This card can be used freely." He then produced the Mo family dragon card and handed it to Mo Yuling. The third sister-in-law, witnessing this, was nearly beside herself with frustration, thinking how affectionately Wu Tian was addressed, and that when it came to coaxing, she could hold her own against anyone. She tugged at Wu Tian's hand, swaying her body in rhythm, and sweetly said, "Junior brother, I would also like to purchase a handbag." As Mo Xinyao observed the 2 beautiful women vying for attention, each holding limited edition handbags while she could only envy, she softly uttered, "Sister, I want a handbag too." Hearing this, Mo Yuling erupted into laughter. "Oh, my silly sister, I don't need any more handbags. These 2 are specifically chosen for you. Come." Let your brother-in-law buy you a dress. Mo Yuling's unrestrained mention of brother-in-law caused Wu Tian to grimace internally, fearing that the high heels of the third sister-in-law might soon find their way to his backside. As he anxiously entered the women's clothing store, he finally found a moment of peace, sitting on a chair while the three beauties freely chose their favorite outfits. Suddenly, a furious shout from Mo Yuling pierced the air, startling both Wu Tian and the store owner, leaving them bewildered about the commotion. Moments later, Mo Yuling emerged, dragging Mo Xinyao, her face flushed with anger, closely followed by the third sister-in-law. However, the expressions of the three women were unsettling. Mo Yuling lifted the hem of Mo Xinyao's skirt and asked, "Sister, tell me, how did you get these scars? Did that scoundrel Li Weisheng do this to you?" Mo Xinyao could only shake her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face. She bit her lip tightly, her hands clutching the skirt as her body trembled slightly. "Sister, it wasn't him. Please don't ask," she replied, her voice thick with a sob, her eyes filled with fear and injustice, as if concealing endless grievances that tugged at the heartstrings. Chapter 43. The romantic moments of the third sister-in-law. Wu Tian glanced at Mo Xinyao and noticed several dark, bruised handprints on her thigh, clearly the result of someone's violence. "Let us go find that dog of a man who hurt you. With your sister here, you need not fear." At that moment, Wu Tian realized Mo Yuling had transformed, resolutely dragging Mo Xinyao toward the elevator. The third sister-in-law, having lost all interest in shopping, looked on with sympathy and said, "That wretched man, how could he lay hands on such a beautiful wife?" Wu Tian felt a deep sympathy for Mo Xinyao. If it were indeed her boyfriend who had struck her, there was little he could do as an outsider. Fortunately, Mo Xinyao had a supportive sister who would stand up for her. "What are you thinking about?" San Shenyang inquired, her lips brushing against Wu Tian's ear. "Nothing much," Wu Tian promptly replied. As they watched the two sisters depart, San Shenyang naturally linked her arm with Wu Tian's, and together they exited the bustling supermarket. They moved along the sidewalk like a couple in love, closely intertwined, seamlessly blending into the throng of people. "Junior brother, I would like to see a movie," San Shenyang whispered. "Sure, that sounds great," Wu Tian exclaimed, thrilled at the idea, as it had been a while since he last watched a film. He happily took the beautiful woman's hand and headed toward the cinema. Upon arriving, Wu Tian thoughtfully purchased a cup of milk tea and a bag of popcorn for San Shenyang before they entered the private screening room. Just as the film commenced, they found themselves watching an exceptionally terrifying horror movie. As a malevolent ghost appeared on screen, accompanied by chilling sound effects, San Shenyang turned pale with fear and instinctively burrowed into Wu Tian's embrace. Noticing her distress, Wu Tian mused to himself that even the formidable San Shenyang could experience fear. He gently wrapped his arms around her, whispering, "Sister, do not fear. I am here." San Shenyang trembled slightly in his arms, gripping his shirt tightly. At that moment, Wu Tian found it difficult to focus on the film. While he comforted her, his gaze lingered on her beauty. Leaning against Wu Tian's shoulder, the fragrant scent of her presence enveloped him. When he turned to look at her, he saw her cheeks flushed. As their eyes met, the stunning beauty playfully asked, "Junior brother, do you like San Shenyang?" Wu Tian nodded and embraced her tighter, affirming, "I do." While the movie continued to play, an unspoken romantic narrative unfolded between them. Wu Tian offered her popcorn, and San Shenyang delicately accepted it with her rosy lips, the sweet atmosphere seemingly melting the entire private room. She chewed gently, softly declaring, "Junior brother, I also like you." Upon hearing her confession, Wu Tian placed a tender kiss on her forehead. As if recalling something, San Shenyang asked, "Junior brother, now that San Shenyang is your girlfriend, would you ever hit her?" Wu Tian, puzzled by the unexpected question, speculated that it might stem from her unease after witnessing Mo Xinyao's situation. He jokingly replied, "If my girlfriend misbehaves and doesn't listen, I might have to discipline her." Upon hearing this, San Shenyang shuddered slightly, pressing for clarification. Would it be the kind of hitting that is harsh? Wu Tian chuckled. "No, it would just be playful banter." Hearing his response, San Shenyang teased, "Junior brother, you are truly mischievous, only knowing how to play around." As Wu Tian gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, a torrent of confusion from his years of contemplation surged forth. He inquired, "Master Ant, you have often referred to yourselves as tigresses, yet today, I see nothing of the sort. Moreover, you have claimed that my martial skills are rudimentary and that you must protect me. Will you always hold affection for me?" Upon hearing these two questions, the third master ant felt a surge of delight within her heart. She mused that these were merely the mischievous fabrications of this impish boy during his younger days. The notion of being a tigress was merely a tactic employed to discipline Wu Tian. Revealing the truth now would likely lead him astray in the future. As for the assertion of his being a novice in martial arts, she refrained from disclosing the reality. In truth, although Wu Tian's skills may not be deemed the best in the world, he was certainly among the elite in the land of Huaxia. With the practice of the 7 stars accompanying the moon and the assistance of his 7 master ants, his path to invincibility was well within reach. Contemplating these thoughts, the third master ant blinked and said, "A tigress is not one who seeks to devour, mind you. Every woman harbors a tigress within her heart. As long as you love and cherish me, the tigress within shall remain dormant. In the past, your disobedience provoked the ire of the master ants. It was the tigress within them that emerged to discipline you. Each time I struck you with my high heels, it was not my intent, but rather that mischievous tigress at play. As for your current novice status, with diligent practice, you shall soon surpass that label." The third master ant assured him of her unwavering affection, regardless of his skills. Wu Tian listened intently, nodding in understanding. A smile spread across his face as he embraced the third master ant, exclaiming, "I understand now, Master Ant. I shall diligently practice and strive to become stronger, and I will always treat you well." The third master ant gently nodded, caressing Wu Tian's hair. "Yes, my little junior. But do not overexert yourself while training. Take care of your health. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime." Thus concluded this suspenseful tale, as Wu Tian wrapped his arm around the lovely maiden's waist and exited the cinema. With newfound affection, he walked with his head held high, brimming with confidence. The third master ant, feeling bashful in his embrace, blushed deeply, and Wu Tian reveled in the newfound pride it brought him. They approached Wu Tian's motorcycle, but the third master ant, clad in a cheap how, found it cumbersome to mount. Without hesitation, Wu Tian lifted the beauty and seated her on the rear, placing a helmet upon her head before donning one himself. He then joyfully mounted the motorcycle, swiftly darting onto the road, heading homeward. Chapter 44. Caught in the act, a table laden with delectable dishes was set before them. Master Ant Lu Qingqing, 5th Master Ant Lin Yu, 6th Master Ant Su Xiaoxua, 3rd Master Ant Bai Yanjiao, and Wu Tian gathered around the dining table to savor the evening meal. The dishes prepared by Wu Tian were exquisite, rich yet not greasy. As Master Ant savored a piece of braised pork, she praised, "This is delightful." The third Master Ant, sitting closely beside Wu Tian, beamed with joy, proclaiming, "My Wu Tian is truly capable. I adore my little junior's cooking." Upon hearing this, the 5th Master Ant felt a twinge of discontent and retorted, "Is it only you who loves our little junior? Are we not permitted to appreciate him as well?" The words bore a hint of bitterness, causing cold sweat to bead on Wu Tian's forehead. He discerned the animosity in the eyes of the 5th matriarch towards the 3rd matriarch, thinking to himself that it was all due to his intimate encounter with the 5th matriarch that day. Yet, he mused, it wasn't entirely his fault, after all. How could one resist the allure of such enchanting and beautifully adorned matriarchs? The astute 3rd matriarch, catching the barbed tone in Lin Yu's words, provocatively pressed her luscious lips against Wu Tian's cheek and declared, "Today, I proclaim that I am now little junior brother's girlfriend, his true girlfriend, not a mere pretender." She emphasized this point with particular fervor. The 1st matriarch was visibly displeased, though it appeared she had anticipated such a turn of events. The 6th matriarch seemed equally unimpressed. Her head bowed as she focused intently on her meal. The 5th matriarch, unable to restrain herself, let tears flow freely, murmuring accusations of the 3rd senior sister's lack of decorum in enticing her boyfriend. Entice your boyfriend? If we're speaking of pretending to be little junior brother's girlfriend, I am ahead of you in that regard, she retorted. In terms of beauty, we sisters are all stunning. However, I possess the advantage of height, elegance, and a fair complexion complemented by long legs. With that, she rose, standing tall and proud while patting her skirt, her intentions unmistakably clear. Unwilling to be outdone, Lin Yu stood up defiantly, adjusting her blouse and twirling her skirt, haughtily proclaiming, "What I have is petite charm and a voluptuous allure." The two beautiful matriarchs squared off like roosters, leaving Wu Tian utterly dumbfounded, his gaze flitting between them, each possessing her unique charm, each type of beauty standing in stark contrast to the other. With a loud clatter, Chopsticks fell from the table as the first matriarch erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "Must we not have a moment's peace even during a meal? Sit down." Upon witnessing their elder sister's ire, the third and fifth matriarchs fell silent and obediently resumed their seats. "We are all sisters here, and Wu Tian is your little junior brother. We are family and need not bicker so. Remember, we are a family bound by love for a lifetime," the first matriarch said with a complex expression, gently wiping away a tear from the fifth matriarch's eye. Noticing Wu Tian, who had already finished his meal and was grinning foolishly, the first matriarch scolded, "Aren't you supposed to take your sister-in-law back to your room to practice? Quit lingering here." Wu Tian cheerfully took the third matriarch's hand, his grin widening as he replied, "Let us go." Upon hearing the first matriarch refer to her as sister-in-law, the third matriarch's face flushed crimson, and she bashfully followed him to his bedroom. Once inside, they joyfully leapt onto the bed like two jubilant birds and began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Wu Tian focused his mind, silently reciting the 7 stars protecting the body mantra, his entire being enveloped in a golden glow as he absorbed the spirit energy of the universe. The third matriarch, channeling her inner energy, felt it surge within her, replenishing itself continuously. As the enchanting woman intensified her cultivation, within 10 minutes, her body brimmed with complete inner strength. Wu Tian immediately sensed the increase of his own inner energy, slowly absorbing the third matriarch's power. At midday, Mo Yuling hurriedly dragged Mo Xinyao onto a vehicle, the small car speeding towards the Mo Group's real estate headquarters. In the shadows, more than a dozen bodyguards discreetly safeguarding the Mo sisters found themselves bewildered by the sudden turn of events. They hastily jumped into their vehicles, with 2 cars trailing closely behind. 40 minutes later, Mo Yuling stormed into the company's quaint villa, accompanied by Mo Xinyao, both seething with anger. The sisters took the elevator directly to the 5th floor, and upon their return to the company residence, the group of bodyguards below felt a wave of relief wash over them. The leader of the bodyguards, a burly man known as Black Tiger, remarked, "Brothers, this situation feels amiss. The young lady seems truly furious, which is rather alarming. We should ascend and take a look." The bodyguards, in agreement with their leader's assessment, crowded into an elevator and made their way to the 5th floor. Arriving at room 502, Mo Xinyao hesitated, fear gripping her as she fumbled with the key, muttering, "Sister, perhaps we should just let it go?" Mo Yuling, observing her timid sister, snatched the key from her hand and confidently asserted, "What are you afraid of? This is your home. Let us go inside." However, as the key turned in the lock, the door remained obstinately shut. "There is someone inside," Mo Yuling declared, and she began to pound on the door, shouting, "Open up. Let us in." Witnessing her cousin's desperate attempts, Mo Xinyao felt a wave of shame wash over her for having believed Li Weisheng's deceitful words that could have harmed her sister. She joined in, pounding on the door with renewed vigor. The group of security guards, unaware of the situation unfolding inside, observed the Mo sisters' fervent knocking but hesitated to intervene. Black Tiger, showing his resourcefulness, pulled out his phone and called a locksmith. 10 minutes later, a young man clad in blue work attire arrived, perspiring profusely. After registering Mo Xinyao's identification, he retrieved his lock-picking tools from his bag. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, and the locksmith, having received his 100 yuan fee, departed with a cheerful demeanor. The moment the door opened, Mo Yuling seized Mo Xinyao and rushed into the bedroom. The sight that greeted them left them both utterly astonished. Li Weisheng was hastily pulling on his trousers, while a panicked woman lay on the bed. Mo Yuling's eyes widened in fury, her rage boiling over as she unleashed a torrent of invective upon Li Weisheng. "You scoundrel! You wretched fiend! You vile pervert! How dare you betray my sister in such a manner?" Flustered, Li Weisheng fumbled with his buttons, attempting to defend himself. "Mo Yuling, don't slander me. This is a matter between me and your sister. Xinyao, you must believe me. It was this woman who seduced me. You think I'm a naive child? You are nothing but a shameless scoundrel, deceiving my sister and treating her poorly. We will settle this score today." Mo Yuling roared. The beautiful woman on the bed, terrified, curled into a ball, covering herself with the blanket, trembling and too afraid to speak. Mo Xinyao, her face streaked with tears, was overwhelmed by disappointment and rage. With a voice hoarse from emotion, she cried out, "Li Weisheng, I once believed you were my pillar of support. You endure the weight of your work-related stress, tolerating my anger and insults, And while I cannot control your actions outside, bringing other women into our home and sharing my bed with them is utterly disgusting. I can no longer bear to see you. From this moment forth, we shall have no further ties." In an instant, the room was a cacophony of shouts, tears, and disputes, a chaotic blend of emotions. Chapter 45. The entanglement with the scoundrel Wu Tian trained for an hour in the 7-star divine skill with the third mistress. And through this session, he absorbed 90% of her energy, becoming immensely powerful, as if his body were brimming with inexhaustible strength. Meanwhile, the third mistress appeared feeble, her complexion pale, utterly drained of energy, and she collapsed onto the grand bed, falling into a deep slumber. Seeing this, Wu Tian felt a pang of heartache and quickly gathered the beauty into his embrace, ensuring she could rest comfortably against him. One arm securely held the third mistress while the other intertwined their fingers, channeling his internal energy into her body. After a full hour, her internal strength gradually restored to 2 levels, and she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. As Wu Tian observed the once pale cheeks of the third mistress gradually bloom into a delicate rosy hue, her gaze shy and demure, he could not contain his excitement and lifted her slightly, whispering, "Precious mistress, you are truly beautiful." Upon hearing this endearment, the third mistress buried her head in his chest, unable to suppress a delightful giggle, playfully rebuking him. "You cheeky boy, calling me precious mistress. How can you address me like that?" Wu Tian gently tilted her face to meet his gaze, saying, "I relish calling you precious mistress. Do you not enjoy it?" The third mistress, blushing as she looked down, softly replied, "I adore whatever you call me, as long as you love and cherish me." As she seemed poised to speak further, Wu Tian could no longer restrain the fire within him. He leaned in and kissed her sweet cherry-like lips, eliciting enchanting gasps from her. The third mistress wrapped her delicate arms tightly around his neck, and they tumbled onto the grand bed. Wu Tian's tongue savored the floral fragrance of her exquisite face, while his hands brushed away the dust from her qipao, caressing her skin that was as tender as a petal. In the morning, Wu Tian awoke early. Gazing at the beauty who lay asleep, her eyes gently closed, a sweet smile adorning her rosy cheeks. Her long, smooth legs remained ever so fond of kicking off the covers. He hurriedly tucked her in, placing a soft kiss on her forehead before washing up and heading to the observation deck to practice. In truth, the third mistress had already awakened but pretended to be asleep, fearful of revealing her vulnerable state to Wu Tian. The memory of his kiss on her forehead sent waves of happiness coursing through her, leaving her in a state of blissful turmoil. Noticing that the covers were snugly wrapped around her, she thought, "This cheeky boy is quite considerate, concerned for his wife's comfort." When she lifted the covers and found them empty, a wave of embarrassment washed over her, causing her to burrow deeper into the blankets, hoping that Wu Tian would not return to the room. As the sun rose, the third master's wife, adorned in a delicate white dress and elegant white high heels, gracefully descended the stairs. Upon seeing her, Wu Tian immediately approached, enveloping the enchanting beauty in his embrace, exclaiming, "My beloved, I adore you." The third master's wife blinked, casting a glance around the room, and upon realizing they were alone, her cheeks flushed as she replied, "Husband, I love you too." Wu Tian's heart soared at her affectionate address, and his hands grew restless. In a moment of urgency, she called out, "Wu Tian, stop fooling around. We'll be late for work." Reluctantly, he quelled his mischievous intentions, taking her hand to escort her to work. Their blissful motorcycle ride was filled with joy, and within half an hour, Wu Tian delivered her to the headquarters of the corporate group. As she entered the lobby, he found himself once again a solitary wanderer. Just as he contemplated departing on his motorcycle, his phone rang. Answering, he heard, "Wu Tian, could you come over? It's at 2808, Building 6, Blue Sky Apartment." Recognizing the voice of Mo Yuling, he promptly responded, "All right, I'll be there shortly." In a flash, he sped through the streets, reaching Blue Sky Street's apartment complex in less than 10 minutes. Arriving at the door of room 2808 on the 28th floor, he found it ajar. There, at the entrance, stood Li Weisheng, guzzling from a bottle of liquor, his breath reeking of alcohol as he bellowed, "Damn it, which wild man has caught your eye? You want to break up with me?" A few bodyguards loomed nearby, silent observers to the chaos, while several more stood watch at the apartment entrance, their demeanor tense as they monitored Li Weisheng's every move. "Wu Tian, you're here," Mo Yuling exclaimed upon his arrival. her face lighting up as if she had seen a savior. She hurriedly ushered him into the spacious duplex apartment, which felt like stepping into a whimsical princess's realm. Upon entering, he was greeted by an opulent foyer, where a crystal chandelier cast a soft glow upon the intricate mosaic flooring. The high ceiling of the living room created an expansive ambience, with elegant artwork adorning the pink walls, harmonizing beautifully with the white, intricately carved furniture. A spiral staircase, akin to a fine piece of art, was crafted from solid wood, its handrails adorned with delicate carvings, exuding a warm touch. Each step was perfectly proportioned, offering a fluid silhouette, and as he ascended, a sense of tranquility enveloped him, as though he were entering a different dreamlike realm. He soon spotted Mo Xinyao seated on the sofa, her shoulders trembling as she wept softly. Alarmed, Wu Tian rushed over, his voice laced with concern. "Xinyao, what has happened? Please, tell me." Standing beside them, Mo Yuling quickly explained, "Yesterday, I saw Xinyao injured and devastated. I couldn't stand idly by. So I took her to confront Li Wuxiang. Who could have imagined that upon arriving at my sister's home, I would find Li Wuxiang in the company of another woman, engaging in despicable acts that shattered my sister's heart? He had also subjected her to domestic violence. In a fit of anger, Xinyao decided to end their relationship and moved in with me. Today, emboldened by alcohol, Li Wuxiang grew increasingly aggressive, demanding reconciliation while seeking to inflict further harm on Xinyao. Wu Tian, I implore you to assist Xinyao, to prevent Li Wuxiang from tormenting her," Mo Yuling said, gazing into Wu Tian's eyes. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian was consumed with rage. He had never anticipated that Li Wuxiang could be such a scoundrel. He looked at the tearful Mo Xinyao, his heart aching for her, and silently resolved to help her escape her predicament. "Rest assured, Xinyao, I will not allow him to harm you again," Wu Tian assured the Mo sisters. Chapter 46. The turmoil of Xinyao's breakup. Wu Tian stared at the inebriated and erratic Li Wuxiang, his anger flaring uncontrollably, wishing to deliver a few resounding slaps. Quietly, he attempted to harness the protective energy around him, hoping to absorb some of the strength from Li Wuxiang's bodyguards, only to discover they were mere ordinary individuals devoid of any martial prowess. However, he sensed a flow of energy behind him. Turning around, he realized it emanated from a hulking figure, a bodyguard assigned to protect the Mo sisters, prompting him to retract his energy. "We should leave," Wu Tian said as he observed the sisters packing their belongings. "Leaving? Not a chance," Li Wuxiang shouted, shattering a bottle of wine on the floor, shards flying in all directions. Despite Li Wuxiang's outburst, his bodyguards hesitated to intervene, fully aware that their livelihood depended on the Mo family. They could only watch helplessly as Wu Tian escorted the two ladies out under the protection of the bodyguards. Seeing his words ineffective, Li Wuxiang's fury erupted as he swung a punch at Wu Tian. Wu Tian detested men who struck women and did not hold back this time. He swiftly slapped Li Wuxiang, sending him sprawling to the ground. Sitting on the floor, Li Wuxiang touched his swollen face, his eyes filled with hatred as he defiantly shouted, "You dog and woman, just wait." The Mo sisters and Wu Tian paid him no mind as they exited the apartment building. "You should let Xinyao stay at your place for a few days while I handle some matters. I will join you later tonight," Mo Yuling instructed before departing with several bodyguards. Wu Tian, who had just sent off one stunning woman in the morning, was now bringing another home at noon. Yet he could not find joy in it, preoccupied with the need to explain the situation to his mentors. He took Mo Xinyao on his motorcycle, speeding down the road. In the office of the general manager of the Mo family trading company, Mo Yuling sat in the executive chair, fuming as she spoke on the phone. "Dad, Li Wuxiang is bullying my sister Xinyao. You must fire him immediately," she stated bluntly. "My dear, what is the matter?" Mo Jingfeng inquired. Mo Yuling recounted the entire ordeal involving Li Wuxiang and Mo Xinyao to her father in detail. Mo Jingfeng pondered for a moment on the other end of the line before responding. "My dear, this concerns Xinyao's personal feelings. As her father, I cannot interfere, and it would be inappropriate for me to dismiss the general manager of a company on a whim. I don't care. He is still bothering Sister Xinyao, and you must dismiss him," the young lady insisted, petulantly and unreasonably. "Very well, since they have parted ways. I will warn that scoundrel to cease his pursuit of Sister Xinyao. Furthermore, instruct Xinyao to dismiss the financial director and return all profits derived from the real estate company to Li Wuxiang, including the car, house, handbag, and bonuses he provided her." Everything that can be returned must be returned. Upon hearing her father's words, Imo Yuling seethed with anger, exclaiming, "Why should we let that scoundrel benefit from this? Li Weisheng is ambitious and possesses some talent, which is why I chose him as the general manager of the real estate company. However, I fear that the money he currently earns may not be legitimate. Therefore, your business must operate independently, with no financial dealings involving him, including Imo Xinyao. Do you understand?" The cunning Imo Jingfeng asserted. "Father, given the circumstances, it would be better to dismiss him entirely and be done with it," Imo Yuling retorted angrily. "My dear, do you understand? Li Weisheng holds many secrets and client connections for the company. Thousands rely on him for their livelihoods. This is not a matter that can be easily explained." Imo Jingfeng continued. "Since Xinyao has suffered a loss, you should gift her a luxury car, a house, and a $5 million card in my name, ensuring she possesses some assets before marriage, lest she be easily swayed." Imo Jingfeng's intentions towards both his daughter and niece were genuinely heartfelt. "You wish to send gifts to Sister Xinyao and expect me to foot the bill?" "Humph," she retorted. We are family after all. In a few days, I will introduce you to a lucrative deal worth billions, which will serve as a gift from your father. Once you earn money, you can purchase some gifts for yourself as well," Imo Jingfeng said, feeling somewhat uplifted by his daughter's playful protest. Wu Tian returned home with Imo Xinyao, noticing her reddened eyes and visibly poor mood. Unsure of what to say, he gently inquired, "Sister Xinyao, are you hungry? I can prepare some lunch for us." "Brother-in-law, there's no need to trouble yourself. Let us just order some takeout," Imo Xinyao replied. Wu Tian's heart sank at her response, silently lamenting, "Oh no, this is problematic. If the teachers find out, especially the third teacher, how will I explain? The third teacher is my girlfriend now. And if she hears I have a woman at home and another outside, what will I do? If the teachers team up against me, I would be unjustly punished." Wu Tian hurriedly said, "Sister Xinyao, my relationship with your sister is purely platonic. I am not your brother-in-law, so please refrain from calling me that." Seeing Wu Tian's anxious and serious demeanor, Imo Xinyao's mood lightened slightly, and she managed a rare smile, saying, "Oh, I understand now. From now on, I will call you Brother Wu Tian." Relieved, Wu Tian let out a long sigh. He then called the beautiful housekeeper of the villa to request 2 delightful meals be delivered. After Wu Tian and the beautiful woman had their lunch, he arranged for Imo Xinyao to rest in a guest room while he ascended to the spacious bedroom on the 3rd floor. Upon returning to the bedroom, Wu Tian leaped onto the bed and comfortably reclined, unlocking his phone to send a message to his dear wife, "Darling, I love you." Moments later, his wife responded with a shy emoji, stating, "Husband, I love you too." Overjoyed by her reply, Wu Tian began to dance with excitement. Soon after, his wife sent another message, filled with sweet words, "There aren't any other women at home, are there?" Wu Tian's heart sank at her inquiry, a wave of fear washing over him. He thought to himself, "What should I do? Why would she ask that?" Sitting up anxiously, he glanced around the room. "This is odd. There are no surveillance cameras installed in the house," he murmured, wiping the beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead due to his nervousness. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he quickly typed back, "Dear, don't think too much. I'm the only one in the bedroom. There are no other women here. My heart belongs solely to you." He sent the message, secretly pleased with his quick thinking, hoping his wife would be satisfied with his response. Shortly thereafter, she replied, "That's good. But are you not going out to have some fun while home alone?" "Of course not, my dear. I have been thinking of you, contemplating taking my lovely wife to the swimming pool tonight to admire your graceful figure." Wu Tian typed with a smile. Bah, you naughty husband. You're incorrigible," his wife playfully scolded. Chapter 47. A confrontation with my wife. As the wives returned home from work, upon seeing the 2 beautiful women seated on the large sofa, Imo Yuling quickly stood and said, "Sisters, you're home. I didn't mean to intrude." Master wife Lu Qingqing smiled and said, "What are you talking about, little sister? You're not intruding at all. Feel free to come and play here anytime." Unconsciously, she assumed the role of the hostess. "All right, my sister Xinyao and I will stay here for a few days. Once Xinyao resolves her breakup, we will move back," Imo Yuling said with a smile. "Breakup? What happened?" the master wife inquired, puzzled. Upon mentioning this topic, Imo Yuling's anger flared. That scoundrel Li Weisheng not only hit Xinyao, but also entertained other women at home. The master wife cast a sympathetic glance at Xinyao and said, "It's nothing. This villa was a gift from you to little disciple. Staying a few more days is of no consequence. After speaking, the master wife pulled the two sisters from the Mo family to sit back on the sofa, while the fifth and sixth wives joined them in conversation. The third wife glanced around the house and asked, "Where's Wu Tian?" Mo Yuling replied, "Wu Tian is in the kitchen preparing the meal." Upon hearing this, the third wife dashed into the kitchen. Mischievous as ever, she rushed in, inhaling the fragrant aroma of fish soup wafting from the pot, and seeing Wu Tian busy with sweat glistening on his brow. Her heart ached as she gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wu Tian caught a whiff of the enchanting fragrance emanating from the beautiful woman, and with a mischievous grin, he pulled the third master's wife into his embrace, teasingly remarking, "Jiao Jiao, are you thinking of the little junior brother?" The third master's wife shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "You little rascal, I am not thinking of you at all." "Oh dear third master's wife, how unruly you are," Wu Tian replied with a playful smirk, gently patting her back. Instantly, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she playfully scolded, "Little junior brother, you are truly wicked." Gazing at the stunning beauty in his arms, Wu Tian continued to tease her, saying, "If you keep calling me little junior brother, I shall not be pleased. Address me as brother Wu Tian." The third master's wife, feeling the heat of his intense gaze, shyly buried her head into his chest, murmuring, "Brother Wu Tian, you are so naughty." The two engaged in playful banter in the kitchen until the third master's wife extricated herself from his embrace, exclaiming, "Brother Wu Tian, stop fooling around. Hurry and bring the dishes to the table. Everyone is hungry." At last, Wu Tian curbed his mischievousness and, along with the third master's wife, set the food on the dining table. As they gathered around the table to dine, everyone praised Wu Tian for the exquisite flavors and aromas of the dishes, particularly the fish soup, which was simply delightful. The compliments made Wu Tian bashful, causing him to lower his gaze to his plate. The third master's wife, delighted to hear praises for her beloved, continually served him food. Noticing that the Mo sisters were visiting for the first time, she made sure to place a chicken leg in the bowls of both Mo Yuling and Mo Xianyao. Mo Yuling, observing the third master's wife's charming demeanor and her constant serving of food to Wu Tian, felt a surge of jealousy. She cast Wu Tian a flirtatious glance, then handed the chicken leg from her bowl to him. Wu Tian, inadvertently glancing at the third master's wife, was startled by the fierce look that seemed to pierce him. A shiver ran down his spine as he quickly returned the chicken leg to Mo Yuling and offered her a chicken wing instead, saying, "Sister Yuling, you are a guest today. You should indulge yourself." Mo Yuling expressed her gratitude several times, while shooting a provocative look at the third master's wife. Seeing the chicken leg and wing, her favorites, being served to someone else, the third master's wife's temper flared. With a sharp crack, she slammed her chopsticks on the table and stormed upstairs, fuming. Wu Tian, witnessing this scene, felt a tremor of fear within him. He hastily abandoned his meal to pursue her, only to be halted by the eldest mistress who tugged at his sleeve, advising, "The third master's wife has quite the fiery temper. Do not indulge her too much. Some discipline is necessary. We must eat first." Reluctantly, Wu Tian complied, hastily finishing his meal without even wiping his mouth, and rushed upstairs. Upon entering the bedroom, he found the third master's wife still seething with anger. He quickly approached and enveloped her in his arms, soothing her gently. However, her temper was quite formidable that day. She pushed him away, exclaiming, "You little brat, who asked you to comfort me? Why don't you go comfort your sister Yuling instead?" Wu Tian hurriedly explained, "Jiao Jiao, do not be upset. I merely wanted to ensure she felt welcomed as it was her first visit to our home, which is why I served her the chicken leg. I truly did not know." "Didn't he know? You are unaware that those are all my favorites?" The third master's wife interrupted sharply. Wu Tian busily promised that he would prepare a meal for her next time. The third mistress pouted, insisting it was unacceptable. Wu Tian, maintaining his composure, gently replied, "My dear third mistress, as long as Jiao Jiao behaves, I shall comply with your wishes." The third mistress shot him a glance and declared, "Then I want you to drive them away. I cannot bear to see them. They infuriate me." Wu Tian countered, "How could I do that? They are my friends. And Mo Yuling is your close companion. If you create such a scene, it would tarnish the dignity of the master mistress." The third mistress, vexed, retorted, "You only think of the master mistress and neglect me. If you do not heed my words, do not blame me for being unfeeling." As she spoke, she sat on the large bed and began to remove her high heels. Wu Tian's heart sank, realizing the tempestuous nature of this mother tiger was about to erupt. Remembering the master mistress's words, he understood that he must not indulge her, but rather exercise authority. Suddenly, a surge of masculine resolve coursed through him as he seized the third mistress's foot and hurled the high heel away. The third mistress, taken aback by his fervor, was caught off guard as Wu Tian pushed her down onto the bed and restrained her. She attempted to resist, but her strength paled in comparison to his. Holding her firmly, he declared, "A woman who does not listen must be managed." Wu Tian raised his hand as if to strike. Once, twice, thrice. The more she struggled, the more forceful his actions became. Within moments, the third mistress was exhausted, reduced to pleading tearfully, "Little junior brother, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Witnessing the once ferocious mother tiger transformed into a docile lamb, Wu Tian's heart softened. Her pitiful state rendered him reluctant to continue. Gently, he cradled the beautiful woman in his arms, treating her as if she were a rare treasure. The third mistress wept softly against him, her voice trembling, "Little junior brother, I will not dare again. I will be obedient and very well behaved." As she spoke softly and playfully, she planted a few kisses on his face, her innate charm melting Wu Tian's heart. The third mistress blushed deeply, quietly resting in his embrace. Chapter 48. Hotel disturbance on a crisp autumn morning. A hint of chill lingered in the air. The third mistress, being a martial artist, paid little heed to the cold as she instinctively reached for a pink, low-cut dress to don. Worried that she might catch a chill, Wu Tian hurriedly fetched her a set of long sleeves and trousers. "Little junior sister, what are you doing?" The third mistress inquired with a playful pout. "Jiao Jiao, it's chilly in the morning. Wearing long sleeves and trousers will keep you warm," Wu Tian replied with genuine concern. "I understand." Though she said this, her heart swelled with sweetness. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at him, thinking how this boy who had always been her little follower had grown up and now showed such care. After they finished washing up, they descended the stairs. Following last night's discipline, the third mistress was particularly well behaved today. Upon reaching the ground floor, she took the initiative to greet the Mo sisters before joining the master mistress, fifth mistress, and sixth mistress to head to work. Mo Yuling's complexion turned ashen, her eyes betraying an unusual expression. She had surmised that Wu Tian's relationship with the third master's wife was more than ordinary. Yet the thought of entirely relinquishing him stirred a sense of reluctance within her. "Sister, let us go," Mo Xinyao urged, grasping Mo Yuling's hand. "Wu Tian, we need to address some matters regarding Xinyao. Will you accompany us?" Mo Yuling omitted the term brother, a subtle indication of her feelings. Wu Tian replied affirmatively. The three departed the hall together and boarded a luxurious Rolls-Royce, which soon sped away. The opulent vehicle halted directly in front of a bank, and the trio alighted. Mo Xinyao, perplexed, inquired, "Sister, what brings us to the bank?" Mo Yuling cast a sidelong glance at her and replied, "Your uncle fears you might be lured away with a mere lollipop. He specifically wishes to arrange some premarital assets for you." "Humph. You are the one who might be lured away with a lollipop," Mo Xinyao retorted, her cheeks flushed from her cousin's teasing. Upon entering the bank's lobby, Mo Yuling placed the Mo family dragon card on the automatic server and transferred 20 million to Mo Xinyao. She received a notification on her phone confirming the deposit. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, "Thank you, sister." Mo Yuling, with an indifferent expression, replied, "If you must express gratitude, direct it towards my father. It is your uncle who is gifting this to you. Moreover, this card belongs to Wu Tian, so you should thank him as well." Wu Tian was taken aback to discover that his card was in Mo Yuling's possession and had been used to withdraw 20 million. It would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't pained, yet he resigned himself, acknowledging that the card was indeed a gift from the eldest daughter of the Mo family. With a smile, he remarked, "Feel free to use it as dowry for Xinyao, no worries. Look at you, only eager to shower gifts on your third master's wife." Mo Yuling teased, slightly annoyed. "Sister, stop arguing. I thank my uncle. Thank you, and thank you, Wu Tian," Mo Xinyao said softly. "You are not allowed to call him Wu Tian brother. This 20 million is for you to purchase a car, a house, and the remainder for your living expenses. Your uncle wants you to part ways with Li Weisheng cleanly. What he has given you must be returned to him." Mo Xinyao nodded repeatedly. "Sister, I understand. I will follow your advice." Mo Yuling returned the card to Wu Tian. The trio then exited the bank and got back into the car, heading toward a hotel. The Rolls-Royce came to a stop at Weilong Hotel, a private establishment owned by Li Weisheng. They took the elevator directly to room 1208 on the 12th floor. Mo Yuling took Mo Xinyao's hand and entered, but as Wu Tian attempted to follow, he was halted at the door by two imposing black security guards. One of them, in broken Mandarin, said, "Hello, sir. Regarding matters of a private nature concerning the women, it would be best for you to wait outside." Wu Tian glanced at the two burly guards, startled by their intimidating presence. Their dark skin resembled coal, with only their white teeth revealing their humanity, mimicking their demeanor. He smiled and said, all right, while gesticulating animatedly. The Mo sisters appeared to have anticipated the presence of these guards, and Mo Yuling casually instructed Wu Tian to wait at the door. With that, the door slammed shut behind them. Li Weisheng sat leisurely on the sofa, sipping tea when he noticed the Mo sisters arriving. Without shifting his position, he coldly uttered, "Please, take a seat." The two sisters, unperturbed, settled themselves on the small sofas flanking him. Mo Xinyao removed her handbag, opened it, and unceremoniously dumped its contents: a car key, property deed, bank cards, resignation letter, along with a platinum necklace and rings, onto the coffee table, declaring, "These are all gifts from you. Let us part ways cleanly." She continued, "All the gold, silver, jewelry, designer bags, clothes, and shoes belong to you. I do not wish to keep a single item. The car, the house, and the over 5 million in the bank are all yours as well." Li Weisheng's expression darkened as he muttered, "All right, a clean break it is. But how do we divide it?" Mo Xinyao replied, her face devoid of emotion, "I have returned everything owed. You merely need to sign my resignation letter and write a receipt to confirm our financial separation, ensuring no ties remain." "Very well, let it be as you say." Li Weisheng acquiesced, opening the resignation letter and signing his name with a flourish. He then retrieved another sheet of paper to draft the receipt when a malicious grin crept across his face as he feigned generosity, offering the sisters 2 bottles of mineral water. Unaware of his treachery, the sisters opened the bottles and drank heartily. As he completed the receipt, Mo Xinyao hastily glanced at it before stowing it away in her bag. Just as the sisters rose, the effects of the drug took hold, leaving them dizzy and breathless, their bodies ablaze with heat and their balance faltering. Mo Xinyao, perhaps having consumed less, retained a small measure of clarity. Upon seeing Li Weisheng's outstretched hand, she instinctively cried out for help. Wu Tian, hearing her cry, felt a jolt of alarm. Thinking to himself, "What do they take me for? A mere decoration?" He charged like a whirlwind at the two imposing black men. The men, seemingly prepared, did not flinch as Wu Tian collided with them, resulting in him being rebounded like a ball. Startled, Wu Tian thought, "This won't do." He activated his protective technique, attempting to absorb the men's energy, but sensed nothing. So, they are merely 2 brutes, he realized. In that moment of distraction, the 2 hulking men swung their arms, thick as tree trunks, delivering powerful punches toward Wu Tian's head. At that instant, confidence surged within him, and he nimbly sidestepped, moving behind one of the men. He launched a swift kick at the back of his knee, eliciting a pained cry as the man collapsed. Chapter 49. Peril and affection. Having toppled one brute, the other roared in fury, shouting incomprehensibly as he turned to unleash a fierce punch at Wu Tian's head. Wu Tian deftly dodged the attack, then summoned his strength to deliver a powerful blow to the man's abdomen, causing him to crumple to the ground in agony. Wu Tian forcefully kicked open the door and rushed inside. However, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. 2 beautiful women lay on the bed, desperately tearing at their own garments. Meanwhile, Li Weisheng wore a sinister grin, extending his claws as if preparing to pounce. Witnessing this, Wu Tian's fury ignited. He seized Li Weisheng by the hair, delivering a resounding slap followed by a powerful kick. Li Weisheng fell, dazed, directly incapacitated by Wu Tian's blow. Yet Wu Tian's anger was unquenched. He delivered several more kicks to Li Weisheng. It was then that Wu Tian realized the Mo sisters were frantically waving their arms, instinctively attempting to protect themselves. A wave of dread washed over him as he surmised their expressions indicated they had been poisoned. Striving to compose himself, Wu Tian's mind raced as he sought an antidote. Unfortunately, the commotion caused by the Mo sisters made it impossible for him to concentrate on his internal cultivation. Catching a glimpse of the bedsheet, an idea sparked within him. He swiftly grabbed a pair of scissors, cutting a segment of the sheet before tearing it into 4 strips. With these strips, he bound the Mo sisters' bodies and wrists, as well as their calves. With the sisters now lying still, Wu Tian felt a sense of relief, allowing him to focus on the task of detoxification. He extended his hands, grasping the sisters' palms, channeling his internal energy into their bodies in an attempt to expel the toxins. However, upon contact, the sisters clung tightly to his hands, instinctively pleading for his protection, calling out, "Big brother Wu Tian, save us." Their voices were sweet and melodious, rendering Wu Tian parched and overwhelmed. After exerting considerable effort, he realized his attempts had brought little success, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Resolutely, he closed his eyes, choosing not to see in order to dispel his anxiety. Focusing his mind, he steered his energy deep into his core, trying once more to force the poison from the sisters. After 10 minutes, the MO sisters awakened, their doe-like eyes glistening with confusion. They exchanged glances, only to let out sharp cries that jolted Wu Tian from his concentration. He hurriedly climbed onto the bed, frantically untying the sisters. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the room as Mo Yuling struck Wu Tian across the face. "You scoundrel! What have you done to us?" She glared at him furiously. Wu Tian, rubbing his sore and reddened cheek, replied with an expression of innocence, "I did nothing. I was merely channeling my energy to detoxify you both. Big sister, you've mistaken him. We came here to break up. It was Li Weisheng who poisoned us. You've wronged big brother Wu Tian. He was the one who selflessly saved us." Mo Xinyao exclaimed loudly. Only then did Mo Yuling come to her senses, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Big brother Wu Tian, I'm so sorry." She apologized earnestly. Wu Tian, with a resigned gesture, indicated that he bore no ill will. Yet, his eyes could not help but wander over the beautiful women, and he couldn't restrain his admiration, exclaiming how exquisite they were. At that moment, the two ladies finally realized that their dresses were torn and tattered, revealing much of their skin, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, Mo Xinyao, quick-witted, seized the bedsheet and wrapped it around both herself and her sister. Mo Yuling shouted at Wu Tian, urging him to turn around immediately. Wu Tian chuckled, reluctantly complying. The sisters grabbed scissors and divided the sheet, fashioning two makeshift skirts. The two beauties leaped off the bed, and upon spotting Li Weisheng curled in the corner, their anger surged. Without a moment's hesitation, they dashed towards him, high heels in hand, unleashing a flurry of blows upon him. The heels struck his face like a torrential downpour, knocking several of his teeth to the ground. Li Weisheng cried out in pain, pleading for mercy. "Oh dear ladies, I was wrong. I won't dare again, please spare me." Yet, the sisters paid him no heed. Mo Xinyao swung her heel while cursing, "You despicable rogue, a pervert. How dare you commit such vile acts? You shall not be let off lightly." After a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, Mo Yuling declared fiercely, "If you dare to harm my sister again, I will inform my father, and you will wish for death." With that, they turned their backs on Li Weisheng and, hand in hand with Wu Tian, strutted out of the room. Upon exiting the hotel, Mo Xinyao glanced at Wu Tian, a complex expression passing over her features, and softly said to her sister, "Sister, I wish to go home. I will return home with you, and I want to see Uncle and Annie too." The sisters waved goodbye to Wu Tian, who stood in stunned silence as he watched the two stunning women walk away. Chapter 50. Rafting on the river. Upon the announcement of the development project in the southern new district of the provincial city, wealthy entrepreneurs flocked together, eager to partake in the land auction and enhance their company's fortunes. At the land auction hosted by the Urban Construction Bureau, the 10,000 acres of the No. 1 commercial zone in the southern center became the focal point of fierce competition among merchants. This plot commenced bidding at 5 billion and, after numerous rounds of intense contestation, was ultimately secured by the Wu Tianba Group and Wu Tianjin Group at a staggering price of 22 billion. In the auction hall, Master Nyang, Shenzian, and Wu Tian sat together. The two ladies wore impassive expressions, engrossed in the documents before them, while Wu Tian's gaze incessantly roamed the hall, admiring the other beauties. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was her enchanting smile that drew him in. Qin Shufan, now tightly embraced by a stocky man. The final commercial plot, spanning 1,000 acres, began bidding at a price of 10 million. As the auctioneer concluded her announcement, not a single paddle was raised in the room. Wu Tiankai glanced at the information regarding the land, noting its distance of 30 kilometers from the southern new district, situated at the very edge of the city. It was merely a patch of barren land located beside the southern ring road, characterized by soft soil, suitable only for buildings no taller than 8 stories, which naturally rendered it unappealing to potential buyers. However, the master's wife boldly raised her paddle, bidding 120 million. Her audacity elicited uproarious laughter from the hall. To this assemblage of wealthy merchants, this desolate plot was nothing more than discarded refuse, located in a remote area with no prospects for high-rise development, certain to languish in neglect for decades to come. The beautiful auctioneer announced the bid of 120 million for the first time. The laughter persisted, with some jesting that perhaps the bidder had more money than sense. The auctioneer called out 120 million for the second time. At this point, the laughter had diminished somewhat, yet confusion remained evident among the attendees. After the auctioneer announced the bid for the third time and observed the room for any spontaneous offers, she decisively struck the gavel, proclaiming, "Congratulations to Wu's Tianlong Group for securing the final piece of land." The hall erupted in murmurs of disbelief, ignoring the mocking gazes directed at her. The master's wife led Shenzhen and Wu Tian towards the exit. "What a wasteful bumpkin, daring to bid on a piece of land no one wants," Qin Shufan remarked, eyeing Wu Tian and his companions. "Who is she?" The master's wife retorted coldly, her displeasure palpable. Wu Tian replied irritably, "My ex-girlfriend. An utterly shameless woman. Darling, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a country bumpkin who worked as a porter for 2 years. He's a toad dreaming of swan meat, trying to slander me. Please don't believe a word he says." As Qin Shufan spoke, she playfully nestled into her new lover's embrace. "What? You dare say my junior apprentice is a toad? You truly lack discernment. He is the young master of Wu's Tianlong Group. Do you think someone of your caliber is worthy of my young master? Not a chance. My young master has never lacked for beautiful women." The typically composed master's wife was incensed, shouting in fury as she feigned an attempt to leap into Wu Tian's arms, eager to vent her frustration at this brazen couple. At that critical moment, the master's wife reconsidered, gently pushing Shenzhen, who lost her balance and fell into Wu Tian's embrace. He quickly caught her, playing along with the master's wife's charade. "Do you see? This is a true swan, deserving of my beauty," Wu Tian said with a mischievous grin, lightly stroking the beauty's delicate cheek. At that moment, a rotund man in his 30s interjected, "Oh, you also bear the surname Wu. Don't bring shame to our family. Being kept by a woman and calling yourself a young master, how is that something to be proud of?" After speaking, the man tightly embraced Qin Shufan and exited. This man was Wu Fan, the general manager of Wu's Tianba Group and Wu Tian's cousin, marking their first unintentional clash. "Release me at once. How long do you intend to hold on?" The master's wife admonished, tugging at Wu Tian's ear. Wu Tian chuckled. "But you were the one who asked me to hold you." As Sun Xian listened to their conversation, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she forcefully extricated herself from Wu Tian's embrace. She glanced at Wu Tian, her heart a tumult of emotions. The man she had always repelled now evoked an unfamiliar sensation within her. She sensed a certain masculine strength emanating from him, which left her both bashful and yearning. "As for the matter of this land, we shall discuss it further, and once a decision has been reached, we will seek your approval. For now, you are free to return," the master's wife proclaimed, leading Mr. Shen away. Wu Tian observed as the two beautiful women entered a small vehicle and departed. He mused to himself, feeling somewhat abandoned yet content to seek his own amusement. Suddenly, he recalled that it had been ages since he had played in the river, and an idea sparked in his mind. He hopped onto his beloved motorcycle and sped towards the Dalang River in the provincial city. The Dalang River surged with rolling waves, each crest higher than the last. Upon catching sight of the rippling waters, Wu Tian felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. He eagerly shed his clothes, tossing them onto the motorcycle, and shouted, "Here I come," before plunging headfirst into the river. The river was wide and the current swift. Yet Wu Tian was undeterred, gliding through the water like a joyful fish. One moment he was paddling vigorously with his hands, and the next, he floated effortlessly on the surface like a delicate leaf, allowing the current to carry him away. In his playful spirit, he unwittingly drifted into slumber, lulled by the gentle embrace of the water, and slept for over 2 hours. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself having drifted several dozen miles downstream, discovering a small island before him. This island was uniquely formed, resembling a giant foot of the mountain that had stepped into the river, separated from the land through years of erosion, now a cluster of wild grass and foliage. Wu Tian climbed onto the island, realizing that he had inadvertently reached the opposite shore. As he looked up, he saw the island densely populated with trees and overgrown weeds, clearly an extension of the adjacent mountain. At that moment, clad only in his shorts, he realized that returning would require swimming upstream, a daunting task. He decided to find a clean patch of land to rest and wait for nightfall before running back along the shore. As Wu Tian lay resting, with his head cushioned on a mound of grass, a sudden clatter of weapons clashing echoed in his ears. Instantly alert, he focused his energy and listened intently. In the stillness of the mountains, he could distinctly hear faint sounds from several miles away. How shameless! Why do you conspire and ambush me alone? A woman's voice rang out in fury. Did you not bring 4 guards? I merely brought a few dozen more, specifically for you. A man responded with wicked glee. In the deep mountain forest, a duel of martial prowess unfolded, a modern-day clash of masters. Wu Tian, feeling the urge to join the fray, stealthily navigated through the woods, making his way up the mountain. Chapter 51. The Saintess courageously battles the Black Mountain ancestor Wu Tianyan. Harnessing his internal energy, sprinted uphill for over 10 minutes. Though his pace was brisk, as a novice, he could only utilize 20% of his internal strength, and he was now feeling quite exhausted. As Wu Tian traversed through a lush forest, an expanse of open ground emerged before him, where the clashing sounds of swords and daggers resonated. He dared not approach recklessly. He was still a considerable distance from the fray and felt it prudent to remain hidden. With a swift leap, he ascended a towering tree, perching on a high branch to witness the thrilling spectacle of martial combat. Before him was a group of black-clad figures, their heads shrouded in dark cloth, tightly encircling 5 stunningly beautiful women. Wu Tian observed that the forest floor was already littered with the fallen bodies of several black-clad assailants. Yet over 30 more were launching a renewed assault on the 5 ladies. Saintess, you must retreat. We shall fight to the death in order to ensure your safety, declared one of the women in a flowing white dress. A cacophony of laughter erupted. Attempt to flee? Not a chance. Today, I shall annihilate your Snow Lotus sect to avenge my grievances, ensuring you suffer a fate worse than death. Following the voice, Wu Tian's gaze fell upon a small, nearly 50-year-old man seated in a bamboo palanquin, draped in a black robe and gripping a dragon-headed cane. A sinister grin adorned his face, his lecherous eyes roving over the women. Amidst the flashing blades, the 4 women moved with grace, their long swords dancing in the air like ethereal fairies. However, the black-clad assailants were equally formidable, their strikes lethal and precise. In a moment of fierce combat, one of the women spun elegantly, her sword like a bolt of lightning, piercing a black-clad man who failed to evade, causing him to howl in agony as the blade struck his shoulder. Another assailant attempted to capitalize on the distraction, but was met with a swift kick from the woman, sending him crashing to the ground. The old man in the palanquin was furiously stomping his feet, the dragon-headed cane clattering in his grip as he berated his subordinates for their incompetence, lamenting their inability to subdue a few women. At that moment, the woman referred to as the Saintess was taken aback, realizing that a man who had supposedly severed his tendons could still grip a cane, and one who had injured his legs could still stomp his feet. Just as the Saintess pondered this, the black-clad old man leapt into the air, landing gracefully on the ground. Instantly, all 30-plus black-clad men knelt in reverence, chanting in unison, "Congratulations, Black Mountain Ancestor, on your emergence. Please, Ancestor, unleash your power to eradicate the Snow Lotus Demoness." Although the Saintess was alarmed, she felt no fear. Coldly, she declared, "Do you truly believe you can entrap me, the Saintess? Not a chance." As she spoke, her sword lunged directly at the Black Mountain Ancestor. Unfazed, the Black Mountain Ancestor swung his dragon-headed cane menacingly toward the Saintess. She felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon her and swiftly dodged this deadly blow. Wu Tian, watching from his perch, felt a surge of indignation. He silently cursed the throng of men who were ganging up on a few women. Such behavior was nothing short of bullying. With a hearty laugh, the Black Mountain Ancestor, exuding an air of triumph, proclaimed that capturing these few women had consumed several years of his efforts. He lamented only that their vanity had drawn them to this mountain in search of the legendary 1,000-year-old ginseng. In truth, the ginseng had long been in his possession. He had merely used it as bait to lure a few beautiful mermaids for his own enjoyment. Upon hearing these words, the Saintess and her devoted bodyguard felt a surge of dread, they realized they had fallen into a trap. The saintess, indignant, denounced the ancestor's shamelessness, asserting that it was he who had spread the tale of the 1,000-year ginseng and had followed them to this very place. The Black Mountain ancestor chuckled heartily, brandishing a large, vibrant ginseng in his hand, reveling in his triumph as he declared that the fabled herb was indeed in his possession. He continued, "It is common knowledge that the women of the Snow Lotus sect are enamored with beauty, seeking to pair the 1,000-year ginseng with the 10,000-year Snow Lotus to preserve their youth. I propose this. If you pledge your allegiance to me, I shall overlook past grievances, take you as my maidservants, and spare your lives. This ginseng can be your reward." The 4 beautiful bodyguards, incensed by his words, brandished their swords and charged at the cloaked figures. The Black Mountain ancestor, far from being feeble, harnessed his spiritual energy and infused it into his meridians, wielding a heavy dragon-headed staff with a resounding crack. In an instant, a dark flash swept through, and the 4 bodyguards were struck down in a single blow, 2 of them coughing blood and losing consciousness. "Dare harm my sisters? You shall pay with your life," the saintess cried out in fury, channeling her primordial energy to unleash a fireball aimed directly at the Black Mountain ancestor. He, taken aback, swiftly evaded the attack. However, the fireball struck several of his black-clad subordinates, sending them crashing to the ground. "Saintess, flee. We shall fight to the death to buy you time," implored the white-clad bodyguard, resolutely standing with another guard to protect the saintess. Wu Tian, observing this scene, felt a surge of urgency, yearning to rescue the damsels in distress, but hesitated, shaking his head vigorously, aware of his own inexperience. "My dear sisters, I cannot abandon you to perish alone. Let us fight with all our might against the Black Mountain ancestor. Perhaps we can carve out a chance for survival," the saintess declared, and with that, 3 beams of sword light surged towards the ancestor. With a flourish of his dark robe, the Black Mountain ancestor raised his palm to the heavens, seemingly gathering immense energy, intending to obliterate the 3 women with a single strike. Wu Tian watched, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his heart racing as he contemplated absorbing a portion of the ancestor's internal power, praying for the sisters' well-being. In an instant, Wu Tian settled cross-legged upon a branch, focusing his mind and reciting the 7 stars protective mantra. Every pore of his being seemed to stand on end as he sought the energy flowing through the mountain. He sensed a powerful stream of true energy nearby, continuously entering his body. As he inhaled deeply, he locked eyes with the Black Mountain ancestor, directly absorbing the released internal force into himself. When the ancestor struck down with his palm, it was unexpectedly feeble. Suddenly, he collapsed with a thunderous crash, his limbs immobilized, body trembling violently, and he cried out in despair and agony, "My hands! My feet!" 3 beautiful women, believing their demise was imminent as a powerful strike approached, were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Upon witnessing the once formidable Black Mountain ancestor now reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, incapacitated and broken, they felt a surge of elation. In unison, they wielded their swords and thrust them into the fallen rogue, piercing his heart and bringing about his demise. The saintly sisters, united in their strength, delivered a fatal blow to the Black Mountain ancestor, ensuring his immediate end. His subordinates, witnessing this event, were thrown into a state of panic, their previous arrogance evaporating as they scattered in disarray, akin to frightened dogs. The 3 saintly sisters rushed to assist their injured companions, lifting them with urgency. Upon examining their wounds, the saint realized there was no immediate threat to their lives, which filled them with joy. Quickly, the saint seated herself cross-legged, channeling her internal energy to heal her sisters. With her palms pressed against their backs, she infused them with her vital essence, her expression one of intense focus as she murmured incantations. Wu Tian, perched in a tree, could not comprehend her words but found her demeanor amusing. "Thank you, Saint, for your life-saving grace," the 2 women exclaimed, their beautiful eyes wide with gratitude. "It is my fault for being enamored with the 1,000-year-old spirit herb, causing my sisters to suffer," the saint lamented with a hint of regret. Upon hearing the mention of the ancient herb, the women resumed their search. "Sister, over here," one of the white-robed protectors exclaimed, joyfully cradling the herb in her hands. "Golden phoenix, snow phoenix, fire phoenix, colorful phoenix, let us find a secure place to recuperate. We must return promptly. This is the territory of the Black Mountain sect, and we cannot afford to be careless," the saint advised softly. Wu Tian, listening intently from his perch, eagerly hoped the beautiful women would depart soon so he could descend from the tree. As they passed beneath, the saint inadvertently glanced up. Their eyes meeting, a chill ran down Wu Tian's spine, and he lost his balance, tumbling from the tree and landing awkwardly on the grass. Ouch, that hurts, he yelped, drawing the attention of the 5 stunning women, who immediately aimed their swords at him. Who dares to follow our saint? Snow Phoenix, clad in white, demanded. Sword pointed menacingly at Wu Tian. It wasn't me. I merely stumbled upon this mountain while swimming, he protested, disregarding the pain in his rear. You appear suspicious. It would be wise to eliminate you to prevent future troubles, Fire Phoenix retorted, dressed in a fiery red gown. Wu Tian, panicking, thought to himself that his life was forfeit. In a desperate bid for survival, he sprang to his feet and fled down the mountain. Stop the fugitive. The 5 women pursued him like the wind. Wu Tian dared not pause, having absorbed much of the Black Mountain ancestor's internal energy, which had transformed into his own strength, propelling him forward with remarkable speed. However, the saint's agility was equally impressive. She soared past him, blocking his path with a swift maneuver. Confronting Wu Tian, the beautiful woman was taken aback by his disheveled appearance, clad only in oversized shorts, and she exclaimed in shock, branding him as shameless. The face of the saint blushed deeply, and the 4 beautiful women behind her hastened to catch up. Moments ago, Wu Tian had been lying in the grass in his shorts, and the beauties had not paid him much attention. Now that he stood before them, however, the situation had shifted, rendering the ladies somewhat bashful. Once again, the 5 beauties surrounded Wu Tian, unleashing a torrent of scathing rebukes upon him. Wu Tian thought to himself, feel free to scold me all you want, as long as you do not take my life. He smiled ingratiatingly and said, esteemed sisters, I assure you I am no villain and not a member of the Black Mountain sect. I implore you to spare me. The saint coldly retorted, regardless of who you are, your bare chest before us 5 beauties today seals your fate. Wu Tian lamented inwardly about yet another unjust accusation of death, grumbling, you are ungrateful and lack martial virtue. It was I who saved you earlier. Otherwise, would the Black Mountain ancestor have awaited your demise? At his words, the 5 beauties were taken aback, stepping back in astonishment. The saint and her 4 protectors scrutinized Wu Tian with newfound curiosity. Jinfeng spoke up, Saint, at that moment. Snow Wind and I were by your side when the Black Mountain ancestor struck at us, only to suddenly halt midair. I initially thought it was mere luck on our part, but it seems we had assistance from a formidable ally. Consider this. How could a crippled individual, using internal energy to revive his meridians, possibly falter? Snow Wind cast several glances at Wu Tian, muttering to herself, I cannot sense any substantial internal power within this lad. With the feeble aura he possesses, he is merely a novice martial artist. It cannot possibly be him. The saint, incensed by these remarks, barked at Wu Tian. With your meager cultivation, you dare impersonate a master before us? You shall pay. With that, she swung her sword toward him. Wu Tian, in a panic, jumped and shouted, I am not deceiving you. I can absorb the internal energy of the Black Mountain ancestor. He utilized his internal force to revitalize his meridians, and by absorbing his energy, he weakened himself, resulting in his collapse. The saint, half convinced, paused her strike, remaining silent. Wu Tian continued, Sister Saint, if you do not believe me, you may practice your internal cultivation, and I shall absorb your energy. What do you say? The saint scoffed. Very well, let us see. If you dare deceive me, you shall face dire consequences. Standing still, she began to gather her energy, practicing the Hunyuan Great Method, as her internal force surged within her. In contrast, Wu Tian sat down earnestly, crossing his legs in meditation and silently reciting the protective mantra of the 7-star divine art. He immediately sensed the powerful aura emanating from the saint, and with focused eyes, he absorbed her internal energy rapidly. Minutes later, the saint's complexion flushed deeply, beads of sweat forming on her brow, and she cried out in alarm, Stop! Only then did Wu Tian cease his efforts, thinking, Surely now you must believe me. The onlookers were left in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Taking a deep breath, Wu Tian rose and faced them, stating, Now do you believe me? I truly can absorb another's internal energy. Snow Wind's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upon Wu Tian. She stepped forward, scrutinizing him closely, as if she were meeting him anew. At this moment, the saintess spoke, Such extraordinary prowess is indeed rare. May I inquire your name, young hero? I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance. Wu Tian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, I am no hero, merely a novice. My name is Wu Tian. The saintess, accompanied by her four beautiful guards, knelt gracefully on one knee and expressed their gratitude, saying, Thank you, great hero Wu, for saving our lives. Chapter 53. The Peach Blossom Calamity of the Snow Mountain. After the saintess and her companions, Xuefeng, Huifeng, and Kaifeng, thanked Wu Tian. The four maidens knelt again before the saintess, their cheeks flushed as they chanted in unison, Congratulations, saintess. You have gained a holy son. May your wedding come soon, and may you lead the Snow Lotus sect. Upon hearing these words, the saintess's delicate face turned crimson, and she softly murmured, This young man is indeed handsome and astute. Yet his cultivation is but at the novice level. He cannot be considered for the role of holy son. Sister, there is a provision in the saintess's decree. Whoever saves the saintess may win her heart and be established as the holy son. This alone is sufficient, Jin Feng remarked. Sister, a holy son is hard to find. Such a divine destiny bestowed by heaven should not be missed, Xuefeng urged anxiously. The saintess glanced at Wu Tian, seemingly indecisive. Huifeng interjected, Sister, nearing 40, if you do not marry the holy son, it will not only delay your lifelong happiness, but also prevent you from obtaining the saintess's heart sutra, thus hindering your ability to lead the Snow Lotus sect. I implore you to reconsider. Seeing the saintess in silence, Kaifeng spoke up, Sister, this is a fate that cannot be defied. He has laid bare his heart before you. You must either eliminate him or take responsibility for him. Wu Tian, overhearing the animated chatter of the five maidens, was eager to depart, but felt it inappropriate to interject, and he could not clearly grasp their conversation. However, Kaifeng's remark about killing him struck a chord, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He inwardly lamented, What mischief are these maidens up to? In a panic, he exclaimed, Do not harm me. I am your savior. You must not repay kindness with enmity. As long as you spare my life, there is no need for all this chatter. If you desire something from me, feel free to ask, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. As he uttered these words, a hint of dissatisfaction crept into his tone, laced with a touch of sarcasm. Suddenly, the four maidens of the Snow Lotus sect simultaneously knelt before Wu Tian on one leg, clasping their hands, and proclaimed, Congratulations on the arrival of the Holy Son. Congratulations to the Holy Son and the Saintess for their eternal union and harmonious cultivation. The Saintess, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with a bashful smile, her heart racing. She thought, These four little girls are even more eager than I am. The Saintess and the four maidens share a common heart, and now with another. How can one not feel shy? Wu Tian, bewildered by their words, hastily helped the four maidens to their feet, saying, Please rise. I am not the holy son you speak of. As he spoke, he turned to leave. The Saintess subtly signaled to the four maidens, and Jin Feng, understanding the cue, sharply pointed a finger at Wu Tian's back. Unprepared, Wu Tian collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Wu Tian had been missing for 2 consecutive days, leaving his mentors in a state of distress. They discovered his motorcycle, clothes, bank card, and phone by the river, but despite searching along the riverbank for an entire day, there was not a trace of him. On the following evening, the 7th matriarch hastily arrived at the Tianzi No. 1 villa in the provincial capital from Kyoto. She immediately cast a divination for Wu Tian, which revealed that he was destined for a romantic encounter, a fate that was meant to be, and that by the 4th day, he would receive news. Upon learning of the oracle's message, the matriarchs finally eased their worries, particularly the 3rd matriarch, whose beautiful eyes were swollen from tears. The 1st matriarch expressed her indignation, exclaiming that this rascal had the audacity to attract beautiful women without even a word of greeting. She vowed to deal with him when he returned. The 7th matriarch comforted her elder sister gently, suggesting that there might be a reason for Wu Tian's abrupt departure, and that in a couple of days, once they received news from the junior disciple, everything would become clear. Meanwhile, a luxurious large RV sped northward from the south, with Huifeng skillfully at the wheel. Wu Tian, enticed by a faint fragrance, gradually opened his eyes to find himself lying on a grand bed in the vehicle, surrounded by 4 stunning women who gazed at him intently. Feeling a surge of anxiety, he inquired, What are you all planning to do? The holy maiden blushed and softly replied, Saint Son, we are here to take you home. Snow Phoenix, noticing the Holy Maiden's bashful demeanor, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Teasing, Sister Holy Maiden has taken a liking to you. She wants to marry you and be your wife. How delightful for you. Upon hearing that the Holy Maiden wished to become his wife, Wu Tian couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. Internally marveling at how this near 40-year-old beauty appeared ageless, her skin smooth as snow, devoid of any wrinkles, resembling a youthful maiden of 17 or 18. Kai Feng chimed in playfully, "Isn't Sister Holy Maiden beautiful?" Indeed, she was enchanting, but the thought of her becoming his wife sent a shiver down Wu Tian's spine. While he acknowledged her beauty, he was uncertain of her temperament. What if she was fiercer than the tigress at home? The mere notion made him break into a cold sweat. He shook his head firmly, declaring, "I cannot marry the Holy Maiden. I already have a wife." Kai Feng, displeased, retorted coldly, "What a pack of lies. Is my Sister Holy Maiden not worthy of you?" No, that's not it. I truly have a wife at home." Wu Tian stammered, flustered. The Holy Maiden cast a lingering, sorrowful glance at him, stating, "I do not concern myself with your other women. You are merely the saint son of my Lotus sect. After our wedding, once I obtain the true teachings of the Holy Maiden, I will release you, otherwise." She left her sentence hanging, making a slashing gesture with her hand that caused Wu Tian to instinctively retract his neck. The RV came to a halt at a quaint farmstead nestled beneath the snow-capped mountains, and the 5 women disembarked in succession. Wu Tian was adorned in a dazzling Saint Sun outfit, while the Holy Maiden wore a similarly radiant woolen dress, with the 4 beauties also donning winter woolen attire. Wu Tian looked up at the snowy peaks and pondered how long it would be before he could return home. He pouted, stating, "If I must go up the mountain, I need to call home first." Upon hearing Wu Tian's willingness to ascend the mountain, the Holy Maiden promptly retrieved her phone and handed it to him. Chapter 54. The Turmoil of the Holy Sun in the Snow Mountain Divine Dragon Hall. A spacious and luminous cavern, numerous stone chambers of varying sizes surrounded it. Regardless of the cold and harsh weather outside, the atmosphere within the Divine Dragon Hall was vibrant with the essence of spring. As the Holy Maiden and her entourage entered the cavern, Jin Feng struck the Divine Dragon Bell. The sound of the bell heralded significant events for the Snow Lotus sect, prompting the 4 elders to hasten to the hall upon hearing its chime. The Holy Maiden took her seat upon the sacred throne, flanked by the 4 elders on either side. More than 100 disciples of the Snow Lotus sect stood in the hall, their gazes fixed intently upon the Holy Maiden. Jin Feng proclaimed loudly, congratulating the Holy Maiden on acquiring the Holy Sun, urging her to marry him soon to solidify the leadership of the Snow Lotus sect and prevent the throne from remaining vacant. It was then that the attendees beheld a strikingly handsome young man standing in the hall, donned in resplendent garments befitting the Holy Sun. The emergence of the Holy Sun was a momentous occasion for the Snow Lotus sect, and the disciples hastily knelt, in unison welcoming the Holy Sun back home. Wu Tian, unfamiliar with such grandeur, quickly waved his hands, urging everyone to rise. The Snow Lotus sect was a matriarchal order, led by women, with men occupying a subordinate position. Save for the Holy Sun. However, even the Holy Sun's status was eclipsed by that of the Holy Maiden. The elder, a woman in her 60s yet appearing to be in her 40s, with her hair elegantly coiled and devoid of any gray, wore a gray robe and sat with an air of pride beside the Holy Maiden. With an impassive expression, the elder inquired, "May I ask, Holy Maiden, is this the Holy Sun you have chosen?" The Holy Maiden nodded and smiled, responding, "Master, his name is Wu Tian. He is indeed the Holy Sun I have selected." The elder cast a discerning glance at Wu Tian, shaking her head repeatedly, stating, "This young man is merely at the rudimentary level of martial arts. He is unworthy. Has the Holy Maiden forgotten our tenets? The regulations established by our ancestors dictate that a disciple must cultivate for 20 years and earn the Holy Maiden's affections to be considered for the Holy Sun. A martial artist must reach the level of a grandmaster to win the Holy Maiden's heart. He is neither a disciple of our sect nor possesses remarkable martial skills. How can he bear the weighty responsibilities of the Holy Sun? I implore you, Holy Maiden, to reconsider and select another." "Your words ring true," the elder's disciple, Ouyang Rufeng, chimed in. In his 30s, he possessed a striking physique. "This lad is merely somewhat handsome. The Holy Maiden must not let fleeting emotions tarnish the centuries-old traditions of our sect." The elder smiled and continued, "I find my disciple, Ouyang Rufeng, to be a worthy candidate. He has diligently trained in our sect for over 20 years, exemplifying martial prowess among his peers, having attained the Grandmaster level. I believe he and the Holy Maiden are well matched. Shall we not appoint Ouyang Ruffing as the Holy Son? Wu Tian, uninterested in their idle chatter and fully aware of his predicament as a captive, cast a glance towards a large cave. This cavern possessed a distinctive charm, with its rugged stones and diverse formations. Some resembled mighty dragons, poised to break through the cave's ceiling. Others, like crouching tigers, exuded an aura of formidable power. Still others appeared as ethereal maidens, standing gracefully. The cave walls were adorned with an array of bizarre rock formations, with stalagmites and stalactites present in abundance, some slender as needles, others robust as columns. The stalactites hanging from the ceiling resembled swords and strings of pearls. A faint light filtered through the crevices above, illuminating the peculiar stones, casting intricate shadows that brought a refreshing chill, prompting one to marvel at nature's extraordinary craftsmanship. Wu Tian, captivated by the beauty within the cave, noted the abundance of enchanting beings and the rich spiritual energy that filled the air. He mused to himself, considering the immense talent surrounding him, pondering why he should not absorb some of this energy for himself. Thus, he quietly began to recite the protective incantation, drawing in spiritual energy and internal force. After a moment of contemplation, the saintess remarked, "Though Wu Tian has yet to fulfill the 2 criteria, he has saved my life. For this reason alone, my heart is pledged to him. He is the chosen one in my life." The 3rd and 4th masters concurred, asserting that since Wu Tian had saved the saintess, he should be recognized as the chosen one. "That cannot be. I refuse to believe it based solely on his ability to save the saintess," declared the 2nd master. "I would never accept it. The saintess has spun this grand lie for her own selfish reasons in the Divine Dragon Hall. I demand a contest of skills with Wu Tian to fairly vie for the title of Chosen One," Ouyang Ruffling proclaimed with disdain. "How audacious! The Chosen One is personally selected by the saintess. It is not for you to question," retorted Jean Foam with a fierce glare at Ouyang Ruffling. The elder, with a cold smirk, commented, "If you wish for others to be convinced, you must allow them to speak." Claiming he saved the saintess, I too find hard to believe. Let us test his skills in combat to set the record straight. Before the saintess could voice her opinion, the elder cast a knowing glance at Ouyang Ruffling, who understood and shouted, "Chosen One, I seek your guidance." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a powerful gust surged toward Wu Tian, concentrated on absorbing energy. Wu Tian could not evade in time, his gaze fixed on Ouyang Ruffling's eyes, absorbing the internal force he was about to unleash. Instinctively, he met the attack with an open palm. With a resounding clap, their palms collided, and Ouyang Ruffling was sent flying like a mere paper, collapsing to the ground. Unable to rise, the onlookers widened their eyes, believing Wu Tian would be gravely injured, for he had only exerted 2/10 of his strength. Yet, they were astonished to see Ouyang Ruffling so easily vanquished. The elder, secretly seething with anger, cursed Ouyang Ruffling internally. "Ouyang Ruffling, I have always indulged your whims. Yet, here you are, frivolously wasting your potential, seeking pleasure and neglecting your training. Look at this critical moment. You have failed me, utterly disgracing your master." Chapter 55. The saintess takes a husband seeing her beloved disciple Ouyang Ruffling injured and lying on the ground. The elder was filled with both frustration at Ouyang Ruffling's incompetence and resentment toward Wu Tian. In that moment, she cast aside her status within the sect, leaping from her chair, and bellowed, "You dare to harm my beloved disciple? I shall seek retribution." As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed a formidable attack aimed directly at Wu Tian's head. Wu Tian immediately sensed a tremendous force rushing toward him. Upon witnessing this scene, the saintess was taken aback, contemplating intervening. However, the Grand Elder acted with the swiftness of lightning, already launching her attack. Wu Tian stood transfixed, gazing into the eyes of the elderly beauty, instantaneously absorbing a significant portion of the incoming aura. He felt a tempest roaring above his head, a chill creeping into his heart, prompting him to swiftly sidestep and shield his head with his arms. As the Grand Elder's palm descended, she sensed her hand striking against a powerful current of energy, which forcefully rebounded her over 10 meters away. She stumbled upon landing, retreating several more steps to avoid a disgraceful fall. The 4 phoenixes, witnessing the tempestuous strike aimed at Wu Tian, were so frightened that they quickly shut their eyes. The saintess was nearly overwhelmed with shock, her heart racing. The congregation believed the saint's son was surely doomed this time. I did not exert any force. It was you who overexerted yourself. Stumbling along the way. Do not blame me for your misfortune, Wu Tian feigned innocence. The Grand Elder, clutching her chest and gasping for breath, struggled to utter a complete sentence. The crowd gasped in astonishment, not expecting the saint's son to easily defeat the pinnacle of their sect's celestial masters. The third and fourth masters once again bowed to the saintess, congratulating her, suggesting that today was an auspicious occasion for her to wed the saint's son and ascend to a position of prominence. The disciples, having witnessed Wu Tian's extraordinary prowess, knelt in unison, exclaiming their congratulations to the saintess for marrying the saint's son, proclaiming the day as one of matrimony and succession. The Grand Elder, initially intending to intervene, found it difficult to speak. Upon seeing the disciples rallying in support of the union, she begrudgingly shot Wu Tian a glare and stated, "Congratulations to the saintess and the saint's son on their joyous union. I am injured, so I shall leave the arrangements to the three masters. I must take my leave to recover." The three elders, witnessing the Grand Elder's departure, led over 100 disciples in a profound bow to the saintess, collectively shouting their request for her to ascend the throne, becoming the new leader of the Snow Lotus sect. The saintess, beaming with joy, declared, "Today, I ascend the throne as the new leader of our sect and shall not disappoint your expectations. Together, we shall elevate the Snow Lotus sect to new heights." The hall erupted with applause and cheers as the saintess confidently ascended the lotus throne. As soon as she settled onto the throne, the disciples offered their respects. Following the ceremony, the second elder raised her voice, publicly announcing the call for the saintess's heart sutra. The saintess promptly commanded Jin Feng, Shui Feng, Hua Feng, and Kai Feng to swiftly retrieve it from the scripture pavilion. The four beauties hurried to the summit of the snow-covered mountain, locating the sacred sutra within a concealed cave, and quickly returned. Jin Feng respectfully presented the precious heart sutra to the saintess. At this moment, Wu Tian stood in the hall, deeply immersed in the festive atmosphere. The second elder's resonant soprano once again filled the air, announcing the wedding of the saintess and saint's son, inviting attendees to prepare the saint's son for a cleansing and attire change. Change of clothes? Wu Tian mused blissfully, anticipating the attendance of several lovely maidens to attend to him. Unexpectedly, four young men approached him and escorted him to the Dragon Temple's hot spring pool. Wu Tian silently lamented the absurdity of having such boisterous men attend to his bathing. Meanwhile, the disciples began to scatter, with some female disciples preparing the new residence for the saintess. The four phoenixes ushered the saintess into the inner chamber to groom and adorn her. By 4 in the afternoon, everything was ready. The saintess donned a resplendent crimson wedding gown, her makeup exquisitely applied, enhancing her breathtaking beauty. Wu Tian, clad in a grand red robe, took her hand as they entered the hall of the Dragon Temple, followed by 4 beautiful bridesmaids, Golden Phoenix, Snow Phoenix, Fire Phoenix, and Colorful Phoenix, each dressed in elegant pink gowns, radiating charm. The hall was festooned with lanterns and ribbons, adorned with vibrant flowers, exuding an atmosphere of romance and warmth. Over a dozen tables laden with delectable dishes filled the hall, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. Wu Tian, seemingly entranced, completed the wedding ceremony amidst the throng of enchanting women. Without even sitting at the banquet table, he was swiftly ushered into the bridal chamber by the 4 beauties. Meanwhile, the saintess, holding a large bowl of wine, offered to toast the guests. Upon entering the bridal chamber, Wu Tian was playfully pushed onto the wedding bed, while Golden Phoenix draped a red scarf over his head. Wu Tian felt a pang of despair. This was not a marriage but rather a reversal of roles, where he was being treated like a bride. Inside the chamber, a table laden with delicacies was set, but the 4 beauties paid no heed to him, instead indulging in their own merriment. Wu Tian sat on the bed, devoid of any joy typical of a groom. Beneath the red veil, he felt both hunger and thirst. Sighing at his predicament, he was but a novice ensnared in a den of seasoned practitioners. Chapter 56. Wu Tian trapped in the Snow Lotus sect. 5 stunning beauties lounged on the grand bed, sprawled in slumber, their alluring smiles lingering even in dreams. Wu Tian, seated at a small table, dared not make a sound, pondering to himself, "In my eyes, these mature beauties were akin to enchanting sirens, having forcibly drawn me into their realm." He cautiously nibbled on their leftover dishes, occasionally stealing glances at their captivating forms. These 5 beauties were extraordinarily stunning, with the Saintess's face blooming like a peach blossom, while the 4 phoenixes exuded unparalleled grace. Their alluring figures leaving Wu Tian spellbound. Time passed, and Wu Tian mused that it must be nearing midnight. If he did not escape now, when would he? Stealthily, he rose, tiptoeing toward the entrance, carefully lifting the heavy curtain to peek outside. Within the dragon temple, a fire crackled, and several armed guards huddled together, whispering about the new leader's marriage. Upon seeing the guards in the hall, Wu Tian quickly withdrew his head, straining to eavesdrop on their conversation. One woman chuckled, remarking, "The Holy Sun is indeed fortunate tonight, surrounded by 5 stunning beauties. I wonder if he can handle it." What? 5 stunning beauties and the Holy Sun? How could that be possible? A young girl's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. The woman chuckled heartily and remarked, "What is so impossible about this? This is a rule established by our ancestors. The Saintess and the 4 phoenixes must unite their hearts and also align with the Saint Sun in their cultivation. These 4 phoenixes are destined to become the 4 grand elders, and now they have all become the intimate companions of the Saint Sun." The young maidens nodded in a manner that suggested a vague understanding. Upon hearing their words, Wu Tian felt an overwhelming sense of despair and inwardly lamented, "Alas, I have been thoroughly ensnared by these enchanting women." With sentinels stationed outside, he dared not force his way in. To avoid creating a commotion, he reluctantly retreated. In another dark stone chamber, under the dim light, Ouyang Ruffung was embracing an older beauty, gently caressing her chest as he inquired, "Master, does the wound still ache?" The older beauty playfully nestled against him, pouting, "Not at all. Who would have imagined the Saint Sun's martial prowess to be so formidable, allowing them to thwart our plans?" Ouyang Ruffung grinned mischievously, "I have no desire to wed the Saintess. My sole intention is to assist you in securing the position of the sect leader, hence this stratagem. In my heart, you are the most beautiful." The Grand Elder, charmed by Ouyang Ruffung's words, planted a tender kiss on his cheek. How could such a novice in martial arts possess such profound inner strength to defeat us? She pondered. After much contemplation, "I can deduce only one possibility." Ouyang Ruffung declared ominously, "What possibility, Ruffung? Speak." The Grand Elder purred, casting him a flirtatious glance. "It must be that the Saintess and the 4 phoenixes conspired together, secretly channeling their inner strength to vanquish us. Master, you must seize an opportunity to eliminate them all, to assuage my resentment." The Grand Elder, nestled in his embrace, replied, "Oh dear, how could I have overlooked this? Your reasoning is sound, my disciple. I shall heed your words." As dawn broke, the Grand Elder hastily donned her attire, preparing to depart, when suddenly Ouyang Ruffung wrapped his arms around her, saying, "Master, do not be in such a rush. Stay with me a little longer." She gently pushed him away. "No, I must quickly confer with the second elder about our strategy. That girl is not to be underestimated." Reluctantly, Ouyang Ruffung released her. "Very well, then, Master, do hurry." Once the Grand Elder had left, Ouyang Ruffung's expression darkened significantly, muttering to himself, "Humph, foolish woman, you shall see what awaits you." It was evident that his previous words were a deliberate ploy, designed to confuse the Grand Elder and incite conflict between her and the sect leader, thereby allowing him to reap the benefits from their discord. Wu Tian had been resting his head on a small table throughout the night, jolted awake by a cacophony of feminine chatter. Yet, he dared not rise, feigning sleep to eavesdrop on their conversation. "You foolish girl, look at your gluttonous demeanor. You've frightened the Saint's Son away, and now you've monopolized the bed." The Saintess teased with a laugh. "Sister, you are the one lacking shame. You drank the most last night, and insisted we all share the bed." Xiefeng whispered, careful not to disturb Wu Tian. 5 stunning beauties engaged in hushed whispers, and the Saintess glanced at Xifeng with a blush, saying, "From now on, the Holy Sun shall be our master. Sisters, we must attend to him diligently, ensuring he feels at ease and chooses to stay with us. Otherwise, if we fail to secure the Holy Sun's heart, our Snow Lotus sect may face turmoil." In unison, Xifeng and the others responded, "The esteemed leader speaks wisely. We shall heed our sister's words." The Saintess smiled, saying, "Since we are all sisters, you may continue to call me Saintess Sister in private. It is what I am accustomed to. Now, let us carry our master to bed so he may rest well." Consequently, The 5 enchanting ladies carefully lifted Wu Tian and laid him on the bed, even removing his garments. Wu Tian felt a deep sense of distress, but dared not move or speak, ultimately drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 57. A drunken life and death struggle. Wu Tian's slumber was profound, resembling a world of chaos. The cave, initially enveloped in darkness, became illuminated as several curtains were drawn aside. The master awakens. Let us prepare his attire. Right away, sister. The sweet, melodious voices of the 2 beauties made Wu Tian's heart flutter. Master, I am your snow phoenix. And from now on, I, along with the color phoenix, shall attend to your every need. Indeed, master, I am color phoenix. And I will assist my sister snow phoenix in caring for you. Color phoenix held a large pile of pristine garments. Dear sisters, please do not address me in such a manner. It would be quite embarrassing were others to overhear. Though Wu Tian protested verbally, internally he lamented. How can one be cared for like this, with no respite? How can I escape? The 2 beauties exchanged glances, and Snow Phoenix playfully remarked, Master, it is just the 3 of us here. No one outside can hear. Addressing you as master is our sex tradition, and I dare not disobey. With that, Snow Phoenix and Color Phoenix assisted Wu Tian in dressing, even adorning him with leather shoes. Wow, how handsome! They exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up with admiration. Greetings, Sister Snow Phoenix. The 4 elders are hosting a banquet for the Holy Sun at the Snow Lotus Manor, where the esteemed leader awaits your presence. Understood. You may leave now, Snow Phoenix replied. Once the messenger departed, the 2 beauties guided the Holy Sun out of the grand hall. Wu Tian stood on the lawn outside the hall, gazing up at the mountain peak, where clouds swirled and snow blanketed the summit. The Dragon Temple rested halfway up the snow-capped mountain, with a hint of frost still lingering in the air. Observing the snowy peak, Wu Tian inquired, How many years has the Snow Lotus sect been established? Color Phoenix promptly answered, Approximately 300 years. We rank among the top 3 martial sects in the Huaxia Nation. They descended the mountain swiftly, soon entering the Snow Lotus Manor through the rear gate. Wu Tian surveyed the estate, which spanned over 100 acres, housing merely 3 buildings. Snow Phoenix enthusiastically explained, Master, this entire area, both above and below the mountain, was allocated to us by the government. The first building serves as a multifunctional office and educational facility, while the second and third are dormitory buildings. Sister, your conditions here are so splendid. Why reside atop the mountain? Wu Tian inquired with curiosity. Yesterday marked the momentous occasion of your union with the Saintess, as well as her ascension to the role of leader. Significant matters of the sect were to be conducted within the Divine Dragon Hall, a place renowned for its tranquility and conducive atmosphere for cultivation. However, it is also quite feasible for us to reside at the foot of the mountain, where we can engage in our practices as well. Siefeng elucidated with patience. The trio strolled along, sharing laughter and merriment, and before they knew it, they had entered the courtyard of the second elder. There, the Saintess emerged, radiant with joy, accompanied by Jin Feng and Hor Feng, warmly welcoming Wu Tian into the hall. It was midday in October, with the sky high and the air crisp. Within the hall, a grand table was laden with an array of delectable dishes that would make anyone's mouth water. The elder, wearing a smile, courteously invited, Saint's son, please take your seat. Wu Tian hurriedly waved his hand in refusal, insisting, that would not be proper. I must ask the esteemed leader to occupy the main seat. The Saintess, smiling, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed uncles. The Saint's son and I offer our respects to you all. After a round of polite exchanges, the 4 uncles insisted on ushering the leader and the Saint's son into the honored seats. Before the feast began, the elder humbly addressed, I must apologize to the leader and the Saint's son for any offense caused yesterday. The leader responded, Not at all. Elder, your words are too harsh. Soon after, the 6 commenced their revelry with drinks. Wu Tian mused to himself, having heard from the 4 phoenixes that the elder was nearing 60, the second elder in her 50s, while the third and fourth elders were both in their 40s, yet they appeared no older than their 30s, still retaining their beauty. I must find a way to intoxicate them and seize an opportunity to escape. To the leader and the 4 esteemed elders, may you remain as beautiful as flowers, truly. The 5 fairy sisters are the epitome of earthly beauty. Wu Tian lavishly praised. The leader and the 4 elders were thoroughly charmed by Wu Tian's flattery, their smiles broadening as they raised their cups and drank heartily. The elder, in her delight, cast a flirtatious glance at Wu Tian, who immediately caught her gaze and thought, "This alluring elder isn't entirely proper. Perhaps I can use her to facilitate my escape." Resolute in his intentions, Wu Tian boldly directed a smoldering gaze towards her. Instantly, the elder was rendered bashful, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "How dare you betray me in such a manner?" Ouyang Rufeng, who had been clandestinely observing from a hillside, seethed in a low voice. "Ouyang, young master, I believe the time to act has come," a masked figure suggested. "No need to rush. I have discreetly administered a sedative to ensure they drink more. I intend for them to accompany one another to meet the king of hell. But we must not harm the enchanting lady in the black dress. She is my second master uncle," Ouyang Rufeng replied darkly, casting a glance at the sun's zenith. Ouyang Rufeng felt the hour was ripe and, patting his rear, declared, "The enemies of your leader are all present. This matter does not concern me. You shall handle it as you see fit." With that, he turned and departed. The leader of the masked figures, observing the hall where the beautiful ladies had succumbed to inebriation, bellowed, "Onward." Over 20 masked figures armed with steel blades stormed into the hall, their ferocity apparent as they began their rampage of chaos and destruction without hesitation. The headmaster and the elders usually indulge in copious amounts of wine, yet today, for reasons unknown, they found themselves inebriated and languid, their bodies as limp as noodles, devoid of strength to resist. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the 4 celestial maidens, Golden Phoenix, Fire Phoenix, Snow Phoenix, and Colorful Phoenix, arrived just in time, brandishing their swords and charging towards the masked assailants. In an instant, a fierce battle ensued, the clash of blades resounding like the sharp notes of a symphony. Although Wu Tian had consumed only a few small cups of wine, he could muster merely 20% of his internal energy. Nonetheless, he had expelled the intoxicants from his system and awaited an opportunity to escape. Observing the intensity of the combat, he crouched low, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Just as he leaped from the hall, several figures in black noticed his movement and swiftly pursued him, raising their blades to strike at his head. "Do not harm my husband." As the words left her lips, Snow Phoenix and Colorful Phoenix arrived, their swords dancing with a speed akin to furious flames. In the midst of the blade light and sword shadow, several assailants fell lifeless to the ground. The leader of the black-clad figures, witnessing the demise of his comrades at the hands of the 2 women, erupted in fury, bellowing as he rallied his men to charge forward. Snow Phoenix and Colorful Phoenix engaged this horde of attackers, reducing the pressure on Golden Phoenix and Fire Phoenix, who wielded their swords with unwavering determination to protect the headmaster and the 4 esteemed elders. The cacophony of clashing blades jolted the intoxicated headmaster and elders awake. They hastily circulated their internal energy to expel the remnants of alcohol from their bodies. In a mere moment, the headmaster, the 1st elder, the 3rd elder, and the 4th elder regained their footing, striking out at the masked assailants with vigor. Chapter 58. Wu Tian's encounter with beauty. The sounds of clashing swords thoroughly roused Wu Tian from his stupor. He pondered, while he had been intent on fleeing. Snow Phoenix and Colorful Phoenix were valiantly battling the villains to protect him. How could he remain hidden and cowardly? Resolving this, Wu Tian sprang to his feet, seizing a hefty blade from the ground and swinging it towards the head of the black-clad leader. Sensing a formidable force approaching, the leader swiftly evaded the strike. Realizing that their poisoned wine had lost its potency and that the ambush had failed, the leader decisively commanded a retreat. One of the masked figures hurled a smoke bomb, which instantly filled the air with thick, black smoke. When the haze dissipated, the black-clad assailants, along with the wounded and even the fallen, had vanished without a trace. How impressive, the Holy Sun! With a single move, he has driven away all the masked men, exclaimed Snow Phoenix and Colorful Phoenix in unison, gripping Wu Tian's hand tightly. Wu Tian felt a pang of doubt. Could he truly be as formidable as Snow Phoenix claimed? Perhaps he was simply a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Just then, a group of disciples from the Snow Lotus sect descended from the mountain, led by Ouyang Rufeng. "Master, Headmaster, I apologize for my late arrival. I seek your forgiveness," Ouyang Rufeng said, bowing his head respectfully. What transpired? At that moment, the 2nd elder was fully alert, inquiring with a perplexed expression. "Not long ago, we were ambushed, with the enemy reaching our doorstep. Thankfully, Sifeng fought valiantly to protect us, and in a crucial moment, the Holy Sun intervened with a decisive strike that repelled the assailants, ensuring our safety. The elder spoke with lingering trepidation. The second elder, placing a hand over his heart, remarked on the audacity of these attackers. Master, how do you propose we handle this situation? The holy maiden pondered for a moment, stating that the circumstances were suspicious, seemingly premeditated, and entrusted the matter to the elder. For the time being, the holy son and I shall retreat into seclusion for cultivation, leaving all domestic matters in the capable hands of the four elders. How long do you intend to cultivate? The third elder inquired softly. Approximately 1 month. The holy maiden replied, we will certainly descend before the heavy snow seals the mountains. After speaking, she and Sifeng flew up the mountain with Wu Tian, soaring to the summit of the snow-covered peaks, arriving at the Qinglong cave. The cavern was spacious and well-equipped with all necessities. Wu Tian thought to himself that this hardly resembled a place for cultivation. It felt more like a vacation retreat. Upon entering, the temperature at the mountaintop was significantly lower than below, but fortunately, a fire blazed within the cave. My lord, you can practice your skills here while keeping us company, the holy maiden said, and with that, she and Sifeng seated themselves on the ground, cross-legged, beginning their practice according to the holy maiden's teachings, disregarding Wu Tian entirely. Wu Tian felt a deep sense of frustration, reflecting that had it not been for the grip of the snow phoenix and the color phoenix, he might have fled long ago, blaming himself for his sluggish reflexes. After a long day of practice, as the light outside the cave dimmed, Wu Tian had spent most of the day within, consumed by thoughts of escape, but with 5 extraordinary martial artists beside him, he could only shake his head in despair. My lord, my sisters and I will prepare dinner for you, the holy maiden announced with a smile. Wu Tian, eager for a moment alone, eagerly agreed. All right, go ahead. With the holy maiden, Jin Feng, and Hua Feng departing to another cave to cook, Wu Tian glanced at the snow phoenix and the color phoenix beside him and casually mentioned that after sitting cross-legged for so long, he felt a bit of strain in his back and legs. My lord, allow us to massage you, the 2 enchanting beauties chimed in, their melodious voices and the flickering candlelight transporting Wu Tian back to an ancient era where he felt like a young master once more. The 2 beautiful maidens ushered him into a bedroom-like cavern where he settled onto a large bed. The snow phoenix and the color phoenix knelt beside him, expertly administering a massage, one attending to his back while the other focused on his legs, Wu Tian relishing the experience. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind, and he smiled as he asked the snow phoenix, what exactly is the holy son's status within the sect? What authority does he hold? The snow phoenix blinked her eyes and replied, my lord, it seems he does not hold much significance. He is not a high-ranking official. The holy son serves merely as a symbolic figure, appearing to rank just below the master within the sect, yet he holds no real power or authority. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian nearly choked with indignation, realizing that he was merely a background character in this scenario. His frustration bubbled over. How infuriating to be so inconsequential and powerless. My lord, while he may lack authority outside, it is quite different at home, the color phoenix chimed in cheerfully. In the Snow Lotus sect, the women are in charge, while the men take a back seat. You can certainly command these 5 remarkable beauties. Upon hearing these words, Wu Tian immediately became intrigued. He contemplated managing these 5 stunning beauties such that they would be utterly obedient, allowing him the freedom to come and go as he pleased, or, alternatively, he could govern them in such a way that they would be utterly suffocated, which would inevitably lead to them driving him away in anger. In an instant, Wu Tian devised a plan and began to engage the 2 beauties in his schemes. He reached out, lifting Xiefeng's chin with his hand, and inquired, my dear beauty, are you attempting to deceive me? If I govern you, will you harbor any resentment? Can you truly submit to my authority? Xiefeng, upon hearing Wu Tian address her as my dear beauty, felt her cheeks flush crimson. His question instilled a sense of trepidation within her, prompting her to respond cautiously, Master, I would never dare to deceive you. Your governance aligns with the clan's regulations. How could I possibly voice any grievances? Wu Tian mused to himself. This clan's regulation is indeed advantageous. He feigned a stern demeanor and, grasping Xiefeng's chin, asked, May I also govern the Saintess? If my governance becomes too stringent, would you betray me? Kaifeng blushed, trembling as she replied, Master, the Saintess is also your woman. Thus, governance is certainly permissible. We would never betray you. The teachings of the Shuoyan sect emphasize love between the Holy Son and the Holy Maiden, for this harmony ensures the smooth operation of the sect and its prosperity. Should a woman betray the Holy Son, the consequences are severe. Minor infractions result in the loss of status and 10 years of confinement for cultivation, while severe betrayals lead to the forfeiture of martial prowess and expulsion from the sect. Dinner is served. Dinner is served. The voices of the beauties echoed as the Saintess Jin Feng and Kai Feng entered the bedroom, carrying steaming, fragrant dishes which they arranged upon a dining table. The 5 stunning beauties began to accompany Wu Tian for dinner. As he dined, Wu Tian pondered how to find fault in their behavior to discipline them effectively, with the aim of returning home sooner. After the meal, a clever idea struck Wu Tian. He desired to incite jealousy among the beauties to provoke the Saintess into a fit of rage, allowing him the opportunity to administer discipline. With a mischievous smile, he pulled Xiefeng into his embrace and declared, "Today, Xiefeng has performed splendidly, risking her life to protect me, and thus deserves special commendation." With that, he planted a kiss on her delicate face. Wu Tian proceeded to praise Jin Feng, Hor Feng, and Kai Feng individually, kissing each of their foreheads, which left the 4 beauties elated, their hearts racing with joy. The Saintess, not receiving any praise from Wu Tian, fell into his trap, flashing a charming smile as she said, "Master, I too wish to be commended." Wu Tian retorted brusquely, "Look at your drunken state today. You resemble anything but a lady. Seeking praise? Not a chance. Hurry along and warm the bed." Embarrassed by Wu Tian's words, the Saintess pouted and awkwardly settled onto the bed, wrapping herself in the quilt to warm it. Initially, she displayed her enchanting figure and occasionally cast flirtatious glances at Wu Tian. However, he remained oblivious, engrossed in a game of mahjong with the 4 Fengs, which incited the Saintess to erupt in exasperation. Yet, internally, Wu Tian reveled in his success, relishing the very outcome he desired. Chapter 59. The Legend of Taming Beauties. The Saintess in the morning, a beam of pure white light streamed into the cave, illuminating the space considerably. The 5 stunning beauties had risen early, each brimming with excitement, their delicate faces flushed with a rosy hue. In the cozy confines of their abode, Xiefeng and Kai Feng stoked the charcoal fire, while the holy maiden, Jin Feng, and Huofeng prepared breakfast, eagerly awaiting Wu Tian's awakening. As the sumptuous meal was laid out on the small table, Xiefeng and Kai Feng hurriedly roused the slumbering Wu Tian, assisting him in dressing. After he had freshened up, they commenced their repast. Wu Tian bit into a meat bun, suggesting they all partake in the meal together. At the sound of their master's voice, the 5 enchanting beauties began to savor their porridge. Once breakfast concluded, the 5 ladies settled into a cross-legged position, practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, leaving Wu Tian to the sidelines. Observing the graceful figures of the 5 lovely women as they honed their skills, Wu Tian's mind began to wander. Reflecting on his plans from the previous night, he felt quite pleased. The 4 phoenixes had been thoroughly subdued. The only lingering concern was the holy maiden's slight irritation from last night. He resolved to employ further tactics that evening to ensure her compliance. Though he had caused quite a stir the previous night, he was mindful not to disrupt their training during the day. Wu Tian recognized his own novice status and understood the importance of not offending any of the 5 beauties. Given his current abilities, he could only absorb the full internal energy of 2 individuals at most. He mused that should the other women unite against him, it would spell disaster for him. As night fell, he adopted his imposing demeanor and initiated his strategy of capturing the leader first. "Holy maiden, Xiefeng, Kai Feng, come and massage my shoulders," he commanded assertively. Delighted, Xiefeng and Kai Feng quickly obliged, leaping onto the bed and kneeling beside him, one attending to his legs while the other focused on his back. The holy maiden, however, trembled with anxiety, unsure of how to proceed. "Come up," Wu Tian instructed firmly. He watched as she cautiously climbed onto the bed, sitting opposite him to knead his shoulders. Jin Feng held a plate of grapes, while Huofeng stood at the edge of the bed, feeding Wu Tian a large grape, which he relished. The holy maiden, nervously massaging his shoulders, felt his gaze upon her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, rendering her unable to meet his eyes. With a swift motion, Wu Tian struck her hand, exclaiming, "Be gentler. Have you not eaten?" Suppressing her anger, the holy maiden shot him a flirtatious glance, saying, "My lord, I shall massage you properly." She then cautiously increased her pressure. Yet, Wu Tian delivered another sharp slap to her other hand, declaring, "Are you trying to crush me?" The impact was significant, causing her to yelp in surprise. Fuming internally, the holy maiden thought to herself, when have I ever tolerated such indignity? In a sudden burst of defiance, she leapt from the bed, pointing at Wu Tian as she shouted, I endured your antics all night yesterday. And now you dare to command me? I'm done. Wu Tian did not relent, retorting, you may be strong outside, but here at home, you must heed my authority. Do you intend to rebel? The holy maiden, filled with defiance, shouted back, what if I refuse? Sisters, rally to my side. The holy maiden, as usual, began to shout like a leader, yet this time the four phoenixes disregarded her, urging her to cease her clamor. They suggested that if they served the holy sun well, he would not punish them. Helpless, the holy maiden gritted her teeth and channeled her energy, launching a palm strike towards Wu Tian. Realizing the impending danger, Wu Tian quickly inhaled and guarded himself. The holy maiden felt her inner strength dissipate in an instant, rendering her feeble. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Tian embraced her and pressed her onto the bed, delivering firm strikes. Initially, the holy maiden resisted fiercely, struggling with all her might. But she was no match for Wu Tian. Although his inner power was suppressed to merely 20%, his innate strength was formidable enough to easily subdue even a tiger, let alone a delicate woman. Thus, he held the holy maiden down, striking her until she cried out for mercy, repeatedly pleading, Master, I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall never retort again. Please, do not strike me. Seeing her beg for mercy softened Wu Tian's heart. He cradled her in his arms and began to comfort her. The holy maiden wept softly, and Wu Tian gently wiped the tears from her eyes. Embarrassed, the holy maiden's face flushed crimson as she planted a kiss on his forehead. Wu Tian felt elated, secretly contemplating that this was precisely the effect he desired. The beautiful women were now obedient and compliant, and in a couple of days, he could find an excuse to return, knowing they would not dare oppose him. The four phoenixes, witnessing this scene, who had initially been frightened and flustered, suddenly broke into applause, collectively cheering, Master is domineering. Wu Tian chuckled and glanced at the holy maiden in his embrace before addressing the four beautiful ladies. Do you all like such a commanding master? The five fair maidens, blushing, responded in unison, we do. Wu Tian mischievously suggested, if you like it, how about performing a dance for your master? The holy maiden softly replied, MHM. The four phoenixes echoed, all right, we shall prepare at once. Soon after, the five enchanting ladies emerged dressed in vibrant red kipeos, adorned in embroidered shoes, gracefully walking out with elegance and poise, their slender waists swaying like willows in the breeze. Their captivating gazes sparkled, enchanting all who beheld them. Xiefeng was the first to dance, her arms extending gracefully like willow branches swaying in the spring breeze. Her waist twisted and hips swayed, every motion infused with allure. Kaifeng followed closely, her steps light and airy, akin to a butterfly dancing in the air. Her delicate fingers fluidly shifted poses, as if whispering silent love letters. The holy maiden joined in, her gaze enchanting and her waist twisting, exuding boundless charm. Jinfeng and Huofeng synchronized their movements, occasionally spinning and leaping, their long legs showcasing youthful vitality. Their dance was ethereal and dreamlike, intoxicating all who watched. And Wu Tian couldn't help but applaud in delight. After dinner, Wu Tian sprawled across the bed, resuming his role as the master. Five stunning beauties vied for the opportunity to massage Wu Tian, only to be halted by his outstretched hand. My lord, is my technique not to your satisfaction? The saintly maiden inquired, her cheeks flushed. Wu Tian glanced at the five exquisite women, adorned in attire reminiscent of ancient times, and chuckled as he embraced the saintly maiden. My dear, your massage is indeed delightful. However, I must return home tomorrow, and it pains me to part from you enchanting ladies. Upon hearing this, the saintly maiden and the four phoenixes were taken aback, their eyes brimming with reluctance. Shuefeng spoke up, my lord. Have I not served you well enough to avoid your displeasure? Wu Tian smiled reassuringly. Not at all. It is merely that I miss my home. Consider this. If a handsome man were to forcibly abduct you to a gilded chamber, would you not long for your home? The five beauties suddenly recalled that it was they who had compelled Wu Tian to ascend the mountain, their faces flushing in unison as they declared, we would never follow another. We are devoted to you, my lord. Wu Tian chuckled, exactly. Even as I return home, I will surely miss you. And you may always descend the mountain to seek me. I shall also find time to visit you. Yet, A sense of melancholy lingered in the hearts of the five beauties. Having dedicated their lives to training since childhood and now in their 30s, they had never experienced love until encountering Wu Tian, making it all the more difficult to part. Xue Feng pondered, uncertain of when they would reunite, and how they would endure the days ahead. Kai Feng felt a deep sorrow at the thought of losing a caring lord. Jin Feng's heart felt hollow at his departure, rendering her unable to concentrate on her training. Huo Feng bit her lip, wishing fervently that he would not forget them. The saintly maiden, too, was filled with sorrow, knowing that life without Wu Tian would lack flavor. Throughout the night, Wu Tian and the five beauties remained awake. He played the role of a devoted caretaker, constantly providing comfort. He first held the weeping Xue Feng tightly, soothing her with gentle words until her tears subsided. Next, he turned to Kai Feng, sharing heartfelt reassurances. Just as he calmed one, another would begin to weep, leaving Wu Tian quite occupied. It was not until dawn that he could finally rest. The saintly maiden and her sisters prepared gifts for Wu Tian, their eyes filled with profound reluctance. Down the mountain, a luxurious SUV stood parked, its trunk overflowing with presents. As Wu Tian approached the vehicle, the saintly maiden and her sisters rushed into his embrace, unwilling to let go. Xue Feng playfully chided him to linger a little longer, while Kai Feng, her voice choked with tears, pleaded, "Do not forget us." Huo Feng and Jin Feng silently wept, clinging tightly to Wu Tian. The saintly maiden feigned composure, yet her reddened eyes betrayed her emotions. With a heavy heart, Wu Tian entered the vehicle, which soon roared to life. The sisters chased after the car for a while, watching as it gradually receded. They stood there, gazing in the direction of the disappearing vehicle, tears streaming down their faces. Meanwhile, the door to the second elder's chamber remained tightly shut, as Ouyang Ruffing embraced a stunning beauty, smugly declaring, "At last, it seems, with Wu Tian gone, our good days are on the horizon." The second elder nestled within his embrace, playfully chided that while the holy son had departed, the holy maiden remained. Now the newly appointed leader. How could they expect prosperous days ahead? Ouyang Ruffing pinched the beauty's nose. His countenance darkened as he declared, "My dear, I have already relayed the news of the Holy Son's return to the southern lands to the Black Mountain sect. Without the protection of the Holy Maiden and the four phoenixes, Wu Tian is doomed. Once he perishes, the Holy Maiden will be a widow, and this calamity will surely abdicate her position. At that moment, the entire Snow Lotus sect will fall into our hands." Blushing, the second elder inquired, "What shall we do next after the Holy Maiden's abdication?" Ouyang Ruffong, with a mischievous grin, replied, "The rules of this leadership must certainly be altered. I shall assume the role of the sect leader, and the four of you elders shall become my women. We shall indulge in revelries daily, living a life of leisure and joy. Just the thought of it is delightful." The second elder, shyly spitting in jest, retorted, "You men are incorrigible." Yet, Ouyang Ruffong was undeterred. Brimming with excitement, as though he had already become the new sect leader, he tightly embraced the stunning beauty and tossed her onto the bed. Lying beside her, he gently caressed her tender, rosy cheeks, continuing his scheming. "My dear, we must seize the moment to win hearts and suppress any potential dissenters. Once I ascend to the leadership, you shall reap the rewards, and I shall cherish you above all." The second elder breathed heavily in agreement, both enraptured in their nefarious plot. Chapter 61. Wu Tian returns home. The off-road vehicle came to a thunderous halt at the villa courtyard, and Wu Tian emerged. The 7 enchanting female mentors had been anxiously awaiting his return since receiving his call the previous morning. As soon as they caught sight of Wu Tian, they rushed towards him in excitement. The head mentor grasped Wu Tian's hand, her eyes reflecting joy mingled with concern, scrutinizing him closely. "Little Tian, you haven't suffered while away, have you?" The second mentor's eyes brimmed with tears as her voice trembled. "Little Tian, we have longed for your return. We worried for you every day." The third mentor, filled with delight, leaped into Wu Tian's arms, playfully demanding, "Let me see if you've lost weight." Wu Tian chuckled, reassuring them, "I am quite well, so do not worry." The fifth mentor pointed to the trunk in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, little Tian has brought back so many gifts. What thoughtfulness." The fourth, sixth, and seventh mentors gathered around, their faces radiant with happiness, exchanging caring words in a continuous flow. Soon after, the mentors busied themselves, transporting the items from the trunk into the house. Laughter and joy resonating throughout the courtyard, enveloping the space in warmth and delight. Wu Tian and the mentors entered the grand hall together, where they gathered around the sectional sofa. Wu Tian hurriedly produced 7 exquisite gift boxes, placing them gingerly upon the expansive coffee table. With a beaming smile, he announced, "Head mentor, these are skincare sets sent to you by the Holy Maiden of the Snow Lotus sect. These gift boxes are remarkable, crafted from millennium-old snow lotus and ginseng, capable of rejuvenating the skin by 20 years, and with regular use, they will maintain eternal youth." Upon hearing the news, the matron's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Each swiftly grasped a box, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure. The eldest matron's eyes crinkled into a narrow slit as she exclaimed, "What a truly wonderful gift." The second matron, filled with excitement, nearly leapt from her seat, exclaiming, "Oh my, this present is so thoughtful." Meanwhile, the third matron planted a kiss on the gift box, her face radiating pure ecstasy. Wu Tian had left without notice earlier, his heart heavy with anxiety, dreading a potential onslaught of reprimands from the matrons upon his return. However, witnessing their joyous expressions now allowed his heart to finally settle. The matrons began to inquire about his experiences on the snow-capped mountains. With a smile, Wu Tian replied, "Dear matrons, I encountered the Saintess and the 4 phoenixes, and I was honored to be referred to as the Holy Sun by the Snow Lotus sect." The matrons leaned in with curiosity, and the eldest matron eagerly urged, "Do share with us what transpired." Wu Tian animatedly recounted their harrowing encounter with the Black Mountain sect and masked assailants, declaring it was truly a breathtaking scene. "But fret not, for the Saintess and the 4 phoenixes are exceptionally skilled fighters. Their techniques are simply extraordinary. Each time danger loomed, they stood resolutely by my side, ensuring my safety." The third matron, her face etched with concern, placed a hand on her chest and remarked, "Oh dear, that sounds terrifying. But thankfully they were there to protect you." Wu Tian chuckled, nodding vigorously, pondering internally that he should tread lightly with his words. Excessive elaboration might provoke jealousy in the third matron. To celebrate Wu Tian's return, the eldest matron took it upon herself to prepare a feast, while the second, fourth, and fifth matrons assisted her with great enthusiasm. Within the hour, a lavish banquet was laid out upon the table, and they all gathered to indulge heartily. After dinner, the eldest matron solemnly convened a meeting, jesting, "Our dear junior brother seems to be quite fortunate in love, blooming with no less than 5 blossoms at once. It is time for our family to add another." Upon hearing this, the other matrons blushed, their faces resembling ripe apples. However, the third matron pouted, clearly displeased. With a chuckle, the eldest matron continued, "Wu Tian's entanglements with the Black Mountain sect and the masked figures are intricately linked to the Snow Lotus sect. Now that our junior brother is embroiled in sect disputes, he has officially stepped into the realm of martial arts. We must enhance our protection over him." At this juncture, the 7th matron remarked, "The Snow Lotus sect is a rather enigmatic organization, predominantly composed of beautiful women. It seems our junior brother will have numerous connections with them. I believe he should temporarily retreat and focus on his training." The eldest matron nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, our junior brother has been idle. With enemies lurking in the shadows, we must remain vigilant. Wu Tian, I suggest you accompany the second matron to learn the 7 stars accompanying the moon technique." The fourth matron also mentioned a plan to explore the mountains across the Great Wave River the following day, but Wu Tian was too exhausted to absorb any of it, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. "Weary as you are, third matron, please take our junior brother to rest," the eldest matron said with concern. The third matron, her cheeks flushed, gently responded with an as she took Wu Tian's hand and led him to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, the meeting in the hall continued, with the eldest matron inquiring, "Has our young lad turned 22 this year?" The second mistress replied, "Not yet, there is still about a month left. His birthday seems to be on November 11th. Upon hearing this, the 7th mistress covered her mouth and laughed. "What? Celebrating his birthday on Singles Day? This lad is truly amusing. But how does he manage to attract so many beautiful women?" As soon as the 7th mistress uttered these words, the room erupted in laughter. Everyone doubled over, their faces flushed with mirth. Wu Tian and the 3rd mistress entered the bedroom, and as the door clicked shut, his gaze fell upon the gentle and charming beauty before him. His mind surged with excitement, and he abruptly pulled her into his embrace. The 3rd mistress's face instantly turned crimson as she playfully exclaimed, "Darling, I've missed you so much." Wu Tian chuckled, replying, "My dear, I have missed you too. With that, he carried the third mistress into the bathroom. As the shower was turned on, warm water cascaded down, splattering over them. Wu Tian gazed at the enchanting third mistress, his heart brimming with affection. He tenderly brushed away the droplets from her face, while she tilted her head slightly, her countenance radiant with happiness and shyness. Chapter 62. Blue Moon Nightclub. In the early hours, several shadowy figures appeared by the banks of the Great Wave River, their movements as graceful as swallows, skimming across the water's surface before racing towards the mountains. Upon reaching a more open area within the forest, the silhouettes of several beauties came to a halt. Senior sister, is this the place the junior brother mentioned? Inquired the second mistress. The senior mistress lowered her voice, instructing, let us split up and search for anything unusual. The mistresses responded in unison, then switched on their miniature flashlights, illuminating the small grove as they meticulously searched every corner. However, all traces from before had been thoroughly cleaned, leaving not a single hair behind. The second mistress murmured to the senior sister, it seems the Black Mountain sect is no ordinary group. We must tread carefully. With that, the six figures swiftly descended the mountain. In the morning, Wu Tian glanced at the slumbering third mistress. Her face was rosy and smooth, as reflective as a mirror, and the skin on her arms and thighs gleamed with a brilliant whiteness. Wu Tian speculated that she must have generously applied the Snow Lotus skin cream last night, along with a fair amount of face moisturizer. The mistresses, rising early, were filled with excitement akin to winning a lottery, their smiles wide as they gathered on the sofa. Feel my face. No, feel mine. They chattered, enthusing about the miraculous effects of the Snow Lotus cream. The senior mistress, her eyes crinkled in joy, exclaimed, oh my. This Snow Lotus cream is truly a treasure. After using it, I feel as though I've regained over a decade of youth. The second mistress chimed in, absolutely. My skin used to be as rough as sandpaper, but now it feels as smooth as a peeled egg. The third and fourth mistresses were even more dramatic, showcasing their thighs and exclaiming, look at our legs. The skin is so tender that a gentle poke brings out moisture. It's simply heavenly. The fifth, sixth, and seventh mistresses were amused by their antics, chuckling as they playfully touched their own delicate faces. All right, enough of the fun, sisters. It's time for work. Wu Tian, you must practice the 7 stars and the moon with the second mistress. Remember, do not slack off. The first mistress admonished. Upon hearing that Wu Tian was going to Haikou City with the second mistress, the third mistress felt quite displeased and hurriedly grasped Wu Tian's hand, saying coyly, senior sister, I wish to accompany you. The first mistress shot her a disapproving glance and replied, third junior sister, you are no longer a child. It is time to act like an adult. The junior brother has entrusted you with the financial responsibilities of the company, which means you must manage the household assets well. From now on, you shall be the mistress of this home. Is it not a bit shameful to constantly cling to the junior brother? The fifth mistress interjected. What the elder sister says is quite right. Surely this skincare cream was not applied by Wu Tian, was it? This remark sent everyone into fits of laughter. The third mistress, feeling embarrassed, wished she could sink into the ground. Blushing furiously, she replied, elder sister, I was wrong. I will listen to you and go nowhere. The first mistress, third mistress, fifth mistress, and sixth mistress boarded one vehicle, while the fourth mistress and seventh mistress took another, and the second mistress accompanied Wu Tian in yet another car. The 3 vehicles slowly departed, merging into the morning rush of traffic shortly after leaving the villa. The red sports car sped down the expressway, halting at a nightclub named Blue Moon at 10 p.m. The two alighted from the car, and as Wu Tian stepped into the nightclub, he was awestruck by the dazzling spectacle before him. The lights were a mesmerizing display of colors, intertwining and flashing vibrantly. The hall was adorned with exquisite sofas, encircled by golden railings, exuding an air of luxury and mystery. Numerous beautiful young women were leisurely sipping tea, their laughter echoing and engaging in animated conversation. Some graceful ladies were swaying their slender waists, twirling their skirts, fully showcasing their charm while eagerly awaiting the call of guests. Wu Tian's eyes widened in fascination as he gazed at the lovely ladies. The second mistress shot him a glance and inquired, do you like it? Would you like to indulge a bit? Wu Tian nodded enthusiastically, blurting out his desire. The second mistress, with a complex expression tinged with displeasure, cautioned, you may enjoy yourself, but it is only for chatting and singing. Do not entertain any other thoughts. Wu Tian promptly nodded in agreement. At that moment, a young lady in uniform approached, and the second mistress called out to her, "Blue, is there something you need?" The young beauty, upon seeing the second mistress, bowed respectfully. The second mistress coldly instructed, "Find 2 ladies to keep him company. The expenses are on me." After speaking, the second mistress strode toward the elevator. The young beauty led Wu Tian into a luxurious private room, and as he entered, he was instantly dazzled by the opulence, his eyes wide with amazement. The room was resplendent in gold and splendor, featuring a large, soft sofa and an exquisite tea table. A grand screen displayed beautiful women dancing gracefully to the melody, creating a dreamlike atmosphere, while pleasant music flowed from the imported speakers. Wu Tian settled into the plush sofa, and the beauty poured him a cup of tea, gently pushing it toward him with a smile. Wu Tian gazed upon the opulent private room. Curiosity piqued as he inquired about the expenses here. Is it expensive to indulge in such luxury? How much would one spend in a single night? The charming young lady replied with a smile, to enjoy an evening here. The minimum expenditure is several hundred, while the more extravagant can reach tens of thousands, or even more, depending on the patron's spending capacity. However, since you are a distinguished guest brought by Sister Lan, we shall not charge you a penny and will provide you with the finest service. Wu Tian hastily responded, "I am no distinguished guest. I am merely Sister Lan's junior." Upon hearing this, the young lady's eyes sparkled with intrigue, pondering the rumors that the owner, Lan Yuer, was a stunningly beautiful woman skilled in martial arts and still single. This junior appeared quite handsome. Could he be the owner's lover? In these times, one could hardly tell. Regardless, it was clear that the owner had arranged for her to accompany this charming young man. If he were indeed just the owner's disciple, she would seize this small opportunity to connect. With a playful smile, the young lady declared, "Since you are sent by the owner, you are undoubtedly a distinguished guest. I shall return shortly." With a flirtatious wink at Wu Tian, she exited the room. In a little while, she reappeared in a sultry mini dress, accompanied by another lovely lady. They set down their trays, elegantly arranging fine red wine, fruits, and pastries. The 2 ladies sat beside Wu Tian, pouring drinks and engaging him in lively conversation. Wu Tian was overjoyed, his face beaming with delight as he frequently glanced at the 2 beauties, humming an off-key tune and playfully tousling their hair. The ladies feigned annoyance yet did not shy away. Instead, they leaned in closer to him, ensuring he remembered their beautiful faces. In a teasing tone, one of them cooed, "You are quite the naughty one, handsome." Wu Tian erupted into hearty laughter, reveling in the joyous atmosphere, the room filled with merriment and a hint of flirtation. Chapter 63. The second master's wife is enamored with Wu Tian as Wu Tian basked in the attention of the 2 lovely ladies. His sense of triumph was palpable. Just then, the notification sound of a text message chimed from his phone. Dazed, he fished it out of his pocket. Squinting at the screen, goodness, it's already 1:30 a.m. He opened the message to find a text from his second master's wife. "Have you had enough fun, you rascal? Hurry back to your room. It's on the 5th floor, room 502. Wu Tian quickly replied, "I will be back soon," then tucked his phone away with a foolish grin. Reluctantly, he released the 2 young ladies, saying, "Ladies, I must take my leave. Farewell." His heart felt heavy, yet he dared not disobey the second master's wife. With a reluctant sigh, he stood up, swaying slightly, and without glancing back, he exited the room. Dazed, Wu Tian approached the door of room 502. Just as he raised his hand to knock, the door swung open abruptly, and before he could react, he was pulled inside by his second master's wife. She was irate, having intended for him to unwind at the nightclub. Unaware that he was enjoying himself so much he was reluctant to return. If she did not intervene now, he might stay out all night. In her vexation, she tugged on Wu Tian, and he stumbled forward, instinctively reaching out to grasp her, narrowly avoiding a fall. As the second mistress caught sight of Wu Tian holding her closely, her heart skipped a beat, and her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She hastily exclaimed, "You mischievous boy, let go quickly. The door isn't even closed." At the sound of her voice, Wu Tian awoke from his drunken stupor, glancing at the enchanting beauty in his arms. Her hair cascaded around her, her delicate face blushed, and she wore an alluring, sheer nightgown. With a playful grin, Wu Tian swiftly closed the door and remarked, "Second mistress, you look truly beautiful. Have you applied quite a bit of facial cream?" No, she hastily protested. Though she urged Wu Tian to release her, her body betrayed her, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. "You say no, yet your facial cream is unevenly applied," he teased, reaching out to gently smooth the cream on her face. The second mistress, unable to withstand Wu Tian's flirtation, shyly shut her eyes and buried her head in his embrace. Remembering the playful words of his master, Wu Tian pondered whether it was time for the peach blossoms at home to bloom, perhaps beginning with the second mistress herself. With this thought, he grew bolder. Seizing the moment, he lifted her and gently laid her on the bed, turning off the light before leaning in to kiss her. Early the next morning, Wu Tian rose quietly, akin to a cat, and after washing up, he tiptoed downstairs. The second mistress, still in bed, began to awaken, and upon opening her eyes, she noticed Wu Tian had slipped away, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Recalling the sweet nothings he had whispered to her the previous night, her heart thumped wildly, and she mused about this mischievous boy who truly knew how to make her happy. Before long, Wu Tian quietly pushed open the door again. In a flurry, the second mistress pulled the covers tightly around herself, fearing he might detect any flaws. In that instant, catching a glimpse of her pale arms, she blushed deeply, her thoughts swirling as she wondered how to face Wu Tian in the future. To her surprise, Wu Tian plopped down beside her on the bed, scooping her up and quickly arranging her clothes. With a grin, he said, "Sweetheart, let us go have breakfast together." The second mistress nestled comfortably in his arms. Too shy to utter a word, Wu Tian continued to tease her. "Are you feeling bashful? I need to freshen up too, so wait for me." No sooner had he spoken than she darted into the bathroom, her face flushed like a startled little rabbit. When the second mistress emerged after her morning routine, her cheeks were even rosier. Wu Tian took her hand, and they sat side by side. At that moment, she resembled a bashful bride, unable to meet his gaze. Wu Tian, however, was unbothered and attentively prepared soybean milk with fried dough sticks for her. He scooped a spoonful of soybean milk, gently blowing on it before bringing it to her lips, coaxing, "Sister Yue, come, open your mouth." She slightly parted her lips to sip, her bashful demeanor reminiscent of a blooming flower. Her eyes flitted away, occasionally stealing glances at Wu Tian before hastily lowering her gaze once more. Wu Tian patiently fed the second master's wife, who took small bites. After she bit into a fried dough stick, some crumbs clung to the corner of her mouth. Wu Tian chuckled softly and gently wiped them away, creating a warm, yet slightly flirtatious atmosphere that made time seem to stand still. After breakfast, Wu Tian took her hand and led her into the supermarket. Standing at a height of 1.60 meters, the petite second master's wife appeared particularly delicate and charming beside the tall Wu Tian. Upon reaching the clothing section, Wu Tian picked up a sweater and playfully held it against her, saying, "Yue, this sweater will look stunning on you, like a little fairy." The second master's wife pouted, replying, "You just know how to flatter me." Undeterred, Wu Tian insisted she try it on, boasting, "See, my choice was impeccable." When selecting pants, he chose a pair of tight-fitting trousers, claiming they would accentuate her legs. The second master's wife laughed and scolded, "You're such a nuisance." Hand in hand, they arrived at the ladies' high-end shoe section, where Wu Tian selected a pair of black high heels in size 36. He helped her into the shoes, grinning as he said, "Your feet are truly dainty and exquisite." The second master's wife blushed, feeling flustered. At that moment, Wu Tian leaned in and teased, "Call me Tian Go." After a moment of hesitation, she softly replied, "Tian Xiao Go." Wu Tian joyfully kissed her forehead, saying, "You even added a little title." Nevertheless, he was pleased to hear it. With the beautiful lady by his side, Wu Tian ventured into the accessories section, where he picked out a plethora of jewelry. The second master's wife sighed, "Do we really need to buy so much?" Wu Tian replied, "I want to make you look absolutely stunning." She linked her arm with his as they moved to the food section, where Wu Tian eagerly grabbed snacks. She playfully chided, "Tian Xiaoge, don't buy too much. We want to finish it all." Wu Tian laughed, saying, "Don't worry, my junior brother will help you eat." Throughout their excursion, they playfully teased one another, drawing smiles from onlookers. Chapter 64. The 7 stars accompanying the moon. On the 68th floor of the Seaview building, Wu Tian found himself in a nearly 300 square meter residence. Marveling at its grandeur, the living room was adorned with luxurious, creamy white wall coverings, featuring intricate textures and a rich feel. A dazzling crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting brilliant light that illuminated the entire space. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the ocean, with waves crashing and seabirds soaring. As Wu Tian and the second master's wife stood by the window, hand in hand, they admired the seascape. She smiled and asked, Tian Xiaogu, isn't the ocean's night view beautiful? Indeed, as beautiful as you. Wu Tian exclaimed without thinking. Upon hearing this, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, and she softly retorted, you always know how to flatter. Let us stop admiring and practice our skills instead. Wu Tian readily agreed. They then sat cross-legged on the soft wool carpet, facing each other with their palms pressed tightly together. The second master's wife recited the incantation for the 7 stars accompanying the moon, and Wu Tian followed suit. After practicing for an hour, Wu Tian realized he could only harness 20% of his internal strength. Feeling perplexed as he asked, this practice doesn't seem to yield much benefit, does it? The second master's wife shot him a glance, saying, silly junior brother, this is merely the introductory technique of the 7 stars accompanying the moon. Once you master it, you will be able to absorb another person's inner strength and even transfer it to me, thus enhancing my own power. When you advance to the higher levels, you will naturally come to appreciate the wonders of the 7 stars accompanying the moon. After their practice, they admired the stunning view of the sea outside the window. Just then, the second master's wife's phone rang at an inopportune moment. She answered the call, listened briefly, and said, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, the beautiful woman planted a kiss on Wu Tian's cheek and said, little junior brother, I need to freshen up. There's something I must attend to at the shop. You must stay at home and not venture into nightclubs. Those places are quite chaotic. Don't be deceived by the young ladies, who are all quite cunning and of complicated backgrounds. They might bring you unforeseen troubles. Wu Tian chuckled and replied, sister I understand. With a mischievous grin, he added, I'll help you apply some skincare cream to make you even more beautiful. The second master's wife pouted, muttering no, and he laughed, saying, I only spoil my lawn The two playfully bantered, their sweetness palpable. Once the second master's wife stepped out, the bored Wu Tian lay on the large bed, his thoughts involuntarily drifting to the third master's wife. He quickly took out his phone and messaged her, Sister Jiao Jiao, what are you up to? It wasn't long before she replied with a shy emoji, you naughty boy. I miss you. Wu Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, smirking as he thought that the third master's wife was even more enchanting than the second. While the second master's wife was lovely, the third was more petite and endearing. He then texted back, Sister Jiao Jiao, I miss you. What should I do? I want you to send me a captivating photo. Upon receiving this message, the third master's wife felt her cheeks flush with a rosy hue. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to fulfill Wu Tian's request. She firmly closed the office door, donned a form-fitting cheongsam, and sat on her desk, striking a charming pose. With a mixture of shyness and anticipation, she sent the photo to Wu Tian. Upon seeing the image, Wu Tian couldn't resist kissing the screen. The third master's wife, flustered, quickly logged off, leaving Wu Tian to chuckle helplessly as he pondered other matters. His thoughts wandered to the 5 beautiful women, the Saintess and the 4 Phoenixes. He decided to send a group message. Master has been home for 3 days. Everything is well. What are you all up to? Master misses you dearly. However, after waiting for a considerable time, none of the 5 lovely ladies responded. Wu Tian mused to himself, those 5 must be cultivating in the Qinglong cave of the snowy mountains. That place probably has no signal. Undeterred, he sent another message. Sister Fairy, Master misses you all. When you have the chance, remember to send me some beautiful photos. Chapter 65. Nightclub flirtation in the afternoon. Wu Tian had nothing to do and fell into a deep slumber, only to oversleep. When he finally opened his eyes, he was startled to see the dazzling lights outside the window. Night had fallen completely. He quickly jumped up and glanced at his phone, which read exactly 7 o'clock. In his mobile, Wu Tian received a message from his second master's wife, stating that she had important guests to entertain that evening and would be home late. She advised him to prepare something to eat from the fridge. Wu Tian hastily replied, confessing that he had taken a long nap in the afternoon and had overslept. Acknowledging her message, he casually boiled some noodles to satiate his hunger, but felt incredibly bored being alone at home. At that moment, he recalled the charming beauty from the nightclub the previous night. A sense of excitement coursed through him as he contemplated that. Since his second master's wife forbade him from flirting, perhaps he could pick her up after work without incurring her wrath. With this thought, Wu Tian, feeling as though he had a fire lit beneath him, rushed downstairs, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the Blue Moon nightclub. Upon arriving at the nightclub, He noticed a throng of people gathered at the entrance, resembling a beehive. Curiosity piqued. He squeezed through the crowd to investigate, and what he saw was truly shocking. A flamboyantly dressed man, with slicked-back hair, was brandishing a shimmering silver mini-skirt, flanked by a dozen burly bodyguards. He bellowed for Blue Moon, declaring that he had come to indulge and demanded she wear the skirt to serve him, promising her rewards in return. This ostentatious fellow, adorned in gaudy attire and a thick gold chain that could blind a person, strutted around like a peacock, exuding arrogance. Blue Moon, caught in a mix of exasperation and anger, contemplated escaping but was blocked by the man. A security guard nearby, unable to stand by idly, shouted at him. "Young Master Wang, Blue Sister is our boss. You cannot demand her service. Please step aside." Wang Fugua, incensed by the guard's words, struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Instantly, more than 10 security personnel surged from inside the nightclub, confronting Wang Fugua's bodyguards, the atmosphere charged and tense, ready to ignite into chaos. In this critical moment, the man standing next to Blue Moon spoke up, addressing Wang Fugua. "How much longer do you intend to stir up trouble? Enough of this insolence." Wang Fugua turned to see who had spoken, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he trembled, realizing it was the prominent heir of the Harbor City Chamber of Commerce. "I apologize for the offense. I deserve punishment," he stammered. Upon recognizing the heiress' presence, the crowd cast respectful glances in his direction. Sensing his authority had quelled the crowd, the heir, filled with self-satisfaction, reached out to embrace Blue Moon. Wu Tian, observing nearby, surmised that this heir must be an important guest of his second master's wife. He appeared to be a smooth talker, seeking to take advantage of her. No way. As soon as he saw the heir reaching out to Blue Moon, Wu Tian's anger flared up like an ignited firecracker. He charged forward, snatched the mini-skirt from Wang Fugua, pushed the heir aside, and firmly wrapped his arms around Blue Moon's waist, flashing his characteristic mischievous grin. "There's no need for you both to compete. This stunning beauty has caught my eye. I want her to accompany me for singing tonight." Wu Tian's abrupt entrance left everyone stunned, and even the second master's wife nearly dropped her jaw in shock. "Country bumpkin, release your filthy hands. How could someone of your lowly status dare to touch Lanuer?" Wang Fugua's voice boomed ominously. "So what if I do? I am but a country bumpkin, and today I shall show you," Wu Tian retorted, tightening his embrace around the stunning beauty and planting a kiss on her delicate face. His audacious act astonished everyone present, leaving the second mistress blushing fiercely from the unexpected display. Unable to bear it any longer, Wang Fugua erupted in a furious roar, summoning his dozen or so bodyguards, who brandished their iron rods and charged at Wu Tian. Suddenly, an elderly voice rang out, "Let no one dare touch my benefactor." From the crowd emerged a frail old man in tattered clothing, wielding a wooden stick with remarkable agility, knocking down several bodyguards in rapid succession. Upon closer inspection, Wu Tian recognized him as Chun Hao. The old man, upon seeing Wu Tian, knelt, his slightly crippled leg collapsing beneath him, and said, "My benefactor, please allow me to pay my respects." Startled by this unexpected turn of events, Wu Tian quickly released the second mistress and helped the old man to his feet, saying, "Uncle, please do not do this. Rise at once." However, the old man stubbornly refused, insisting, "Please, young master, allow me to serve as your attendant, or I shall remain kneeling." Wu Tian, at a loss, replied, "Uncle, please stand up. I have a multitude of matters to attend to. Moreover, this is not the place for discussions. Let us find a suitable location tomorrow to converse at length." Upon hearing this, the old man promptly stood, cupping his hands in gratitude. "I was too rash. Since you and the young mistress have matters to discuss, let us meet at the harbor bridge tomorrow at noon. We shall not part ways until then." Wu Tian hastily returned the gesture, affirming, "It is a promise." Satisfied with Wu Tian's response, the old man leaped back into the crowd. The second mistress, having heard the old man refer to her as young mistress, felt her heart race. Unable to lift her gaze before Wu Tian, Wang Fugua, now somewhat subdued, pondered the old man's formidable skills, realizing that this country bumpkin was his savior, and that his abilities were undoubtedly extraordinary. Contemplating retreat, he contemplated leading his bodyguards away. "You may possess some skills, but you are still just a country bumpkin. My family, the Hu family, boasts a fortune of over 100 billion. I have pursued Lanuer for 3 years without success. What makes you think you can win her over today?" and to audaciously claim you will support her for a lifetime. Hu Gongzi arrogantly declared. Wu Tian showed no fear, chuckling as he replied, I am aware of your wealth. Perhaps you could woo an average beauty, but for someone as breathtaking as Lan Yuer, your efforts would be in vain even if you pursued her for a lifetime. I, on the other hand, could win her over in mere moments. His words elicited laughter from the crowd, with the remaining Wang Fugue unable to contain his mirth, exclaiming, Country bumpkin, you may boast, but remember, boasting is not a crime. Wu Tian, feeling indifferent to their presence, effortlessly lifted the second master's wife, draping a mini skirt over her and proclaiming, Today, this rustic fellow has set his sights on you, my enchanting beauty. I shall ensure your evening is delightful. Simply don this dizzying garment and accompany me for a night of revelry. What say you? As these astonishing words escaped his lips, curiosity ignited among the crowd, their eyes widening in anticipation of witnessing Wu Tian's impending folly. Eager to see how the stunning beauty would extricate herself from the embrace of this country bumpkin and deliver a few resounding slaps across his face. Caught in such an embarrassing predicament before so many onlookers, the second master's wife struggled to formulate a response to this audacious request. Her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. Wu Tian, with a playful grin, gently tapped her cheek, urging, Do speak up. The crowd gasped in shock, incredulous at the audacity of this young man daring to strike the cheek of a breathtaking beauty in public. However, this unexpected gesture seemed to awaken her, prompting her to respond bashfully, Very well, I shall change into this skirt and accompany you for a night of fun. Onlookers were left in a state of astonishment, their jaws agape as they witnessed this rustic fellow effortlessly win over such an exquisite beauty. Mr. Hu, standing nearby, wore a stormy expression, filled with resentment and fury, yet powerless to intervene as he watched Lan Yuer being escorted into the nightclub by Wu Tian. Entering the opulent private room, the atmosphere pulsated with flashing lights and thunderous music. When the second master's wife emerged, adorned in a shimmering silver mini-skirt and exquisite ruby-studded heels, Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. My, you appear remarkably taller and irresistibly alluring, he exclaimed, feeling the intensity of his gaze. The second master's wife became flustered and instinctively leapt into his embrace. With a mischievous smile, Wu Tian playfully lifted her chin and inquired, Is this how you often entertain guests? Scoundrel, how dare you? This is my first time being summoned to accompany a guest, and it's you, of all people. She chided, half-heartedly reproaching him. Embracing the stunning beauty, Wu Tian belted out a tuneless rendition of a song, Lan Yuer, oh Lan Yuer, darling, darling. I adore you. Hiding within Wu Tian's embrace, the second master's wife gazed at him with affection, her laughter ringing out like sweet chimes. Chapter 66. Meeting Chun Hao. As Wu Tian cradled the second master's wife, he sang heartily while indulging in copious amounts of drink, his gaze frequently drifting towards her beauty, punctuating the moment with a tender kiss on her apple-red cheeks. His exuberance was infectious, igniting a spirited fervor within her. Seizing the moment, emboldened by the spirits, she rose and glided towards the dance floor, immersing herself in the rhythm of rock music. With wild abandon, she tossed her flowing hair, each movement imbued with strength and allure. Her slender waist twisted like a serpent, captivating and enchanting. Her hands danced in the air, sometimes soaring high, sometimes swaying low, pulsating with rhythm. Her steps were light, yet powerful, moving swiftly in time with the music, spinning with grace, each motion perfectly synchronized to the beat. She alternated between bending low and standing tall, her body's flexibility showcased to the fullest. Wu Tian stood by, captivated, unable to resist the allure of the dance floor. He approached and took the hand of the second master's wife, their movements seamlessly synchronized as they twirled and embraced, the air thick with a fervent, intimate atmosphere. As dawn broke, Wu Tian opened his hazy eyes to find the second master's wife nestled against him, radiating tenderness and beauty. The previous night, they had indulged in 3 bottles of exquisite red wine, losing track of time, and had spent the night entwined on the sofa. Glancing at his phone, Wu Tian noted it was precisely 11 o'clock. Remembering his meeting with Chun Hao, he gently extricated himself from the embrace of the second master's wife. This slight motion startled the lovely woman awake. Little Tian, I want to be held, she pouted. I must meet Chun Hao. Please rest here for a while. I will return to take you home later, Wu Tian replied as he caressed her cheek. Upon hearing that Wu Tian had business to attend to, the second master's wife insisted on accompanying him. Wu Tian helped her out of her mini-skirt and dressed her in a cozy woolen ensemble, complementing her beautiful legs with thick tights and finishing the look with knee-high black boots. After a brief freshening up, they clasped hands and exited the private room. In October, the coastal city was brisk with the chill of autumn. The sea breeze swept in, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Hand in hand, they hastened towards the towering harbor bridge, a majestic steel dragon spanning the sea. The bridge was grand and imposing, with a steady stream of vehicles whizzing by, creating a flowing tapestry of colorful lights. As they walked along the pedestrian path of the bridge, the crowd bustled around them. Some captured memories with cameras, while others leaned over the railing to admire the stunning views. Wu Tian and the second master's wife strolled amidst the throng, soon spotting Chun Hao near one of the bridge's piers. Wu Tian approached briskly, extending his hands enthusiastically to grasp the elder's hand firmly, smiling as he exclaimed, "Uncle, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Chun Hao glanced at Wu Tian and replied, "A benefactor has come to meet me. We are destined to cross paths. I humbly request your kindness, young master." Chun Hao, a man of straightforward disposition, wasted no time with pleasantries and directly broached the subject. However, Wu Tian, disregarding Chun Hao's inquiry, took the second master's wife's hand and dashed down the stairs leading to the beach, not stopping until they reached the sandy shore. Seeing the couple sprint towards the beach, Chun Hao, without a moment's hesitation, hobbled after them, exclaiming, "Wait for me, wait for me." Once free from distractions, Wu Tian chuckled and said, "Uncle, while your skills are commendable, given your past, how could I possibly take you in?" Upon hearing this, Chun Hao laughed heartily and reassured him, "Young master, fear not. The Long family, notorious for their heinous deeds, has countless crimes to their name, perpetually oppressing others. Now, both Long brothers are incarcerated. As for the firearms they hoarded, they fired at me first. I merely defended myself. The provincial police department has already ruled it as such. I am not in serious trouble." Observing Chun Hao's cheerful demeanor, Wu Tian coldly replied, "It would not be difficult for me to take you in, but you will need to endure some hardships first." The elderly gentleman clasped his hands and assured, "Rest assured, I, Chun Hao, have endured hardships for over 20 years. No matter the suffering, just say the word, and I shall bear it." At that moment, Wu Tian's gaze turned fierce as he menacingly declared, "I shall break your useless hands and legs. Do you dare?" Chun Hao, observing Wu Tian's serious demeanor, was uncertain of his intentions. Nevertheless, he chuckled and replied, "What difficulty is there? Having been crippled once before, enduring it again merely entails some physical pain." Seeing his unflinching agreement, Wu Tian said, "It appears you are resolutely committed to following me. Here, take this 10,000 yuan, go wash up and don a new outfit. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., meet me at the Blue Moon nightclub." Upon finishing his words, he extended his hand towards the second master's wife. The stunning beauty understood and retrieved a stack of 100 yuan notes from her bag, handing them to Chun Hao. Gratefully, he accepted the money and bowed, expressing his thanks to the young master and mistress before striding away without a backward glance. Upon returning to the Seaview building, Wu Tian swiftly embraced the second master's wife and settled into the automated hammock by the window. The exquisitely crafted hammock gently ascended, pausing midair. The couple began to admire the breathtaking view of the ocean outside. Wu Tian held the second master's wife close, and they resumed their playful banter. With her arms wrapped around his neck, she teasingly chided, "You rascal, do you realize how much last night cost after you held me all night?" Wu Tian chuckled and shook his head, inquiring, "How much?" The enchanting beauty replied, 3 bottles of premium red wine for 600,000, my appearance fee of 1 million, and other expenses." As she calculated, Wu Tian, upon hearing the monetary figure, collapsed in disbelief. That rascal fell asleep at the mere mention of payment. After a night of revelry, exhaustion overtook him. The second master's wife, with no other recourse, nestled in his embrace and closed her beautiful eyes. Chapter 67, Healing of Wounds, a seafood feast at 10 a.m. Chun Hao arrived punctually at the Blue Moon nightclub. In a cozy private room, he plopped onto the large sofa and, grabbing a bottle of potent liquor, gulped it down in one go, instantly turning his face as red as a baboon's rear. Wu Tian's voice was cold as ice as he said, "Uncle, I am about to take action. Are you prepared?" The elderly gentleman exposed his crippled left arm and rolled up the pant leg of his right leg, stating, "I am ready." He then stuffed a towel into his mouth, biting down tightly. Wu Tian gently repositioned the old man's thigh and raised the tea tree stick, striking down with force on the back of his calf. The elderly man merely trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead, yet he remained silent. The second master's wife stood beside Wu Tian, her heart pounding, and quickly covered her eyes with her hands. Wu Tian lifted the tea tree stick once more, and with a swift motion, he brought it crashing down onto the old man's left arm. The elderly man's face flushed crimson with pain, sweat pouring down like rain. Yet he still uttered not a sound. The right leg and left hand were gruesomely battered, flesh torn and bloodied. Wu Tian swiftly retrieved the pre-prepared golden powder and sprinkled it over the wounds on the leg and arm, gently wrapping them with gauze. Upon completing this task, a faint smile graced his face as he softly addressed his second master's wife, urging her to channel her energy while he tended to the elder's injuries. She nodded lightly and began to meditate. Wu Tian followed suit, cross-legged, absorbing her inner strength while one hand gripped the elder's fractured leg bone and the other held his wrist, gradually infusing his own vital energy into the elder's meridians. 2 hours passed, and the second master's wife was nearly exhausted. Wu Tian had absorbed all her energy to heal Chun Hao, and he too was drenched in sweat, his face pale as paper. Taking a deep breath, he rose to stretch his limbs and inquired if the pain persisted. Chun Hao gritted his teeth and replied that such pain was bearable for him. Wu Tian continued, advising him to move his limbs slightly, rest for a few hours, and practice inner strength that night, and the following morning to circulate his vital energy throughout his body. By noon the next day, he would be fully healed without any residual effects. A pained smile, more tragic than tears, crept across the elder's face as he expressed his gratitude, thanking both Wu Tian and his wife. Wu Tian waved dismissively, instructing him to focus on recuperating and assuring him that he would have whatever he needed delivered. With that, he scooped up his second master's wife and swaggered out of the private room. Darling, come here quickly," Wu Tian exclaimed, pushing open the door to Lan Yu's office, his off-key singing filling the air. The second master's wife, witnessing Wu Tian's shameless and exaggerated demeanor, erupted into laughter, playfully chiding him about his lack of decorum. Wu Tian grinned and declared, "You are my darling," before lifting her into his arms and plopping down in the executive chair. Just then, the office door burst open, and Chun Hao hurried in, kneeling and bowing, addressing them as young master and young mistress. This unexpected scene startled both Wu Tian and his second master's wife, particularly the latter, who sprang from Wu Tian's grasp in embarrassment. Although Chun Hao was over 50, standing around 5'7", he retained a sprightly demeanor, his spirit invigorated post-recovery. Wu Tian, feeling somewhat sheepish, asked if his injuries were healed and reminded him to knock next time he entered. Chun Hao chuckled, assuring him that he was fully recovered and would certainly knock in the future to avoid disturbing the young master and mistress. Wu Tian thought to himself that the elder had an uncanny knack for bringing up sensitive topics. Reluctantly, he urged Chun Hao to rest a few more days, insisting he rise. Chun Hao stubbornly refused, stating he wished to serve as Wu Tian's attendant and requested to be called simply Chun Hao. Wu Tian countered that if he wanted to be his attendant, he must call him uncle, and if he wouldn't allow it, he wouldn't take him in. "Please, rise," he insisted. Chun Hao, resigned, stood up and said, "Since the young master insists, I shall heed your wishes." With a chuckle, Wu Tian said, "You may take your leave and rest for now. I shall have the young mistress prepare a room for you. You will serve as security here." Chun Hao glanced outside, somewhat displeased, and replied, "Security? I would rather stay by your side and serve as your attendant." Wu Tian, with a playful smile, reassured him, "Look how splendid this place is. You can comfortably work here. There are many beautiful women around, and you might even find a partner. I will call upon you when I need assistance." Left with no choice, Chun Hao nodded in agreement and stepped outside. At 6 in the evening, Wu Tian, the second mistress, and Chun Hao settled at a small seafood restaurant in the seafood city. Chun Hao expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Wu Tian, saying, "Young master, I cannot forget your life-saving grace. Today, you have healed my wounds and granted me a new lease on life. I raise my glass to you. From now on, I am yours to command, ready to face any peril for you." With that, the old man raised his cup and drank it all at once. Wu Tian regarded him with amusement. Though the old man was of decent height, his slender frame clad in oversized security attire and a cap obscured much of his face, rendering him quite a comical sight. Hearing Chun Hao declare his allegiance felt a tad awkward to Wu Tian, who chuckled and replied, "Uncle, you flatter me. From now on, we are family and shall support one another." He then lifted his cup and drank it down as well. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Tian picked up a crab. But as he was about to take a bite, the claw clamped down on him, causing him to yelp in pain. The second mistress burst into laughter at the sight. Chun Hao rushed to assist, only to fumble and spill wine all over himself, creating a hilariously chaotic scene. Chapter 68. The nightclub closure. As Hu Gongzi, Zhang Gongzi, and Wang Fuguei exited the seafood city, they coincidentally encountered Wu Tian, the second mistress, and Chun Hao leaving the small seafood shop. "Oh, look who it is, the beautiful Lan. How amusing to see you with these two country bumpkins," appealing to both young and old. Zhang Gongzi sneered mockingly. "How dare you speak such nonsense about my young mistress?" Chun Hao shouted angrily, his hand moving like lightning to deliver a resounding slap that sent Zhang Gongzi sprawling to the ground. Wang Fuguei, witnessing this, was as startled as if he had seen a ghost. Just days ago, he had been in a pitiful state, yet here was Chun Hao, restored to full health. The slap seemed to echo against his own face, rendering him speechless and terrified. Zhang Gongzi was the boss of the seafood city, overseeing numerous establishments. Dazed and unsteady, he eventually managed to rise from the ground. "Lan Yuer, my business association has always protected you. Is this how you treat my friends?" Hu Gongzi glowered at Chun Hao. The second mistress tossed her hair dismissively and retorted, "I am now taken," and Zhang Gongzi's vile words warrant a reprimand. "Considering Hu Gongzi's previous patronage of my nightclub, I shall spare him today." With that, she tightly linked her arm with Wu Tian's. Hu Gongzi, upon hearing this, trembled with anger, struggling to articulate his words. Zhang Gongzi, clutching his swollen face, bellowed furiously, "3 reckless fools. This is my territory. I will summon my men to deal with you." In this day and age, it is surprising to encounter someone who actively seeks confrontation. "I shall oblige you. Summon your associates," Wu Tian declared with a playful grin, casually wrapping his arm around the waist of the second master's wife. His words infuriated young Master Zhang, whose face turned ashen. Without uttering another word, he promptly made a phone call. Before long, over 30 bodyguards arrived, each one robust and menacing, surrounding Wu Tian tightly. "I shall teach you a lesson for your arrogance. Attack," young Master Zhang commanded. The bodyguards surged forward, wielding iron rods and steel pipes, and descended upon Wu Tian with ferocity. However, Chun Hao displayed no fear and shouted, "Do not harm my young master and madam." With that, he sprang forth with agility akin to a monkey, deftly evading the blows from the bodyguards' weapons. His strikes came swift as lightning. A powerful punch landed in the belly of one bodyguard, who groaned and fell to the ground, clutching his midsection. Following this, a spinning kick felled 2 more. Chun Hao swiftly seized an iron pipe, and amidst a flurry of clashes, the bodyguards were swiftly dispatched. "Is this all you've got? How dare you disgrace yourselves?" Chun Hao jested with a cheeky grin. The remaining unscathed bodyguards, now cowed, exchanged glances, none daring to advance further. This group of henchmen, accustomed to bullying the weak in their numbers, now quaked before the formidable Chun Hao. Young Master Zhang, witnessing the scene unfold, felt a chill run down his spine. Thinking to himself, "This old man is exceptionally formidable." He was utterly taken aback. Young Master Hu whispered quietly into Zhang's ear, "Brother Zhang, this peculiar old man is not worth the anger. Let us endure today and seek our revenge another time." Upon hearing this, young Master Zhang, exasperated, barked at his men, "You useless lot, retreat at once." The bodyguards, upon receiving their master's order, fled without a trace. Young Master Hu, still unwilling to concede, audaciously declared, "Lan Yuer, it was I who persuaded young Master Zhang to overlook this matter, so I hope you act wisely." Lan Yuer replied with a smile, "Ah, young Master Hu, you are quite sensible. My young master is indeed formidable. Were he to engage, the outcome would have been dire for you." With that, the second master's wife playfully kissed Wu Tian on the cheek. Young Master Hu, intent on salvaging his dignity, found himself thwarted by Lan Yuer's indifference. His rage intensified as he watched Lan Yuer kiss Wu Tian while he confidently held the beautiful woman's waist, sauntering away with an air of nonchalance. Young master whose eyes widened in fury, his face flushed, and his body trembled, almost on the verge of spewing blood. His exasperated and helpless demeanor was both comical and pitiful. Later that evening, a sudden, urgent ringtone pierced the air. The second master's wife, startled awake, squinted at her phone through her lingering drowsiness and quickly answered. The frantic voice of the nightclub's duty manager echoed from the other end. Lanjia, something terrible has happened. You must come quickly. Lan Yuer inquired briefly before swiftly rising from her bed. She hurriedly roused Wu Tian, who, upon seeing the stunning beauty beside him, sleepily asked, Master, what has occurred? The second master's wife urged him, Get up quickly. We must head to the nightclub. It seems there are officials arriving to inspect our establishment. The two hastily donned their attire and descended the stairs in a rush. Lan Yuer took the wheel, and shortly thereafter, they arrived at the nightclub, where they found a throng of enforcement officers frantically ushering patrons away from the entrance. As soon as the beautiful duty manager noticed Sister Lan's arrival, she hurriedly approached, stating, Sister Lan, I am unsure of the situation, but a large contingent of inspectors has suddenly appeared, and some are even questioning patrons upstairs. Sister Lan, her face etched with confusion, wondered internally what could possibly be amiss. Her gaze swept through the crowd until it landed on a young officer clad in a khaki uniform, who appeared to be directing the chaos. The second master's wife approached him, suppressing her ire, and inquired, Sir, what business do you have here at such an hour? Why are you closing our establishment? The officer coldly replied, As of now, we have yet to uncover anything definitive. We are merely following orders and hope for your cooperation. You ought to be more aware of the circumstances than I. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he commanded, Seal it. Immediately, his subordinates sprang into action, securely locking the doors and affixing seals. Wu Tian, the second master's wife, and Shun Hao attempted to intervene, but the enforcement personnel firmly barred their entry. Miss Lan, here is the penalty notice. Please accept it, the officer said as he thrust the document into the second master's wife's hands before leading his team away. She glanced at the notice, which detailed charges of illegal operations and unethical transactions, along with a hefty fine of 20 million, and her frustration manifested in furious stomps. Chapter 69. The unfortunate yet affectionate squabble. By the time the second master's wife and Wu Tian returned home, it was already 1 a.m. The second master's wife lay morosely on the large sofa, gazing out at the dazzling nightscape, lethargically making phone calls one after another. An hour passed, during which she dialed over a dozen numbers, exhausting her connections, yet the responses remained monotonously futile. As she scrutinized the penalty notice in her hand, she pondered why their nightclub, with all proper operating licenses, was being penalized when the ladies merely accompanied patrons in the private rooms for drinks, conversation, and song. The nightclub had not facilitated any illicit rendezvous, and patrons were free to express their affections outside. Why, then, had such a punishment befallen her? When she flipped through her phone's contact list, her eyes fell upon the number of young Master Hu. Just as she was about to press the call button, Wu Tian snatched the phone from her grasp. Do not call him, he asserted with authority. The second master's wife mumbled softly, Junior brother. I suspect that this entire nightclub issue is the work of young Master Hu. I simply wish to inquire if he knows of any solutions. He is merely trying to compete for women, deliberately creating trouble for you, clearly intending for you to seek his assistance. I shall not allow him to succeed, Wu Tian declared as he lifted the second master's wife into his arms. Upon hearing this, she nestled into his embrace, blushing as she playfully reproached him, I know. I am only yours. I merely wish to ask him if there is a way to resolve this. Wu Tian chuckled and said there was no need to ask him. It was too late. Tomorrow, I shall call Master's wife to see if she has any solutions. Upon hearing that Wu Tian intended to reach out to the Master's sister, the second wife grew anxious and quickly exclaimed, No, no. You must not call Master's sister. Wu Tian, puzzled, inquired why. The second wife cast a glance at Wu Tian and whispered, If you call Master's sister, then third sister will undoubtedly learn of our relationship. With her fiery temper, she will certainly come after me. Wu Tian gazed at the second wife, then thought of the third sister, and with a mischievous smile remarked, You are all mine, if she gets angry. I will surely discipline her and ensure that you sisters live in harmony. The second wife, in a soft voice, replied, But we cannot speak of this now. I am a bit frightened. In due time, when the moment is right, we can reveal our relationship to her. For now, Let us think of another way to avoid escalating the situation. After pondering for a moment, Wu Tian said, "It's getting late. Let us rest." With that, he lifted the second wife and carried her toward the bedroom. He gently placed her on the bed and kissed her forehead, reassuring her, "Do not worry. With me here, nothing will go awry." The second wife nodded and nestled into Wu Tian's embrace. The following morning, Wu Tian quietly rose from the bed. Admiring the second wife's angelic visage, he planted a quick kiss on her cheek and stealthily made his way to the living room like a cat. In the hall, he plopped down into a hammock and pressed the lift button, causing the hammock to sway gently upward. Suspended in midair, he had no mind to admire the beautiful seaside view outside, as his thoughts were consumed by the troubling matter of the nightclub's closure. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, he excitedly shouted, "Dad." His father's voice on the other end was equally animated. "Son, how are you faring?" The father and son exchanged casual banter until Wu Tian quickly interjected, "Dad, my second wife has opened a nightclub in Harbor City. And last night, it was tragically shut down by the local military governor's office. I suspect it was the local business association that caused this trouble. Can you help me resolve this matter?" Wu Tian's father, Wu Xingbong, pondered for a moment before responding slowly, "If it can be resolved with money, then it is not a problem at all." Wu Tian, blinking in surprise, asked, "So, if I pay the fine, will that settle it?" His father laughed in exasperation. "You foolish boy, it is not so simple. If today they fine you 20 million, tomorrow it will escalate to 200 million, and the day after, 2 billion. Just wait for your father to tidy up this mess. Give me 3 days, and I assure you it will be resolved." Though the reprimand sounded like a scolding, it was laced with genuine concern. The father and son continued to banter for a while longer, until their conversation nearly caused the phone to overheat, and reluctantly, they ended the call. With the prospect of resolving the nightclub issue, Wu Tian joyfully leaped from the hammock and dashed into the bedroom. Second wife, I have good news. The nightclub situation will be resolved in 3 days." Wu Tian exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Upon hearing this, the second mistress immediately perked up, her face radiant with joy. "That sounds wonderful. In that case, I must adorn myself beautifully to keep you company at home," she playfully remarked. Subsequently, she generously granted the employees of the nightclub a 3-day leave, choosing instead to spend quality time with Wu Tian. The two leaped onto the hammock, where Wu Tian embraced the enchanting beauty, his hands becoming audacious, gently caressing her fragrant, flowing black hair. The second mistress playfully swatted his hands away, exclaiming, "You little rascal, always so mischievous." Yet, Wu Tian was undeterred, his hands growing bolder, gliding down from her hair to her neck, resting upon her shoulder. The second mistress blushed deeply, attempting to escape, but Wu Tian held her tightly. "Mistress, why not surrender to me?" he teased, his breath quickening with excitement. "Oh dear, if you keep this up, beware of my wrath." She feigned anger. However, Wu Tian was unafraid, daring to gently flick her nose with his fingers. "Sister, I simply adore holding you like this." He chuckled. The two engaged in playful banter, their laughter echoing throughout the room. After their playful antics, they lay side by side in the hammock, gazing at the breathtaking seaside view outside the window. Chapter 70. The revelry after the unsealing the following noon. The second mistress was busy making dumplings with Wu Tian at home. Her nimble hands crafted plump, well-shaped dumplings filled with fragrant chives and fresh meat that looked utterly delectable. In contrast, Wu Tian's dumplings were a sight to behold, either misshapen or bursting at the seams, a truly pitiable affair. "Darling, just look at your dumplings. They hardly resembled dumplings at all, more like crooked melons." The second mistress laughed heartily. "Oh dear wife, you jest. My hands are as clumsy as a toddler's feet. How could I compare to your exquisite skill and beauty?" Wu Tian transformed into a playful puppy, giving her a peck on the cheek. The second mistress chuckled. "Your words are as sweet as honey, yet you remain incorrigible. My face is not a dumpling, so you can't nibble on it every day. I shall go boil the dumplings." Just as Wu Tian responded with a cheerful "all right," the doorbell chimed. He hurried to answer the door, and upon opening it, he was surprised to see the elder and younger mistresses walk in. Upon noticing their arrival, the second mistress quickly beckoned Wu Tian to help them settle on the sofa. Overjoyed, Wu Tian rushed to prepare tea for the two mistresses. The second mistress felt a flutter of uncertainty as to why they had suddenly come today, but she maintained her cheerful demeanor, saying, "Sisters, just in time for lunch. I shall prepare dumplings for you. casting a glance at the younger mistress. Her heart raced as she blushed, hastily grabbing the dumpling tray and darting into the kitchen. In no time, the second mistress returned, skillfully carrying 4 steaming bowls of fragrant dumplings, which she placed steadily on the table. The 4 of them gathered joyfully around the dining table, eagerly digging in. The younger mistress sat closely beside Wu Tian, their hands playfully teasing each other beneath the table. The second master's wife observed the scene with a pang of jealousy, her heart souring as if a jar of vinegar had been upturned. Yet, she refrained from expressing her displeasure, gritting her teeth and pretending not to have noticed. At that moment, the master's wife suddenly interjected, "Oh dear, junior sister, you have such a significant matter concerning the nightclub closure. And you didn't even mention it to me?" Upon hearing this, the second master's wife instinctively cast a sharp glance at Wu Tian, firmly convinced that this troublesome lad had spilled the beans. Wu Tian felt a surge of fear and confusion, his heart protesting in silent agony. "I didn't make any calls. How did this happen?" The master's wife, observing their reactions, leisurely continued, "I received a call from Uncle Wu last night. And early this morning, I flew over with the third master's sister specifically to address this issue." Wu Tian internally lamented, "Dad, why didn't you inform me before calling the master's wife? You went around in circles just to reach her." The second master's wife realized she had misjudged Wu Tian and, with a blush, glanced apologetically at him, saying, "It was merely to spare you from worrying. That is why I kept quiet." As they conversed, they enjoyed dumplings, quickly depleting the 4 bowls, with Wu Tian even slurping down the broth. After lunch, the 4 descended, boarding the second master's wife's car, heading directly to the Ocean Square in Harbor City. Upon arrival, they all exited the vehicle. Wu Tian, puzzled, asked the master's wife, "What are we doing here?" She pointed to the towering 48-story ocean building in the square, saying, "This building has been wholly purchased by Uncle Wu, costing 2 billion, as a gift for you. The handover ceremony for the entire building will be held tomorrow at 10 a.m. The second master's wife, elated, could not help but link arms with Wu Tian, prompting the third master's sister to likewise entwine her other arm with his as they entered the building. At 4 p.m., at Harbor City International Airport, the master's wife addressed the third master's sister, saying, "I have conveyed everything necessary, and you will remain here as a representative of the headquarters to assist Wu Tian and your second sister with matters on this side." The third master's sister softly responded, "Elder sister, rest assured, I shall manage it well." The master's wife then told Wu Tian and the second master's wife, "There's no need to see me off. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Reluctantly, Wu Tian grasped the master's wife's hand, playfully pleading, "Master's wife, why not stay and play with me a little longer? You're all grown up now, with wives, yet you still behave like a child," she affectionately remarked, ruffling his hair. The second and third master's sisters felt their faces flush crimson at the elder sister's words. The 3 watched as the master's wife entered the boarding gate, only departing once the plane had taken off. Shortly after leaving the Ocean Building Square, the second master's wife received a call from the beautiful manager, informing her that the nightclub had been unsealed and inquiring if they would be working that night. The second master's wife replied, "Let us take a 3-day break. Everyone should come back to work the day after tomorrow." Curious about the nightclub's situation, the third master's sister expressed a desire to visit, prompting Wu Tian to drive them there. Upon arriving at the nightclub, the beautiful manager was busy tidying up alongside a dozen employees. Chen Hao cheerfully approached and addressed the lovely lady beside Wu Tian, saying, "Young master, greetings to both young mistresses." This address made Wu Tian feel rather embarrassed, prompting him to chuckle and respond, "Uncle, please don't joke around. These are my second and third master's wives." Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, the 2 masters' wives blushed and quickly released their hold on Wu Tian's arms. However, Lan Yu felt a sense of joy within and announced, "Everyone who is cleaning today is considered to be working overtime, so once we finish, we can head home early." The group accepted the directive and dispersed to carry out their tasks. The third master's wife curiously surveyed her surroundings, while the second master's wife enthusiastically introduced, "Junior sister, our nightclub has a total of 5 floors. The first floor is a bar, the second is a dance hall, and the third, fourth, and fifth floors are private rooms. This place can accommodate several hundred, even over 1,000 guests." The beautiful manager, along with the staff, cleaned the premises thoroughly. After completing their work, they bid farewell to their boss, Lan Yuer, and departed from the nightclub. Chunhao locked the main entrance and went out to have some fun. The entire nightclub was left with only Wu Tian, the second and the third master's wives. Wu Tian, glancing at the two stunning women beside him, wore a mischievous smile and proposed, "Shall we enjoy the night, my dear master's wives?" The second master's wife, fully aware of Wu Tian's intentions, blushed and nodded. The third master's wife also thought, "What is wrong with enjoying a night of fun?" Without hesitation, she too nodded in agreement. The two masters' wives ascended to the private room on the 5th floor, while Wu Tian dashed to the supermarket below to purchase a large bag of fruit and pastries. He also retrieved several bottles of fine red wine from the store's wine cabinet before entering the private room. As Wu Tian arranged the fruit and pastries on a platter, the two enchanting women, dressed in kipeos, settled on either side of him. Wu Tian activated the large television screen, the sound system erupting with deafening volume as he took the microphone and began to sing a tuneless rendition of "Who is My Baby? Let us raise a glass together." His singing provoked uproarious laughter from the two masters' wives, who continued to toast him in delight. Chapter 71. The Turmoil of Ocean Tower at 8 in the morning. After a whole night of revelry with Wu Tian, the two masters' wives found themselves slumbering on the sofa, while Wu Tian lay on the floor, reeking of alcohol. Upon waking, the two wives paid no mind to Wu Tian, hastily freshened up, applied their makeup, changed into their outfits, and rushed downstairs, driving straight to Ocean Tower. Wu Tian, in a drunken stupor, slept until just past 9 in the morning, groggily opening his eyes to find both lovely masters' wives absent. Suddenly, he recalled how the two beautiful women had been vying for his attention the previous night, incessantly toasting him until he was intoxicated. Oh, they must have gone to Ocean Tower, he thought. With this realization, Wu Tian sprang up from the floor, dashed to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face, and hurried downstairs. He hailed a taxi and headed directly to Ocean Tower. In no time, the car arrived and came to a stop at the Grand Building. Wu Tian hurriedly disembarked from the vehicle after paying the fare. He lifted his gaze towards the Ocean Building and noticed dozens of congratulatory banners hanging from the towering structure, while hundreds of floral arrangements adorned either side of the entrance. A throng of onlookers had gathered at the entrance, as esteemed guests attending the handover ceremony had proceeded to the VIP lounge within the building. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the sound of firecrackers erupted, accompanied by the lively tunes of a band. 8 young security personnel, impeccably dressed, emerged from the lobby carrying a resplendent golden sign. With remarkable agility, they affixed the sign before marching back into the hall in unison. The captivating host took to the microphone, announcing the arrival of the Wu-S Tianlong Group at the Harbor City, and invited Ms. Bai Yinjiao, the group's financial director, to speak. Amidst the overwhelming crowd and cacophony of voices, Wu Tian's attention was solely captured by the enchanting Mrs. San, adorned in a splendid white woolen dress. He scarcely absorbed a word she uttered. Mrs. Eyre, dressed in an elegant black woolen ensemble, also delivered her remarks. Together, these two stunning women removed the red ribbon from the sign, revealing the gleaming golden characters of Wu-S Tianlong Group Ocean Building. In full view of the assembled audience, they completed the ribbon-cutting ceremony and subsequently exchanged handshakes and posed for photographs with several dignitaries. As the crowd thronged around these two beautiful women, they made their way into the hall. "Young master, why aren't you going in? There are plenty of exquisite dishes at the luncheon," Chunhao exclaimed with a beaming smile. "Let us go take a look. I haven't even had breakfast yet, and I'm absolutely famished," Wu Tian replied, striding confidently towards the hall. Chunhao accompanied Wu Tian in the elevator to the 3rd floor, where they entered a spacious and luxurious VIP lounge. "Country bumpkin, is this really your place? This room is filled with prominent figures. You should skedaddle," sneered young Master Hu, encountering Wu Tian the moment he entered the hall. "What a significant personage. I've come here simply to enjoy myself. What can you do about it?" Wu Tian jested. Young Master Hu, leveraging his father's position as the president of the Harbor City Chamber of Commerce, had secured a nominal vice presidency within the organization. He had managed to have Mrs. Lan's nightclub closed down through connections, only to discover that Mrs. Lan had summoned an influential figure, resulting in the reopening of the nightclub and the acquisition of the Ocean Building. Seething with rage, he directed all his ire towards Wu Tian. "Don't get too proud. Aren't you just Mrs. Lan's kept man? I'm going to publicly expose your sordid affair," letting Ms. Bai, the financial director of the Wu Group, Know about your disgraceful conduct and putting an end to your collaboration with Mrs. Lon. Young Master Hu bellowed, drawing the attention of many affluent young elites in the hall. Wu Tian remained unfazed, wearing a nonchalant expression, and retorted, "Pa, you can't even secure a meal. Don't envy me. Let me tell you, being a kept man is quite delightful and easily digestible. Besides, to be a kept man, one must possess charm. Unlike you, a hideous creature, who would desire to keep you?" Young Master Hu, infuriated, stammered in response. After a brief pause, he managed to utter, "Are you courting death? Someone. There's a country bumpkin causing a ruckus here. Throw him out." The commotion in the VIP lounge attracted a group of security personnel, led by a burly captain in his 30s. Upon entering, he bellowed, "Today marks the inaugural day of the new owner of Ocean Building. Who dares to disrupt the peace? Are you courting death?" He pointed at a rural bumpkin, a man financially supported by a woman, a pauper of the lowest order, who had the audacity to mingle with us esteemed individuals. What a disgrace. And here you are, causing a ruckus? Young Master Hu berated Wu Tian, reducing him to nothingness, which incited Chun Hao's fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched 2 resounding slaps across young Master Hu's face, causing him to yelp in pain. Clutching his face, Hu protested, "Look everyone. Witness this rural ruffian and his accomplice committing violence here. They are obviously here to stir trouble." His words instantly drew the ire of the wealthy young men present, who collectively clamored, "How dare you lay hands on young Master Hu? They should be punished severely for offending us, the elite." Chun Hao dismissed their outrage, retorting, "A bunch of loudmouths. Do you think you stand a chance against us?" The security captain's face turned a shade of green with anger as he shouted, "If they are incapable, does that mean I cannot intervene? How dare they strike someone in my presence? Today is a momentous occasion for our new boss. It is not fitting to shed blood. I advise you both to kneel and apologize to young Master Hu, and I might spare your lives." Wu Tian merely scoffed at him, saying, "You think you can make me kneel and apologize? I'll have you know, I am the eldest son of the Wu family." Chun Hao disdainfully added, "The Wu family's heir is not someone you can provoke. This entire Ocean Building belongs to him." Their declarations evoked laughter from the wealthy young men, with young Master Hu mocking, "A mere loser, a country bumpkin, dares to boast and impersonate the Wu family heir? How amusing. If this reaches Miss Bai's ears, you'll not only lose your lives, but also drag Lan Yuer down with you." Chapter 72. The Bet Dispute in the VIP Lounge, after being verbally assaulted by Wu Tian. Young Master Hu's face turned a deep shade of red as he shouted in anger, "Dare to wager? If you are not the Wu family's eldest son, I will break your legs and make you crawl out of here barking like a dog." Wu Tian responded with a cold laugh, "You are seeking your own demise. What do I have to fear? I accept your challenge, but what if you lose?" Young Master Hu felt a surge of delight within, thinking this was a path to ruin for Wu Tian and could only blame himself. Without hesitation, he declared, "If I lose, you may do with me as you please." Wu Tian laughed heartily, "I have no desire to dispose of you. Should you lose, you will cripple yourself and crawl out of here barking like a dog." "Very well. It is settled." Young Master Hu agreed with a fierce glint in his eyes. The security captain observed Wu Tian's confident demeanor and felt a twinge of doubt. Unable to ascertain the truth of the situation, he pondered, if this man truly was the Wu family's heir, he could be in serious trouble. If not, it would not matter to him, and he might as well enjoy the spectacle between Wu Tian and young Master Hu. Upon this realization, he retrieved his phone and dialed his new boss, Lan Yuer. Shortly thereafter, Lan Yuer entered the hall, resplendent in a vibrant red ceremonial qipao, her graceful presence captivating all. The head of security hurried to greet her, saluting with perfect formality. "Greetings, Ms. Lan. We have received a report of a ruffian causing a disturbance here. This gentleman claims to be the young master of the Wu family, and I am at a loss regarding how to proceed. I humbly request your guidance." Lan Yuer's gaze was frosty, scanning the group of affluent young men with the precision of a scanner. She languidly inquired, "Who reported the disturbance?" The head of security hastened to ingratiate himself. It was reported by young Master Hu. "This fellow is nothing but a penniless scoundrel, shamelessly claiming to be the young master of the Wu family," young Master Hu declared, his eyes piercing into Wu Tian like daggers. "Young Master Hu, refrain from creating chaos. This gentleman is my junior apprentice, the legitimate young master of the Wu family, and the true owner of Ocean Tower," Lan Yuer introduced, affectionately taking Wu Tian's hand and standing beside him. Upon hearing her words, The group of affluent young men appeared utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Frozen in disbelief with mouths agape, as if to accommodate a chicken egg, the head of security and his subordinates, in a flurry of confusion, hastily lined up, raising their hands in salute and vociferously exclaiming, "Greetings, young master. Greetings, boss." Young master who, upon hearing this, began to doubt himself. Could this country bumpkin truly be a member of the Wu family? Who? They are merely attempting to deceive you. Even if he is the young master of the Wu family, he is still an outsider, conducting business in our harbor city. It is ultimately within your family's power to dictate the terms, young Master Zhang interjected. Young master who pondered, "My father is the president of the Chamber of Commerce. What do I have to fear?" With this thought, he regained his audacity, pointing at Lan Yuer and spitting venomous words. "This fellow is merely your kept man. Who would believe that he is the young master of the Wu family? His clothes and shoes combined do not exceed 200 yuan. I assert that he is the young master of the Wu family, and thus he is the boss. Ocean Tower belongs to him, and your baseless suspicions are intolerable." Lan Yuer replied with unwavering conviction. "I do not believe it. He is just your pampered boy toy. One must admit he has some skill in courting wealthy women. But do not attempt to fool us for the sake of your paramour." Young master who retorted, prompting a chorus of disbelief from the assembled young men. "We do not believe him. He is merely a rustic. How could he possibly transform into the young master of the Wu family?" The cacophony of their raucous banter, coupled with young master whose vile insults, ignited the explosive temper of the second mistress. In an instant, she lunged forward, delivering 2 resounding slaps to young master Hu's face, exclaiming in fury, "Who dares to slander me? Watch how I deal with you." The force of her strikes sent young master Hu tumbling to the ground. Upon witnessing the boss lady's aggressive action, the security personnel eagerly rushed to curry favor, attempting to drag young master Hu away. At this moment, young master Zhang bellowed, "Your Wu group conducts business in our Haiqing, yet you are so unreasonable, bullying the few with your numbers. Do you intend to break the betting agreement? If this country bumpkin dares not gamble, he should cripple himself and crawl out like a dog." Wu Tian smirked disdainfully and commanded, "Stop." The security guards immediately halted. Wu Tian continued, "What is there to fear? If we are to wager, how can we reach a consensus?" Young Master Zhang retorted, "Lan Yuer shields you. We certainly do not trust her words. We demand the presence of Miss Bai, a senior executive of the Wu group, to adjudicate." The group of young masters promptly assisted young master Hu to his feet and echoed, "Yes, let Miss Bai come forth to arbitrate." As a senior executive of the Wu group, she can discern who the true young master is. Only her word will suffice for our belief. Lan Yuer declared fiercely, "Today, I shall ensure you understand the truth." With that, she retrieved her phone and called the third master's wife. In a short while, the third master's wife, adorned in a fiery red qipao embroidered with 7 stars, entered the grand hall. In the bustling hall, upon seeing Miss Bai from the Wu group, young master who resembled a drowning man grasping for a life raft, rushing over while covering his swollen face and attempting to ingratiate himself with her. The third master's wife regarded him with disdain, completely ignoring his advances. Young Master Wu quickly plastered a smile on his face, saying, "Miss Bai, my father is the president of the Haiqing Chamber of Commerce. I am the renowned young master Hu of Haiqing. Today, I wish to report that there is an arrogant country bumpkin who claims to be the young master of the Wu family and has even assaulted me. You must stand up for me." As he spoke, he pointed at Wu Tian. Upon hearing this, the third master's wife stepped forward and delivered 2 slaps, angrily rebuking, "Have you lost your senses? This is the true young master of the Wu family, the rightful owner of Ocean Building." The group of young masters was filled with trepidation, many distancing themselves from young master Hu, claiming they had been deceived by him. Yet, a few stubborn ones remained allied with him. Wu Tian coldly observed young master Hu and asked, "Do you still remember our wager? You lost. You must sever your legs and crawl out like a dog." Young master Hu was drenched in cold sweat, unable to comprehend the situation before him. Chen Hao, indifferent to young master Hu's lineage, rushed forward and delivered a kick, sending him kneeling to the ground. Miss Bai sternly declared, "A bet must be honored. Who told you to be blind to the mountain's might?" Young master Hu was utterly dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground in confusion. Chapter 73. The farce of young master Hu's howling young master Hu, sprawled on the ground, still refused to concede, shouting hoarsely, "So what if I lost? Who dares to touch me?" My father is the president of the Chamber of Commerce here. Unless you wish to cease business, you should pack up and leave. Wu Tian sneered. I have not touched you. You agreed yourself that if you lost, you would cripple yourself and crawl out like a dog. Do you intend to renege on your promise? Young master Hu retorted defiantly, I will renege. What can you do to me? He began to act like a rogue. Chun Hao replied with a sneer, since you wish to play the rogue, allow me to assist you. As he spoke, he raised the tea tree stick and swung it towards young master Hu. Stop! A furious voice echoed from outside the hall. Leading a man in his 50s, clad in a black woolen coat, followed by over a dozen burly bodyguards who stormed in, seething with anger. Father, they conspired against me, intending to break my legs and make me crawl out here like a dog. Upon seeing his father's arrival, young master Hu regained his confidence and scrambled to his feet. His father, the president of the Harbor City Chamber of Commerce, was instantly furious at the sight of his son's disheveled state. He bellowed, let anyone who dares to touch a hair on my son's head face my wrath today. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao's temper flared. He retorted loudly, it was your son who caused this commotion, losing a bet against my young master. Instead of seeking the truth, you come here to bully us. Today, I shall show you what true power looks like. With that, he delivered a swift kick, sending young master Hu crashing to the ground once more. The Hu family's bodyguards immediately charged forward, engaging in a scuffle with the security personnel of the Ocean Building. Chun Hao wielded the tea tree stick with remarkable skill, creating a cacophony akin to autumn leaves being swept away by the wind. In no time, over 10 bodyguards from the Hu family lay defeated on the ground. While the security personnel of the Ocean Building had yet to satiate their thirst for battle when the skirmish concluded, everyone in the hall had witnessed Chun Hao's exceptional martial prowess, leaving President Hu at a loss for words. I am President Hu of the Chamber of Commerce. Though you may possess some power, crossing the Harbor City Chamber of Commerce will yield no favorable outcome. As President Hu, witnessing his subordinate's defeat, attempted to issue further threats, a voice interrupted, who dares to create such a ruckus here? All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, revealing the governor of Harbor City entering the hall. The governor strode in with an air of authority, impeccably dressed in military attire, exuding a commanding presence. Upon seeing the governor, President Hu quickly adopted a sycophantic demeanor, bowing and grinning as he said, Greetings, Your Excellency. The governor, observing the scene before him, chuckled. Ah, President Hu. President Hu lamented, Your Excellency. You must intercede on my behalf. Look at my son, reduced to a mere shadow of himself, his face swollen and bruised. The governor snorted dismissively. Am I unaware of your situation? Just days ago, your son reported Miss Lon for illegal operations, and today he stirs up trouble here, betting against young Master Wu, only to lose. This is merely a case of reaping what one sows. In the kingdom of Huaxia, which operates under a monarchical military governance, the governors wield considerable power. President Hu dared not offend the governor. Seeing his favor towards young Master Wu left him astonished. This is all my son's fault. I have failed as a parent. I beseech your excellency to spare him this time, he implored pitifully. What am I to say? You are a person of standing. Yet today marks the first day of the Wu family's establishment in Harbor City and the grand opening of Ocean Building under new ownership. The Wu family's initial investment in Harbor City amounts to a staggering 2 billion. You have offended the wrong person. Why must it be Master Wu? It would be wise for you to seek his forgiveness. Allow me, as the governor, to mediate on your behalf and speak a few kind words. Chairman Hu, in a tone of resignation, bowed to young Master Wu, saying, It was my unworthy son who, in his ignorance, has offended you. I implore your magnanimity to spare him. The governor interjected, Master Wu, today is a momentous occasion for the Wu family. It would be unwise to shed blood. Perhaps a lenient sentence would be more appropriate. At this juncture, the wife of the third master chimed in. Since the governor has spoken, young Master Hu, you may escape the death penalty. But the punishment must be severe. To atone, you must crawl out while barking like a dog. Upon hearing this, Chairman Hu glanced at the tall and beautiful woman. A wicked thought crossed his mind. He mused to himself, how easy you make it sound. This would bring disgrace upon the Hu family. One day, I shall make you mine and relish in tormenting you. Noticing Hu's prolonged silence, the governor, displeased, stated, We shall proceed as the lady suggests. This is already a tremendous favor to your family. Do you dare to show reluctance? Chairman Hu, incensed, struck his son with a resounding slap, scolding, Unworthy wretch. You bring nothing but shame upon me. Hurry and comply. He unleashed his fury entirely upon his son and subsequently fled with his bodyguards in disgrace. Young Master Hu, realizing his father could not protect him, felt a surge of resentment but had no choice but to crawl while barking, making his way out of the hall. Chapter 74. The night of mischief. Chairman Hu, fuming, returned to the business association and unleashed a torrent of invective upon his bodyguards. Still unsatisfied, he summoned several subordinates to devise a plan against the Wu family. A middle-aged man, sharp-featured and wiry, spoke up, "Chairman, we must first ascertain the Wu family's vulnerabilities before plotting our strategy." This advice somewhat assuaged Chairman Hu's anger, and he replied, "These outsiders do not pose a significant threat. It is merely the governor's favoritism that concerns me. What do you propose?" The man, known as Sun, a capable aide to Chairman Hu, responded, "Do not worry, Chairman. The Wu family is new to Harbor City and has made substantial investments, which is why they have gained the governor's favor. This is merely a transaction of interests. They have no deep ties. If we act discreetly, the governor may not intervene on their behalf." Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Chairman Hu's face. However, he added, "That old man by young Master Wu's side possesses formidable skills. How do we handle him? And that enchanting lady, how can I capture her and relieve this vexation?" At this moment, another voice piped up, "Chairman, this is not a difficult task. The old man is skilled, but we can simply offer a handsome sum to hire a mercenary to eliminate him. As for the lady, we can keep her under surveillance. Once she is alone, we can abduct her and present her to you." Chairman Hu glanced at the speaker, realizing it was his trusted confidant, Zhang Chao. He exclaimed, "Excellent." Then he instructed, "Zhang Chao, you are in charge of following the lady. Son, you will investigate the Wu family's background and handle the arrangements to hire the mercenaries." Zhang Chao and Sun Wukong received their orders and went their separate ways to attend to their affairs. The two matrons busied themselves throughout the day, and by 9 o'clock in the evening, they finally bid farewell to the last wave of guests. Only then did they return home with Wu Tian. Upon entering the house, the two stunning ladies tossed aside their bags and flung off their high-heeled shoes, joyfully leaping onto the grand sofa, exclaiming in unison how utterly exhausted they were. Noticing their state, Wu Tian hurriedly prepared tea for the two matrons, intending to slip away, for he knew from experience that when the matrons declared fatigue, it signaled an impending ordeal for him. The third matron, reeking of alcohol, grumbled that he should hurry over to give her legs a massage, asserting that standing all day had nearly rendered her legs useless. "What are you dawdling for? My legs ache, and my shoulders do as well. Come and massage me." The second matron chimed in. Wu Tian felt a deep sense of despair, unable to voice his grievances, and reluctantly approached, plopping down on the carpet. The two beauties immediately extended their legs, and Wu Tian's hands danced across the third matron's legs with the dexterity of a pianist, applying pressure and kneading with care. After finally tending to the third matron's legs, the second matron's calves began to sway before him. Wu Tian swiftly turned to massage her as well, utilizing his exceptional technique to bring her legs similar relief. He massaged both matrons for a full hour, drenched in sweat. When he looked up, he found both ladies either intoxicated or utterly relaxed from the massage, sound asleep. Gazing at their rosy cheeks, he gently patted them twice, and upon receiving no response, he confirmed they were truly in slumber. Elated by the opportunity, he thought mischievously to himself that it was time for some playful antics. He carefully repositioned them so they lay on their sides on the grand sofa, resting their hands on one another's necks. Next, he took some lipstick and painted their lips a vivid crimson, resembling creatures that had just feasted. He then pressed their vibrant lips together, transforming their faces into something akin to a monkey's rear end. Delighted with his handiwork, Wu Tian laughed heartily, nearly doubling over with joy. Satisfied, he retrieved a blanket and gently covered the two matrons, before cheerfully humming a tune as he jumped into the hammock. While admiring the night view outside his window, he cast glances at the two beauties he had playfully pranked, and before he knew it, he drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 75. The disappearance of the third matron. In the morning, the second matron, feeling a peck on her cheek in her dreams, instinctively buried her head in the third matron's embrace, only to feel something amiss. She quickly opened her eyes, only to be met with the sight of the third matron's face, as red as blood, and let out a startled scream. The third matron, jolted awake by the sudden outcry, trembled in surprise, and upon seeing the tightly embraced figure with a vibrant red face, she too gasped in shock. After the two women had finished their screams and gathered their composure, they finally recognized each other and, feeling embarrassed, hastily released their grasp. Perhaps their playful antics on the sofa had been too vigorous, as both of them tumbled off the couch simultaneously. Their shrieks had roused Wu Tian, who, too timid to look, hid under the covers, stifling his laughter. Sitting on the carpet, the third mistress caught sight of the second mistress's smeared makeup and couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Sister, how did you end up with such a painted face? Why did you put it on me? I am not your junior brother." The second mistress shot her a glance, chuckling as she retorted, "Oh, don't laugh at me, sister. You look just as ridiculous with your own painted face." The two of them hurried into the bedroom and, upon facing the mirror, were met with the sight of their vividly colored faces adorned with bright lipstick marks. Flustered, they dashed to the bathroom. When they emerged, their expressions were filled with indignation as they marched toward the swing bed. The third mistress, hands on her hips, shouted, "Wu Tian, you little rascal, confess. Was this prank you're doing?" Rubbing his eyes in confusion, Wu Tian stammered, "Sister, what is happening? I am still bewildered." The second mistress interjected angrily, "Stop pretending. Did you not apply the lipstick marks on our faces?" Wu Tian widened his eyes in innocent bewilderment, pitifully stating, "Sister, I genuinely do not know. Is your face not fine?" It was only then that the two beautiful women realized they had inadvertently washed away the evidence of the prank. Observing Wu Tian's flustered and fearful demeanor, they began to wonder if perhaps their close proximity after a night of drinking had led to this chaos. The third mistress shot him a fierce glare, saying, "You lucky boy, consider yourself spared this time." The second mistress added, "But if we discover it was you next time, your backside will surely suffer for it." The first to the sixth floors of the Ocean Building were managed by the Wu Group, featuring a grand shopping mall, entertainment venues, and dining establishments. The 7th to 20th floors housed the Ocean Hotel, a subsidiary of the Wu Tianlong Group, while the upper floors were dedicated to office spaces, commercial rentals, and apartments. The second mistress, Lan Yuer, and the third mistress, Bai Yinjiao, were convening a meeting for the company's mid-level management in a conference room on the 7th floor. Wu Tian, unperturbed by these matters, felt reassured with his two mistresses managing everything. He hummed a tune as he wandered aimlessly through the building. Arriving at the first-floor mall, he meticulously selected 2 crystal hairpins at a jewelry store to gift to his mistresses. After meandering about the mall and growing bored, he asked Chun how to arrange a room for him, where he retreated to rest. Suddenly, his phone rang sharply. Answering, he heard the anxious voice of the second mistress. "Junior brother, something is wrong. The third mistress has vanished." Taken aback, Wu Tian was startled. This was in their very own building. And considering the third mistress's prowess in martial arts, he wondered how this could have happened. Without further hesitation, he replied, "Sister Lan, stay calm. I will be there right away." Dressing quickly, Wu Tian rushed down to the lobby, where the second mistress and Chun Hao awaited anxiously. Upon their meeting, he urgently inquired, "What is going on?" The second master's wife remarked that at noon, while I was resting in the room with the third master's sister, I discovered, upon awakening at 2 o'clock, that she was no longer by my side. I attempted to call her, but there was no response. Her phone remained switched off. I inquired at the front desk and with the security personnel, yet there was no sign of the second master's wife having exited through the main door. This was exceedingly peculiar. How could a living person simply vanish in a thin air? Chun Hao anxiously suggested, "Young master, let us review the surveillance footage or perhaps report this to the authorities." At that moment, Wu Tian felt an unprecedented pressure weighing upon him. Mishandling this situation could result in irreparable harm to the second master's wife. Gritting his teeth, he instructed, "Uncle Chun, command the building's security to seal all exits immediately and scrutinize everyone departing for any suspicious behavior." Chun Hao complied, rallying all the security personnel into action. Wu Tian swiftly led the second master's wife to room 8028, traversing the living room until they reached the grand bed in the bedroom. Wu Tian pointed at the bed and inquired, "Sister Lan, which side did the third sister sleep on?" The second master's wife replied, "She slept on the inside." Wu Tian hurried to the side where the third master's sister had slept, lifted the covers, and felt for warmth, declaring, "There is still body heat." He then took a moment to inhale deeply and added, "The fragrance has not yet dissipated. What does this indicate?" The second master's wife asked anxiously. Wu Tian furrowed his brow and replied, "This suggests she has only been missing for no more than 15 minutes. We must hasten to the surveillance room. We might uncover vital clues. The two rushed toward the surveillance room, with Wu Tian's mind racing with unease. Could there truly be a master hidden within the building capable of abducting the second master's wife right under their noses? It was indeed bizarre. Upon reaching the surveillance room, they found Chun Hao already inside, and everyone fixated their gaze on the screen. Wu Tian commanded, "Retrieve the footage from the elevators and all surveillance from the 8th floor within the last 30 minutes." The personnel in the surveillance room promptly began replaying the videos from the elevators and corridors, pausing at 1:30 p.m. As the footage from the 8th floor corridor played, it reached 1:43:13 p.m., revealing the third master's sister waiting for the elevator at position 6. Suddenly, a massive white gust of air surged through the corridor, and in that fleeting moment, she vanished without a trace. The video resumed its normal state 2 seconds later, yet there was no sign of her to be found. Chun Hao, upon witnessing this footage, gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "My goodness, this is truly eerie. The force capable of producing such an overwhelming gust must belong to an unparalleled master." A security officer remarked, "The emergency exits at both ends of the corridor only have surveillance at the top and bottom, since there was no power outage and no one was observed moving. The only possibility is that Director Bai went to the rooftop." Without hesitation, Wu Tian and the others took the elevator straight to the rooftop on the 48th floor. Chapter 76. The Rooftop Bloodbath. The rooftop terrace was astonishingly spacious, divided into numerous grid-like sections, surrounded by towering walls that appeared somewhat reassuring. Wu Tian, the second master's wife, and Chun Hao stealthily entered the rooftop, crouching beneath the wall, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Not far away, a clothesline swayed in the sunlight, adorned with bed covers and sheets. As the trio observed the distant clothesline, they noticed a shadowy figure moving about. Suddenly, a man's sinister voice echoed, "Hey, little lady. Awake now? This is much more entertaining." Upon closer inspection, the second master's wife realized she was bound in a large X shape to the clothesline, causing her to gasp in terror. Desperate struggles ensued, but to no avail, her body swaying like a pendulum. A masked assailant approached and yanked off her high heels, attempting to tear at her thick stockings. Flustered and humiliated, she writhed even more, her delicate feet trembling in the sunlight. "Stay away. Get lost," she shouted, her voice laced with panic. Upon hearing her distressed cries, Wu Tian's anger surged, and he instinctively moved to charge forward, only to be restrained by Chun Hao. "Young master, do not act impulsively. The second master's wife and I will sneak up from behind to deal with them. Wait for the right moment to rescue her," Chun Hao said with a serious expression. With that, Chun Hao and the second master's wife split up, moving stealthily in opposite directions. Wu Tian focused intently on their movements, his palms clammy with sweat. The second master's wife continued to berate her captors. "You shameless rascals. Let go of your filthy hands." The masked man disregarded her, chuckling. "This little lady is quite beautiful. Just call Wu Tian out, and I promise to treat you gently. Otherwise, you will regret it." With a fierce spit, she retorted, "I would never betray my junior brother." Her defiance earned her a harsh slap across the face. Wu Tian pondered in dismay, realizing they were after him, but how did they know his name? No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't fathom it. He felt responsible for putting the second master's wife in such peril. Chun Hao stealthily approached the group of masked assailants, wielding a tea tree stick, and charged into the fray, engaging in battle with 4 of them. The assailants were taken by surprise, swinging their swords at Chun Hao. Undeterred, he maneuvered between them, each swing of his stick eliciting a pained scream from one of the attackers. The commotion quickly drew the attention of 2 other masked men who were harassing the second master's wife, and they turned to flank Chun Hao, brandishing their swords. Just then, the second master's wife, with remarkable agility, leaped into the fray, brandishing a short sword to join the fray. It became a chaotic melee, with Chun Hao and the second master's wife facing off against 6 masked assailants, both sides evenly matched in strength, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Wu Tian spotted 2 black-clad figures beneath the clothesline. One of them, perched on a stone block, was gulping down a bottle of white liquor, sneering. "Let me show these 2 reckless fools what's what." As Wu Tian glanced over, he noticed that one individual had departed, leaving only a masked figure to guard the third mistress. A surge of joy filled his heart. He thought, perhaps it is my turn to take action as a novice. He picked up a brick from the ground, stealthily crouching as he approached. The masked man had his back to Wu Tian, his wicked hands reaching towards the second mistress's garments, accompanied by a sinister chuckle. Wu Tian abruptly rose, bringing the brick crashing down upon the back of the masked man's head, who collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Searching the fallen figure, Wu Tian retrieved a long sword, wrapping one arm around the waist of the third mistress. As he deftly severed the ropes binding her, he comforted her, saying, "Do not fear, sister. Little Tian is here to rescue you." Upon being freed, the third mistress immediately clung tightly to Wu Tian's neck, weeping, "I am afraid. I fear I may never see you again. I am terrified, and I dread facing you without honor." Wu Tian lifted the beautiful woman, exerting considerable effort to soothe her until her sobs subsided. He gently wiped away her tears, assuring her, "Sister, do not worry, all is well now." He located a pair of high-heeled shoes, ready to help her put them on, when she blushed, snatched the shoes from him, and forcefully broke the heels before donning them. She picked up the sword from the ground, declaring, "Today, I shall not rest until these vile rogues are vanquished. My heart cannot be at ease otherwise. Stay here. Little brother, do not venture out." With that, she charged forth, resembling an enraged tigress. Her sword moved like lightning, her form fluid, each strike imbued with fierce momentum. She deftly sidestepped an attack from a masked assailant, then retaliated with a swift slash that drew blood from one man's arm. The second mistress and Chun Hao displayed equal prowess. Chun Hao wielded his tea tree staff with ferocity, preventing the masked figures from closing in. The second mistress's short sword struck with the precision of a serpent, and with a forward thrust, she pierced the shoulder blade of one assailant who could not evade her attack. In Chapter 77, boasting to the heavens, Chun Hao, the second mistress, and the third mistress were fiercely engaged with 7 masked figures. The trio fought with increasing vigor, while their adversaries began to falter. The intoxicated leader of the masked men, witnessing the struggle of his 7 subordinates, 2 of whom were wounded, bellowed in frustration, "Step aside. Let me handle this." Immediately, the 7 masked figures retreated. The leader unleashed a powerful palm strike, a surge of internal energy crashing towards the trio like a tidal wave. Chun Hao shouted in alarm, "Get out of the way," and swiftly dodged. However, the second and third mistresses were caught off guard, struck by the searing force, and were sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Wu Tian, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of panic. He thought to himself, "This black-clad leader possesses formidable skills, capable of flinging 2 mistresses away with a single move. I must draw closer and absorb some of their internal energy to have a chance at victory." Resolute, he crouched low and scurried towards the vicinity of the black-clad man. Halting nearby, he then quietly began to practice the 7 Stars Divine technique to fortify his defenses and started absorbing internal energy. The masked leader, reveling in his triumph over the 2 women, was oblivious to Wu Tian's approach. Unexpectedly, Chun Hao swung his club with great force, prompting a swift sidestep from his opponent, allowing the blow to miss entirely. The leader of the black-clad men was taken aback, pondering to himself, "Few can evade my divine wind palm. This old man seems to be a martial arts master as well." While he hesitated, Wu Tian rapidly absorbed the internal energy from the 8 masked figures, soon drawing in half of each of their inner strength. Wu Tian then hastily practiced the elementary technique of the 7 stars accompanying the moon, channeling a complete surge of energy to both his second and third masters. The 2 injured mistresses, lying on the ground, suddenly felt a powerful energy continuously entering their bodies, prompting them to adjust their breathing and cultivate their healing. Seeing Chun Hao evade his palm strike, the leader of the masked men was momentarily stunned before launching another attack. The force of his palm remained formidable, yet significantly diminished, allowing Chun Hao to easily dodge. The black-clad leader exclaimed in confusion, "What is going on?" His eyes darted around, sensing the presence of hidden experts nearby. When his gaze landed on Wu Tian, he shouted, "Who are you? Step forward and reveal your name. I do not kill nameless individuals." "What did you say?" "My ears are not deaf," Wu Tian replied with a grin as he leapt into view. The second and third mistresses, alarmed at Wu Tian's sudden appearance, quickly positioned themselves beside him, one on each side, to protect him. The sight of 2 gravely injured yet stunning beauties startled the black-clad leader once more. He blurted out in disbelief, "How is this possible? You're severely wounded, yet you appear unscathed." Wu Tian had already devised a strategy. He needed to distract the black-clad leader until he regained his full strength, as their odds of victory were slim otherwise. What is impossible? With me, Wu Tian, present. You shall not harm my women, he declared, wrapping his arms tightly around the waists of the two beauties. The mistresses blushed deeply, feeling a rush of embarrassment. The black-clad leader shook his head, scoffing, "You're just a young brat, full of bluster. You're merely a martial arts novice with no cultivation. How can I believe you?" Wu Tian maintained his cheerful demeanor. "You are a practitioner of martial arts, while I am a cultivator. At over 80 years of age. I am beyond your comprehension." Infuriated, the black-clad leader shouted, "You're becoming increasingly absurd. Prepare to fight." He lunged forward with a palm strike aimed at Wu Tian. "Stop!" Wu Tian called out, causing the leader to hesitate, contemplating, "Are you afraid? You're nothing but a useless brat claiming to possess unparalleled martial skills. Killing our leader is impossible. If you kneel and beg for mercy today, I may spare your life. Old man, I fear you not. You know nothing beyond fighting. How dull. I am a cultivator, a semi-immortal. Seeing your arduous training, I came to guide you. My cultivation allows me to rejuvenate, surrounded by beauties. I will ultimately achieve perfection and ascend to immortality, living forever. I do believe a ghost before I believe you." The black-clad leader swung a fist at Wu Tian's chest, but it felt as though he struck cotton. Wu Tian stood unmoved, while the leader was sent stumbling back several paces. This scene left the leader of the black-clad men and his subordinates utterly astounded. An individual devoid of any martial prowess had astonishingly repelled the divine wind palm with mere physical strength. It was utterly inconceivable. Was this young man human or spirit? They all felt a tinge of apprehension in their hearts. Little did the leader know that his full-force strike of the divine wind palm had struck Wu Tian, whose power surpassed his own by twofold, thus inflicting no harm whatsoever. "Well then, I allowed you to strike me. Now you should stand still while I return the favor," Wu Tian said with an affable smile, unhurriedly. Upon hearing this, the leader's heart sank, and he began to ponder. If he were to unleash his full might against Wu Tian, only to be repelled several steps back, enduring Wu Tian's strike would surely lead to his demise or the crippling of his martial arts. Wouldn't he that render the decades of effort he had invested in his training utterly futile? The more he contemplated, the more fear gripped him, causing his legs to tremble involuntarily. With a sudden thud, he knelt down and pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "I am but a fool, blind to the greatness of the immortal before me. I have offended a celestial being. I implore you, spare my life." As soon as the leader knelt, his subordinates followed suit, collectively beseeching, "We are all unworthy. Please, grant us your mercy." Wu Tian inwardly reveled in their ignorance. Although he could absorb their internal energy, he could only unleash a mere 20% in retaliation. Finally, a boast had borne fruit. "Rise, everyone. What joy is there in violence and bloodshed?" Wu Tian said with a smile. To further solidify the leader's belief, he directed a mischievous grin at the two stunning beauties beside him and remarked, "Ladies, add a touch of celestial charm for me." With that, he winked at the two enchanting women, who, being exceptionally astute, bestowed a sweet kiss upon his cheek. The black-clad men, witnessing this, thought to themselves, "Truly, he must be an immortal. With but a single command, these formidable women obey so readily." They all stood, clasping their hands in gratitude, expressing their thanks for the benevolence of the immortal who spared them. Only the leader remained on his knees, hands clasped, beseeching, "Great immortal, I humbly request to become your disciple. I wish to learn your celestial arts in hopes of attaining enlightenment." Wu Tian mused internally, thinking, "How am I anything like an immortal?" However, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he decided it might be wise to fabricate a celestial technique for him to practice, thus alleviating himself of this burden. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, "Pray tell, who exactly are you? I have not wronged you. What brings you to seek me? First, reveal your intentions." The leader, with a look of astonishment, replied, "We are from the Black Mountain Gang. My name is Ma Tianhu. We were sent by Ouyang Rufeng of the Shuilian sect, who informed us that you had slain our former leader. The new head instructed us to seek vengeance. Upon learning your name was Wu Tian, we followed this young lady here, intending to abduct her to draw you out. We never anticipated offending an immortal. We beg your forgiveness." Wu Tian grasped the situation's essence, reflecting, Ouyang Rufeng is certainly not a virtuous man. He then inquired further, why would Ouyang Rufeng instigate such actions? Ma Tianhu remarked that Ouyang Roughing aspired to seize control of the entire White Lotus sect. As the Holy Sun, your removal would render the Holy Maiden a harbinger of misfortune, compelling her to relinquish her position as the sect leader. Ah, Wu Tian thought, now I understand. Wu Tian stated, since you have not concealed anything from me, I shall impart the celestial arts to you. Be sure to remember them well. He began to chant whimsically, heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, one clap above, one clap below. As the heavens and earth quake, behold the celestial beings. Wu Tian continued, the celestial techniques are now bestowed upon you. You must stand atop a high mountain, in a place of spiritual energy, silently reciting the incantation, striking your palms 100 times towards heaven and earth. Practice this twice daily, and after 3 years, when the heavens and earth tremble, the southern heavenly gate will open above you, and celestial beings will come to guide you towards immortality. During this time, you must engage in virtuous deeds and avoid malevolence, cultivating benevolent connections to attain enlightenment. Overjoyed, Ma Tianhu committed the cultivation methods to memory. Wu Tian reiterated, now go forth. And under no circumstances should you engage in wrongdoing. Even if you fail to attain immortality, you shall live a long, healthy life with your family. The group of masked figures, under Ma Tianhu's leadership, expressed their gratitude with a respectful bow and departed. In an instant, they vanished from the high building, soaring effortlessly through the air. Chapter 78. Farewell to the 3 sisters. Upon returning home with his 2 sisters, Wu Tian found that night had already fallen. He slumped onto the large sofa, still savoring the afternoon's ruse played on Ma Tianhu, a smug smile involuntarily gracing his face. Greetings, great immortal, came the sweet, melodious voices of the 2 beautiful sisters. Wu Tian's heart skipped a beat as he noticed them seated closely beside him, their arms tightly gripping his. Hurriedly, he clarified, I am no immortal. Ma Tianhu possesses formidable skills. With a mere strike, he could send both of you flying. I was merely fabricating tales to deceive him. I had to pose as an immortal under duress. The 3rd sister chuckled. Ah, what a predicament. And now, my sisters, and I must bestow you with our celestial breath. Wu Tian felt overwhelmed, cautiously explaining, it was merely for the sake of a convincing performance. I borrowed a touch of my sister's celestial essence. The 2nd sister shot him a disapproving glance. Do you wish for us to bestow even more celestial breath upon you? Gazing at the sister's delicate lips, Wu Tian could hardly suppress his thoughts, though his lips dared not voice them. Noticing Wu Tian's silence, the 3rd sister recalled her own harrowing experience of being bound. Her eyes welled with tears, and she sobbed, Little brother, even in my captivity, I was concerned for your safety, yet you find amusement at my expense. Her words sent Wu Tian into a frenzy. He quickly embraced her, tenderly wiping her tears and assuring her, Sister, I never meant to jest at your expense. My heart ached for you. All I wished was to rescue you and bring you home safely. Hearing his heartfelt reassurances, the 3rd sister collapsed into Wu Tian's embrace. Weeping openly, Wu Tian comforted her, perspiring profusely from the effort. As the 2nd mistress watched, her jealousy bubbled over, and in a moment of urgency, she thought of her own injuries, forcing out a few tears, as if to throw herself into Wu Tian's embrace. Suddenly, he recalled something important and shouted for everyone to halt. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and immediately opened the green chat bubble. Wu Tian quickly sent a group message to the Saintess and the 4 Phoenixes. Dear sisters, I miss you. Please be cautious of Ouyang Roughing, as he is colluding with the Black Mountain sect to eliminate me and seize the position of the sect leader. I've managed my side, but you must remain vigilant. Before long, the Saintess replied, Dear Master, the 4 Phoenixes and I miss you too. It has snowed heavily here, and we only just descended the mountain today. We will be careful regarding Ouyang Roughing, and we have sent you the photos you requested. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Tian had been chatting with the Saintess for over half an hour before reluctantly shutting his phone. Upon opening the album, the simultaneous voices of the 2 mistresses rang out. Wu Tian glanced at them. The 2 stunning beauties, moments ago serene, now glared at him with fiery expressions directed at his phone. Wu Tian mused that women's moods shift more swiftly than turning pages in a book. Reluctantly, he opened the album and found a video sent that very day. He tapped on the video to reveal the Saintess and the 4 Phoenixes clad in form-fitting red kipayos, their graceful figures on full display. As music played, they danced elegantly, their waists twisting, arms flowing, skirts swirling, resembling playful butterflies or celestial beings gracing the earth. The five beauties waved at Wu Tian from the video, sweetly greeting him. "Hello, dear master. Do not look, a bunch of enchantresses." The second mistress's voice, tinged with a hint of acidity, startled Wu Tian into hastily tucking away his phone. Yet, the third mistress exhibited no trace of anger. Instead, she cast a flirtatious glance at Wu Tian, holding a broken high heel in her hand, casually inquiring, "Which is more beautiful, those five little enchantresses or our dear senior sisters at home?" Faced with the third mistress's demeanor, Wu Tian instinctively blurted, "Of course. Our senior sisters at home are more beautiful. I can only be good to them." At this, the previously stern expressions of the two mistresses softened into blushes, revealing smiles. Observing this, Wu Tian felt a sense of relief and, with a mischievous grin, reached out his hands towards the two stunning beauties. Startled, the second and third mistresses sprang up from the sofa, the third mistress even forgetting her shoes, as they fled into the bedroom like the wind. They paused at the doorway, playfully sticking out their tongues at Wu Tian. Enchanted by their adorable antics, he promptly jumped up to chase after them. The three engaged in a playful scuffle within the room, filled with laughter and commotion. After their frolic, Wu Tian remembered the two crystal hairpins he had in his pocket. He took them out and presented them to the two beauties. Upon seeing the exquisite hairpins, the second and third mistresses beamed with joy, planting two vivid kisses on his cheeks. In the morning, humming the tune "Baby, Baby, Wake Up," Wu Tian busied himself in the kitchen, preparing a heartfelt breakfast. Both mistresses favored noodles in the morning, so he specially simmered winter melon and pork rib soup, while steaming dumplings in the pot. Checking the time, he noted that it was nearly 7 o'clock. Gently stepping into the bedroom, he activated his phone's ringtone, the persistent crowing of a rooster echoing incessantly, awakening the two stunning women in an instant. The third matriarch sat up abruptly, chiding, "You little rascal, hurry and step out. The matriarch needs to change her attire." With a chuckle, Wu Tian retreated. The two matriarchs exchanged glances beneath the covers, each clutching a cherished crystal hairpin and recalling the playful scuffles of the previous night. Their faces flushed with embarrassment as they hastily donned their garments to freshen up. After enjoying a heartfelt breakfast, the third matriarch prepared to depart. The second matriarch accompanied Wu Tian to see her off. As she drove towards the airport, the third matriarch nestled against Wu Tian in the back seat, her face adorned with a reluctant expression of longing. Chapter 79. A reunion of father and son engrossed in his practice at home. Wu Tian was jolted by the sudden chime of a message on his phone. Upon checking, he found a text from his father, urging, "Xiao Tian, come downstairs quickly." Wu Tian responded affirmatively, yet a fleeting thought crossed his mind, as though his father were right beside him. Without further contemplation, he hastily draped a garment over his shoulder and dashed out like a gust of wind. Arriving downstairs in a hurry, he beheld a sleek, black, bulletproof luxury car parked steadily, flanked by two tall, strikingly beautiful women. "Young master, please," they chimed in unison, their voices sweet and resonant. Unable to resist, Wu Tian stole a few more glances at the two. Astonishingly, they resembled each other perfectly, as if sculpted from the same mold. Oval faces, sparkling large eyes, elegantly sculpted noses, cherry red lips accented by dimples, their raven tresses cascading casually over their shoulders, a vision of exquisite beauty. As soon as they spotted Wu Tian, the two women respectfully opened the car door, slightly bowing in a gesture of invitation. Wu Tian stepped inside, and as the door closed, the car glided smoothly forward. Within the vehicle, he was intrigued by the presence of a man in his 50s, slightly older than himself, whose features bore a striking resemblance to his own, evoking a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, and he exclaimed, "Dad." The older man, equally exhilarated, opened his arms wide to embrace Wu Tian, exclaiming, "My dear child, let me take a good look at you." The luxury vehicle arrived at the Ocean Building, where an entourage of opulent cars entered the underground parking lot. Hand in hand, the father and son stepped into a private elevator, ascending directly to the presidential suite on the 48th floor. Upon entering the suite, Wu Tian was awestruck by the lavish decor. The expansive, well-lit room featured plush handwoven carpets, soft underfoot like walking on clouds. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, dazzling in its brilliance, illuminating the space as though it were daylight. Valuable paintings from renowned artists adorned the walls, each exemplifying refined artistic taste. The living room boasted an elegant set of genuine leather sofas, embodying both style and quality. Various rare antique ornaments filled the room, exuding an air of antiquity and mystery. Wu Tian could not help but exclaim, "This is utterly extravagant." Wu Jinbang led Wu Tian into an extraordinarily spacious room, which also featured a grand hall. As the father and son settled onto the sofa, two beautiful women entered, serving freshly brewed tea. Wu Jinbang glanced at the two ladies and said, "Roqing, Ruyan, from now on, you two sisters will accompany the young master and protect him well." To his surprise, both stunning women knelt simultaneously, tears glistening in their eyes, and clasping their hands. They assured, "Rest assured, sir, you are the savior of our sisters. We regard you as our own father, and we will do everything in our power to safeguard the young master." Wu Jinbang hurriedly helped the twin sisters to their feet and called Wu Tian over, saying, "Come, greet your two elder sisters." After some polite exchanges among the four, the sisters excused themselves, leaving the father and son to engage in a lengthy conversation. Wu Tian watched the two beauties depart, then turned to his father and remarked, "Dad, those sisters are truly stunning. I must be quite fortunate." Wu Jinbang chuckled and admonished, "You rascal, don't dwell solely on the delightful aspects. First, allow me to discuss serious matters with you." Wu Tian scratched his head, grinning, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth and ease in his father's presence, and obediently settled in to listen. His father regarded him thoughtfully and said, "I have a marriage contract here for you, with Miss Huang from the Huang family in Kyoto. When you have the time, you should pay her a visit. It has been many years. I wonder how her family is faring now. If you find a mutual affection, then accept it. If not, do not force it, and simply annul the engagement." Wu Tian was taken aback to learn that his father had arranged a betrothal for him and curiously inquired, "Dad, when did this happen?" Wu Jinbang replied, "This was established 20 years ago, shortly after your birth. Our families agreed upon this betrothal. The girl is 3 days older than you. I have recently learned that they have moved to Kyoto, and I possess their address." Wu Tian carefully stored away the marriage contract and continued conversing with his father for a considerable time. Suddenly, Wu Tian's brow furrowed, and with a mix of urgency and confusion, he asked, "Dad, you came to find me, but there is no news regarding my mother." Upon hearing his father reveal that his mother had passed away when he was 4, Wu Tian felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his head, leaving him momentarily dazed. His eyes widened in disbelief and sorrow, as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart tightly, rendering him breathless with pain. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice trembling. "I inadvertently heard my master mention that my mother died a tragic death and suggested that I might have enemies." "Father, who are our family's enemies?" Wu Jinbang's expression darkened, and he slowly replied, "My child, I do not wish for you to become entangled in this vendetta. For over 20 years, I have tirelessly searched for the culprits to avenge your mother, but alas, I have found no evidence, and the matter has remained unresolved. You must exercise utmost caution. Your very existence now poses a threat to our adversaries, akin to a ticking time bomb." Wu Tian pressed further, "Is there truly no one who could be a suspect?" Wu Jinbang stated, "When your mother was murdered, I too was the target of an assassination attempt, which forced me to flee to a foreign land. Our substantial family fortune was seized by my own brothers, and this matter is closely tied to them, although I lack direct evidence." Wu Tian began to grasp certain nuances and refrained from further inquiries. Chapter 80. Roqing and Ruyan. Wu Tian and his father engaged in delightful conversation, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. Wu father took Wu Tian's hand and said, "Let us go eat. Invite your second senior sister. I wish to meet her." As they entered the grand living room, Roqing and Ruyan had already adorned the dining table with a sumptuous array of delicacies. Wu Tian called Lan Yuer, requesting her presence in Suite 2. Lan Yuer felt a wave of apprehension. After all, Suite 2 was occupied by the enigmatic figure who had checked in the previous day. Just as she pressed the doorbell, the door swung open, and Wu Tian grasped her hand, ushering her inside. "Father, this is my second senior sister," Wu Tian eagerly introduced. It was only then that Lan Yuer realized Wu Tian's father was present. She quickly withdrew her hand and greeted, "Hello, uncle." Wu father smiled warmly at her, saying, "Hello, Miss Lan. Over the years, thanks to your guidance and that of your senior sisters, Wu Tian has been able to navigate safely through life. I extend my gratitude to you." Feeling a bit flustered under Wu father's gaze, Lan Yuer replied, "Uncle, You flatter me. Wu Tian and I are merely fellow disciples. It is only natural for us to look after one another. Wu father then introduced Roaching and Ruyan to Lan Yuer, and the family commenced their meal. As Lan Yuer lowered her head to eat, she occasionally stole glances at the two sisters, who were strikingly identical and exceedingly beautiful. The sisters, in turn, observed Lan Yuer, noting her petite and charming appearance. The atmosphere was congenial as they dined and conversed. In high spirits, Wu father remarked, Wu Tian, tomorrow marks your 22nd birthday, and I have prepared a gift for you. With that, he produced a bank card and keys to 8 luxury vehicles, placing them in Lan Yuer's hands. This card contains 2 billion, intended for investments in the Wu Corporation, and each of your senior sisters shall receive a vehicle. Your master's gift is in Wu Tian's car. Please deliver it to him when convenient. For now, accept these tokens of my affection. Lan Yuer, astonished by the opulence of the gift, stammered, Thank you, uncle. This is far too generous. Wu father chuckled heartily. We are family. There is no need for formality. His words brought a faint blush to Lan Yuer's cheeks. He continued, Tonight, I have pressing matters to discuss with Uncle Fu, who will arrive later this evening. For tomorrow's birthday celebration, you siblings should enjoy your time together. I must depart early in the morning. Wu Tian, feeling a twinge of reluctance, asked, Father, must you leave so soon? Wu father chuckled, It is your birthday, but I still must return discreetly. Do not mention my name while you are out. Though Wu Tian felt a hint of disappointment, he nodded obediently. After lunch, Wu father, accustomed to a brief afternoon rest, bid farewell to Wu Tian, his second senior sister, and the two sisters. With a smile, Wu father said, I am getting old. You young people should go out and enjoy yourselves. Wu Tian, since this is your first meeting with your sisters, take them to the mall and buy them some gifts to strengthen your sibling bond. With a grin, Wu Tian replied, Don't worry, Dad. I understand. Wu Tian, accompanied by his second master's wife and 2 sisters, arrived at the shopping mall on the first floor. The 2 sisters excitedly dashed into various boutiques, trying on exquisite garments and elegant footwear. Wu Tian followed behind, bearing an array of bags, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. He noticed that the second master's wife had a particular fascination with jewelry, so he gently guided her into a jewelry store. Inside, she was captivated by a diamond necklace, and without a moment's hesitation, Wu Tian purchased it as a gift for her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she accepted the necklace and adorned herself with it, appearing even more enchanting. Together, Wu Tian and the 3 lovely ladies entered a shop named Dreamy Bag House. The store was adorned with exquisite elegance, with soft lighting and a plethora of beautifully crafted bags on display. Some were petite and delicate, embellished with sparkling rhinestones that radiated a mesmerizing glow. Others exuded understated luxury with their simple yet refined leather designs. There were also vibrant bags with unique shapes, embodying fashion and individuality. With enthusiasm, Wu Tian selected 2 identical beautiful bags, chuckling as he said, Sister Roaching, don't you think this bag is stunning? The 2 beauties chimed in unison, They are both beautiful. We want them. Surprised, Wu Tian exclaimed, Oh dear. How will I ever distinguish between my sister Roaching and Sister Ruyan? The sisters erupted into laughter, filling the store with a cheerful atmosphere. Chapter 81. Wu Tian's birthday banquet at 10 a.m. Wu Tian's father and Uncle Fu boarded their respective return flights. Watching the aircraft ascend and gradually disappear into the sky, Wu Tian felt a swell of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Like a child, he leaped into the embrace of his second master's wife, who affectionately stroked his head, saying, Little Tian, today marks your special day. Let us choose your birthday gift. Upon witnessing Wu Tian's sorrowful demeanor, the 2 sisters, having known him for only 2 days, hurriedly wiped his tears and comforted him, inadvertently making him feel a tad embarrassed in front of others. The 4 returned to the Ocean Building, and Wu Tian retreated to the presidential suite. After an extensive conversation with his father that lasted into the night, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Time slipped away, and soon he found himself in a vivid dream, recalling moments from his childhood when his parents held his small hand, joyfully playing in a children's South amusement park. His mother was exceptionally beautiful. Longing to see her face clearly, he wished to hold her hand tightly and never let go. Yet, she, clad in a pristine white dress, radiated celestial beauty, began to drift upward into the sky, growing ever more distant. Panicking, Wu Tian called out, Mom. Mom. Suddenly jolted awake, he sat upright in bed. A faint fragrance enveloped him as a beautiful woman sat at the edge of his bed. Before he had time to open his eyes, he instinctively embraced her, burying his face in her bosom, exclaiming, "Mom." The master's wife gently patted Wu Tian's head and said, "I am not your mother. I am your elder sister." Upon hearing the voice of the esteemed matriarch, Wu Tian was transported back to his childhood, when he would cry for his mother and be comforted in her warm embrace. He affectionately pressed his face against her gentle bosom, relishing the maternal warmth. Perhaps overwhelmed by Wu Tian's tight embrace, the matriarch's cheeks flushed crimson. She softly chided, All right. At your age, still shedding tears? Are you not a man anymore? How embarrassing." Hearing this, Wu Tian quickly released his hold, scratching his head as he asked, "Why are you here to see me, Master Mother?" With a playful flick of her finger on his nose, she replied, "Today is your birthday, and your elder sister has taken the time to celebrate it with you." Wu Tian's joy was palpable as he danced with excitement and planted a kiss on her cheek. The matriarch felt a delightful shiver run through her, and with a blush adorning her face, she playfully patted him on the backside, urging, "Hurry and get dressed in the suit your sister bought you. We are going to celebrate your birthday together." With a smile, she exited the room, allowing Wu Tian to quickly don his new suit and polished shoes, transforming his appearance entirely. After freshening up, he emerged into the living room where the dining table was arrayed with a feast of his favorite delicacies, crowned with an extravagant three-tiered birthday cake. Upon entering the hall, he saw the matriarch, the second matriarch, Chun Hao, and his two sisters already seated at the table. Upon sighting the magnificent birthday cake, adorned with a large red heart and inscribed with "Dear son, happy birthday from Dad," Wu Tian felt a wave of emotion, his eyes glistening with tears. As everyone lit the candles, they joyfully sang the birthday song. Though Uncle Chun was unfamiliar with the tune, he hummed along, his face beaming with delight. Wu Tian gazed at their smiling faces, grinning widely, but couldn't he help the tears that threatened to spill. "You're making me want to cry," he exclaimed, prompting hearty laughter from the group. "Little Tian, make a wish," encouraged the second matriarch. With hands clasped, Wu Tian closed his eyes and whispered his wish. With a sudden blow, he attempted to extinguish the candles, but to no avail. Growing frustrated, he puffed his cheeks and blew with all his might, eliciting peals of laughter from everyone present. After indulging in the cake, they began to feast. Wu Tian stood first, lifting a small cup of beverage, which he poured slowly onto the ground, his expression solemn and heartfelt. "Today, I toast my mother. May she see me celebrating my birthday from above. Though she is not here with me, I know she has always been silently watching over me." As he resumed his seat, everyone cast approving glances his way, recognizing the maturity he displayed that day. Chun Hao chuckled, raising his glass. "Young master, I toast to you. Happy birthday." Wu Tian smiled in response, saying, "You are the elder. Let us drink together for everyone's happiness." Following this, the elder and second elder sisters both raised their glasses in his honor, and he reciprocated each toast warmly. The dining table was filled with delicious aromas, and as they feasted, laughter and cheer filled the air. Wu Tian eagerly picked up a succulent piece of braised pork, savoring its delightful flavor while extolling the culinary masterpiece. The atmosphere was buoyant, with everyone raising their glasses and engaging in spirited conversation, their faces radiant with joy and contentment. The birthday celebration continued until after 9 in the evening, leaving Wu Tian slightly tipsy, his vision blurred into double images. Chun Hao, having partaken sufficiently, took his leave. Within the presidential suite, numerous rooms awaited, and the second master's wife, having indulged, sought solace in a spacious room to rest. Ro Qing and Ro Yin took it upon themselves to safeguard Wu Tian, residing in the outer chambers. The second master's wife, somewhat shy, assisted Wu Tian into a grand bedroom, where he was greeted by a bounty of gifts filling the space. Overcome with excitement, he eagerly unwrapped each present, all bestowed by the master's wives, including leather shoes, belts, suits, socks, shirts, and even a hand-knit sweater from the third master's wife. Elated, Wu Tian could not resist kissing the sweater twice. After admiring the gifts, Wu Tian was so jubilant that he could hardly walk, humming the tune of Blue Moon, enchanting and lovely. The second master's wife, hearing his off-key rendition, burst into laughter. Noticing her infectious joy, Wu Tian embraced her, exclaiming, "Second sister, where is my gift?" She responded, Haven't I given you everything? With a mischievous grin. He replied, Sister, you are my greatest gift. She playfully retorted, You sweet talker, always flattering me. Following this, the two engaged in light-hearted banter. As Wu Tian lost his balance, he clutched the second master's wife's waist, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She playfully swatted at his hands. But in his inebriated state, he felt no pain, leaning against her shoulder and closing his eyes. With no other option, the second master's wife wrapped her arms around his waist, channeling her inner strength to lift the taller Wu Tian onto the bed. After considerable effort, she managed to pry his hands away, but he, still yearning to grasp her, succumbed to slumber, a blissful smile gracing his face. Exhausted from the playful ordeal, the second master's wife felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Contentedly, she lay beside him, gazing at his handsome visage, and soon drifted into a peaceful sleep. Chapter 82. Intrigues at the jewelry store. Lu Qingqing, the general manager of the Wu Corporation, commenced her inspection of the Ocean Building, accompanied by Lan Yuer. Wu Tian, however, was disinterested in the festivities and made his way directly to the underground parking lot, flanked by his two sisters. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted a black armored luxury vehicle beside 7 pink sports cars, his mind clear as day. The black vehicle was indeed a birthday gift from his father, while the 7 pink sports cars were evidently tokens for the 7 master's wives. Delighted by the imposing luxury cars, Wu Tian opened the door and stepped inside. With Ro Qing following suit and Ro Yin taking the driver's seat, Wu Tian discovered 2 wooden gift boxes in the car, one large and one small. The larger one was labeled as containing wine, while the smaller box exuded a profound spiritual aura, leading Wu Tian to surmise, even with his eyes closed, that it must contain a jade ornament. As the vehicle gradually commenced its journey, Rorking inquired of Tian, Where are we headed? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Tian casually replied that they were going to a jade shop to take a look. Rorking softly acknowledged, All right. And the luxury car made its way towards the jewelry store. Wu Tian, curious, turned to his sister and asked, Should I address you as Rorking Jia or Rurian Jia? The beautiful woman smiled gently. Why the need for such distinctions? Just call me sister. Wu Tian could only grin sheepishly in response. Before long, the luxury vehicle came to a halt in front of the jewelry city. After Rorking parked the car, the trio made their way towards the grand jewelry building. Upon entering the jewelry hall, they found that the crowd was rather sparse. Being a tourist city, during the summer and autumn seasons, the place would be bustling with visitors. However, at this moment, the hall appeared somewhat desolate. As they strolled past a specialty store for bangles, a pair of jade bangles radiated a vibrant green light, imbued with rich spiritual essence and accompanied by a faint, delightful fragrance. Upon seeing the price tag of 100,000, Wu Tian requested the shop assistant to bring out the bangles for closer inspection. He examined them meticulously. The bangles were of exceptional quality, featuring a golden jade texture with traces of blood, truly a treasure among treasures. Without hesitation, he produced his bank card to complete the purchase. Just as he reveled in his acquisition, the 2 beautiful women swiftly reached out, claiming 1 bangle each to wear on their left wrists. At that moment, a sinister voice interrupted, How lovely these 2 young ladies are, and they look so alike. What a pity, 2 fine cabbages have been ravaged by swine. The moment Wu Tian heard himself being called a pig, his fury erupted instantly. He fixed a fierce gaze upon the speaker, only to find it was young Master Hu, flanked by Sun Hozhi and Zhang Chao. Young Master Hu, upon encountering Wu Tian's menacing stare, felt a jolt of fear. Zhang Chao reassured, Do not be afraid, young master. This fellow is unaccompanied today, and that old man is not by his side. He has somehow managed to attract 2 lovely ladies. Let us have some fun with them. Sun Hozhi added, Indeed, young master, Zhang Gu is correct. We have thoroughly investigated this fellow's background. He was once a shop assistant, then a security guard, and now he is a jobless wanderer, relying solely on wealthy women. That day, we were caught off guard, unaware that he had even managed to charm Director Bai. The 2 sisters, having grown up abroad, were unfamiliar with many terms in Huaxia, and with serious expressions, they asked, What does it mean for cabbages to be ravaged by pigs? Wu Tian, still seething with anger, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, pondering how to explain. Should he really reiterate that he was a pig? After a brief pause, a clever idea struck him. With a mischievous grin, he replied, I have no idea where a herd of wild pigs emerged from. Perhaps they were hungry and wished to root around in the cabbages. Oh, I see. What foolish pigs they must be. If they want to root around in cabbages, they should go to the vegetable garden, one of the sisters remarked. Though Wu Tian could not discern which one had spoken, although young master who harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Wu Tian, he remained utterly unperturbed when speaking to the enchanting ladies, smiling charmingly as he remarked, "You two lovely sisters are quite amusing. I must inform you that Wu Tian is nothing more than a rogue, a charlatan skilled at charming young women, a scoundrel living off the generosity of others, deceiving both in wealth and affection." The beautiful ladies chuckled, one of them retorting, "You mustn't speak ill of my little brother Wu Tian. I, too, find delight in being pampered." This statement incensed the three men, their faces flushing with indignation. Young master who pondered to himself, "These two stunning beauties are truly naive. They must have been ensnared by this scoundrel's charm, their loyalty a testament to the depth of their folly." At that moment, the monkey leaned in and whispered to young master who, why not devise a scheme to lure them into gambling on stones? Let him lose his trousers in humiliation, thus assuaging our grievances. Upon hearing this clever ploy, young master whose eyes sparkled with intrigue, considering it a splendid idea, he cleared his throat and addressed Wu Tian and the two ladies. "Ah, since fate has brought us together today, I know of an exhilarating venue, the stone gambling arena. Would you care to join me for some thrilling entertainment?" Wu Tian scoffed inwardly, aware that this fellow harbored ill intentions, yet curious about his ulterior motives. He chose to remain silent. The two ladies, however, were intrigued, eagerly inquiring, "Gambling on stones? Is it enjoyable?" Young master who quickly replied, "Oh, it is indeed exciting. As the saying goes, one may become rich or poor in a single cut. It is not uncommon for stones worth mere hundreds to unveil treasures worth thousands. Likewise, stones valued at over 10,000 can reveal gems worth millions, and some may even yield exquisite jewels worth billions. A single venture could lead to immense fortune." Upon hearing this, the two lovely ladies clapped their hands in delight, exclaiming their desire to go. Wu Tian understood that this was undoubtedly a trap, yet he observed the sisters becoming increasingly enticed by young master Hu's words. He contemplated rapidly, "These ruffians are clearly up to no good. But I possess the ability to sense the aura of jade and stone through my inner power. They are unlikely to realize my capability. Perhaps I could gamble with them, thwarting their scheme while simultaneously teaching them a lesson." With this thought in mind, Wu Tian feigned trepidation, shrinking his neck and adopting a hesitant demeanor as he trembled. "Very well, I shall go and test my luck." Seeing their scheme come to fruition, young master Hu and his companions eagerly led the way to the underground stone gambling arena located on the lower level. The venue was modest in size, roughly 300 square meters, filled with an array of oddly shaped stones of various sizes. Dozens of people were bustling about, sifting through the stones, creating a lively atmosphere. Some squinted their eyes, examining the stones as if they were ancient relics. Others wielded powerful flashlights, inspecting every facet while murmuring incessantly. The area surrounding the cutting machines was particularly crowded, with spectators displaying a myriad of expressions. As stones were cut, some clenched their fists, perspiring with anxiety, while others, upon seeing a lackluster result, wore faces as deflated as punctured balloons. If someone were to unveil a precious gem, it would surely cause a stir. Amidst a cacophony of cheers, the fortunate winner danced with elation as if they had struck the jackpot. Others expressed their envy, jealousy, and resentment, creating an atmosphere brimming with joy and surprise, a scene of unparalleled exuberance. Two stunning women were deeply moved by this vibrant spectacle, their excitement palpable as they tugged at Wu Tian, exclaiming, "Let us too select some stones." Seeing an opportunity, young master Hu interjected with a grin, saying, "Ladies, selecting stones requires skill. Mere luck won't suffice. If you end up with a pile of worthless rocks, not only will your money be lost, but your spirits will plummet as well." Sun Wukong and Zhang Chao quickly chimed in, praising young master Hu as a master stone selector renowned in the gambling stone community for his more wins than losses, suggesting that he assist the ladies in their selection. Before the two women, they incessantly flattered young master Hu, clearly attempting to undermine Wu Tian. Flattered by the praise, young master Hu became quite self-satisfied, declaring his willingness to serve the two beauties, assuring them he would help them select the finest stones and guarantee the emergence of auspicious gems. Should he fail to produce any gems, he boasted he would gift the ladies with jewelry worth 10 million, hoping to win their favor. Young master, who had already calculated that even if he spent 10 million, winning the affection of the two beauties would be worth it. Wu Tian, however, coolly responded, "No need for that. Anyone can boast. Who can't select stones?" With that, he took the hands of the two lovely women and strode towards the pile of stones. His words doused young master, whose enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Unwilling to concede, he challenged, "You say I'm bragging? Dare you to bet against me?" Wu Tian thought to himself, "The fox's tail has finally revealed itself." He retorted without hesitation, "What is there to fear about a wager? What are the terms?" Young master, who, sensing he had hooked a fish, boldly declared, "We each select 3 stones, and whoever's gems fetch the higher price wins. The stake is 10 million. Do you dare?" Wu Tian decisively replied, "Everyone, listen closely, I accept this wager." With that, he led the two women to select stones. Secretly gathering his energy, he activated the 7 stars protective technique to absorb spiritual essence. He approached a chaotic pile of stones, appearing to select haphazardly, yet with a clear purpose in his mind. Swiftly choosing 3 stones of moderate size, the trio then carried their stones to the cutting machine. Young master, who, lacking any real skill in stone selection, was merely the son of the president of the Harbor City Chamber of Commerce. An expert gemologist had been discreetly sent by the store owner to select 3 premium stones for him. The short-statured owner, upon seeing Wu Tian's chosen stones, immediately recognized him as a novice. His selections were nothing but worthless debris, some even previously cut and discarded back into the pile to deceive others. With disdain, the owner remarked, "These 3 stones I'll let you have for a mere 30,000. As young master, who beheld the stones selected by Wu Tian, a surge of joy coursed through him. He thought to himself, "This time, you've become the fool. You've spent 30,000 on these worthless rocks. And soon you'll owe me 10 million. Young master, who seemed to have foreseen the outcome of the gambling game, with great generosity, he promptly paid the boss 300,000, declaring loudly, "Boss, cut my stone first, so everyone can witness what true gems are." To know the final result of the gamble, please await the next episode. Chapter 84. All wins in 3 bets. The cutter commenced its work, preparing to slice through young master, whose 3 raw stones in succession. The machine roared to life, its thunderous noise reverberating in the air. The first raw stone was carefully placed into the cutting machine, which began its work with a deafening clamor. The crowd gathered closely, collectively urging, "Cut! Cut! It's time to reveal the jade." The cutter, brimming with excitement, announced, "Congratulations, young master. A piece of exquisite white crystal jade has emerged, worth at least 2 million. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile blossomed on young master, whose face. Next, the second raw stone was fed into the machine, and the crowd held their breath in anticipation. However, the revelation was disappointing, as it turned out to be merely an ordinary stone. Young master, whose expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that the 3rd stone remained. Yet, when the 3rd stone was cut open, it too failed to deliver any surprises. Nevertheless, young master, who thought to himself, having already unveiled a piece of superior jade, Wu Tian would undoubtedly lose. At that moment, he cast a proud glance at Wu Tian, his eyes gleaming with smugness. When it was Wu Tian's turn to have his stone cut, curiosity drew the crowd closer. The first raw stone was placed into the machine, and as the machinery roared, everyone fixated on the scene with bated breath. Upon the stone's revelation, the cutter gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Good heavens! It is icy green floral jade, an exceptionally rare material valued at no less than 8 million. 2 stunning sisters clasped Wu Tian's hands tightly, their palms clammy with excitement. Witnessing this, young master, whose face turned ashen, a wave of unease washing over him as he lamented internally about the sheer luck of this country bumpkin. The second raw stone was soon set for cutting. As the machine roared, the tension in the air was palpable. When it was sliced open, the cutter trembled as he proclaimed, "This is a rare violet jade, worth 30 million. At that moment, Roaching and Rian erupted with joy, bouncing and shrieking in delight, their exhilaration echoing throughout the entire gambling hall. The last raw stone was presented, and the atmosphere grew so quiet that one could almost hear the heartbeat of the onlookers. As it was cut, a dazzling brilliance erupted forth, prompting the cutter to exclaim with fervor, "Imperial jade, valued at 70 million. The entire venue erupted in cheers. the jubilation ringing out in waves. The two beautiful sisters embraced Wu Tian tightly, laughing and crying, overwhelmed with emotion. The total value of the 3 pieces of jade soared over 100 million, marking Wu Tian as the ultimate victor. Upon witnessing this scene, young master Hu felt an overwhelming regret, wishing he had never engaged in a wager with Wu Tian. He had intended to humiliate him in front of the two beauties, yet instead, he found himself utterly embarrassed. Standing there, their faces darkened with discontent, young master Hu clenched his teeth, begrudgingly transferring 10 million to Wu Tian in front of the crowd. Receiving the money, Wu Tian scoffed, "Don't underestimate people in the future." Young master Hu and his companions, clutching the precious stone, departed in a dejected manner. Once outside, young master Hu seethed with rage, determined to seek revenge and deliver a sound beating to Wu Tian. The Monkey King hastily reassured the young master, "No, it is not Wu Tian who is fearsome, but the formidable women surrounding him, all of whom possess significant influence." Zhang Chao remarked, "Brother, the monkey speaks wisely. The women at Wu Tian's side are protected by military officials. We must refrain from direct confrontation. Instead, let us bide our time until the matter cools, and then we can discreetly hire assassins to eliminate him without drawing suspicion upon ourselves." Young Master Hu, with a darkened visage and a glint of malice in his eyes, responded, "Very well. I shall heed the counsel of my brothers and allow this country bumpkin to live a little longer." Wu Tian's impressive gambling prowess drew accolades from the crowd. The proprietor, eager to curry favor, exclaimed, "Sir, you possess remarkable insight and fortune. I shall have your 3 gems delivered to your vehicle immediately." Wu Tian merely offered a subtle smile and a nod. As admiration enveloped him, 2 striking beauties nestled proudly beside Wu Tian, hand in hand with the 2 women. He strode toward his vehicle with a composed gait, while behind him, a chorus of astonished whispers lingered, their gazes fixed on his retreating figure until the luxury car faded into the distance. Chapter 85. Family Bonds and Worry Upon Returning to the Presidential Suite. Wu Tian gazed at the 3 gemstones, elated not only for having humiliated young master Hu, but also for winning 10 million, all while earning the respect of his 2 elder sisters. Once home, the sisters immediately began to play with the bracelet before meticulously examining the imperial jade. Observing this, Wu Tian quietly rose from the sofa and softly declared, "Sisters, I shall retire to my room." He tiptoed toward the door and stealthily slipped away. Escaping from Ocean Tower felt like breaking free from a cage. He quickened his pace, anxious not to be pursued by his sisters. As he walked, he mused that being a young master was no easy task, previously under the watchful eyes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Li. Now he faced the scrutiny of 2 elder sisters. While others might consider it a blessing, he yearned for freedom. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered to the seaside. Strolling along the shore against the gusting winds, gazing at the vast and tumultuous ocean, his spirits soaring. Upon returning home, he found his 2 sisters seated on the sofa, their expressions thunderous, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at him. Startled, Wu Tian felt a jolt of fear as they simultaneously shouted, "You rascal! Where have you been? You didn't even take your phone. What if something happened?" Their outburst sent a chill through him. He timidly replied, "Sisters, I am an adult now. I merely strolled downstairs. That is not acceptable. You must report your whereabouts in the future." No sooner had the words left his lips than he felt a sharp pain in his ears. Each sister grasped one of his ears firmly. Wu Tian winced in discomfort. Pleading for mercy, "I understand my mistake. Please forgive me." With a disdainful hum, Roaching and Ruyan released him, leaving Wu Tian to rub his ears. Pondering the irony that he had once only known his teacher to be the one to pull ears, only to discover that this trait also resided in his sisters. It seemed that tugging at ears was indeed a woman's innate instinct. At dinner, 2 matrons, 2 sisters, and Wu Tian sat together, engaging in lively conversation, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Observing the animated chatter among the 4 enchanting women, Wu Tian could not help but interject, "Elder sister, I miss master. I wish to bring back the gifts my father bestowed upon me for the old gentleman." After uttering these words, he cast a glance at the matron. The matron replied, "You little rascal, it has been nearly 3 years since you left. It is indeed time to visit master and grandfather." Although the second matron felt a tinge of reluctance, she maintained a cheerful demeanor and said, "Yes, the elder's age is advancing. Wu Tian should return to see him soon." The matron continued, "Tomorrow, I, along with Roaching and Ruyan, will accompany Wu Tian back, also to pay a visit to master and grandfather. They will ensure the safety of our junior brother. Roaching and Rian promptly assured, Sister, rest easy. We will take good care of our younger brother Wu Tian. With a delighted expression, Wu Tian said, Today, I selected 3 pieces of jade. I will take one for master, and I shall gift one to you, elder sister. I plan to craft some bracelets and jade ornaments for everyone, so that all may have a share. The matron chuckled and said, Our junior brother is truly thoughtful. I shall accept it, and later distribute it among the sisters. Wu Tian then added, My father also sent 7 pink sports cars for the elder sisters. I would appreciate it if second sister could arrange for a driver to deliver the cars. The second matron smiled and said, On behalf of the sisters, I extend our gratitude to Uncle Wu. In a few days, I will certainly arrange for the cars to be delivered to them. With that, everyone burst into laughter, envisioning the sisters' astonished expressions upon receiving the sports cars. After dinner, Wu Tian returned to his room to pack his belongings. He carefully wrapped the chosen pieces of jade and placed them at the bottom of his backpack. Then, he began to organize his other items, ensuring everything was in order. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window as Wu Tian energetically stepped out of his room. The matron, Roaching, and Rian were already waiting downstairs. Elegantly dressed and radiantly beautiful, the 4 set off on their journey home, filled with laughter and conversation. Wu Tian eagerly anticipated seeing master and presenting the gifts to everyone. He understood that this return home would be a journey brimming with warmth and joy. Chapter 86. Returning to Shuyuan Temple amidst the swirling snowflakes. The silver dragon locked the mountain, blanketing the snowy peaks in a pristine white. Ouyang Ruffling received urgent intelligence. The plan to assassinate Wu Tian had failed, and the Black Mountain sect appeared to be under a strange spell, with all members fervently pursuing the path of immortality and publicly declaring their withdrawal from the martial world. Upon learning this, Ouyang Ruffling nearly spat blood in rage. He hurried to the residence of his master, the Grand Elder. Upon seeing the Grand Elder, he anxiously exclaimed, Master, the assassination plan against Wu Tian has failed. The Black Mountain sect has inexplicably withdrawn from the martial world and no longer concerns itself with grievances. What shall we do? How can we eliminate Wu Tian? The second elder pondered for a moment and replied, You might seek out your second junior sister. She is now the city lord of Peony City and holds considerable power. In the past, she had an unpleasant disagreement with the sect leader over the contest for the position of the saintess. If she were to assist you, your ascension to the position of the sect leader would be but a mere formality. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ruffling was instantly elated, exclaiming his gratitude to his master for the guidance. In a fit of excitement, he embraced the Grand Elder tightly. The Grand Elder's cheeks flushed crimson, playfully admonishing him that his second junior sister was merely greedy for wealth and beauty, urging him to prepare himself accordingly. Ouyang Ruffling laughed heartily, assuring his master that he understood, and with a mischievous grin, he scooped up the Grand Elder and carried her towards the bedroom. Delighting the Grand Elder, he procured 10 ingots of gold from her before hastily making his way to the residence of the second elder. As Ouyang Ruffling burst through the door, he called out loudly, Second uncle, I have arrived. The second elder, upon seeing him, quickly shut the door, chiding him playfully, You rascal, keep it down. Do you want everyone to know about our affair? Ouyang Ruffling chuckled, Uncle, I'll be cautious. I have no tail following me. Ruffling, you keep running to your master. I might just become jealous, the second elder teased, playfully leaning into him. Ouyang Ruffling held the stunning beauty tightly and whispered their clandestine scheme into her ear. Upon hearing it, the second elder's heart brimmed with joy, secretly pondering that the lad was still a bit naive. For now, she would indulge his whims. But once he secured the sect leader position, he should not blame her for being intolerant of their escapades. Noticing her pensive silence, Ouyang Ruffling inquired, Uncle, what are you thinking? The second elder cast him a beguiling glance, stating, We must adopt a dual approach to ensure our plan is foolproof. Next month, there will be a martial arts competition between the North and South, where the Holy Maiden will represent the Snow Lotus sect. We shall seize the opportunity to strike her with poisoned projectiles, ensuring her demise. Ouyang Ruffling praised the second elder, not only for her beauty, but also for her remarkable intellect. Flattered by his ardent compliments, the mature woman in her 40s felt her heart flutter, her expressive eyes lingering on him a moment longer, leaving 2 lipstick marks on his cheek. It seemed they had endless conversations to share, each harboring secret intentions as they clasped hands and retreated to a hidden chamber. Wu Tian, commanding and formidable in his luxurious vehicle, sped through the wilderness with 3 enchanting women, returning to Ziyun Mountain after 3 days. The grand vehicle halted at the foot of Ziyun Peak as Wu Tian, burdened with a hefty backpack and a large box of wine, dashed towards the summit, the 3 graceful sisters trailing closely behind him, soaring up the mountain with ease. At the mountaintop, the Shuyuan Temple, with its earthen walls and courtyard, emanated an air of tranquility and mystery akin to a hidden paradise. Surrounded by towering peaks and ancient trees, the lush foliage intertwined, creating a natural canopy overhead. A clear stream flowed serenely in front of the temple, its splashes resonating with a melodious sound. Several quaint wooden houses were scattered within the temple grounds, exuding an antique charm steeped in the fragrance of time. Upon spotting the robust characters of Shuyuan Temple from afar, Wu Tian called out, "Grandfather, we have returned." Chapter 87. The Joy of Memories Within the Shuyuan Temple. The aroma of tea wafted through the air. At a round table, the 3 beautiful sisters were engaged in leisurely conversation with a silver-haired elder. Wu Tian stood behind his grandfather, cheerfully giving the elderly man a gentle back rub. The senior sister smiled as she introduced the old man, saying, "This time, we have come to visit you." She gestured to 2 young women. These are Wu Tian's sisters, named Roqing and Ruyan. The old man, exuding warmth and kindness, smiled and remarked, "This lad is truly fortunate. Not only are the senior sisters beautiful and capable, but his 2 sisters are also as lovely as blooming flowers. You are all welcome to visit the Immortal Fate Temple." Roqing and Ruyan quickly called out, "Hello, Grandpa. You are Wu Tian's grandfather, and that makes you our grandfather too." "Ah, good girls," the old man replied joyfully. Wu Tian bounced over to his grandfather, pulling out a jade ornament and placing it on the table. Upon seeing it, the elderly man was delighted. It was a meticulously carved jade piece featuring a silver-haired immortal with a rosy complexion, a gentle gaze, seated on a large stone. In his arms was a mischievous little boy, one hand tugging at the old man's beard. Surrounding the immortal were 7 ethereal maidens, and the jade was inscribed with the words "Gratitude as high as the heavens, love as deep as the seas." The old man, captivated by the jade, could hardly put it down, repeatedly exclaiming, "Good, good, good." Seeing his grandfather's joy, Wu Tian smiled and said, "Grandpa, this is a gift from my father to you." The old man laughed heartily, saying, "Your father is thoughtful. In the future, I hope you can often admire this treasure. In my heart, you are all priceless jewels." As he spoke, the old man's eyes glistened with emotion. Wu Tian and his 3 sisters stayed at the Immortal Fate Temple for 3 days, spending every moment by their grandfather's side. As dawn broke, the grandfather personally accompanied the 4 down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he paused and smiled, saying, "Roqing, Ruyan, come here. Since you have come to see me, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. I shall bestow upon you both a fortune." Overjoyed, Roqing and Ruyan obediently approached their grandfather, thanking him profusely. Without uttering a word, he turned and stood behind the 2 sisters, extending his palms to gently stroke their backs. The old man channeled his vital energy, gradually infusing it into the 2 beautiful women, instantly opening all their meridians and amplifying their powers several times over. After concluding his transfer of energy, he waved his hand and said, "Go on, my dears." The 4 bid farewell to their grandfather and turned to leave, with Wu Tian glancing back repeatedly, his eyes filled with reluctance. The old man stood there, continually waving his hand, his gaze following them until they disappeared from sight. As they settled into the car, which gradually drove away, Wu Tian leaned out of the window, shouting, "Grandpa, take care of yourself." The old man's figure grew smaller, but continued to wave. By the time Wu Tian and his companions returned to the provincial capital's Villa No. 1, it was already 9 in the evening. The 3rd, 5th, and 6th matrons had prepared a sumptuous dinner to welcome the senior sister and Wu Tian back. Seated together with the matrons and his 2 sisters, the dinner table was adorned with a steaming beef hot pot, filling the room with a delightful aroma. The 3rd matron sat closely beside Wu Tian, continually serving him food with affectionate zeal, much to the envy of the other beautiful women. Meanwhile, Wu Tian was engrossed in savoring his favorite braised pork, oblivious to the conversations among the lovely ladies. Ruing and Ruyan curiously inquired, "Elder sister, why does Wu Tian refer to you as Shiji at home, yet calls Yu Shenyang outside. Isn't that a bit confusing? The elder sister chuckled and explained to her two younger siblings. As you have seen at Xianyuan Temple, the 7 of us sisters and Wu Tian were all taught martial arts by our grandfather. We are essentially siblings in the martial arts realm. However, Wu Tian was only 4 years old back then, while our grandfather was over 80. The master only imparted the skills, and it fell upon us sisters to look after Wu Tian. He was quite mischievous as a child, lacking parental figures, and even referred to us as mother at one point. It was only later that he began calling me Shenyang. Ruing and Rian finally understood and remarked how fortunate Wu Tian was to have so many elder sisters to dote on him. The sisters and their 2 elder siblings chatted merrily, reminiscing about Wu Tian's childhood antics, which left him quite embarrassed. Wu Tian hastily finished his meal, took the 3rd sister's hand, and dashed upstairs. Once in the room, Wu Tian grinned mischievously, his ardent gaze causing the 3rd sister to blush profusely. He gently lifted her chin and said, "3rd sister, you are truly beautiful. I miss you dearly." The 3rd sister playfully chided, "You rascal. You only know how to flatter me." As she continued to chat with her charmingly pouty lips, Wu Tian swept her into a princess carry and headed toward the bedroom, startling her as her high heels flew off in disarray. The 3rd sister nestled happily in Wu Tian's embrace, her delicate form akin to that of a kitten. She wrapped her slender arms tightly around his neck and, with a gentle parting of her cherry-like lips, bestowed a soft kiss on his cheek before shyly retreating beneath the covers. Wu Tian, unfazed by her bashfulness, found immense joy in her coy demeanor. He scooped her up from beneath the blanket, laughing heartily. "3rd sister, your shy expression is truly beautiful and adorable." The 3rd sister playfully retorted, "Little junior brother, you are incorrigible, always trying to make me happy." They cuddled on the bed, engaging in delightful conversation. Wu Tian, with a grin, asked, "Tell me, 3rd sister, have you secretly favored me all along? You even snatched my lollipop." The 3rd sister scoffed, "I do not like you at all. You've always been a little troublemaker. Hardly endearing. However, your lollipop-eating antics were the cutest, and my snatching it was not due to craving, but because I enjoyed watching you cry." Reminiscing about those days, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 88. The market incident. In the morning, after the elder sisters arose, they set off for work. Wu Tian rode his beloved motorcycle, ferrying his 2 beautiful sisters through the bustling streets and alleys of the provincial capital. The 2 sisters were filled with wonder at this southern metropolis, their excited screams echoing throughout the journey. The provincial capital, also known as Farong City, was adorned with blooming hibiscus flowers in every nook and cranny. These flowers were vibrant in color, some as pure as snow, others in delicate pinks, and some bright as flames. The blossoms flourished in layers, their petals tender and exquisite, swaying gently in the breeze, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In the vast nation of Huaxia, home to over 300 million souls, lies the renowned cities of Farong in the south and Mudan in the north, both celebrated as metropolises of floral abundance. A motorcycle came to a halt in the bustling heart of the city, and 2 elegant sisters dismounted. Wu Tian could not resist stealing a few glances at them. Today, both were clad in striking black ensembles. Their soft, tailored black wool coats complemented their figures, while form-fitting black cashmere trousers accentuated their long, slender legs. The tall black boots they wore added an extra touch of flair, enhancing their alluring silhouettes, exuding a remarkable blend of grace and charm. "What are you staring at? Don't you recognize us?" The sisters teased playfully. Wu Tian chuckled, "Sisters, you truly have a way with humor. How could I not recognize you?" "Qingtian sister, we've been wandering the city for quite some time. Shall we purchase some groceries to take home?" Upon hearing Wu Tian's affectionate address, the 2 beauties erupted into laughter, remarking, "You still remember us, yet you can't even distinguish our names. How amusing." Wu Tian pondered, "How could I possibly tell them apart when they look so strikingly alike, with voices that are equally melodious, especially when attired in identical fashion?" Seeing that Wu Tian had fallen silent, the sisters decided not to press him further. They took his hand and led him into the bustling marketplace. Upon arriving at the poultry stall, the cages were alive with the flurry of chickens and ducks. Wu Tian reached for a chicken and a duck, both flapping their wings and squawking in protest. The commotion startled the other birds, creating a cacophony of clucks and quacks that filled the stall. The sisters, taken aback by the ruckus, instinctively sought refuge behind Wu Tian. He handed the squawking creatures to the vendor for weighing and preparation. After approximately half an hour, Wu Tian settled the bill, and the trio exited the market, carrying their purchases. As noon approached, the market was teeming with patrons, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere where pedestrians occasionally stumbled. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the din. Wu Tian turned swiftly to see one of the sisters jump. Her face flushed with indignation as she pointed at a young man in his 20s, exclaiming, "It was him. He touched me. He touched my backside." Upon hearing of her sister's distress, Rian was instantly engulfed by fury. She charged towards the young man, seizing him by the collar and delivering several resounding slaps. The young man, his face swelling from the blows, protested, "I didn't touch you. What gives you the right to hit me?" His loud cries quickly attracted the attention of his companions and a crowd of onlookers, encircling the two sisters. A burly, bald man with a mischievous glint in his eye smirked and said, "Beautiful lady, where did he touch you? Let everyone see. We shall adjudicate the matter." The sisters, possessing striking beauty and enviable figures, drew the unwelcome gaze of many men in the vicinity. Amidst the crowd, someone jeered, "Which hand did he use? What did you see? Let us not wrong an innocent." Another voice chimed in, urging, "Lady, please share the details. We will assist you." Nearby, a few women clutched their partners tightly, anxious that the beauties might captivate them. With a cold sneer, the crowd mocked the incident, deeming it unnecessary to make a fuss over such trivialities. It would be wise for them to return home and avoid further embarrassment. The beautiful sister, subjected to ridicule, felt her cheeks flush a deeper crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. Amidst the uproar, Wu Tian felt overwhelmed, recognizing that the two stunning sisters had unwittingly attracted a horde of lecherous men, inciting public outrage. Chapter 89. The sisters' subtle thoughts. The two exquisite sisters found themselves on the receiving end of vehement accusations, rendering them speechless with indignation. The young man, whose face was swollen and reddened, plopped down on the ground, forcing a few tears to escape as he lamented in a pitiful wail of being wronged, exclaiming his pain from an unprovoked attack. The crowd continued to swell, and despite their formidable skills, the sisters were rendered powerless in the chaos, nearly brought to tears themselves. Seeing the escalating situation, Wu Tian felt a surge of urgency. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He swiftly approached Ro Qing, and with a decisive motion, he slapped her on the backside, the sound echoing like a thunderclap. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief at Wu Tian's audacity. After delivering the slap, Wu Tian feigned the demeanor of a notorious villain, challenging the crowd with a brazen inquiry. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a man strike a woman before?" "Yes, it was I who did it. What will you do about it?" His provocative words immediately drew the ire of the mob, who began to hurl whatever objects they could find, eggs, vegetable scraps, tomatoes, directly at him. Amidst the uproar, Wu Tian dashed toward the young man, shouting, "Brother, run." With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. The crowd, now incensed, redirected their fury toward the young man still seated on the ground. Attempting to rise, he was swiftly subdued and met with a barrage of blows, crying out for mercy. The marketplace descended into chaos as the two sisters seized the opportunity to flee toward the exit. Upon reaching the market's entrance, they paused, scanning the vicinity for Wu Tian. From a distance, he spotted them and, with a roar, his motorcycle zoomed to their side. The sisters leapt onto the bike, and with a thunderous roar, they sped away. Once home, Ro Qing fumed, exclaiming, "You only know how to bully your sisters." Meanwhile, Ro Yin watched Wu Tian with a mischievous giggle. Wu Tian chuckled in response. "Ro Qing, I had no choice but to resort to such measures. It punished that lecherous hand and saved you both. Just look at my clothes. They're covered in eggs and vegetable scraps." The sisters shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "Who is your sister?" They then retreated to their respective rooms. Wu Tian silently returned to his own room, changed his clothes, and made his way to the hall. The two sisters, now donned in woolen skirts, bore identical expressions, making it difficult to distinguish between them. In the kitchen, Wu Tian busied himself with preparing chicken stew, sautéing duck, and gathering ingredients for hot pot. Immersed in his culinary duties, as Ro Qing and Ro Yin sat on the large sofa, shelling sunflower seeds, Ro Yin suddenly remarked, "Sister, do you think you've developed feelings for Wu Tian?" Upon hearing this, Ro Qing, startled, spat out the shells of the sunflower seeds in her mouth. Casting an exasperated glance at Rian, "You impudent girl, If you keep babbling, I shall tear your mouth apart. Rian, with a mischievous flick of her tongue and a defiant pout, retorted, You dare? I am merely stating the truth. When that lecherous hand touched you, your cries were deafening. Yet when Wu Tian touched you, not only did you remain silent, but you also blushed while gazing at him. Alas, Wu Tian did not notice, but I certainly did. Roaching, upon realizing her thoughts had been unraveled by her younger sister, felt her face flush crimson. With a soft sigh, she lamented, What does it matter if I like him? He is surrounded by beauties. Both second and third Shermu hold affections for him. What am I to do? Rian chuckled, Sister, do not bolster his confidence. Liking someone is natural, and we sisters are equally beautiful, not inferior to his Shermu. If we join forces, we shall surely win over Wu Tian. At this declaration, Roaching was taken aback, exclaiming, Little girl, do you also fancy Wu Tian? Rian swayed her hips, playfully grasping her sister's hand. Well, I have a tiny bit of affection for him. So, shall we join forces? We cannot simply stand by and watch as Wu Tian becomes involved with other women. Caught off guard by this question, Roaching found herself momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she gritted her teeth and declared, Very well, let us join forces. Chapter 90. Discussion of the engagement cancellation as the Shermu returned home from work. They were greeted by a bountiful spread on the dining table, with the enticing aroma of chicken soup wafting through the air. They gathered eagerly around the table. And third Shermu exclaimed, Let us eat. Everyone promptly picked up their chopsticks. Wu Tian placed a duck leg into third Shermu's bowl, grinning as he said, Sisters, no need to rush. There is enough for everyone. He then served the eldest, fifth, and sixth Shermu, as well as Roaching and Rian, each receiving a duck leg in their bowls. Curiously, both Roaching and Rian asked in unison, How can one duck provide so many legs? With a mouthful of roasted meat. Wu Tian mumbled, I feared that if I didn't prepare enough, there would be quarrels over the duck legs. So I bought extra and made braised duck legs for everyone to taste. Isn't it delicious? Upon hearing this, third Shermu's face flushed with embarrassment as she focused intently on her duck leg. The eldest Shermu shot him a glance and remarked, You little rascal, do you think of us Shermu as children? You truly have quite the imagination. Despite her words, the eldest Shermu was not at all displeased, eagerly devouring her duck leg and exclaiming how delicious it was. As they ate and chatted, it was evident that Wu Tian had become the center of attention at the table, with the sisters eagerly vying to serve him dishes, his bowl piling high. At home, Wu Tian also enjoyed a bit of wine, and the Shermu competed to refill his glass. Roaching and Rian watched this scene unfold, their hearts brimming with jealousy. Roaching pondered, if Wu Tian were to be with the Shermu, what chance would they have? Suddenly, she recalled Wu Tian's engagement, and an idea formed in her mind. Setting down her chopsticks, she addressed the sisters, Ladies, Wu Tian has been engaged to Miss Huang from Yudin City since childhood. Our adoptive father has asked us to accompany Wu Tian to resolve this matter, and I propose we set off tomorrow. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing that Wu Tian was to meet potential brides, third Shermu's temper flared, and she shouted, Absolutely not. Ruan Yin timidly interjected. This is what Wu Tian's father means. The master's wife cast a glance at the third junior sister and remarked, At this age, can you not be so impatient? She then turned to Wu Tian and continued, How should we handle this matter? Noticing the hungry gazes of his sisters, Wu Tian cautiously replied, Father merely asked me to take a look. If it feels right, we will proceed with the engagement. If not, we shall break it off early to avoid delaying Miss Huang. He thoughtfully added, This engagement was arranged by the older generation 20 years ago. Miss Huang and I are strangers, unlike my sisters who are familiar to me. In terms of appearance, she cannot compare to my sister's beauty. I have decided to cancel this marriage proposal tomorrow. Upon hearing that Wu Tian intended to call off the engagement, the master's wives were overjoyed. The master's wife smiled and said, Thank you, Wan Qing and Wan Yan. During this journey, you two must protect Wu Tian well. The two sisters, thrilled by their little scheme's success, eagerly assured their elder sisters, Rest assured, we will ensure Wu Tian is unharmed and return him home safe and sound. The master's wife expressed her approval and reminded Wu Tian that if he encountered any trouble in Peony City, he could seek help from his seventh master's wife. Wu Tian smiled and acknowledged, I understand, master's wife. The fifth and sixth master's wives, filled with reluctance, repeatedly reminded him that the northern weather is cold and urged him to wear thick cotton clothing. After dinner, it grew late. and Wu Tian returned to the bedroom with the third master's wife. Upon entering the room, she began to pack Wu Tian's belongings, placing thick sweaters, warm trousers, and change of clothes into a suitcase. Once she finished, looking at the handsome Wu Tian, she expressed her concern, saying, "This time, you are only allowed to cancel the engagement, not to succeed." Wu Tian, noticing the adorable expression of the third master's wife, teasingly remarked, "What if I happen to take a liking to Miss Huang? Wouldn't it be nice for her to become your sister?" He spoke this flippantly, causing the third master's wife to flail her arms in panic and rush toward him, pouting, "There's no what if. I don't want her to be my sister." Wu Tian did not evade. Instead, he embraced her, laughing, "You're so anxious." "I was merely joking." At this, the third master's wife buried her head in Wu Tian's embrace, playfully scolding, "You little rascal," always trying to amuse the third senior sister. Chapter 91. The Hall Master. Zhou Yanmei. Wu Tian and his two sisters arrived in Peony City in the northern region. In December, the weather here was frigid, as if they had entered a realm of ice. The biting cold winds cut through like sharp blades, stinging their faces. Snowflakes danced through the air, blanketing the earth in a shimmering white, rivers frozen over, and trees adorned with glistening icicles. With each breath, the exhaled air crystallized into frost, instilling a sense of reverence for the harsh cold. Upon entering a luxurious suite, a wave of warmth enveloped them, akin to the embrace of spring, prompting the three to quickly shed their heavy outer garments, feeling a sense of relief and comfort. Meanwhile, Ouyang Rufeng also arrived in Peony City, heading to the Fengxiang Mountain Villa where the second junior sister resided. In the grand hall, a woman in her 30s, breathtakingly beautiful and enchanting as a fairy, reclined languidly on a large sofa. Her complexion was as pale as the silver moon, and a delicate blush adorned her cheeks as she lowered her gaze. Her large, sparkling eyes shimmered with an alluring light. With a slender and graceful figure, her seemingly flat silhouette could hardly conceal her proud and upright demeanor. Adorned in a fiery red qipao, the hem of her dress revealed a pair of long, fair, and exquisite legs, captivating the onlooker's heart and soul. This enchanting woman, named Zhou Yanmei, was the second disciple of the Grand Elder and also the Hall Master of the Snow Lotus sect in Peony City. At this moment, four young maidens were diligently massaging her back and legs. Upon noticing her elder brother's visit, Zhou Hall Master lazily waved her hand, inviting him to sit, and inquired, "What brings you here?" Ouyang Rufeng settled himself comfortably on the large sofa, chuckling as he responded, "Sister, how could I not come to see you? Master has been missing you and has brought you a substantial gift." Zhou Yanmei, not one to be swayed by monetary concerns, immediately brightened at the mention of a significant present and waved her hand, signaling the four maidens to step back. Ouyang Rufeng opened the gift box, revealing 10 gleaming gold ingots, along with a ginseng entwined with a red cord, exuding a faint, ethereal fragrance. This avaricious beauty, upon gazing at such treasures, swiftly altered her demeanor, rising with a smile to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Master and brother, for your kindness. If you have any matters to discuss, please feel free to instruct your little sister." Ouyang Rufeng grinned and said, "I have come at Master's behest to visit you. Master wishes to eliminate Wu Tian. Should you take charge of the Snow Lotus sect in the future, you will be duly rewarded for your contributions." He placed a photograph of Wu Tian on the table. Zhou Yanmei pondered for a moment and replied, "Please inform Master that I shall take on the task of dealing with Wu Tian. As for the struggle between Master and the sect leader, I wish to remain uninvolved. I have no grand ambitions. Only the desire to retain my position as the Hall Master of Peony." After her elder brother took his leave, Zhou Yanmei fixated on Wu Tian's photograph, utterly captivated. "Goodness, Wu Tian is exceptionally handsome," she mused, noting his chiseled features and piercing gaze that radiated masculine vigor. In contrast, she recalled her elder brother Ouyang Rufeng's somewhat effeminate demeanor and realized how he paled in comparison to Wu Tian's robust allure. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a sudden epiphany struck her. This was the Holy Sun. However, furrowing her brows, she contemplated her master's directive to eliminate Wu Tian. She pondered the implications of being tasked with the demise of the Holy Sun, which would inevitably entangle her in the power struggle for sect leader. The more she thought about it, the more conflicted she became, sinking into deep contemplation. The previous sect leader and the holy maiden had treated her well, and there was no need to risk her safety for her master's dubious and harmful request. Yet, defying her master's command was equally daunting, especially after having accepted the generous gift. Frustrated, Zhou Yinmei began to pace, realizing she needed to consult her junior disciple. Thoughts of him brought a smile to her face. He was indeed a fine figure, tall and robust, with striking features that radiated the charming aura she adored. Determined, she swiftly dialed her junior disciple, Qin Minghua. As she repeated his name, she fumbled to connect the call. Chapter 92. A visit to the Huang family. In the morning, Wu Tian stretched and rose from his slumber, proceeding to wash up before entering the living room. On the dining table was a nourishing breakfast laid out, featuring eggs, milk, fried dough sticks, and large meat buns. Wu Tian plopped himself onto a chair, seizing a fried dough stick and munching on it while casting glances at an older sister seated beside him, who was sipping milk delicately. Curiously, Wu Tian inquired about the whereabouts of another sister. With a smile, Ro Yin replied that she had gone to meet the schedule. Wu Tian grumbled, questioning why such a fuss was necessary over a simple engagement annulment. Ro Yin shot him a glare, retorting that he had no idea. Their sister had been deeply concerned for him, investigating the Huang family's background, character, and even the safety of the journey. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian thought to himself how considerate Sister Ro Qing was. He remarked aloud that it was quite cold outside, and that Sister Ro Qing had worked hard. Ro Yin pouted, dismissing his concern, asserting that her sister had developed feelings for him and was willing to do anything for him. Wu Tian nearly choked on his fried dough stick, forcing it down and taking a sip of water to compose himself. He noticed Ro Yan's cheeks flushed, her expression peculiar, and her gaze evasive, prompting a strange thought. Was she truly the elder sister or the younger one? Wu Tian chuckled, asking if Sister Ro Qing really had feelings for him, urging her not to deceive him. Ro Yan, irate, questioned what purpose there would be in deceiving him and pressed him to express his feelings for her sister. Feigning difficulty, Wu Tian replied that it wasn't something he could say without Sister Ro Qing asking him directly. Ro Yan, her face reddening with frustration, declared that when their sister returned, she would see how he would answer. Wu Tian grinned, assuring her that he would respond, but with the two of them together, he found it hard to distinguish between them, unless Ro Yan, in a fit of impatience, fell silent as Wu Tian took her small hand, requesting her lipstick. Confused, Ro Yan handed him the lipstick from her bag. Wu Tian twisted the cap off and applied a bit of red on her left wrist, joking that Sister Ro Qing wouldn't allow her to wipe it off, thus enabling him to tell them apart. Realizing his intention, Ro Yan pouted, calling him a mischievous little brother with too many tricks up his sleeve. Wu Tian laughed, claiming he was merely preventing her from causing trouble. Just as they were playfully bantering, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted them. Upon seeing it was a call from her sister, Ro Yan listened for a moment before hanging up, then told Wu Tian that it was time to depart. They left the hotel and hailed a taxi, rushing towards the Huang family villa. Fortunately, the sun was shining today, and the snow from the previous days was beginning to melt, leaving the roads clear. After half an hour, the taxi halted at the entrance of a secluded villa. Upon their arrival, Ro Qing introduced that the Huang family had prospered significantly, with assets amounting to several hundred billion. They had a son and a daughter, and the entire family was rather unreasonable, with the daughter being particularly unpleasant. She cautioned them to focus solely on annulling the engagement and not to dwell on anything else. Wu Tian responded affirmatively, thinking to himself that he certainly did not desire such an unpleasant girl. As they approached the gate, Ro Qing rang the doorbell. Before long, a security guard emerged, and upon seeing the two beautiful sisters and Wu Tian, he immediately donned a flattering smile, addressing the sisters and inquiring whom they sought, emphasizing that this was the Huang residence. Ro Qing and Ro Yin merely coldly stated that they were there for an arranged meeting with the Huang family. The guard, contemplating the good fortune of the Huang son to have such exquisite sisters visit, quickly gestured for them to enter. The two sisters, however, ignored him and strode directly toward the villa. However, as soon as the security guard caught sight of Wu Tian standing behind the beautiful woman, he raised his hand to block him, rudely asserting, "You, young man, shall not enter. Be gone." Wu Tian thought to himself, what a narrow-minded fellow this is. The lady should be allowed inside. I am determined to enter today. Let us see what you can do to stop me. Before Wu Tian could utter a word, Ro Qing spoke up, her voice ringing out. The son-in-law of the Wu family is here. How dare you obstruct him? Hurry and announce his arrival. The moment the beautiful woman raised her voice, the security guard was struck silent with fear and hurried off toward the hall. Chapter 93. The Marriage Withdrawal Incident. What audacity is this? Which son-in-law of the Huang family have we here? A voice, filled with fury, echoed through the hall. Shortly after, a father and son emerged. The elder, nearing 60, was the patriarch of the Huang family, while the younger, in his 30s, was Huang Rubin, the eldest son. Just moments ago, these two were seething with rage, but upon laying eyes on the two stunningly beautiful, identical women before them, their anger dissipated in an instant. The glances exchanged between the elder and the younger, filled with avarice, roamed greedily over the ladies, their eyes nearly spinning from desire. Seeing the lascivious expressions of the father and son duo, Wu Tian felt a surge of indignation. The Huang family is indeed devoid of virtue. In a fit of anger, he declared, "The son-in-law is here to withdraw from the engagement." As soon as these words left his mouth, the two men snapped back to reality, their gazes reluctantly shifting from the beauties to the young man standing before them, curiosity evident in their eyes. The elder Huang, observing Wu Tian alongside the two ladies, suppressed his anger and pondered, what brings these three to the Huang family? A withdrawal from the engagement? Yet, our daughters and sons are sought after by many suitors. My son is in the prime of his life, handsome, and our family possesses vast wealth. Why should we fear a lack of beautiful women? Huang Miss, Huang Ruyun, at the tender age of 22, was a vision of beauty, pursued ardently by numerous young men. Where could this notion of a marriage withdrawal possibly stem from? Noticing his father's hesitation, Huang Rubin leaned closer and whispered, "Father, pay no heed to his nonsense. Let us invite them inside and inquire about these two beauties. We could each have one. What bliss that would be." The elder Huang, seemingly ignoring Wu Tian's statement, eagerly welcomed the two ladies, ushering all three into the grand parlor. Once seated on the sofa, the Huang father and son bombarded the two sisters with questions, completely disregarding Wu Tian as if he were invisible. Wu Tian's temper flared, and with a decisive motion, he slammed the marriage certificate onto the coffee table, exclaiming, "I am here to withdraw from the engagement." Startled by Wu Tian's bold action, the elder Huang glanced at the certificate on the table, opened it, and suddenly recollected the past. His tone softened considerably as he smiled. "Ah, so you are Wu Tian, the young master of the Wu family. Your father and I were friends over 20 years ago, and indeed, our families had arranged a betrothal. Regrettably, we lost touch over the years. Pray tell, how fares your esteemed father now?" Recalling the visage of that unsightly individual, Wu Tian felt a rush of urgency. Yet the elder's response seemed to miss the point entirely. He could only reply that he had been abducted as a child and had yet to find his father, expressing his singular desire to withdraw from the engagement. The elder Huang, upon hearing this, mused to himself, what success could a child raised by others hope to achieve? It seems he intends to leverage this withdrawal for financial gain. Given our family standing, this young man likely believes himself unworthy of the Huang family. As I pondered this, my thoughts turned to my precious daughter, who, despite her many admirable qualities, possesses a domineering nature that can instill fear even in herself when she throws a tantrum. Old Master Huang chuckled and remarked that the matter of the marriage can be easily resolved. After all, your father had once done me a favor, and now I shall repay that favor by offering you 1 million. However, regarding the marriage of your children, I am not in a position to decide and must request the young lady's presence. With that, he handed a card to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, without even glancing at it, replied that such gestures were unnecessary, questioning why the process of annulment had to be so complicated. Before long, the sound of high heels clattering down the stairs filled the air, accompanied by a sweet voice exclaiming, "Which fool dares to come and annul the engagement with me?" As the words fell, a stunning young lady clad in a white woolen dress appeared in the living room. Wu Tian glanced over, taking in her tall, graceful figure. Delicate features akin to a peach blossom, eyes bright as the moon, a nose like a delicate sculpture, and lips like cherries. She was indeed a celestial beauty. Yet, at that moment, he regretted the words spoken by his two sisters, who had labeled her a frightful sight. "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? You're just a country bumpkin," she retorted. "If there is to be an annulment, it will be on my terms. 3 days from now, I shall host a grand annulment soiree, allowing you to witness the suitors vying for my attention, each one an heir to fortunes exceeding $1 billion. The gifts they present would take you a lifetime to earn." Her outburst left those present somewhat intimidated. Wu Tian's admiration for her evaporated instantaneously. He mused that her temperament was not unlike that of a frightful creature. Irritated, Wu Tian stood abruptly, tearing the marriage contract in half, and took the hands of his two beautiful sisters, storming out. Miss Huang's thunderous wrath continued as she shouted, "Wu Tian, if you dare to miss the annulment soiree in 3 days, you are not a man, but a coward." Chapter 94. A different side of the master. Upon returning to the living room, Wu Tian plopped down on the sofa, fuming, and muttered a remark about the frightful creature. His two sisters quickly surrounded him, chiding, "Little Tian, don't let that frightful creature get to you." Wu Tian responded with a dismissive, "Out of sight, out of mind. Perhaps we should return tomorrow." Hearing this, Ro Qing and Ro Yin hurriedly interjected, "No way, we want to stay a few more days." The two lovely sisters were secretly plotting to spend more time alone with Wu Tian. Wu Tian, feeling perplexed, mused to himself, these twin sisters looked identical, dressed alike, sounded the same, and even shared thoughts. He was curious to discover what they were truly up to. Suddenly, he seized one sister's hand, gently rolling up her sleeve to reveal a faint red mark on her left wrist, which delighted him. "You are my Ro Yin sister," he proclaimed with a smile. Then, taking the other sister's hand, he declared, "You must be Ro Qing. Let us go to the room. I have something to discuss with you." Ro Qing, taken aback and puzzled, questioned why they needed to go to a room for a conversation. Wu Tian contemplated. Could it be that Ro Yin was merely teasing him, and the claim that Ro Qing had feelings for him was a ruse? With this thought, he rolled up Ro Qing's sleeve, discovering she too bore a similar red mark. This revelation left Wu Tian utterly bewildered, while the two sisters erupted into fits of laughter. As Wu Tian observed his two elder sisters teasing him, a sense of defiance surged within him. He reached out to touch their delicate faces, fixating on their eyes and charming dimples for an extended moment, causing their cheeks to blush. Yet, he remained unable to discern between the two. In a fit of exasperation, Wu Tian grasped the high-heeled shoes of the two beauties, intending to remove them for clarity. This action, however, incited both sisters to react with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, resulting in their graceful legs simultaneously kicking out. Caught off guard while bending down, Wu Tian was unexpectedly knocked to the ground. With a huff, the two sisters joined hands and retreated into the bedroom. Wu Tian, rising with a wry smile, contemplated the need to assign some tasks to his elder sisters upon their return to prevent them from perpetually hovering around him. In the grand hall of Fengxiang Mountain Villa, the enchanting mistress, Zhou Yanmei, nestled against her junior disciple, Qin Mingyue, expressing her unease. "Mingyue, I trust your judgment. We shall remain passive and observe from a distance. However, with our senior brother discovering that Wu Tian has arrived in Peony City, what should we do?" The junior disciple, noticing the beauty's anxious demeanor, gently caressed her face, offering reassurance. "Senior sister, do not fret. It is said that neither our master nor senior brother can contend with the Holy Sun, and we certainly cannot. All we need to do is locate Wu Tian and feign a confrontation. If we cannot triumph, our master will have no grounds for reproach." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yanmei's heart brimmed with joy, and she could not resist wrapping her arms around her junior disciple's neck, planting a kiss upon his cheek. Gazing up at his youthful visage, she whispered, "Tomorrow, the Huang family will host a soiree, and Wu Tian is likely to attend. You shall accompany me to take a look." "Absolutely," Qin Mingyue replied with enthusiasm. "I have heard that the Huang family's young lady is a natural beauty, a true paragon of loveliness. Junior brother, you must not." "Hee." Qin Mingyue chuckled. "Sister, do not be foolish. Your words are so hesitant." Zhou Yanmei's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully scolded. "Regardless, it is simply not permissible. I understand. Even if Miss Huang is stunning, she cannot surpass my mayor sister's beauty. Fear not. I will keep my distance and not gaze upon her more than necessary." Zhou Yanmei's heart blossomed with delight at her junior disciple's words, burying her face in his embrace. Chapter 95. The Huang family soiree at 7 in the evening. As Wu Tian was engrossed in international news, his two sisters emerged, adorned in white mink coats and black wool skirts, their feet clad in elegant leather boots, and embellished with an array of gold and silver jewelry, resembling two affluent socialites. Upon entering the living room, they promptly switched off the television. Observing their attire, Wu Tian realized they intended to attend the Huang family soiree. He mused, "That little vixen from the Huang family surely seeks to humiliate me publicly." Reluctant to participate, he languidly stated, "Sisters, if you wish to revel in the spectacle, do so on your own. I shall remain at home. Absolutely not. You must come today. We cannot appear cowardly. Wu Tian genuinely wished to avoid the event, responding, a soiree? She may have merely mentioned it in passing. I shall not hold it against her. Unable to persuade Wu Tian, the two beauties quickly altered their approach, each taking a seat beside him, grasping one of his arms and shaking gently while flashing captivating smiles. Wu Tian, dear brother, please accompany us. Join your sisters. Under the irresistible allure of temptation, Wu Tian, swayed by the sweetly insistent voices, was escorted out of the hotel by his two sisters. They traveled to the Huang family villa, where Wu Tian apprehensively entered the grand hall, with his sisters trailing behind, their eyes darting about in curiosity. The hall was adorned with a dais, festooned with decorations, and several large banquet tables were laden with fresh fruits, pastries, and exquisite red and white wines. Clearly a meticulous arrangement. Miss Huang Riyun, clad in a festive red outfit, ascended the dais, eliciting a raucous applause and cheers from the crowd. Over 100 men and women filled the hall, with some men sporting green, yellow, or red-dyed hair, while the women were elegantly dressed in fashionable evening gowns. All eyes riveted on Huang Riyun. With an air of pride and a slight smile, she announced that the matchmaking soiree was officially underway. She stipulated that any suitor wishing to court her must possess a fortune exceeding 100 million and be no older than 30. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian thought to himself that Miss Huang truly knew how to make a spectacle of the matchmaking process. However, a moment later, Miss Huang shouted that before the matchmaking commenced, she would be terminating an engagement, which was a childhood betrothal, assuring the crowd not to panic. Initially startled by her announcement, the audience soon breathed a sigh of relief upon learning it was merely a matter of a childhood promise. Wu Tian, however, felt a sense of dread wash over him. This woman was certainly not going to let him off easily. Miss Huang then called out for Wu Tian, demanding he come to the stage. Ignoring her, Wu Tian attempted to evade her gaze, but she quickly spotted him, pointing and exclaiming that he couldn't escape her summons. The eyes of the crowd turned towards him, and his sisters, encouraging him, urged him to confront whatever mischief this enchanting woman was up to. Reluctantly, Wu Tian ascended the stage, in a display meant solely for him. Huang Riyun tore her marriage contract to shreds, followed by an arrogant laugh as she proclaimed, "What makes you think you are worthy of an engagement with me? You are but a pauper." Wu Tian's eyes widened in indignation as he retorted, "Is there no limit to your humiliation? Do you think I covet this engagement?" At that moment, Roaching and Riyun rushed forward in unison, declaring, "If she doesn't value Wu Tian, we certainly do." With her arms crossed disdainfully, Huang Riyun dismissed them, saying, "You two beauties must be actors he hired. How laughable. A destitute youth like him could never aspire to the Huang family status. How dare he even think of breaking off an engagement? It must be initiated by me." Wu Tian's face flushed with anger as he declared, "Very well. I hereby sever all ties with your Huang family. There shall be no further connection." Huang Riyun scoffed, "You think the Huang family would miss you? Now be gone." With gritted teeth, Wu Tian replied, "Do not be too arrogant. You may regret this humiliation today." Huang Riyun coldly laughed. "Regret? With you? Dream on." Wu Tian chose not to waste another word, turning on his heel and storming out, declaring as he left, "We shall see." He exited the Huang family villa, flanked by his sisters, seething with anger. Chapter 96. Night Assault. Wu Tian stormed out of the Huang residence, his face flushed with fury, an anger so intense it seemed ready to ignite the heavens. If not for a semblance of reason, he might have struck someone. His two sisters followed closely behind. Witnessing Wu Tian's unprecedented rage, their hearts filled with trepidation. Roaching hurriedly stepped forward, grasping one of Wu Tian's arms with urgency. "Brother Wu Tian, it's all my fault. The matter has passed. Do not dwell on that little enchantress." Wu Tian remained silent, trudging through the cold for about 10 minutes before his fury began to dissipate in the chill of the night. It was only then that he spoke. "Sister, it's nothing." However, Riyun, the younger sister, unwittingly stirred the pot, saying, "What is so special about that little enchantress from the Huang family? Look at my sister. She's far more beautiful, lacks the airs of a young lady, and is gentle. You might as well court my sister. I shall call you brother-in-law." Upon hearing this, Roaching's face instantly turned crimson, and she scolded, "You little rascal, dare to speak so recklessly? I shall tear your mouth apart." Wu Tian couldn't help but smile, his gaze drifting to Roaching, whose cheeks were aflame. She was too shy to meet his eyes, her bashful demeanor utterly charming. Just as he contemplated embracing her, Roaching sensed the warmth of a man approaching and, noticing her sister beside her, quickly exclaimed, "No, no." The frigid air left the streets nearly deserted. In the shadows, Zhou Yanmei, who had been stealthily tailing Wu Tian, was filled with rage upon witnessing him in such tender discourse with the two beauties. She muttered angrily to herself, "Scoundrel! I, the leader of the Snow Lotus sect, am surrounded by 5 unparalleled beauties, and yet you still seek to flirt with others. Just wait, I will bring your downfall." Completely disregarding her junior disciple's advice, Zhou Yanmei shouted, "Scoundrel, prepare to face my blade." Startled, Wu Tian and the two sisters turned at the sound, only to see 5 shimmering silver swords descending from the sky, aimed directly at Wu Tian. Roaching and Ruyan reacted swiftly, leaping forward to shield Wu Tian, drawing their whips and striking them fiercely, the whip shadows slicing through the air like serpents, targeting the descending swords. Wu Tian gazed upwards, noting the 5 masked women wielding their swords with remarkable agility. In an instant, an intense clash erupted, the swords and whips intertwining in a fierce ballet of combat. The sisters wielded their whips with such precision that they became a whirlwind of motion, at times resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, at other times like a cunning serpent striking. The swordsmanship of the 5 women was exquisite, and the battle raged on with neither side gaining the upper hand. Seeing that the two sisters possessed formidable skills and mastery of their whips, Zhou Yanmei, realizing she could not easily prevail, charged directly at Wu Tian. As Wu Tian was engrossed in the spectacle of this battle of beauties, a sudden flash of silver shot towards him, causing alarm to surge within. This woman was formidable, and he feared he could not match her strength. The more he pondered, the more frightened he became, and he turned to flee. In the shadows, the Grand Elder and Ouyang Rufeng reveled in the unfolding drama, amused by the sight. It seemed the Holy Sun had no martial prowess and was rendered insignificant without the women. They quickly maneuvered to cut off Wu Tian's escape route. With Ouyang Rufeng bellowing, "Wu Tian, come and meet your demise." Zhou Yanmei, upon hearing this commotion, was taken aback, thinking to herself, "Oh no, my master and senior brother have been secretly following me. It's all my fault for not heeding my junior disciple's advice and not ending this battle sooner." As Wu Tian noticed 2 masked figures approaching from behind, he instinctively spun around and fled. In that moment of distraction, Zhou Yanmei leaped towards him, maintaining her speed and crashing directly into him. Wu Tian reflexively pushed back, inadvertently grasping the sensitive areas of the masked individual, which elicited a sharp cry of pervert from the woman. However, she quickly devised a strategy to end the conflict. With a powerful stomp of her feet, she utilized the rebound to propel herself backward, soaring several meters away while emitting a pained gasp, having bitten her lip and spitting out blood. Wu Tian watched in astonishment as the woman flew away like a kite severed from its string, hastily withdrawing his hands and glancing at them in confusion, muttering to himself, "Why didn't he even apply force?" From the darkness emerged another masked man, shouting, "Do not harm my sister." Upon realizing he was a man, Wu Tian observed as the individual rushed to the injured woman, scooping her up and commanding a retreat. In an instant, the remaining masked figures vanished, disappearing with the man. Chapter 97. The woman's subtle thoughts. The elder and Ouyang Rufeng, witnessing Zhou Yanmei's defeat and her spitting blood, were left aghast, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Yet, they could not deny the reality before them, trembling with uncertainty. Recognizing the dire situation, the elder muttered, "We must retreat." The two swiftly turned and fled. Ruing and Ruyan were engrossed in their battle when suddenly their adversaries vanished. Concerned for Wu Tian's safety, they quickly stowed their whips and dashed towards him. At the same time, Wu Tian, fearing for his sister's well-being, rushed to them as well. The 3 collided in the darkness, Wu Tian instinctively wrapping his arms around his sisters. Upon seeing Wu Tian, Roaching anxiously began to feel his face and body, urgently asking, "Xiao Tian, are you hurt?" Wu Tian, staring at his sisters, could only manage a silly grin, emitting a series of chuckles. Ruyan, not as anxious as her sister, playfully remarked, "Sister, Wu Tian is fine. He knocked that masked female leader away, which is why we are safe." Roaching's heart skipped a beat as she gazed incredulously at Wu Tian's triumphant expression, questioning, "Wu Tian, how on earth did you manage that?" Lost in his own joy, Wu Tian blurted out, "Both of you sisters are so beautiful." His response was completely off topic. and he tightened his embrace, his eyes wandering over the women as if searching for some hidden truth. Realizing his lecherous gaze, the sisters quickly pushed Wu Tian away. Roaching, her face flushed, playfully scolded, "Who said you could hug both of us?" To which Rian chimed in, pouting, "You aren't allowed to hug even one." Seeing his sisters bickering, Wu Tian's mischievous spirit ignited as he grabbed their hands and shouted, "Let's go home." 3 individuals jogged back to the inn, playfully bantering amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyue, having carried Zhou Yanmei back to Fengxiang Mountain Villa, immediately proclaimed that the leader of the Zhou family was gravely injured and would enter seclusion for 6 months to recuperate. Consequently, all affairs of the Snow Lotus sect and the Peony Hall would be overseen by the younger disciple, Qin Mingyue. To prevent her master and senior brother from detecting any anomalies, Zhou Yanmei moved into the younger disciple's rural abode under the cover of night. This quaint farmhouse, nestled in a small valley, belonged to the orphaned younger disciple, and as it was largely unvisited, it provided a sense of security. The dilapidated exterior walls encased a modest 2-story wooden house. Ascending to the 2nd floor, they found the room furnished with old and simple furniture, yet it was remarkably clean. Qin Mingyue cradled his senior sister, and they settled onto the small bed, with the stunning beauty nestled in his embrace. Zhou Yanmei whispered that their master did not trust them and was covertly monitoring their movements. If they were to eliminate the Holy Sun, she and the senior brother would undoubtedly resort to sinister measures. "Mingyue, you must be cautious during this time." Gazing tenderly at the woman he adored, Qin Mingyue gently replied, "Sister, I understand. I apologize for the poor conditions here. I hope it does not inconvenience you." The beauty wrapped her arms around his neck and playfully retorted, "I am not inconvenienced at all. Being with you brings me joy." Qin Mingyue chuckled, saying, "While others hide their beauties in grand chambers, I find mine hidden in this humble abode. I relish it. You must come to accompany me daily." With a fervent gaze upon the enchanting woman in his arms, he nodded in agreement and eagerly planted a kiss upon her rosy cheek. As the lights dimmed, the room was suffused with warmth and tenderness. Chapter 98. The Martial Arts Championship. In the morning, Wu Tian quietly rose and stealthily entered the rooms of his 2 sisters. To his surprise, he found the 2 beautiful women entwined in slumber, their faces adorned with sweet smiles. As he leaned in closer, he was unable to distinguish one from the other. Wu Tian pondered, Sister Roaching is gentle and charming, while Sister Rian is playful and endearing. Yet, being identical twins, their contrasting personalities make it impossible to discern them at first glance. He scrutinized the 2 from head to toe, though he dared not lift the covers. As Wu Tian's gaze fell upon the delicate hands of the beauties, a sudden inspiration struck him. He thought, surely, their fingerprints cannot be identical. Unable to contain his excitement, he gently grasped both of their small hands to examine the patterns. In that moment, he felt as though he had uncovered a monumental secret. One sister's fingerprints were coarse and dense, while the others were fine and sparse. Yet, both shared the same spiral pattern, which, according to folklore, foretold a life of great wealth and fortune. After studying the hands for a considerable time, Wu Tian's understanding solidified, and he quietly made his way back out. Upon reaching the living room, ready to practice his skills, he noticed a small note wedged beneath the door. He picked it up and unfolded it, revealing a message that read, "On December 8th at 10 a.m., the Holy Maiden of Yulong Mountain in Kyoto is in peril. Beware of hidden weapons." Startled by the revelation, Wu Tian lost all inclination to practice and dashed back towards the rooms of his 2 sisters. 2 elder sisters had just risen and were in the midst of dressing when Wu Tian burst in unexpectedly, startling them immensely. They quickly covered their chests and cried out, "Pervert, get out." At that moment, Wu Tian had no time to savor the sight. He shouted for his sisters to hurry, exclaiming that they were off to Kyoto immediately. With that, he turned on his heel and dashed away. Noticing Wu Tian's urgent demeanor, Roaching and Ruyan understood that something must be amiss and hastily finished dressing before following him out. Upon seeing her 2 sisters, Wu Tian promptly handed over a note. Roaching took it and, upon reading, felt a pang of anxiety. This troublesome younger brother had mentioned a saintly maiden. What was she to do? Nevertheless, she dared not linger, and the 3 swiftly gathered their belongings, departing the hotel and heading straight for the airport. By noon, they arrived in Kyoto and took a car directly to Yulong Mountain, eventually checking into a quaint inn. The following morning, as the biting wind howled atop Yulong Mountain, a grand banner fluttered in the gusts. In the center, an expansive martial arts arena was erected, its stage adorned with a massive banner proclaiming the Northern Martial Arts Championship. The area was already filled with thousands of spectators, masters from various northern factions standing in clusters. The chimes of Yulong Mountain rang 10 times, and the Grand Elder's powerful voice echoed, announcing the commencement of the third match of the Northern Championship, featuring the White Tiger sect challenging the Snow Lotus sect. As the Grand Elder's words faded, two figures leaped onto the martial arts stage from the crowd. Wu Tian observed a man wielding a broadsword, appearing to be in his 60s, with a robust frame firmly planted on the stage. He clasped his hands and introduced himself as the second-in-command of the White Tiger sect, declaring his challenge to the saintly maiden. The sword shows no mercy. I fear for your delicate arms and legs. I hope you will gracefully concede to avoid injury. He boasted with a raucous laugh. Upon hearing this, the saintly maiden was incensed and retorted, You braggart, cease your arrogance. The saintly maiden of the Snow Lotus sect stands before you. Let your prowess speak for itself. With that, she brandished her sword and launched the first attack. Wu Tian instructed his sisters to keep a close watch on the unfolding duel while he scanned the surroundings for any suspicious activity. The men present ranged from the elderly to the young, some gray-haired and others strikingly handsome. The women were resplendent in a variety of colorful dresses and stylish kipeos, showcasing their elegance against the cold wind, as if participating in a modeling contest. Wu Tian's gaze wandered among the beautiful women, thinking to himself, Goodness, these ladies are truly stunning. However, he dared not linger on any one of them. Not finding anything dubious, his attention returned to the martial arts stage. The second-in-command of the White Tiger sect swung his broadsword, executing a sweeping strike that sent forth a flash of silver aimed at the saintly maiden. She, nimble as a swallow, did not confront him head-on. Instead, she gracefully leaped above the oncoming silver light, gaining a vantage point. With a flicker of her sword, the blade glimmered like a serpent striking, aimed directly at her opponent's chest. Chapter 99. The saintly maiden triumphs against odds as the second-in-command of the White Tiger sect saw the saintly maiden's sword thrusting toward him from above. He did not attempt to evade it. Instead, he gathered his energy and struck upward with great force, unleashing a wave of scorching heat toward her face. The saintly maiden had already transcended the Tianyuan realm. She adeptly performed a somersault in midair, allowing the heat to brush past her skirt without causing her any harm. And she landed gracefully back on the stage. The second-in-command glared with fierce intensity, bellowing as he brandished his steel blade, advancing swiftly. The glint of the blade shimmered ominously, exuding a chilling aura. The saintess, undeterred, wielded her silver sword with grace, its shadow flickering as their weapons clashed in a cacophony of metallic sounds. They battled fiercely for over 10 rounds, neither able to gain a decisive advantage. The audience erupted in cheers and applause, fervently rallying behind their favored combatants. Amidst the din, Wu Tian discerned a voice, akin to a mosquito's buzz, instructing him to seize the moment, when the saintess was unprepared, to launch a hidden projectile from behind and ensure her demise upon the stage. Another man whispered reassuringly, expressing confidence in his lethal plum blossom needle, capable of delivering a fatal wound with the slightest contact. A chill ran through Wu Tian upon hearing this. He stealthily approached the combatants, gripping a stone tightly in his hand. The fierce contest persisted, both sides engaged for more than an hour. At this juncture, the second-in-command's swordsmanship grew erratic, his movements less agile than before. In contrast, the saintess gained vigor, her sword light piercing towards him with renewed determination. Suddenly, the second-in-command pivoted abruptly and retreated towards the edge of the stage. The saintess, seizing the opportunity, leapt forward, aiming her sword at his exposed back. Wu Tian's heart sank. It was a ruse orchestrated by the second-in-command to lure the saintess into a trap. Observing her pursuit, the man flicked his sleeve, releasing a nearly invisible silver projectile aimed at her rear. In an instant, Wu Tian flicked his fingers, sending the stone flying, which struck the needle and sent it clattering to the ground. Gasps reverberated through the crowd as they shouted in unison, demanding the identification of the assailant who had attempted to harm. Believing he had succeeded, the second-in-command turned triumphantly, only to be met by the saintess' sword piercing his left shoulder, followed by a swift kick that sent him tumbling off the stage. Had it not been for the tournament's rule against fatality, the second-in-command of the White Tiger sect might have met his end. The head of the Jade Dragon Mountain, a young man in his 30s, ascended the stage with commanding strides, casting a cold gaze over the audience. He proclaimed that the Snow Lotus sect had triumphed in the third match and would send representatives to next year's North-South Martial Arts Finals. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, applause, and shouts of celebration. The head of the Jade Dragon sect waved to the audience, but suddenly his expression darkened as he demanded, "Bring the one who launched the hidden projectile up to the stage." The culprit was none other than Ouyang Rufeng, who, witnessing his scheme thwarted, attempted to escape but was intercepted by 4 guards. With swords drawn at his throat, he was compelled onto the stage. Upon his arrival, Ouyang Rufeng, trembling with fear, collapsed to his knees, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he frantically pleaded for mercy. "Saintess, revered leader, spare my life. I merely sought to aid the Saintess by wounding the second-in-command of the White Tiger sect with a poisoned needle. I never intended to breach the code of the martial world. I am willing to accept punishment, but I beseech you, grant me mercy." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian was infuriated by the audacity of the man before him, who shamelessly claimed to assist the Saintess, embellishing his own image. With a swift motion, he soared onto the contest platform. In Chapter 100, Clearing the House, Wu Tian leaped onto the stage, casting a cold glare at Ouyang Rufeng, and bellowed, "You scoundrel! Despicable wretch! Had it not been for my presence, the Saintess would have fallen victim to your nefarious schemes. Let us see what you have to say today." Wu Tian's sudden appearance filled Ouyang Rufeng with dread. Trembling, he protested, "I did not. I am wronged. I did not poison the Saintess." Wu Tian merely scoffed and declared, "I was the one who shattered your poisoned needle with a stone. I have long been aware of your transgressions. Everyone, witness the evidence." As he spoke, Wu Tian produced a video from his phone, revealing footage of Ouyang Rufeng conspiring with the Black Mountain sect to plot against the Saintess, alongside the clear audio of his voice proclaiming, "To eliminate the Saintess will surely earn a great reward." Despite Ouyang Rufeng's usual arrogance, the sight of the incriminating video rendered him utterly paralyzed with fear. Upon realizing that Wu Tian had saved her, the Saintess was overwhelmed with emotion and, disregarding the gazes of the onlookers, threw herself into his embrace. Wu Tian felt a surge of joy, uncaring of the audience's attention, as his hand brazenly caressed the delicate, rosy cheeks of the Saintess. The affectionate display between Wu Tian and the Saintess ignited fury in the eyes of her 2 elder sisters, Roaching and Rian, while the 4 phoenixes gazed at Wu Tian with starry-eyed admiration. Long Dinglei, the leader of the Jade Dragon sect, shot Wu Tian a cold glare and disapprovingly remarked, "What kind of person dares to act so brazenly on Jade Dragon Mountain, showing utter disregard for others?" The Jade Dragon sect is the foremost sect in the north. Seeing the leader's ire, the Saintess quickly pushed Wu Tian away, explaining, "Master, please calm your anger. This is my man, not a martial artist, merely a young master. I hope for your understanding." Long Dinglei scrutinized Wu Tian closely and noted the faint aura of internal energy surrounding him, merely sufficient for self-defense. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he said, "Everyone, disperse. This is a private matter for the Snow Lotus sect, and it is not our place to intervene. Please, make yourselves at ease." With that, the members of the Jade Dragon sect began to leave, while Long Dinglei led his disciples toward the main hall of Jade Dragon Mountain. Jin Feng struck the divine dragon bell, its urgent and resounding chimes sending a shiver down the spine of all who heard. Inside the divine dragon hall, the lights shone brightly, yet the atmosphere was thick with a chilling aura that made it hard to breathe. Amidst the throng, Wu Tian boldly seated himself upon the divine dragon throne, flanked by Roaching and Rian. The Saintess, accompanied by the 4 phoenixes and the disciples, knelt before Wu Tian in a gesture of reverence. The Saintess clasped her hands and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Holy Son, for saving us from the brink of destruction. We wish to follow you for all eternity, unwavering in our loyalty." Hearing this, Wu Tian was filled with delight. Overwhelmed by the throng of beautiful followers, he could not suppress a hearty laugh as he replied, "This is splendid. Please rise." With that, Wu Tian joyfully hopped down, taking the Saintess's delicate hand in his, and returned to his seat. The Saintess spoke once more, addressing the matter of the rebellion that had arisen within their sect. A grave transgression of betraying one's master and annihilating one's ancestors. She implored the Holy Son to take action, acknowledging his own shortcomings in management. The sect leader requested that the Holy Sun also impose punishment upon him. Upon hearing the saintess's words, Wu Tian contemplated briefly before responding. As the leader of the Snow Lotus sect, the saintess indeed bore responsibility for her dereliction of duty, and thus he decreed her demotion to the role of executive sect master. Today, he would take charge of the Snow Lotus sect and cleanse it of impurities. The crowd, initially taken aback, soon erupted in unison, pledging their compliance with the Holy Sun's command. The 4 phoenixes were dispatched to bring the Great Elder, the Second Elder, and Ouyang Rufeng, binding them as they were led into the hall. These 3, now rendered powerless and kneeling before the assembly, had lost all their former grandeur. Repeatedly bowing their heads in a plea for mercy, Wu Tian glared at them fiercely, his voice thunderous as he admonished, "You, who have held esteemed positions within the Snow Lotus sect, have failed to fulfill your duties, daring to act recklessly within the sect for your own selfish gains. Even plotting against the sect master. I shall not tolerate your transgressions. Your martial arts shall be stripped, and you shall be expelled from the mountain." With a command from Wu Tian, the 4 phoenixes paid no heed to the trio's desperate entreaties, striking them down with a swift motion. The anguished cries of the 3 echoed through the hall as they collapsed, deprived of their powers, akin to discarded dogs, and were unceremoniously removed from the premises. Chapter 101. The Snow Lotus Grand Assembly that evening. The banquet hall of the Snow Lotus sect was ablaze with light, festooned with decorations, and adorned with over 20 tables laden with delectable dishes. Every face was aglow with jubilant smiles. Wu Tian, alongside his 2 sisters, the 4 phoenixes and the saintess, took their place at the head table, whereupon guests rose to toast him. Wu Tian stood, proclaiming, "Today, we celebrate the saintess's victory in the martial competition. A cause for great rejoicing. I hereby announce a new decree. Within our sect, men and women shall stand as equals. Romantic relationships shall be openly embraced, allowing those in love to marry and raise families without fear of concealment. And as for men, let them not shy away from having multiple partners." His final jest elicited uproarious joy among the 30-odd male disciples present, who eagerly embraced the beauties at their sides, cheering in unison for the greatness of the Holy Sun and the formidable new sect master, proclaiming him unrivaled across the realm. The ladies in the hall blushed, raising their cups in a toast as they drank heartily. Wu Tian reveled in the moment, free from the constraints imposed by the matriarchs, no longer regarded as a mere child. In the eyes of the saintess and the 4 phoenixes, he was the object of their admiration. At that moment, the 3rd elder and the 4th elder approached, wine cups in hand, declaring, "Holy Sun, I raise a toast to you. I shall heed your commands, even if it means serving as a maid, without a trace of complaint." Wu Tian looked up to see the 2 esteemed elders standing before him with utmost respect. He promptly rose to escort the 2 beautiful elder ladies to their seats, smiling as he said, "Dear 3rd elder and 4th elder, do not fear. The transgressions of the Great Elder and the Second Elder are their own folly. At that time, they wielded considerable power, and your prudent actions were entirely justified. Rest assured, my punishment is directed solely at the instigators. The innocent shall not be implicated. As long as you both align with me in heart, your rewards shall be plentiful." Feeling a bit inebriated, Wu Tian, in a moment of merriment, jested, "The titles of elder are rather unflattering. They hardly do justice to your exquisite beauty. Today, I must make some adjustments for you." Upon hearing Wu Tian declare himself a handsome man, the 3rd and 4th elders felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Responding softly that they dared not disagree with the Holy Sun, Wu Tian, observing the bashful demeanor of the 2 elders, burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming that the 3rd elder would henceforth be known as the Snowflake Fairy and the 4th elder as the Lotus Fairy. Overjoyed by this honor, they quickly rose to their knees in reverence, expressing their lifelong commitment to follow the Holy Sun. Wu Tian hastily assisted the 2 fairies to their feet, and, emboldened by the effects of the wine, playfully held their delicate hands for an extended period, as everyone gathered once more, indulging in their libations. The 2 sisters watched the enchanting women of the Snow Lotus sect eagerly toast to Wu Tian, feeling a deep sense of discontent. However, being in another's domain, they refrained from voicing their grievances. A glance at Wu Tian revealed that, amidst the throng of beauties, he exuded an air of dominance, making him all the more enigmatic. At this moment, having indulged a little too much, Wu Tian perceived every lovely lady around him as irresistibly charming, prompting him to slur. The master has had too much to drink. Someone should help him back to rest. No sooner had he spoken than the saintess swiftly rose to assist him towards his quarters, while the other beauties eagerly vied to offer him warmth for the night. The two sisters, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. Roaching was filled with disappointment, grappling with the realization that she too had entertained a desire to keep Wu Tian warm. Noticing her sister's gloom, Ruyan whispered, "Sister, with so many beauties present, we might not even secure a maid's role. Let us not cause a stir. Should we dampen Wu Tian's spirits, tomorrow he may hold it against us. And that would spell disaster." The saintess, closely supporting Wu Tian, interjected to the gathered beauties, "There is no need for my sisters to concern themselves tonight. I shall take care of the holy son and the matter of sobering him up." The two sisters, along with the other beauties, could only watch in despair as the saintess led Wu Tian away, their expressions heavy with disappointment and reluctance. Chapter 102. Aftermath of the storm. At 10 in the morning, Wu Tian and the saintess entered a spacious and bright office. Wu Tian plopped down into the boss's chair, while the saintess sat closely beside him. Wu Tian cast a glance at the assembled beauties. To his left sat the Snowflake Fairy, the Lotus Fairy, and the two sisters, while to his right were 4 other lovely maidens. Each beauty was meticulously adorned, nearly causing Wu Tian to drool with admiration. The saintess nudged him gently, snapping him back to reality as he chuckled. "To be honest, I am no expert in management. That task is best left to the saintess. My role is merely that of a young master, here to engage in delightful conversation with all of you. However, I must ask that my identity as a young master within the sect remains a secret." As Wu Tian spoke, he resumed his playful banter, eliciting hearty laughter from the group. The Snowflake Fairy, sporting a flattering smile, remarked, "Yesterday, upon your ascension, Holy Son, only 4 of the 5 Hall Masters came to offer their congratulations. The Peony Hall Master claimed to be gravely injured and only sent a junior disciple with a grand gift, leaving without even partaking in a meal. The Peony Hall's matriarch, Zhou Yanmei, is indeed the eldest disciple of the Grand Elder. Young Master, what do you propose we do about this situation?" Upon hearing the name of the illustrious leader of Peony City, Wu Tian was reminded of the ambush he had encountered shortly after departing from the Huang family that fateful night. He surmised that the masked assailants must have been affiliated with the Peony Hall. However, they had shown restraint rather than malice. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated, "For the time being, let us refrain from taking action against them. We must not let our suspicions cloud our judgment simply because they are disciples of the Grand Elder. As long as they do not engage in any heinous acts, we ought to remain united and preserve harmony, adjusting our stance as circumstances dictate." The group nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. The Lotus Fairy, seeking to endear herself to Wu Tian, sweetly suggested, "Young Master, this place is rather rudimentary. I believe we should construct a new villa exclusively for your use." Wu Tian, with a teasing tone, replied, "That sounds delightful. Build me a harem, where I can be surrounded by beautiful companions to converse with every day. What bliss that would be." His jest caused a flush of embarrassment to spread among the onlookers, their faces turning crimson. To Wu Tian's surprise, the Lotus Fairy took his words to heart and soon arranged for a villa to be built for him. Meanwhile, the young disciple Qin Mingyue arrived at the Snow Lotus Villa to present a congratulatory gift to the Holy Son and Holy Daughter: 10 ingots of gold and a millennium-old ginseng. Upon learning of the Grand Elder and Second Elder, as well as Ouyang Rufeng, having lost their martial prowess and being expelled from the sect, he dared not linger and hastened back that very night. The following morning, at the break of dawn, the young disciple returned to the small wooden cabin. As soon as he ascended to the 2nd floor, he was filled with alarm and exclaimed, "Sister, something dreadful has occurred." The slumbering Zhou Yanmei was abruptly awakened by his outcry, sitting up in shock. Without hesitation, Qin Mingyue rushed to embrace his senior sister tightly, exclaiming, "Sister, it's terrible. The Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and our senior brother have been rendered powerless and cast out by Wu Tian and the Holy Daughter. What shall we do?" Zhou Yanmei felt a twinge of fear as she clutched Qin Mingyue, saying, "This is the result of their own misdeeds. They are reaping the consequences of their actions." After a moment of reflection, she continued, "Brother, we have rescued the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. You must memorize the contents of that little note. Should an unexpected situation arise, recount it to Wu Tian. It may very well save our lives at a crucial moment. With his sister's words providing solace, Qin Mingwei felt reassured. He recalled that morning when he had learned of their plot to harm the holy daughter with poison needles and had urgently delivered that note to Wu Tian. Just as they began to calm down, Zhou Yanmei noticed the redness in her younger brother's eyes and compassionately asked, "Mingwei, you've worked hard. You must be exhausted." He shook his head, replying, "I am not weary. Seeing you safe at home brings me peace." Observing the affection from the young man who cherished her so dearly, she nestled her cheek against his chest, saying, "You have traveled back through the night. Let me keep you company as you rest." Gazing at her blushing visage, Qin Mingwei felt his heart flutter and embraced her tightly, planting a gentle kiss on her lovely cheek. The two then fell into each other's arms, drifting into a peaceful slumber, oblivious to the significant events unfolding outside. Chapter 103. Sisters share warmth. Wu Tian had resided at Snow Lotus Villa for 3 days, reveling in the company of beauties, lost in blissful distraction. As Roaching and Rian observed the situation, their hearts were heavy with regret for having brought Wu Tian along. Both were enveloped in a somber mood throughout the day. Simultaneously, the two beauties grasped one of Wu Tian's arms, shaking him playfully as they said, "Little brother Wu Tian, we must return home to warm your bed." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle, responding, "Sisters, warming the bed is a custom of the north. It's not something we indulge in down south." The moment the two sisters heard this, their cheeks flushed crimson, and they shot Wu Tian an indignant glance, retorting, "Who said anything about warming your bed? Look at you, so full of yourself." Their irritation was palpable. Wu Tian inwardly mused, "You were the ones who brought it up first. How quickly your expressions change." He quickly grasped both sisters' hands, soothingly saying, "Dear sisters, please don't be upset. If you both warm the bed tonight, I promise to take you home first thing in the morning." Upon hearing Wu Tian's assurance, Roaching and Rian felt a sense of relief, embracing him tightly and boldly declaring, "Tonight, you are not allowed to be with those enchantresses. We will warm your bed. And you mustn't laugh at us or tell anyone." Wu Tian, delighted, nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, affirming, "Absolutely." Yet, the sisters, still feeling uneasy, intertwined their fingers with Wu Tian's, chanting, "Golden hook, silver hook, fingers intertwined, lying is for little dogs." Watching their serious demeanor while they linked their fingers made Wu Tian's heart flutter with joy. They were simply adorable. Seizing the moment while the two beauties were distracted, he suddenly pulled them into his embrace and planted a kiss in their dimples. Roaching and Rian immediately blushed furiously, pushing him away and darting into the bedroom. Wu Tian, feeling as if he had taken a couple of sips of fine wine, chuckled to himself, "You two little ones think you can control me?" He exited the room, humming a whimsical tune in delight. As night fell, the two sisters eagerly prepared to warm Wu Tian's bed. Roaching gazed at the large bed and remarked, "How are we supposed to warm this?" Her sister, Rian, pouted and replied, "Sister, stop overthinking. If he likes us, we can't just let it happen recklessly. If that little rascal dares to think like that, I'll give him a good spanking. Warming the bed is no big deal." Roaching hesitated, her heart fluttering with uncertainty. "What if?" Rian interrupted. "Oh, sister, spare me the what-ifs. Let us act quickly, so we can finish this sooner." With that, she stuffed dolls and excess thick clothing into the blankets, then donned her padded jacket and pants before diving under the covers. Seeing her sister's decisiveness, Roaching followed suit, stuffing her own clothes inside, and, with a determined bite of her lip, climbed in. Wu Tian, having hurriedly finished his meal with a hint of lingering alcohol on his breath, eagerly entered the bedroom. Upon stepping inside, he was met with the sight of the quilt piled high like a small mountain, the bed in disarray. It was a frigid night, with temperatures plummeting below -10 degrees Celsius, and despite the sisters' efforts to huddle together under the covers, the blankets remained cold, leaving them shivering uncontrollably. As Wu Tian beheld the chaotic scene, he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "My dear sisters, how can you be so reluctant to warm the bed? Hurry and toss out those stuffed dolls, shed your cotton clothes, and employ your body heat to warm the mattress, just like I do." With that, Wu Tian swiftly undressed and burrowed beneath the covers. The two sisters, feeling both embarrassed and flustered, nestled deeper into the blankets, discarding their cotton garments and a plethora of stuffed toys. As the three huddled together, they instinctively shrank their bodies, the chill prompting involuntary shivers. Noticing their tension, Wu Tian teased, "Why are you so stiff? Relax a bit. or this bed won't warm up." Despite his jovial words, the sisters remained motionless, their hearts racing like startled rabbits. After a while, the warmth generated by their bodies began to permeate the blankets. At that moment, Wu Tian's hands became restless, yearning to embrace his sisters, which startled them immensely. They both sprang up from the bed, working together to shove Wu Tian onto the floor, erupting into laughter. Ro Qing, with a triumphant smile, declared, "Humph. Mischievous little brother, now you'll face the consequences." Ro Yin chimed in, "Exactly. You thought to take advantage of us. Not a chance." Shivering from the cold beneath the bed, Wu Tian awkwardly crawled back up, grabbing a coat to drape over himself as he dashed outside, muttering about how formidable his sisters were. "If I can't provoke you, I'll just avoid you." The sisters, witnessing his retreating figure, were filled with delight, dancing with joy and exclaiming in unison, "Wonderful! Tonight, we can sleep soundly and warmly." Chapter 104. Obsession with Magic at Noon. Wu Tian and his two sisters had just disembarked from the train and were making their way out of the station's grand hall when a luxurious car silently pulled up beside them. A stunning woman clad in a yellow down jacket gracefully emerged from the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, Wu Tian realized it was his seventh master's wife there to greet them. Overcome with excitement, he dashed forward, and instead of simply asking for a hug, he enveloped her tightly in his arms. The seventh master's wife looked up at Wu Tian, who towered over her by half a head, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she playfully chided, "Little junior brother, stop thinking about teasing your seniors." Bashfully scratching his head, Wu Tian replied with a grin, "How could I? Little sister, I have missed you dearly and came specifically to see you this time." Meanwhile, his sisters, Ro Qing and Ro Yin, felt a twinge of jealousy witnessing the beautiful reception Wu Tian received wherever he went, their lips unconsciously pouting in discontent. Releasing his little master's wife, Wu Tian quickly introduced, "Master, these are my two sisters, Ro Qing and Ro Yin." He then turned to his sisters and added, "This is my seventh master's wife, Huangfu Xianger." The seventh master's wife smiled warmly at Wu Tian's sisters and enthusiastically urged, "Let us head home to chat. It's cold outside. So hurry and get in the car." In a secret residence of Ouyang Ruffing in Mutant City, the lights blazed brightly. Stripped of his martial prowess, Ouyang Ruffing wore a thunderous expression as he raged, "You two imbeciles. You are both experts of the Tian Yuan realm. Why do you not dare to fight Wu Tian and the Saintess to the death and eliminate them? It is indeed unfortunate that we have fallen to such a fate." The Grand Elder and the Second Elder trembled in fear, kneeling before Ru Feng and pleading, "We truly have no means left. Now, both the Saintess and the Four Phoenixes are formidable experts at the Tian Yuan realm, and with Wu Tian's assistance, we stand no chance against them. To make matters worse, at this critical juncture, we have suffered betrayal from your second disciple. We are utterly powerless." Ru Feng, filled with rage, demanded, "Then tell me, what shall we do now?" The Grand Elder, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "At present, we cannot contend with them. Perhaps it would be best to live as ordinary people and spend the rest of our lives in peace. We only ask that you do not abandon us. We are willing to serve you for a lifetime." Ru Feng, unwilling to accept such a fate, questioned, "Is there no way to restore my martial prowess? I cannot die without avenging the grievance of my lost abilities." The Second Elder quietly remarked, "Ru Feng, your vital energy and meridians have been severely injured, hindering your power. If you were to practice demonic arts in the West, you would surely regain your strength, possibly even enhance your internal cultivation. My sister and I, however, being women, cannot practice such arts and would be rendered powerless." Ru Feng, perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" The Second Elder, her face flushed, explained, "It is said that men practicing these demonic arts require vast amounts of feminine essence to fuel their cultivation, which is why such arts are often deemed nefarious." Upon hearing this, Ru Feng's heart soared with joy, and he exclaimed, "Once I master these demonic arts, it will spell doom for the Saint's son and Wu Tian. You two shall serve as the vessels of my vitality for this practice. I am now your master." The Grand Elder and the Second Elder hastily responded in unison, "Master, we shall obey you from now on." Satisfied, Ru Feng nodded and glanced at the Grand Elder, teasing, "Look at you, girl, with no wits about you. Hurry and warm my bed." The Grand Elder, resigned, replied, "Yes, master," and promptly made her way to the bedroom. Ru Feng then turned to the Second Elder, who remained on her knees, too fearful to rise. He lifted her effortlessly and whispered in her ear, "From now on, you shall be my personal maid. And you must serve me well." The girl, now addressed differently, beamed with delight and playfully responded, "I am willing." Ru Feng, gazing at this blushing beauty, envisioned the grandeur of his restored martial prowess and joyfully carried her into the bedroom. Chapter 105. The little braid of the seventh mistress. As the car rolled into Huang Fuxianger's villa, the group disembarked, and Huang Fuxianger led them inside. Upon entering the hall, Wu Tian, unabashed, took the hands of his two sisters and plopped down on the large sofa. He bellowed, "Xianger, pour me some tea." The seventh mistress, only slightly older than Wu Tian, had been bullied by him in their youth, and the fifth mistress, being shorter, often became a target for his antics as well. Huang Fuxianger, witnessing Wu Tian's carefree demeanor, shot him a glare and retorted, "You little rascal, do you seek a beating?" With that, she swung her hand toward him. Wu Tian, the clever one, swiftly caught her hand as she attempted to strike. With a slight exertion, a deft maneuver led to her being pulled into his embrace. The seventh master's wife stumbled uncontrollably, landing squarely upon Wu Tian's lap. Upon realizing she had flung herself into his arms, especially in front of her two sisters, her face flushed crimson, and she protested indignantly, "You rascal! Let me go?" Wu Tian, maintaining a playful demeanor, retorted, "You sat down here of your own accord. Why should I let you down?" He punctuated his statement by playfully tapping her nose with his finger. The seventh master's wife found herself at a loss against Wu Tian's antics and feigned a smile. "Junior brother, we have grown up. We cannot indulge in such childish antics anymore. Release your senior sister, and I shall prepare braised pork for you." Wu Tian glanced at her and couldn't help but chuckle. "You consider yourself grown? Your stature hasn't changed, and you're still shorter than me. Do you think not having pigtails signifies maturity? Perhaps I should braid your hair into two little pigtails. That would be quite charming." Without regard for her consent, Wu Tian reached for her hair. His fingers deftly maneuvered, parting her locks into two sections before weaving them together with remarkable skill, as if he had performed the task countless times before. In no time, he had fashioned two delightful little braids, adorned with a bow at the top. The seventh master's wife gazed at her reflection, resembling a little girl, her shyness palpable. She playfully pinched Wu Tian's shoulders and chided, "Oh, you mischievous rascal. Do you truly view your senior sister as a child?" Yet, the rosy hue of her cheeks and the sparkle in her eyes betrayed a hint of delight. Her two elder sisters, Roaching and Ruyan, watched the playful exchange, their hearts brimming with envy. They felt a twinge of jealousy while simultaneously yearning for the carefree camaraderie they once shared in their youth. Seeing the seventh master's wife's flustered yet playful expression, Wu Tian burst into laughter and released her. Seizing the moment, she leapt off his lap, hands on her hips, and declared, "Humph! You incorrigible rascal, always bullying me. I shall inform the Grand Master, and she will use the ruler to teach you a lesson." Wu Tian shrugged nonchalantly, responding with a grin, "Do not frighten me. That ruler is in Grandpa's hands. Besides, our playful tussle is but a trivial matter. The Grand Master wouldn't waste her time punishing me over it." The seventh master's wife, exasperated, shook her braids and stamped her foot, insisting, "You think this is trivial? I will definitely tell the Grand Master, and she will punish you for my sake." Noticing her genuine annoyance, Wu Tian quickly approached, grasping her small hand and shaking it. "Oh, my dear senior sister. I promise never to act this way again. Be magnanimous and spare me this time." She shot him a sidelong glance. "I shall believe you this once. But should there be a next time, I will not be so lenient." A smug smile graced her face as she added, "You all sit tight. I will prepare your meal." The mere thought of the seventh master's wife's culinary prowess, which could transform braised pork into a dark, unappetizing dish with a bitter and salty flavor, was enough to evoke a sense of dread. Wu Tian hastily grasped her hand and exclaimed, "Master's wife, allow me to take charge. Your culinary skills might leave everyone with a distasteful experience." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he provoked the ire of the seventh master's wife, who glared at him and retorted, "Fine, you go ahead. Stop disparaging the meals I prepare." Startled, Wu Tian quickly stuck out his tongue, resembling a frightened rabbit, and darted into the kitchen. Chapter 106. Wu Tian's punishment. After spending 2 days in Kyoto, Wu Tian bid farewell to the seventh master's wife, and, accompanied by his two elder sisters, boarded a flight back to Furong City. Despite some unpleasantness at the Huang family, his northern journey had its merits. He had ascended to the position of leader in the Snow Lotus sect, tidied up its affairs, enjoyed the warmth of his sisters, and relished the amusing incident involving the seventh master's wife and her playful braiding. Reflecting on these moments, he could not help but smile, humming a tuneless melody as he held his sister's hands, and the three of them entered the villa numbered 1. Upon entering the grand hall, they were met with the peculiar gazes of the first, third, fifth, and sixth master's wives, causing Wu Tian to release his sister's hands and inquire, "Master, what is the matter?" The master's wives, however, ignored his question, plopping down onto the sofa and staring at Wu Tian, making him feel increasingly uneasy, while his sisters stood bewildered. After a prolonged silence, the first master's wife leisurely pronounced the words, "Kneel." Wu Tian, bewildered, felt as though he were a monk at a loss for understanding. He pondered silently. Not only had they failed to greet him, but now they demanded he kneel? Was it possible that the seventh master's wife had lodged a complaint? Noticing Wu Tian's dazed expression, the first master's wife intensified her tone, declaring, "Family law demands discipline." The fifth master's wife, as if performing a magic trick, produced a ruler from behind her and handed it to the first master's wife. With the ruler raised, the first master's wife glared fiercely and stated, "To see the ruler is to see the master. Rebellious disciple, kneel and receive your punishment." Wu Tian's heart sank as he recognized the gravity of the situation. Understanding he could not escape punishment, he promptly knelt. The first master's wife admonished, "Rebellious disciple, you made quite the fuss over a mere marriage annulment. You have taken control of the Snow Lotus sect, involved yourself in gang disputes, and even bullied the seventh master's wife with your playful antics. It seems you are becoming increasingly unruly." Wu Tian pleaded earnestly, "Master, I assure you, it was merely playful banter with the seventh master's wife. Ask my sisters if you doubt me. I assumed leadership of the Snow Lotus sect to thwart an assassination plot against the Saintess. I could not stand idly by. I have returned in good spirits." "Haven Ti?" The first master's wife scoffed. "You spend your days idling, stirring up trouble. If I do not discipline you, how will you learn?" With that, she rose, raising the ruler to strike Wu Tian's backside. The third master's wife, witnessing the ruler descend upon Wu Tian, felt a pang of sympathy. Though he was mischievous, she thought, it was excessive to punish him so harshly. She yearned to intercede on his behalf, but, upon seeing the first master's wife's furious expression, hesitated, leaving her in a state of distress. Crack, crack, crack. With each successive strike, Wu Tian cried out in anguish, "Oh, it hurts so much. Senior sister, spare me." Yet, senior sister showed no signs of mercy, continuing to deliver blows until, after 10 strikes, Wu Tian's derriere was left red and swollen. He lay sprawled on the ground, groaning and unable to rise, a sight both pitiable and amusing. Observing Wu Tian's punishment, the 2 elder sisters and the third master's wife hurried to help him up. Just as they were about to escort him back to his room, the master's wife interjected, "Look at how you all spoil him. Wu Tian, you are not a child anymore. Stop lingering around your sisters and neglecting your duties at the company. It's time for you to go to the county below for some training. You can't keep living like a pampered young master." The third master's wife, alarmed, quickly replied, "Elder sister, that is unacceptable. We must protect our brother Wu Tian." The master's wife shot her a glance. "He is a grown man. If you continue to coddle him, how will he ever mature? He is not far from us. A phone call will suffice in times of need." Wu Tian, overhearing, groaned in discontent, having just endured punishment and now facing exile. Laughter erupted around them. Chapter 107. Exile to Peach Blossom City. That evening, in the bedroom, the third master's wife gazed longingly at Wu Tian. She half-squatted, adorned in a striking red qipao that accentuated her graceful, curvaceous figure, delicately placing garments into a suitcase. Wu Tian, captivated by her alluring silhouette, leaped from the bed and swept her into his arms. With a mischievous grin, he gazed into her blushing face and said, "Senior sister, you are truly beautiful. I cannot bear to leave you." The third master's wife nestled against him, softly replying, "I too wish to keep you close. But it is essential for you to venture out and gain experience. It is for your own good." Wu Tian countered, "Then what shall I do when I miss you?" She whispered back, "We are not far apart. I shall sneak away to see you." Hearing this, Wu Tian felt a surge of joy. He adjusted the hem of her qipao, remarking, "Your long legs are simply exquisite. Once I leave, you must not wear such attire alone." The third master's wife chuckled. I never imagined you could be so possessive. I only wear it for you. With that, she shyly buried her face in his embrace, secretly pondering if her fiery temperament had softened due to her affection for him, contemplating the notion of becoming his wife. The more she thought, the more flustered she became. In a moment of impulsive affection, Wu Tian gazed at the enchanting third master's wife and called out, "Wife." She pouted, seemingly ready to respond, but hesitated. Suddenly, he kissed her, causing her eyes to flutter shut in bliss. The following morning, the third master's wife awoke, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and discovered she was nestled in Wu Tian's arms. Gently, she caressed his face, reflecting on how he had been reluctant to part from her the day before. Yet today, it was she who found it unbearable to be away from him. Wu Tian observed her radiant beauty and inquired, "Wife, what troubles you?" She buried her head into his chest, murmuring, "Husband, I do not wish to leave you." Wu Tian chuckled, mimicking her tone, "We are not far from each other. I will come to see you secretly." The third master's wife playfully scolded, "You cheeky husband, copying me." Wu Tian enveloped her in his embrace, wrapping his arms around her waist, and said, "My dear wife, your figure is so exquisite. You are perfect for bearing children. How delightful it would be to have a multitude of adorable little ones, bringing joy to Grandpa and allowing him to spend time with his grandchildren." The third sister-in-law scoffed lightly, yet her heart brimmed with happiness, yearning to bear Wu Tian a whole brood, ideally 10 or 8 at once. After playfully tussling on the bed, they finally rose. Following breakfast, the clock unwittingly crept towards 10 o'clock. Wu Tian mounted his motorcycle, a large leather suitcase secured behind him, ready to journey to Taohua County. The third sister-in-law and her 2 sisters, with misty eyes, trailed closely behind him. The third sister-in-law, like a bashful young bride, longed to call out to Wu Tian as husband, but with her sisters present, she found her voice faltering. After a prolonged moment, she managed to utter, "Little Tian, take care of yourself over there. Don't let yourself go hungry or cold." Both Roaching and Rian, her twin sisters, wiped their tears, their thoughts synchronously aligned. In unison, they implored, "Dear brother Wu Tian, if you miss us, just give us a call, and we will come to keep you company." Such overwhelming affection from these 3 beauties made it difficult for Wu Tian to depart. It seemed he could linger for an entire day without leaving. Casting a glance back at the lovely ladies, he started the motorcycle. Upon hearing the engine roar to life, the third sister-in-law eagerly leaned forward and planted a kiss on Wu Tian's cheek. Not to be outdone, Roaching and Rian rushed forward, each bestowing a kiss on either side of his face. As the motorcycle gradually rolled away, Wu Tian felt a surge of joy, while the 3 sisters waved fervently until his figure faded into the distance, disappearing at the end of the road. Chapter 108. Arrival in Taohua City. Upon reaching Taohua City, a quaint county with a population of 500,000, Wu Tian found himself amidst a landscape that, though devoid of blossoming peach trees, still held a promise of beauty across its vast orchards. Having been constantly surrounded by beautiful sister-in-laws and captivating sisters at home, he struggled to acclimate to the solitude of this new environment. Wu Tian rented an 80-square-meter 2-bedroom apartment in the city, retreating into it for 3 days. Each morning, he would haphazardly prepare a bowl of noodles, contemplating, "My sister-in-law is rather stingy. Despite entrusting her with my 100 billion fortune, she has only transferred a meager 10,000 for my expenses. With rent exceeding several thousand for half a year, it seems I must find a job. My daily cravings for braised pork cannot be sustained on such limited funds." After finishing breakfast, Wu Tian stepped outside, riding his motorcycle onto the bustling streets. Taohua City lies less than 200 kilometers from the provincial capital, boasting a commendable economy. Although primarily an agricultural county, its tourism flourished vibrantly, with agritourism thriving. The streets were alive with the sounds of laughter and chatter from numerous bustling eateries, showcasing a scene of prosperity. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, Wu Tian realized he had traversed several blocks without a clear purpose. Just then, he noticed an array of street vendors offering fortune-telling, divination, and dogskin plaster, akin to discovering a new world. Wu Tian hurriedly arrived at the spot where his motorcycle was parked and retrieved a yellow cloth backpack containing silver needles, several talismans, a small peachwood sword, yellow grass paper, vermilion, a brush, and other items. He spread out a piece of yellow fabric on the ground and pretended to set up a stall, loudly proclaiming his ancestral secret remedies that could cure all ailments, exorcise demons, and vanquish evil spirits, declaring that if his methods proved ineffective, he would not charge a fee. As he shouted, he aimlessly waved the peachwood sword in his hand. After an entire morning passed without a single customer, a crowd had gathered, merely observing the spectacle. Fortunately, as the afternoon approached, the sun appeared in the sky, casting warm rays upon Wu Tian, which began to lull him into a slight drowsiness. Just then, a sweet and melodious voice rang out, "Wu Tian." The sound instantly jolted him awake. Upon looking up, he was taken aback to see the slightly plump beauty, Imo Xinyao. At that moment, Imo Xinyao was dressed in a yellow and black patterned wool coat, paired with a black skirt, thick black stockings, and high-heeled shoes. Her eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at Wu Tian. He had not anticipated encountering an acquaintance in such a place, and quickly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Sister Xinyao, what brings you here?" Imo Xinyao replied with a smile, "My grandparents live here, and I came to visit them. What about you?" At her question, Wu Tian scratched his head awkwardly and said, "My master's wife asked me to get some exercise. So I came here to set up a stall and earn a bit of pocket money." Imo Xinyao was both astonished and delighted, astonished that a distinguished young master would take such a humble path to support himself, and delighted that Wu Tian was alone. She had always harbored feelings for him, and now that she was single, a smile of infatuation began to blossom on her face. No longer holding back, Imo Xinyao seized Wu Tian's hand and said, "Come on, let us go to my grandmother's house. I'll have her make you some braised pork." Wu Tian chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Is that really appropriate? What is inappropriate about it?" "Stop being so coy," Imo Xinyao said, as she deftly began to pack up Wu Tian's stall. Seeing her earnestness, he promptly gathered all the items from the stall and placed them into the motorcycle's trunk. Wu Tian glanced at Imo Xinyao and smiled, saying, "Since it's my first visit to see your grandparents, I should probably buy some gifts." Imo Xinyao rolled her eyes and said, "Oh, there's no need. You're skilled in medicine, right? My grandfather has been suffering from chronic leg pain. Consider this a special invitation for you to treat him." Without waiting for Wu Tian's consent, Imo Xinyao climbed onto the motorcycle. Left with no choice, Wu Tian followed her lead. He gently started the motorcycle and gradually accelerated. With a swift motion, the motorcycle shot onto the road, speeding in the direction indicated by Imo Xinyao toward her grandmother's home. Chapter 109. Wu Tian Cures Illness. The motorcycle traversed a simple rural road, arriving at a small village, where it stopped in front of a farmer's courtyard. Both dismounted. In the center of the yard stood a newly constructed two-story house, enclosed by a wall, with a vegetable garden nearby where chickens and ducks were being raised. As the two entered the courtyard, Imo Xinyao grasped Wu Tian's hand and made her way towards the main hall. From a distance, she called out, "Grandfather, we have guests. The little girl is back." Grandmother, chuckling heartily, emerged to welcome them inside. Upon seeing Wu Tian, her smile broadened, and she remarked, "What a handsome young man. Xinyao, is he your boyfriend? You could have at least informed me beforehand, so we could prepare." Hearing this, Imo Xinyao's face flushed crimson. She playfully grasped her grandmother's hand and said, "Grandma, he is not my boyfriend. His name is Wu Tian, and he is my good friend. I invited him to check on grandfather's health." Her grandmother replied instantly, "This young man is quite impressive. He even knows medicine. Friends can be a good thing too. You both sit down. I will prepare a meal for you." Imo Xinyao inquired, "What about grandfather?" Her grandmother responded, "He is basking in the sun in the backyard." With a smile, she headed into the kitchen. Anxious yet bashful, Imo Xinyao blurted out, "Grandma, Wu Tian loves braised pork. Please make extra." From the kitchen, her grandmother replied, "All right, I understand." Imo Xinyao then led Wu Tian towards the backyard. There, on a large wooden chair, an elderly man lay leisurely covered by a blanket, savoring the warmth of the sun. Upon spotting him, Imo Xinyao exclaimed, "Grandfather." The old man, still with his eyes closed, immediately smiled and said, "The little girl is back." Imo Xinyao pouted and replied, "Grandfather, I'm not a little girl anymore." The elderly man slowly sat up and, glancing at Wu Tian, remarked, "No matter how much you grow, in my eyes, you will always be my little girl." Noticing her grandfather's gaze on Wu Tian, Imo Xinyao hurriedly introduced, "Grandfather, this is Wu Tian, my good friend who knows a bit about medicine. I invited him specifically to treat your leg." The old man scrutinized the two briefly and gestured to a nearby small chair, saying, "Please, sit down." My leg is an old ailment. It is what it is. Just keep me company. No, today we must check it. Imo Xinyao insisted, pouting playfully. The grandfather, unable to resist her charm, chuckled and said, "All right, little girl. Let him examine you." Upon hearing the old man's consent, Wu Tian promptly retrieved a yellow backpack from the motorcycle's trunk, opened it, and took out a box of silver needles. He confirmed that it was the right leg, having sustained an injury years ago, though he had sought medical attention. The bone was not broken, only a muscle strain in the calf. Despite numerous medications and poultices, the pain persisted inexplicably. Wu Tian asked the grandfather to roll up his right pant leg and began to palpate the area. Imo Xinyao watched in awe and asked, "Can feeling the bones really diagnose an ailment?" Wu Tian chuckled, simply nodding in response. His skill in palpation was a knowledge passed down from his grandfather, who possessed remarkable abilities. Even Wu Tian's birthday, November 11th, could be discerned through his grandfather's touch. Initially, the masters were skeptical, but it was only when Wu Tian's father arrived that they realized his grandfather was indeed extraordinary. Wu Tian examined the bones for a while, and without uttering a word, he withdrew his silver needles. In his heart, he was as clear as a mirror, fully aware that his grandfather suffered from rheumatic blood clots that had obstructed his blood vessels. He then steadily inserted 3 silver needles, channeling a modest amount of true energy to heal his grandfather's injuries. For such minor ailments, his level of internal power was more than sufficient. At that moment, Wu Tian confidently hummed a slightly off-tune melody, his lack of musicality evident, yet it filled Imo Xinyao, who watched beside him, with admiration. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and Wu Tian retracted the needles. His grandfather, skeptical yet hopeful, attempted to take a few steps. To his astonishment, the pain in his leg had vanished entirely. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Young man, you truly possess remarkable skills." Chapter 110. Zhang Banshan's fortune-telling on Sunday morning. Wu Tian had already laid out a yellow cloth on the street, setting up his stall and brandishing a small peachwood sword while loudly proclaiming his family's secret remedy, promising to cure all ailments, exorcise demons, and drive away evil spirits. Today, there were far more people than yesterday. However, they were merely hurrying past on their way to buy groceries and breakfast. Indifferent to Wu Tian's calls, the weather was pleasant, and by 10 o'clock, the sun hung high in the sky. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, prompting Wu Tian to glance over. To his surprise, Imo Xinyao, with an innocent smile, brought over a small stool and seated herself beside him. Wu Tian, dressed in a leather jacket, and Imo Xinyao, adorned in a knitted skirt, looked rather mismatched for a street vendor duo. Wu Tian glanced at the beauty beside him, grinning as he remarked, "Sister Xinyao, what brings you here again?" Imo Xinyao tossed her dark hair and pouted playfully, responding, "Setting up a stall is fun. I came to keep you company." With no customers to attend to, the two began to chat. After a while, a few elderly gentlemen arrived at the fortune-telling stall, each appearing to be in their 70s. They approached the stall of an old Taoist priest clad in gray, their faces etched with urgency. One of the elders bowed deeply and said, "Master, my humble home is undergoing renovations, but the main beam is misaligned. I beseech you to visit my abode and help dispel this ominous sign. I am prepared to offer a substantial reward." The old Taoist, known as Zhang Banzian, was a renowned feng shui master in the area, relying on his semi-divine reputation. He never shouted to attract customers, yet his business flourished remarkably, and he only set up shop for 2 hours during sunny afternoons. Seeing the crowd gathered, Zhang Banzian surveyed them with a self-satisfied expression, as if to say, "Look, who else possesses such abilities?" He stroked his almost upward-curving goat-like beard and laughed heartily. Of course, but the fee for my services is not trifling." The elder, not daring to offend Zhang Banzian, maintained a smiling facade and replied, "I reside in Xiahe village, not far from here. I would be grateful for your assistance. Should the beam be corrected, I shall reward you with 10,000 yuan. The elder's mention of 10,000 yuan left the bystanders astounded, and Zhang Banzian, overjoyed, chuckled. "Then lead the way, esteemed elder." The group of elderly men and Zhang Banzian climbed into a van and departed. Among the crowd, someone shouted, "Let us go see." Instantly, the crowd dispersed like startled birds, all racing towards Xiahe village. Xiahe village is not far from here. It takes merely over 40 minutes on foot. Imo Xinyao swiftly rolled up the yellow cloth and declared it was time to pack up, suggesting they go take a look. Wu Tian pondered internally. What could be so captivating about renovating an old residence? However, seeing Mo Xinyao's impatient demeanor, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The two mounted their motorcycle and closely followed a van towards Xia village. 10 minutes later, the motorcycle trailed closely behind the van, traversing a stone bridge that led them to Xia village. They stopped in front of a villa, disembarking from the motorcycle. Wu Tian noticed an old wooden house adjacent to the villa under renovation, and to his astonishment, it was surrounded by a crowd of over 100 people, creating quite a scene. The owner of the house, surnamed Wang, revealed that this old structure boasted nearly 2 centuries of history. The entire building was firmly supported by tall scaffolding, and over 20 thick ground pillars had been completely replaced. The removed wooden boards had been thoroughly cleaned and soaked in tung oil, regaining their luster. New wooden boards, treated to evoke an antique appearance, lay stacked on the ground. The doors and windows were even more exquisite, adorned with intricately carved animals, their lines fluid and lifelike. Upon seeing Zhang Bianxian, the elder bowed respectfully and invited him in. Zhang Bianxian, unfazed, acknowledged the greeting and entered the wooden house. He didn't even pause to drink water, demonstrating his dedication. Standing in the center of the house, he looked up at the beams. The wooden house stood approximately 8 meters high, with the central hall featuring a robust main beam, around 5 meters long, suspended in the air, directly aligned with the main beam's groove. If this main beam could be installed successfully, the project would soon reach its peak, allowing for the laying of tiles, flooring, and installation of the entire house's wooden boards and doors and windows, all within a matter of days. Chapter 111. The turmoil of the old house. Zhang Bianxian scrutinized the main beam for quite some time, then suddenly leaped, soaring to the roof and landing on the construction scaffolding. The scaffolding, standing over 7 meters high, was covered with several meters of wooden planks, resembling an aerial corridor to facilitate the workers. Zhang Bianxian stood atop it, observing intently for a considerable duration, and concluded that the pillar beam was indeed misaligned. As the saying goes, if the main beam is askew, the household will be in disarray, signifying misfortune in all family matters, a significant taboo in folk belief. These ancient wooden houses are constructed using mortise and tenon joints, with each beam and piece crafted with precision, making such a flaw improbable. Zhang Bianxian mumbled to himself. Since both the materials and craftsmanship were flawless, he felt reassured. Standing atop the high scaffolding, he clasped his hands in greeting and addressed the gathered assembly, acknowledging their presence. Today, as the master of the house repairs the ancestral home, it is indeed a day of great joy. However, amidst the busyness, I wonder if the master has inadvertently offended any worker. I implore this esteemed individual to show mercy and lift the curse. I shall grant you half an hour. Otherwise, should I resort to my methods, you shall face consequences. Half an hour elapsed, yet the workers still could not install the main beam. The elder Wang, witnessing this scene, broke into a cold sweat. Observing that his counsel had borne no fruit, Zhang Bianxian descended from the scaffolding and produced a talisman from his bag. Casting it into the air, the talisman transformed into a burst of flame, vanishing in an instant. Zhang Bianxian clasped his hands together, murmuring incantations, while his feet began to tread peculiar steps. His countenance grew increasingly grave, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. Suddenly, Zhang Daxian cast a sharp glance at the crowd, and as he prepared to advance, an invisible force, like an imposing wall, obstructed his path. He exerted his strength to push forward but was rebuffed, sent tumbling several meters to the ground with a pained cry, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Realizing he was up against a formidable opponent, Zhang Bianxian, despite the agony, attempted to muster his strength once more. Yet he could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, plunging the scene into chaos. What a ridiculous Taoist, claiming to be a half-immortal. Yet he is so feeble. The crowd turned to see a young man in his 20s stepping forward from the throng. He was tall and robust, his face bearing a disdainful expression as he addressed old Master Wang. Old man, to be frank, it was I who cast this spell. You have only yourself to blame for your ignorance. I had my eyes set on your granddaughter, yet you reprimanded me for merely admiring her. Is this not infuriating? Today, before everyone, I declare that unless you betroth your granddaughter to me, I shall not lift this curse, and your family shall face misfortunes and calamities. Old Master Wang recognized the speaker as a young laborer he had employed a few days prior. unaware that his intentions were not merely to work, but to covet his granddaughter. Just then, a small car quietly pulled up, and a man in his 50s stepped out, followed closely by a stunning young woman in her mid-20s. As they exited the vehicle, they made their way towards the old house. This man was old Wang's son, named Wang Dashan, and the beautiful woman was his granddaughter, Wang Shuyuan. Seeing his son and granddaughter return, the old man felt a surge of relief and hastily recounted the earlier events to them. Upon hearing her grandfather's grievances, the young beauty was instantly incensed, pointing at the man and declaring, "Son Guito, you shameless wretch, a toad wishing to eat swan meat, dream on. If you do not lift this spell, do you think I shall let you off the hook?" The name Sun Guitu, reminiscent of a crude joke, elicited laughter from the crowd. Yet, Sun Guitu remained unfazed, grinning widely, such fierceness in a beauty. "Be careful, or your husband might spank you." Wang Shuyuan, unaccustomed to such indignities, retaliated with a swift strike towards Sun Guitu. Witnessing her prowess, the crowd applauded her skill. Sun Guitu, however, did not flinch. He merely extended his right hand to intercept her blow and, sidestepping, struck her forcefully on the backside, prompting a shriek of indignation from her as she hurriedly attempted to escape. But Sun Guitu was quicker, pursuing her relentlessly. Seeing his daughter in distress, Wang Dashan rushed forward to shield her with his body. In response, Sun Guitu swung his arm, landing a punch squarely in Wang Dashan's abdomen, sending him flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Chapter 112. Wu Tian's duel of magic. Sun Gitu displayed remarkable prowess, effortlessly incapacitating 3 individuals in an instant, leaving the Wang family and the gathered crowd utterly astounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The Wang family, a prominent local household, commanded a certain respect from the villagers, yet the sheer number of onlookers was overwhelming. News of the Wang family's ancestral home being besieged by outsiders spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching neighboring areas. In no time, the ancestral residence of the Wang family was surrounded by hundreds of people. Some brandished hoes, others held up carrying poles, and a few wielded wooden clubs, all directing accusatory gestures towards Sun Gitu. Despite the intimidating presence of the Wang family, Sun Gitu remained undaunted, arrogantly proclaiming, "What is the matter? Do you think sheer numbers can intimidate me? If you Wang family are unafraid of bloodshed, then I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to walk away. At that moment, the Wang patriarch and his daughter, along with Zhang Banzian, were helped to their feet. Wang Shuyuan, recalling the humiliation she had endured, stamped her foot in frustration and exclaimed, "Whoever can assist my Wang family in breaking his spell today, I shall marry." The Wang family's daughter was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the village, not only for her ethereal beauty, but also for her family's immense wealth. Her declaration sparked a fervent response from dozens of young men, who rushed forward, brandishing their makeshift weapons at Sun Gitu. Though they lacked the ability to break the spell, they harbored ambitions of subduing the arrogant youth and claiming the fair maiden as their prize. Unfazed, Sun Gitu charged into the fray, deftly maneuvering amidst the crowd. With powerful strikes, he swiftly incapacitated a significant portion of the assailants, shattering their dreams in mere moments. After repelling the throng, Sun Gitu continued to stride forward with his head held high. Wu Tian, observing the spectacle from the sidelines, mused to himself, "This lad possesses formidable skills and impressive magic, yet his character is deplorable. In terms of martial prowess, I am merely a novice compared to him. The sooner he departs, the better. When I assist the Wang family in dispelling the spell, I shall earn a handsome sum of 10,000. As Wu Tian reveled in his thoughts, Sun Gitu approached him. Yet Wu Tian did not yield. "Get out of my way," Sun Gitu snapped, pushing Wu Tian aside with youthful arrogance as he strode off. Witnessing Sun Gitu's departure, Wang Shuyuan felt a mix of helplessness and anger, her lips pouting defiantly as she stomped her high heels on the ground. The elder, infuriated, lamented, "What shall we do now?" Wu Tian, with a sly grin, replied, "Fear not, old sir. I am Wu Tian, and I can assist you in dispelling this enchantment. Will you truly reward me with that sum of 10,000? Upon hearing this, the elder's face brightened with joy as he eagerly affirmed, "Indeed, indeed. I shall give you every penny of it." Wang Shuyuan shot Wu Tian a disdainful glance, retorting, "Grandfather, do not be deceived by this charlatan's words. I already declared that whoever can break this spell, I shall marry." He didn't even dare to speak up when that ruffian struck his wife. Wu Tian, taken aback, realized he had completely overlooked that detail. Shaking his head, he replied, "I apologize, but while you may wish to marry, I have no desire to take a wife. To speak of fighting is merely child's play. I shall not partake in such trivialities. My sole purpose here is to unravel this enchantment. Whether it be a deception or not, one must simply test it to ascertain the truth." Upon hearing this, Wang Shuyuan was nearly apoplectic, exclaiming that despite her beauty as the most exquisite maiden of Xia village, he was reluctant to marry her. She declared that he could have a chance to prove himself. But should he fail to dispel this spell, she would not let him off lightly. Old Master Wang, undeterred by their bickering, hastily ushered Wu Tian into the main hall. Upon entering, Wu Tian promptly instructed everyone to step aside and await his command outside. He retrieved a peace talisman from his yellow cloth bag, alongside a small peachwood sword. As he recited incantations, he deftly swung the sword in the air. Miraculously, the talisman landed securely upon the main beam, firmly lodged by the peachwood sword. Wu Tian clapped his hands, remarking on the malevolence of the sorcery, yet he had successfully dispelled it, assuring the household that they could now proceed with the installation of the columns. The workers, filled with elation, swiftly ascended the scaffolding, and the lead craftsman bellowed for action. The column was gently hoisted, followed by a command to lower it. Slowly, the column descended, fitting perfectly with the wooden supports. The main beam was finally secured, prompting the Wang family to breathe a collective sigh of relief, bowing in gratitude to Wu Tian. Chapter 113. Rumors of the carefree sect with the main beam properly installed. Applause and cheers erupted. The beam was adorned with festive red silk, and the sound of firecrackers filled the air, showering the gathering with an abundance of candies and snacks, which everyone eagerly scrambled to collect amidst joyous laughter. The Wang family welcomed Wu Tian, Mo Xinyao, and Zhang Banzian into the villa's grand hall, where they settled around a large table. Old Master Wang, smiling, expressed his heartfelt thanks to Wu Tian, the little deity, for averting disaster for the Wang family. At this moment, Wu Tian held a revered status among them, earning their utmost respect. Feeling somewhat bashful from the compliments, Wu Tian chuckled and humbly replied that he had merely practiced a bit of magic, which he was fortunate enough to employ today. Zhang Banzian, with a face full of humility, acknowledged Wu Tian as a young hero, confessing that in his lifetime of wandering the world, he had not matched such prowess. Wang Shuyuan stole a glance at Wu Tian, her previous gaze inadvertently captured by him. Their eyes met, and she felt a rush of crimson warmth flood her cheeks. In that moment, Wu Tian beheld the young lady of the Wang family, a paragon of beauty. Her features were exquisitely crafted, her delicate oval face seemingly capable of yielding water, and her expressive eyes sparkled like a clear spring, leaving an indelible impression. As their conversation flowed with delightful ease, dusk descended, and a sumptuous feast was laid before them. Amidst the merriment, Wang Dashan, appearing somewhat troubled, suddenly implored Wu Tian, the little deity, to extend his stay for a few more days, expressing concern that a certain arrogant young man might return to cause trouble, a challenge they felt ill-equipped to handle without his assistance. Wu Tian, smiling, assured him that it posed no difficulty. He anticipated the young man's return. He explained that his peachwood sword would remain in place for 3 more days, after which he would hang a mirror designed to reveal demons at the entrance of the Wang residence, ensuring their safety and peace. Even if he comes, with my presence here to support you, there is no need for alarm. Upon hearing these words, the Wang father and son finally felt at ease and began to invite everyone to dine. Wu Tian then turned to Zhang Banjian, saying, "Great master, that Zhang Guotoa possesses remarkable martial prowess and formidable spells. Could you shed some light on his true identity?" Zhang Banjian stroked his beard leisurely, stating, "His origins seem to resemble those of a disciple from the Xiaoyao sect. The Xiaoyao sect is renowned for its Xiaoyao palm and Xiaoyao sword. Once regarded as the foremost sect in the south, it is said that over 20 years ago, a disciple from the Xiaoyao sect was involved in a heinous massacre of an innocent family, a barbaric act that left an indelible stain on their reputation. At that time, their leader was so enraged that he spat blood, vowing to uncover the black sheep within their ranks. Subsequently, the Xiaoyao sect mysteriously vanished from the martial world. For more than 2 decades, they have seldom appeared in public. It is indeed a riddle from whence this young man emerged." Wu Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before exclaiming, "Ah, I see." After the meal, Zhang Banjian took his leave, with the Wang father and son hastily escorting him to the door. Only Wang Shuyuan, Wu Tian and Mo Xinyao remained at the table. Wang Shuyuan smiled and said to Wu Tian, "What I have said today is binding. You have helped my family dispel this spell, and I promise to marry you, without any intention of retracting my words. I am the most beautiful woman in Hehe village. Once this opportunity passes, it will not return. Have you given it due consideration?" Wu Tian internally murmured, "Of course I would like that. But the thought of Master S ruler in her hand, along with the memory of my painful rear end, fills me with dread." He quickly replied, "I already have a girlfriend," casting a subtle glance at Mo Xinyao. Mo Xinyao instantly understood, grasping Wu Tian's arm tightly, and cheerfully declared, "I am Wu Tian's girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Wang Shuyuan felt a twinge of displeasure and remarked, "I shall prepare rooms for the two of you." With that, she turned away without another word. At that moment, the Wang father and son entered. Wang Dashan handed Wu Tian a card, saying, "Little immortal, this contains 100,000 yuan, our token of gratitude. Please accept it." Wu Tian, not one to be modest, cheerfully responded, "Oh, you really shouldn't have. You keep calling me little immortal. I'm not accustomed to it. Just call me Wu Tian from now on." Everyone erupted into laughter, and soon after, Wang Dashan led Wu Tian and Mo Xinyao upstairs to the guest room. As Wu Tian and Mo Xinyao entered the spacious and bright guest room, Mo Xinyao suddenly leaped into Wu Tian's embrace, her cheeks slightly flushed. Biting her lip, she whispered, "Wu Tian, sister likes you. Today, I am your girlfriend, and we shall sleep together." Observing Xinyao's shy yet endearing demeanor, Wu Tian pondered, is this merely an act to feign a relationship for Wang Shuyuan's benefit? Why does Xinyao seem to take it seriously? Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent. Mo Xinyao, displeased, pushed Wu Tian away and pouted, "I am no less than Miss Wang. If you do not appreciate me, so be it. Tonight, you shall sleep on the sofa." With that, she jumped onto the bed, shedding her outer garment and cocooning herself tightly in the quilt. Wu Tian felt a wave of despair wash over him. How could one resist the allure of a beautiful woman by their side? Alas, his mind lagged by a beat. With a resigned sigh, he uttered, "All right," and promptly retrieved a blanket, settling onto the sofa for a nap. Chapter 114. The Carefree Immortal. 3 days later, at noon, Wu Tian stood within the old house, pointing at the main beam, and commanded loudly, "Return." The peachwood sword, as if responding to its master's call, swiftly soared back into Wu Tian's grasp. Old Master Wang could not help but praise, "Little immortal, truly divine, a remarkable being indeed." Wu Tian chuckled, replying, "Old sir, you flatter me." The house was nearly restored, radiating renewed vitality. Wu Tian and the others approached the entrance, from which he extracted a small copper mirror from his yellow cloth bag. After a few gestures and muttering incantations, he directed someone to hang it above the doorway. Wu Tian smiled, proclaiming, "The demon-revealing mirror is in place, ensuring safety and great fortune." Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan beamed with gratitude. "Who dares to disrupt my Tao?" came a furious voice. The crowd turned to see Sun Guitu standing at the entrance, unleashing a torrent of curses. He had believed that after casting his spell at the Wang household, they would come begging for his mercy, but finding his enchantment broken, he was filled with rage and sought to cause trouble. Wu Tian regarded Sun Guitu with a cold smirk, saying, "You foolish creature, it was I, Wu Tian, who shattered your spell. What will you do to me?" Sun Guitu sized up Wu Tian, noting their similar ages but recognizing Wu Tian's superior looks, which ignited his fury. He reached for a talisman and hurled it at the demon-revealing mirror. In an instant, a flash of fire erupted from the mirror, disintegrating the talisman into wisps of smoke. Realizing his magic was no match for Wu Tian, a flicker of fear crept into Sun Guitu's heart just as he prepared to strike. Wang Shuyuan shouted, "Sun Guitu, is this not enough? Wu Tian is now my husband. The Wang family has wronged you in no way, yet you persist in this nonsense. Is this amusing to you?" Sun Guitu, nearly choked with rage, retorting, "What? You two are together now? I have pursued you multiple times, yet you have always treated me coldly. It seems you are not a virtuous woman. Since you refuse to uphold your duty, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, Sun Guitu lunged at Wu Tian. But Wu Tian stood unmoving, causing Sun Guitu to be repelled several paces by an unseen force. "You employ demonic arts? Just wait, I will summon my master." Sun Guitu fled without looking back. Earlier, as Sun Guitu had made his move, Wu Tian had activated the 7 Stars protective technique. absorbing Sun Gatu's internal energy, something he was unaware of. The onlookers felt a moment of anxiety for Wu Tian, but upon witnessing Sun Gatu's defeat, their admiration for him grew. The two stunning women, Wang Shuyuan and Mo Xinyao, gazed at Wu Tian with deep reverence. The weather was splendid in the following days, and the Wang father and daughter were enjoying tea and conversation with Wu Tian and Mo Xinyao in the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Sun Guitu returned, accompanied by his master. With a triumphant grin, he proclaimed arrogantly, "Wu Tian, my master, the carefree immortal, has arrived. Prepare to meet your doom." Wu Tian gazed at his master, who turned out to be an enchanting beauty clad in a flowing white gown, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. Her graceful figure and slender waist swayed with the breeze, the long dress resembling a blossoming white lotus. Her exquisitely shaped face, with skin as smooth as cream, brows like distant mountains, and eyes that sparkled like stars, exuded an aura of chilling elegance. A cascade of lustrous black hair fell casually over her shoulders, adding an ethereal charm to her presence. In her hand, she wielded a long sword, her delicate fingers gliding over its blade as she uttered, "Who dares to bully my disciple Wu Tian? Come forth and meet your demise." Chapter 115. The Battle with the Celestial Fairy. The Celestial Fairy's calm and refined voice echoed, "Wu Tian, come forth and meet your end." Wu Tian found himself utterly captivated by her beauty, nearly drooling, as if oblivious to the threat of death. His gaze fixated upon her exquisite visage, he could not help but exclaim, "Wow, truly stunning." Upon hearing this, the Celestial Fairy, noticing Wu Tian's unabashed stare, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. She bellowed, "Lecherous scoundrel, behold my sword." In an instant, a radiant arc of sword light danced through the air, aimed directly at Wu Tian's face. Though he knew he could not match her in combat, his experience in countless battles had taught him the art of evasion. With a swift roll on the ground, he kicked up a cloud of dust, narrowly avoiding the Celestial Fairy's strike. He then executed a graceful maneuver, springing back to his feet with poise. Seeing Wu Tian evade her attack, the Celestial Fairy accelerated her swordplay, launching another assault. Realizing she was earnest in her intent to take his life, Wu Tian cried out in desperation, "Stop! I am not a lecher. It was your disciple who flirted with Miss Wang from the Wang family and used sorcery to disrupt their feng shui. I merely intervened to discipline your wayward apprentice. What crime have I committed? Do not presume your beauty grants you the right to act unjustly." The Celestial Fairy, upon hearing his words, assessed Wu Tian closely. This dashing young man certainly possessed charm and a silver tongue. Her ire diminished significantly, and she sheathed her sword, inquiring, "So, you are Wu Tian? After traversing the martial world for over 30 years, today you dare to label me unreasonable? I am curious to hear your justification." Just as Wu Tian prepared to speak, he was interrupted by Sun Guitu, who, fearing the truth would be revealed, panicked at the thought of his master's wrath if she learned of his misdeeds. Sun Guitu exclaimed, "Master, do not listen to Wu Tian's slander against me. I am nothing. I merely wished to impress Miss Wang Shuyuan, and in a moment of folly, I cast a spell at her residence, hoping she would take notice of me. Instead, Wu Tian thwarted my spell and stole my beloved. I implore you, master, to avenge me and rid me of this rival." Sun Gitu's words incensed Wang Shuyuan, who erupted in outrage. "You shameless wretch! Who is your wife? You threatened the Wang family with your sorcery and dared to lay hands on me. Neither you nor your master are worthy of respect." Wu Tian, observing the scene, smirked and remarked, "Fairy sister, is this the fine disciple you have raised? He cannot accept rejection and resorts to lewdness." The Celestial Fairy, infuriated, retorted, "Wayward disciple, what lessons have I imparted to you? One must embody integrity, free from malevolent thoughts. For the emergence of such intentions inevitably brings misfortune to the innocent and causes calamity to all." Upon witnessing his master's fury, Sun Guitu promptly fell to his knees, trembling as he implored, "Master, I am but 19 this year. For the first time, I have encountered a lady whom I admire, and in my ignorance, I resorted to such misguided tactics. I harbored no ill will, nor did I intend any harm to the Wang family. My only grievance lies with Wu Tian, whose interference deprived me of the opportunity to impress the young lady. I recognize my folly. Please, grant me your forgiveness this once." The immortal fairy, upon hearing her disciple's explanation, retorted with exasperation, "Is this truly how one pursues a lady? By resorting to violence? Sun Guitu, in his naivete, continued to beseech, Master, please assist me. If I have wronged her, I shall bear the burden for a lifetime. Should she become my wife, I vow that my spouse and I shall serve you as if you were our own mother. His increasingly ludicrous declarations incited Wang Shuyuan to stomp her foot in indignation, exclaiming, How shameless! I am not your wife. I consider myself unfortunate enough and require no responsibility from you. Do not pursue me further. The immortal fairy, equally incensed, scolded, What kind of courtship is this? I cannot accept the title of mother. You are truly driving your master to the brink. Apologize to Miss Wang at once and promise never to bother her again. Return home and reflect in solitude for 3 months. Sun Guitu, evidently terrified of his master, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing and confessing his mistakes, his tear-streaked face a portrait of anguish as he murmured, Miss Wang, I am truly sorry, I apologize. Witnessing his sincere contrition, Wang Shuyuan waved her hand and said, Very well, considering your youth, I forgive you. Now, hurry back to your master. Upon seeing that Wang Shuyuan had pardoned him, Sun Guitu quickly rose to his feet. Wu Tian, casting a glance at Sun Guitu, noted that he was not unappealing, though the excess flesh on the left side of his face was somewhat daunting, rendering his expression rather stiff. Just as the immortal fairy and Sun Guitu were about to take their leave, Wu Tian reached out to obstruct their path, wishing to gaze at the enchanting beauty a moment longer. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, Sister Fairy, does your disciple's folly not reflect upon you as well? The beautiful woman, displeased by Wu Tian's playful demeanor, retorted, I bear no responsibility. I shall take him back for reflection. Wu Tian, with a sly smile, countered, Not so. Your disciple's nature is not malevolent. He is simply plagued by insecurities. His injured visage hinders his appeal to the ladies. If you do not assist him in healing, that is your failing. The immortal fairy shot Wu Tian a glance, shaking her head. It is not that I refuse to heal him. I have sought many physicians and utilized our sect's healing techniques to preserve his face. Restoring it to its former glory is a daunting challenge. Wu Tian chuckled. Healing his face is far from difficult. The true challenge lies in you, as his master, not imparting the knowledge of courtship. The immortal fairy, disdainfully eyeing Wu Tian, replied, How could I possibly know the ways of courting? That is a matter for men. Do you truly believe you can restore my disciple's face? Are you merely boasting? With a smile, Wu Tian asserted, Do you doubt my ability to restore his visage to its original splendor within 7 days? Shall we wager? The immortal fairy, with a cold laugh, replied, What have I to fear? What are the stakes of your wager? Wu Tian smiled and said, If I can cure your disciple's face, you must allow me to pursue you and teach your disciple how to court a lady. 2 birds with 1 stone. If I fail, you may do as you wish. Upon hearing this, the carefree fairy felt a pang of annoyance at Wu Tian's audacity. However, considering the plight of her disciple, she gritted her teeth and replied, Very well. I accept your terms. In her heart, she mused, Given that this young man is somewhat handsome and it is for my disciple's sake, I shall permit your pursuit. But do not presume that I am easy to win over. With that, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Tian stepped closer and said, My lady, I will notify you in 4 days once I have prepared the miraculous elixirs. Let us first exchange green bubbles. The carefree fairy, with no other choice, agreed to add each other to their green bubbles. Observing the fairy's blushing visage, Wu Tian couldn't resist the impulse to give her a playful slap on her backside. The fairy let out a startled cry. Ouch. Her eyes blazed with fury, glaring daggers at Wu Tian and instinctively reaching to retaliate. Wu Tian chuckled and remarked to Sun Guitu, Did you see that? A woman must have feelings for you to engage in such playful contact. Otherwise, you might end up with a slap. Sun Guitu, elated by this revelation, clapped his hands in admiration and said, Master, you truly possess remarkable skills. I am in awe and wish to learn from you henceforth. The carefree fairy, upon overhearing their shameless banter, redirected her intentions to scold Wu Tian. She seized Sun Guitu by the ear, exclaiming, You ungrateful disciple, are you not coming back with me? You have brought nothing but shame upon me. With that, the two soared into the sky, leaving Mo Xinyao and Wang Shuyuan in a state of astonishment, unable to regain their composure. Chapter 116, The Slightly Plump Beauty. Mo Xinyao, after dining at the Wang residence, Wu Tian rode his motorcycle, with Mo Xinyao accompanying him back to his rented apartment. Despite his reluctance, He had no choice but to allow her to tag along. Upon arriving home, Imo Xinyao immediately claimed the space as her own, efficiently tossing the clothes Wu Tian needed washed into the washing machine. As the machine whirred to life, she fetched a mop and began to clean the floor. Once home, Wu Tian plopped onto the sofa and took out his phone to message the Saintess, informing her of his cultivation in Peach Blossom City and requesting some Snow Lotus skin cream and Snow Lotus nourishing balm. The Saintess promptly replied with an affirmative. The two continued their Tinder exchange within their green bubbles for over an hour before Wu Tian reluctantly turned off his phone. Wu Tian, it's getting late. You should go wash up, Imo Xinyao chimed sweetly, holding the clothes he needed for his shower and gazing at him with a silly smile. Taking the garments from her, Wu Tian's gaze lingered on Imo Xinyao, who had just emerged from her bath, wrapped in a large towel. Her long, delicate arms and fair thighs were fully exposed, and her cheerful face was now flushed with a radiant hue. Are you not hurrying? Imo Xinyao urged once more. Wu Tian, snapping back to reality, blurted out, Xinyao, you look truly beautiful. With that, he dashed into the bathroom in a flurry. Flushed by Wu Tian's compliment, Imo Xinyao hurried into the bedroom. Meanwhile, Wu Tian, lost in thoughts of the enchanting beauty, took a hasty shower, barely drying off before swiftly slipping into the bedroom. In the bedroom, the antiquated air conditioner blew warm air as Imo Xinyao held a hairdryer to dry her hair. Wu Tian approached, snatched the hairdryer from her hands, and waved it playfully, the warm air enveloping the beauty's tresses. He turned off the device with a smile, declaring, Sister Xinyao, your hair is dry. Imo Xinyao responded with a gentle hum, rising to leap into Wu Tian's embrace. As he gazed at the stunning beauty before him, his excitement surged, and he lifted her effortlessly, laying her gently on the bed. Imo Xinyao's heart raced as she wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in his chest. Wu Tian switched off the light, and the room was suffused with warmth. The following morning, Wu Tian rose early, washed up, and began his practice in the living room. After about an hour, he peered out the window to find the sky brightening, though rain began to pour heavily outside, casting a gloomy pall over the day. After preparing breakfast, he made his way to the bedroom. The air conditioner had kept the room quite warm throughout the night. The beautiful woman lay sprawled across the bed, her soft, plump thigh resting on the blanket, a blissful smile gracing her face. Observing her serene slumber, Wu Tian mused to himself. She was not as composed as one might expect in her sleep, much like several of his elder sisters, kicking off blankets and sleeping in disarray. He planted a soft kiss on her delicate face, hastily tucked her lovely leg back under the covers, and left the room, feeling quite pleased. As soon as Wu Tian departed, Imo Xinyao opened her beautiful eyes. In truth, she had awakened when he kissed her, but her shyness had kept her from opening her eyes fully. Her heart raced like a little rabbit, filled with bashful excitement at his affection. Yet she feared he might find her disheveled appearance unappealing. The thought made her cheeks flush even deeper. After lingering for a while, Imo Xinyao got up, washed, and shyly made her way to the living room like a modest bride. On the dining table, a plate of dumplings, a plate of small buns, and 2 bowls of egg custard awaited them. They sat side by side to enjoy breakfast. Imo Xinyao kept her head down, unable to meet Wu Tian's gaze, stealing glances occasionally before quickly averting her eyes. Amused by her timidity, Wu Tian chuckled and pulled her onto his lap, feeding her the egg custard. They indulged in their sweet, affectionate breakfast together, while Imo Xinyao's face turned crimson. She was well aware that Wu Tian was surrounded by beauties, yet she felt incredibly fortunate to have won his love. As he fed her, her eyes glistened with tears of joy, and she softly murmured, Brother Wu Tian. The next day, after the rain had ceased, the sun shone brightly, though the morning breeze was still quite chilly. Imo Xinyao nestled in Wu Tian's embrace, feeling an overwhelming warmth. He caressed her shy little face, wiping away the tears from her eyes. In just a few days, the beautiful woman had grown attached to him. After much coaxing, she finally boarded her vehicle, waving goodbye to Wu Tian. He watched her go with reluctance, his mood dampened as he turned to leave. Master, you are truly remarkable. The voice drew Wu Tian's attention back. It was Sun Goetu, standing before him with a silly grin, his eyes brimming with admiration. Wu Tian replied, somewhat annoyed, why aren't you at home reflecting on your actions? What brings you here so early? With a chuckle, Sun Goetu remarked that his master had left early in the morning, and he had stealthily slipped out to seek his company. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian grew curious about the duo. The two returned to the room and settled onto the sofa to converse. Wu Tian inquired of the tortoise and hare, asking what he desired from him. Sun Guitu, unfazed by the nickname, cheerfully replied that he had come to seek treatment for his facial injury and to request assistance in finding a wife. Wu Tian shot him a glance, finding the lad amusing. With a smile, he assured him that he could treat his facial wounds by the next day, and helping him find a wife would pose no challenge, though he wondered how Sun Guitu would express his gratitude. Sun Guitu, thrilled at the prospect, exclaimed that he would indeed express his thanks by helping Wu Tian win over his master, suggesting he could serve as a junior partner. Wu Tian nearly burst into laughter, thinking the young man quite naive. Intentionally adopting a serious demeanor, he admonished him that calling him master was inappropriate and insisted on being addressed as brother-in-law. He added that once he had won over Sun Guitu's master, he should not be referred to as a junior partner, cautioning him not to speak carelessly. Seeing Wu Tian's serious expression, Sun Guitu whispered that he would certainly refrain from speaking out of turn. But calling him brother-in-law would imply that he must refer to his master as sister-in-law, which he feared would provoke her wrath. Wu Tian chuckled, explaining that the three of them could coexist harmoniously. He would be brother-in-law to Sun Guitu, while Sun Guitu would still call his master master. If she dared to strike him, he would intervene. The naive youth seemed to grasp the concept, nodding and addressing him as brother-in-law. Wu Tian then shifted the conversation, asking about Sun Guitu's master's age and temperament, as well as the purpose of their current journey. In a hushed tone, Sun Guitu replied, "Brother-in-law, my master is 29 years old and exceedingly beautiful, though she has never been in a romantic relationship. Her temper is rather harsh. She often scolds or strikes me and has a penchant for tugging at my ears. It might be wise to find her a man to keep her in check." Wu Tian couldn't help but feel amused. She resembled his own master in temperament. If he could win her over, perhaps he could coax her into a more docile demeanor, akin to that of a gentle lamb. Sun Guitu continued, "Brother-in-law, our journey this time is to investigate a shocking case that transpired 18 years ago involving our sect. Back then, several treacherous individuals caused great havoc, participating in a massacre of a humble family, rumored to be the Wu family, which also claimed the life of a pregnant woman. It appears that only one young master from the Wu family remains in the provincial city. These events have become mere legends, and I do not fully comprehend them. If you are interested, it would be best to consult my master. Please do not mention that I spoke of this. Since that incident, our sect has remained shrouded in secrecy, disappearing from the martial world." Wu Tian was taken aback, realizing the timeline aligned with his own mother's tragic fate, sensing a personal connection to the matter. However, he remained composed, pondering for a moment before asking, "I will not speak of this indiscriminately, but what have you discovered? What is your purpose in seeking the young master of the Wu family?" Sun Guitu, without a second thought, divulged, "The incident caused our sect's venerable leader to suffer a hemorrhage in his fury. On his deathbed, he instructed his granddaughter, my master, that if any descendants of the Wu family remained, they must be located and protected, the perpetrators identified, and vengeance exacted to cleanse our sect's shame. Yet, despite my master's decade-long search, she has uncovered no leads on the culprits or the descendants of the Wu family." Wu Tian seemed to grasp the essence of the conversation and chuckled, urging, "You should hurry back, lest your master discovers this. Otherwise, you may face punishment." He added, "Feel free to come tomorrow morning for your facial treatment, but do keep our discussion today a secret from your master." Upon hearing this, Sun Guitu beamed with delight and replied, "Absolutely, brother-in-law, I shall heed your words." With that, he sprang to his feet, joyfully skipping out.